And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
At the most happening sports spot in the nation last night. Here we are, man. I got my guy Marcus to my left. Damn, that was a freaking party last night at Chase Center, brother.
Murph,
You were there.
it was a celebration last night at Chase Center. Bob Myers makes his return back to the Bay, was on the broadcast, got a big standing ovation, and a big win for Dub Nation last night.
And let's just get it out at 6-0. Can somebody give Bob some blanking credit?
Give Bob some blanking
Can
credit.
you find that, Young Tone? You got that, baby? We got a great soundbite from Draymond. No, good morning, everybody. Really fun night last night. Just felt like one of those sort of, I felt like an event. Really is what it, I don't know. Maybe I was just in the right mood or something, or I wasn't there. I was watching on my TV, and it just kind of pulsated. First of all, the Warriors are shooting like what? 85% from the field last night?
Shooting the lights out, yeah.
So everything that's going up is going in. Bobby Myers is there. Giannis played. We talked all morning. Is he going to play? Is he going to play? Is he going to play? He winds up playing. So it just, to me, it just felt like, I don't want to say it felt like a playoff game, but kind of did.
Well, Murph, it was an ESPN primetime game in the middle of the week on a Wednesday night, and it was a big win against a championship contender.
Yeah,
and there's no excuses because Giannis played. He was out there, and our guy Trace Jackson Davis was giving him fits all night long.
Bro, what a run from TJD. That stuff was off the couch kind of exciting. Like, because, dude, and good morning, everybody. If you don't know, the Warriors won last night. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Ready for this? 125-90. We'll call it in. We'll call it in shortly, of course. There it is. Nice job, Youngtown.
I was going to say, the Warriors are now undefeated when Bob Myers is on the broadcast.
You know what? The other thing that made it feel big was Mike Breen. Mike Breen on a Wednesday night.
Bang!
I mean, he's the guy's got, I heard him I get in my car and I heard him, I got in right as his interview with Papa and Lund was starting. And I was like, yeah, listen to Mike Breen. You know what I mean? The sheen of a Mike Breen. The polish of a Mike Breen, who does your Knicks games, by the way.
Oh, Mike Breen's fantastic.
Yeah.
One of the best in the business.
And he's obviously, he has that broadcaster code thing with Papa. He's calling him G. He's all chill, too. He's like, well, I'll tell you G, Anyway, for people who don't know, and Scott Van Pelt had this stat up immediately after the game, and it's made you laugh out loud. Big, giant blasting stat. Warriors become first team in NBA history to follow 50-point loss with 30-point win. Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Warriors basketball.
Yeah. It's like, well, first of all, how many people lose by 50? You know what I mean? It only happens like a handful of times all year, right?
And then to bounce back 48 hours later and get a 30-point victory. I mean, it does kind of show the kind of nonsense that is the NBA regular season.
There you go. Good call. In fact, excuse me, Tom, while we're on the top, why don't we call it in right now, man? I feel the need.
Well, Murph,
I feel the need for speed, yeah.
Here's the thing. You're not going to be charged for long distance here calling Adam Silver because he was in the building last night at Chase Center.
Matter of fact, you are correct. He tapped him on the shoulder, Bruce Q. Frazier did, with his nicely groomed beard and his silver fox hair. He tapped Adam Silver, and I don't know why Silver was here, just because he, too, was making it an event. I don't know. There it is. And that guy scored 20, by the way, Kuminga. You have the Kuminga there.
Oh, I've got the smoke a doobie little
okay.
Kuminga for
Well,
you.
I'll hear it.
Smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
I'll take that for sure. So he tapped him on the shoulder, and he said, wait a minute, don't you usually call me? He said, yeah, but you're here in person, skinny boy. So put this one in your books. Golden State Warriors 125, Milwaukee Bucks 90.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
That's what the reaction was when Trace Jackson Davis swatted Giannis Antetokounmpo not once, not twice, 3 freaking times.
Count them out. 1, 2, 3.
Twice in one possession that ended with him taking a lob from Steph for a dunk. I have to say, Trace Jackson Davis is what? Is he 22, 23 years old? He's a little older. He spent 4 years in Indiana. I'm going to go ahead and say, has he had a better minute in his life then swatting Giannis twice, then running the floor for an alley-oop lob from Steph Curry.
I mean, Murph, we were joking about earlier this morning. Has Giannis ever been blocked 3 times in a 3-minute span ever in his career?
I mean, maybe when he was like 13, he was just learning the game in Greece or something like that. But, dude, since he's gotten to the NBA, I mean, show me the footage. That was incredible. And that was just impeccable timing.
Yes.
Is what it was. Just a guy who... Don't foul. No, those weren't fouls, brother. Those were not fouls.
And there were huge plays in the game because the Warriors were able to build a 20-point lead in the first half. But in that third quarter, it started to shrink.
Bro.
And next thing you knew, I looked up at the scoreboard, and it was only a 6-point game.
Which in the NBA is 0.
Oh, that's
You know what I mean?
2 shots. And then here comes Trace Jackson-Davis, the back-to-back blocks to dunk down at the other end. That truly changed the momentum of the game and launched the Warriors to that victory.
Without question, TJD gets the man of the match for that. I mean, I know Steph scored 29, Kuminga scored 20, but I'm going with TJD as my man of the match. 15.4 blocks, okay? Also, by the way, he added one a little bit later. And then I'll throw in the series. There was a sequence late third, early fourth where he forced Giannis to dribble off his foot, dribble the ball out of bounds. I'm like, dude, he's so in Giannis's dome. It was incredible. So
I mean, who knew that TJD was a Giannis stopper all along?
It's incredible. Well, listen, we've been talking about a big and length and all that stuff, and that's what he provided last night,
And he's
right?
super athletic, too, which is what I'm love seeing out of guys like Jonathan Kuminga. Moses Moody, I thought, had some great defense versus Dame yesterday. But when you top that up with TJD, the explosiveness, the athleticism, and the rim protection, that's, let's be honest with you, has been lacking the entire season. He has shown glimpses of this throughout the season, just hasn't been getting the minutes, and that's why Steve Kerr, after the game, was talking about getting him more in the rotation.
Yeah, he got 18 last night. It was a plus 20 when he was on the floor, and Kerr said, as they're building up now, and this is what I said yesterday when we were like, oh, the Warriors title contenders, it's the big hit. And I was like, I'm intrigued. I get it. I said, obviously the smart money is no. Mark Spears had said that. But I said, as long as they have this full cupboard and nobody gets hit, like one of the texters said, the margin is razor thin. They can't have any injuries because they are so fragile as constructed, But I am intrigued enough by games like last night and games like when they play the Nuggets down to the very last possession time and time again, and by the rise of Trace Jackson-Davis. And by the way, Steve Kerr would not miss his opportunity. It was Bob Myers' night, right? Bob was balling. I heard Papa made the call, the Dick Vermeil call. He cries. These guys who cry at stoplights is what they say, young Tony. They say that guy cries at stoplights, yeah.
Crying at a stoplight.
That was the old line on Dick Vermeil. They said, this guy, he cries at stoplights, yeah.
Damn.
So, there's some guys who are criers, and Bob Myers a crier. And, the 3 daughters, it was adorable.
That was a cute moment.
Yeah, I think that's what, he said that's what got him.
Yeah.
So then.
I mean, you could even see Draymond. They put Draymond on the big screen, and he did the gesture of him getting chills and him getting shivers when his daughters introduced him.
Really,
it was a cool
really
moment.
sweet, yeah. And so then Steve Kerr doesn't miss the opportunity. The start of the fourth quarter interview, Kerr goes right for the jugular here, yeah.
I thought Trace Jackson-Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
Nice, Steve, nice.
That's a high-quality riff from Steve.
Live, too. Live on the court,
and
fourth quarter.
And to do it on Bob Myers' night also.
Yeah, he did.
It also speaks to the relationship that they have and how close they are and how the team culture and the Warriors culture that has been surrounding them throughout this entire dynasty run.
Hey, very much so. But then again, you know what else? A little bit of truth. As my old man used to say to me, many a truth is offset in jest. Dude, Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, Chris Paul, all Mike Dunleavy guys. And those are all positive additions. All positive additions. So, you start thinking about Myers, you're like, James Wiseman, So
Man, I love
killing Bob.
I love how we started the segment at 6:01 saying, can somebody give Bob some blanking credit? And here we are 8 minutes later, and Murph's like, nah, it's Mike Dunleavy all along.
As they say, two things can be equally true, right? So there you go, man. All right, well, listen, it's going to be a fun morning, a very eventful morning, heavy on the Warriors. But, of course, Giants play the Dodgers tonight down in Scottsdale. We think it's on TV. Big confusion about whether it's on TV or not. It's on Dodgers Sportsnet.
Because it was confusion.
Marcus says he'll stream that and Chromecast it to his TV. I said, you know what? At this point, I'm out.
Murph.
I'm out. I'll go radio at that point.
You
yeah.
got Kyle Harrison versus Shohei Ohtani tonight.
I mean, that's true. But
Landon Roop is making his spring training debut.
You can tell me all about it. It's on the radio.
I'll give you the breakdown.
I'll give you the breakdown. Plus, the Warriors are playing tonight.
That's true.
They're playing the Bulls on TV tonight.
Back-to-back games.
Back-to-back, so for sure. And we narrowly averted a major crisis at KNBR. you know what? Teamwork makes the dream work.
Ooh, tell him, Murph.
Maybe even young Tone, who's now coming on the microphone occasionally, very trepidatiously, though. I'm like, hey, kid, come on. No, I can't. I got to know my role.
Yeah, we're trying
like,
to teach
your role
the
is
kid.
to entertain me, buddy.
That's it. Your role is to make love to that microphone.
All right, there it is, buddy. We'll get the guest list on the other side and get into this Warriors-Bucks game. What is it? Here's the heavy question. What does it mean? Remember the double rainbow? What does it mean? Is this making you feel better about the Warriors' chances to be a title contender? Watch them lose to the Bulls tonight. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Giants shortstop Brandon Crawford. Yes, that's right. He's the former Giants shortstop and new St. Louis Cardinals shortstop. Brandon Crawford stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the end of his tenure here in San Francisco and what he's looking forward to as a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Trace Jackson Davis blocked Giannis. Giannis got it back. He blocked him again. The rookie sends away the two-time MVP. He said, if you're coming at me, you better come correct. Bring better moves than that. Oh, the lob to Trace Jackson Davis. What a sequence. Brandon three. Trace dunking it down. Oh, my goodness. On both sides of the floor, he's had a tremendous impact. The 57th pick in the NBA draft. A laughable miss by talent evaluators in this league. Oh, Draymond corner three. Oh, why not? The biggest lead of the night. So this is going to be the biggest win of the season. 125-90. They win it by 35. And it feels good to get blown out, then blow someone else out. Like, you guys aren't the only ones that can blow people out. We got some of that too.
That was a golden rejoin because it included a classic Fitz scoff. A laughable misevaluation. I love a good Fitz scoff, man. He's scoffing away. TJD. Not PYT, TJD, getting his thing done last night. Very, very, very exciting. We already called it in. Bruce Frazier, he didn't have to call it in. Adam Silver was in the building. Tapped him on the shoulder on his way to the Bridge Club.
And Murph, I got to say, Adam Silver might be one of the easiest guys to recognize and point out at an NBA basketball game.
That's a great call.
Because you can see him from across court.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he literally is Slender Man. Like, he's so skinny, he's so tall, and that big old noggin that's just shining from across the court.
Shining.
Yeah,
absolutely
shining.
Great call. Absolutely great call. Probably, like, if somebody gave you the assignment, you have 1 minute to find Adam Silver in this building, or something, or a building will detonate. You know what I mean? Like Die Hard or something. Bruce Willis.
Yeah,
you'll do it. You'll find him within that minute.
That's it. I want to replace Waldo with Adam Silver.
And then
where's Waldo? Where's Adam Silver?
And you say Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Silver.
Mother Blankers. Yeah.
There you go, man. Well, it was really exciting, really fun. But I did tease that we narrowly averted a major crisis here at work. Holy moly! I just got to tell you, I got to come correct, man. In case you guys notice that I'm more erratic than usual. Because I am erratic, as you know.
You don't say, Murph.
So I made a big fundamental decision. How long ago was it? A few months ago. You know, we have this beautiful coffee machine, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful coffee machine.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
It's
right?
great. It spits out mochas, lattes, cappuccinos, whatever the hell you want. This coffee machine can make for you.
Hot chocolates. Me, I just need a cup of mud, as they say, a cup of Joe, a cup of black. That's all I need. No sugar, no nothing. Just give me
simple man.
A cup of Joe. And so I made a decision a long time ago. I'm just going to not make it at home anymore. Just come in and have piping hot, fresh coffee here. Gives me a chance to get set. I get the coffee going in there. But, dude, today, I'd set my cup in there, start the cup. Dude, what comes out? I can only describe it as, can I use this word? Well, no, I can't. I would just say a cup of urine. What it looked like, yeah.
Oh, Murph.
It looked like the doctor had told you, hey, take this into the John, come out, and we'll figure out what's going on with you.
That's not how I want to start my morning, Murph.
And you guys heard the shriek.
Oh, yeah.
I sounded like a lady who saw, or an old lady who saw a rat. I was like, ah!
There was panic down the hallway.
He's got, of course, young Tone comes running in. What's going on? What do you need? So did John Joe. He came running in, too.
It was all hands on deck this morning.
And immediately, Aaron from the 831, who now lives in Sacramento. That's right.
Where is he?
Aaron from the 831, who now lives in Sacramento. About 2 years ago, when we had a similar incident, sent us a freaking golden glass carafe, a beautiful coffee machine, a coffee pot. And we've had this thing on standing by like a century, this thing's standing by, just waiting to be called. Waiting for, who would be the guy who went the longest in the minor leagues for getting a call-up? Like Trace Thompson.
Oh, I'll give you a Mark Appel out of Stanford. Didn't make his major league debut until like 28, 29 as a first overall pick.
Dude, I want to say all hands on deck. Curly, young Tony, you, me, all of us snapped into action, got the carafe out, filled it up with water, found the coffee beans, were able to load it up, start the machine, and right now I am drinking piping hot coffee. Thank you very much.
Freshly brewed by Murph, Tony, and John Joe Curley himself.
I want to just, before we get to our Hot Warriors takes, get young Tony on the mic here, and he's very tentative. He's like, I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I'm like, dude, I'll tell you if you're stepping on our toes. All right, brother? But I do need, first of all, good morning, young Tone.
Good morning.
That's young Tony, by the way, everybody, in the rectangle there. There he is.
Yeah, Tony got a fresh new haircut,
He did get a haircut. We gave him a little airtime, and he went and got a haircut.
Exactly. He's big time now. He's going all Hollywood on us.
So, anyway, I'd love to hear your version of events, how you heard the whole thing break down. How panicked was I, and how do you think we handled this whole thing?
I was never panicked. We had that coffee pot staying ready like Moses Moody on the bench for the Warriors.
There it is. That's what I'm looking for.
It was perfect. Shout out Coffee Pot Aaron, for real.
Yeah, and by the way, how about the little ad I went into? I went into my phone, and I decided to add a little ambiance. Went into YouTube, and I found a siren sound.
Oh, dude.
And
excuse me, Tony comes back. He walks over to me. I'm at my computer prepping for the show. He goes, dude, you won't believe it. Murph just pulled the ultimate dad move. He pulled out the alarm for the coffee machine. Like, literally, the alarm on his phone started going off.
No. Even better. Not the alarm on the phone. That would have been high tech.
Like police sirens.
I went to YouTube and found a police siren sound.
Oh, that makes it even better.
I wanted to go for the audio gag. I was going for the audio gag.
You're trying to put some extra pressure on the young kid.
I was, yeah, but we handled it, and it tastes fantastic.
Crisis averted.
Well, yeah, not only that, but we got a beautiful pot just sitting there waiting to refill.
I can smell it from down the hallway.
Oh, man. So, listen. So you got Trace Jackson Davis blocking Giannis. Mm-hmm. You got Bob Myers crying, and you got us snapping into action and absolutely dominating the coffee crisis. So right now, today's a win. It's a Thursday.
Today's a high-efficient Thursday. It's a baby Friday,
It's
Murph.
a baby Friday.
The vibes are good right now.
You're drinking afternoon, the whole deal, and all that. Before noon, I should say. Marcus walked 7 minutes home from the Warrior game last night. I continue to be I'm just utterly fascinated by your new life in the city. I can't get enough of it. You walked from your new abode to Chase Center and back. I mean,
it's a 15 commute.
You're living a high-level life right now,
Murph, I had a 15-minute commute to and from Chase Center. And after the game last night, me and the boys went out for a couple of celebration brews, walked over to a Harmonic Brewery, saw JD doing Dubs OT Live, kind of photobombed him in the background.
Did you distract him?
We distracted him. He actually gave us a shout-out live on air last night. And then we had a couple beers, and I was able to walk home within 7 minutes.
I'm going to applaud that right there. That's just... Again, buddy, to quote the guy that says we drink before noon, you are Livin. Mm-hmm. You're living, buddy. You're living. Just like Trace Jackson Davis was living last night. So we want to get into that in this segment here about this performance. How do you block Giannis Antetokounmpo twice in one possession, 3 times in a 2-minute span, and force another turnover? Trace Jackson Davis is what he said after the game.
Well, I mean, Trace is...
sorry. We were going to cut P as in Peter.
Oh, man. We were so efficient this morning,
We are. We get it. We're good. We're good.
Just the biggest thing is he's a great player, first and foremost. But just timing, trying to just time it. I got him twice, and then just running the floor. Whenever we can get those blocks, getting out in transition, having CP and Steph and Clay, those dudes draw to, and then get an easy finish. And so just trying to bring energy to the team.
Timing. He timed it.
Yeah, and he definitely brought energy in that third quarter.
Yeah.
That was a huge momentum shift in the game yesterday, and he stopped the Bucks' run, literally stopped Giannis at the bucket 3 different times. I mean, Murph, we're talking about a Warriors team that had a season-high 13 total blocks last night. It definitely seemed like they were using a different defensive strategy than the one we saw in Boston on Sunday.
Yeah, oh my God, once again, first team ever to follow a 50-point loss to the 30-point win. So he was really the buzz after the game. Steve Kerr goes ahead and says, cut W, Tone. Dude, you're going to see 21 games left. Start changing the rotation, get him more.
Yeah, it'll more than likely be 10. it's hard to play 11. I know we've been playing 11, but if we're going to ramp Trace's minutes up, then it's more likely going to be 10, and we'll just try to mix and match. But we feel like we found some combinations. We've got we're 3/4 of the way through with the season, so we've got a pretty big sample size of the different combinations out there, and so I think we're in a good spot now where we're able to put together the starting group, which has done a great job here the last month or so, and a second group now that we're fully healthy with a lot of really talented players. And you saw that tonight. The bench was terrific.
So he said 10, right? And by the way, he says it's hard to play 11. Try being the coach of a 6th grade school team trying to play 12 kids. And we actually had 13. One kid got hurt. Dude, that's tough. And by the way, trying to play them all, they're all unhappy. They're all unhappy.
Everybody wants to be a starter.
I'm like, bro, can we just be? I said, you have the jersey. There's kids out here watching this game. They want the jersey. You got the jersey.
You got the jersey.
That's what I keep telling them.
You got Coach Murph.
I'm like, you got the jersey, buddy. So anyway, I need young Tony to come give him a speech about know your role. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do. So here's the deal. Counting 10, Marcus. Listen. Mm-hmm. So obviously, Wiggins, welcome back. Right, yes. Starting 5: Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Pajemski.
Welcome back.
Steph Curry, 5. Okay. Klay Thompson, 6. Chris Paul, 7. Okay. Now we're getting into it. Gary Payton, 8.
Has to be in the rotation.
Yes. Now we're getting down to it. If Trace Jackson Davis is 9, then your 10th is either Moses Moody or Kevon Looney. By the way, I just want to get Marcus some sound ready. What does that say for Dario Saric?
Where you see?
Thank you.
Yeah, it means he's outside of the rotation.
Yes, it is.
And let's be realistic, because Dario Saric was really only having success when Chris Paul was in the lineup with him. But we've seen not only what Trace Jackson Davis can do defensively with those blocks last night, but there was also a stretch where Trace Jackson Davis was playing great with Chris Paul in the alley-oop, the mini lob city that we saw a couple weeks ago.
Well, I'm just saying. So is Looney? Is Looney out? He might be. He only played 5:57 last night, 6 minutes last night.
I guess that's the decision you got to make between Looney and Moody.
Yeah, I guess it would be matchup based.
Yeah, that's got to be matchup based. If you're looking for more size, you're looking for offensive rebounds, and you're obviously going with Looney because Moody kind of gives you the same thing that Gary Payton and Andrew Wiggins gives you.
Yeah, but Moody shoots the 3 better than Gary Payton does, and he's bigger. There was a point where Peyton was guarding Giannis last night on a switch.
Well, yeah, really GP will guard anybody.
Yeah. So anyway, that's where we're at right now, guys. Trace Jackson Davis, welcome to the party. And by the way, of those 10, 3 of them Mike Dunleavy pickups in the offseason.
Yeah.
Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, and Chris Paul.
And that's something that we talked about yesterday when we were referencing the David Lee quote and the Warriors being at full squad. It's the first time they've been fully healthy since November, but look how much better that these young guys are playing since November. Kuminga, Pojemski, Moody, all these guys, Trace Jackson Davis, they have all improved a lot since November.
Absolutely. 3 things. 1, we're going to get the guest list in a second. 2, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And 3, did you find that David Lee #full squad I was obsessed with yesterday? Never mind.
Full squad.
On. Let's get the guest list on a Thursday, March 7, 2024. 3/7/24. Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. Boosh, if you're talking to Dallas Braden. All right, what do we got?
Well, at 7:35, we'll be talking to Mike Krukow because the Giants are facing off against the Dodgers down in Scottsdale
interrupting
tonight.
Here. A listener says it is on MLB Network.
See, I thought I saw a commercial, but I thought I was going crazy because everybody else told me no.
I'm trusting you then.
Let's go. MLB Network, Kyle Harrison versus Shohei Ohtani. Landon Root making his spring training debut. We'll talk to Mike Krukow about that at 7:35 today.
It's on KNBR.
Oh, perfect.
There it is.
You get it on the radio. You got it on TV. We'll break down that game with Mike Krukow, get our big hit cooler of content. Then at 8:50, it's a Thursday staple. We're going to check in with Matt Mayoko on all the latest news on the San Francisco 49ers. And then we'll continue on back-to-back interviews, 9:20 this morning. It's the season of the Fitz, not Bob Fitzgerald. Tyler Fitzgerald, shortstop of the San Francisco Giants, stopping by the program 9:20 this morning.
All right, good stuff. Bob Myers was the focus last night. Where does he rank in Bay Area GM history, and does he get the love? How'd you feel about him last night? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
A laughable miss by talent evaluators in this league.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph Curry for three. Come on! Curry's got 17. He knew that was good. They're 12 of 18 on threes. They're on fire right now. They're all throwing fireballs up there.
Man, oh man, what an event last night. Actually not jealous, kind of happy. Actually, I'm definitely not jealous. I was happy I was where I was. You know, we had I'll take you guys inside the Murphy abode. Why not, man? And disciplining kids. So Rory had a little phone violation, was using it, and we told him not to use it.
Ooh, a phone violation.
Yeah.
What are the rules on the phone?
We had to blow the whistle. To come in like Earl Strom with the block. Well, when mom and dad say, get ready for school and get off your phone, that's the rule. The rule's pretty simple.
I understand, Murph.
That's the rule.
I understand.
And Candace found him not getting ready for school and doing something on his phone. So whoop, into jail it went.
What are 12-year-olds doing on their phones these days?
That's a great freaking question. You know what they're doing? Watching this. So we don't give him Snapchat yet or any of that nonsense. Some of the other more advanced 12-year-olds are doing that stuff.
Is he on TikTok?
Young Tone, come on in. What, you think Snapchat?
It's not nonsense. You can communicate with your friends.
Okay.
Send pictures.
Okay, all right. So are you a snapper? Yeah,
I am, yeah. It's not my favorite of the social medias, but...
That's young Tony, by the way.
That's Tony. Now, Tony, how young were you when you first got on social media?
Ooh, I want to say maybe like 16.
Yeah, see, that's more appropriate.
So we're talking about a 12-year-old, and you're suggesting Snapchat. Gotta be careful, Tony.
Thank you. See, I like that. So we told him we'd tell him when he was stepping too far.
That's it.
There it is, right there.
You're stepping on Rory's toes now.
Anyway, the point of the moral of the story is that with him off his phone, he had to sit on the couch with Dad last night. The same kind of geeky dad who plays an alarm sound when we're doing coffee machines.
Alert!
Yeah, so going for the audio gag. That was straight out of Chevy Chase Vacation, wasn't it?
That is such a dad move.
So anyway,
that's a great dad joke, Murph.
But anyway, so he sat on the couch last night and really, for the first time in a while, watched a Warrior game with me, which was very enjoyable. He was asking questions like, who's number 4? He didn't know who Moses Moody was. He looked at the ESPN has the graphic on the bottom of the screen that has the score, and then it has the record and where they are. So it said Golden State 32 and 28, 10th place. 10th place! Oh my God, 10th place. I'm like, yeah. He goes, are they going to make the playoffs? I'm like, see the things you learn when we put your phone away?
Yeah.
You sit on the couch?
Yeah, you're going to find out that 10 teams make the playoffs or the play-in bracket.
So that's what I was saying. I wasn't envious of you being there because I was enjoying my time with young Rory on the couch. However, you were there. I don't want to say playoff, but big game feel?
It definitely wasn't playoff vibes, but there was an energy from the minute that the boys were introduced, and actually some boo birds coming in for Giannis. I didn't think Giannis was a villain here in the Bay Area, but
who knew?
He was being booed when he came out the tunnel. I was hyped to see him on the court after the scare with the Achilles injury.
I saw on the rooftop rip you weren't sure if he was going to play. I was going to tell you, I had
questionable.
Mike Breen had sort of let slip with Papa and Lund. He said, I think they're very optimistic that he'll play.
Oh, I should have checked in with my Mike Breen sources.
You were busy schmoozing with Sarge.
Yeah.
Hey, where were you during the Bob Myers tribute?
I was in the United Club.
All right. So how would you describe it in person?
So it was cool. He got a standing ovation, and then the moment that his daughters took the mic, everybody was locked in. Then they showed Bob's face on the Jumbotron, and he started crying. And it seemed like people were almost getting emotional around me. Like, people were like, oh, this is such a cute moment. Like, how could you not, after seeing his 3 daughters do that intro for him?
Bob Myers.
There it is.
Even Draymond Green was like giving the gesture of, ooh, I just got chills.
If Bob Myers ever needs an agent, Bob Myers was an agent.
Mm-hmm.
And if he needs an agent, it should be Draymond Green. Because Draymond Green, after the game last night, went on and on and on about Bob Myers. Who drafted Draymond, of course.
Correct.
He's the man who called his name.
Mm-hmm.
And so, man, we thought we'd play some of that for you because...
Well, yeah, Murph, he's not only the man that drafted him, he's the same guy that was sitting with him at the Oakland Coliseum after he got suspended in the NBA Finals.
All freaking time. By the way,
him and Bob Myers are boys.
By the way, I told you, I wrote about that recently on a Jock blog, and I went back to reread about that day. He and Marshawn and Bob went to the A's game during the NBA
what a
Finals.
Squad, by the way.
During the NBA Finals, remember? Because he was suspended. He couldn't be in the building, so they went to the A's game. Did you know the A's offered Draymond to throw first pitch that night? He politely declined. Can you imagine that?
That's not a great look.
After kicking LeBron in the nards and getting suspended in the NBA Finals, now throwing the first pitch. Draymond Green. He's like waving. You know?
And Draymond launches one high and outside, like takes out like the elephant mascot.
Or he'd probably...
takes out the hot dog guy.
Draymond would be a headhunter, wouldn't he? He'd buzz you. He'd throw chin music, wouldn't he?
I don't think he'd be afraid to come high and tight on you.
High and tight, Don Drysdale style, right? Anyway, so here's Draymond last night, man. he chose Bob Myers night. You guys think the first cut is the best, right? Cut 18, I believe.
Well, here's the thing we should explain to the audience. Draymond Green was asked one question about Bob Myers and gave a 4.5 minute long answer, Murph.
I mean, this guy, freaking talk about a bromance. Here it is.
It is a true statement in the character of the man that he is, because it's not easy. What he was able to do, he had to manage me often while doing all this other stuff, And when it went right, he was right there. Like, less there when it went right, though. He spent less time with you when it went right. Spent far more time with me when it was going wrong. And most people are the opposite. Most people want to be there when it's good, be there when the flowers are being thrown, be there when it's Draymond, you're great, you're defensive player of the year. That's when most people are there. But when no one wants you around, when everybody's saying, oh, that guy shouldn't be here anymore, when everybody's saying he's the cause of the demise of this franchise and all these things, that's when he's right there. And I couldn't have asked for a special person to spend my first 11 years with, because if it wasn't for him, I'm not sure where I'd be, where my career would have gone. The things that I've learned from him about being a father, being a husband, being a great person, like, I'm not sure I'm sitting here talking to you today without that man.
Damn. Bob Myers saved my life, basically. I mean, my gosh. And that gets into the question of what Bob Myers was and meant to the Bay Area and what he accomplished. Because if I want to be sort of hard-bitten about this, I'm not trying to be a D, but, if you say, is he the greatest architect in Bay Area GM history? Well, he didn't draft Steph Curry.
No.
And and I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying it's just the timing. That's all. It's just a timing thing. He took over. He also technically was not in charge of the Klay Thompson draft.
No, and that's when he joined the staff, but that was also not technically his draft pick.
So
it wasn't until the 2012 draft that he started making his moves.
Believe me, I don't want to come off as a D here. I'm not trying to rip Bob Myers. But I am just saying, like, Bill Walsh basically built a dynasty out of nothing. Mm-hmm. He had a freaking Curly's in construction. Yeah. Do you ever go to a construction site and they're like, yeah, we don't have any hammers or nails today, but let's do something. I don't know. You got some glue, you got some cardboard.
It's different than what we saw from Bill Walsh or even Brian Sabian and what he did with the San Francisco Giants.
Brian Sabian did the balls out move of trading Matt Williams, brought in Jeff Kent. Now, the knock on Sabian is he didn't sign Bonds. Okay? And Barry Bonds is Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, really, when you look at the greatest sort of quote-unquote GMs in Bay Area history, I have to go with Bill Walsh number one. Because even though John McVay did kind of become the GM, Walsh was the guy who built that, and he built it out of nothing. I mean, you could say in the 70s, Al Davis.
I was going to say, what about me, Murph? I'm the GM, I'm the owner, I'm everything. I'm the commissioner, I'm the coach.
You habitually stay on the west side of the bay like we don't exist. But so I will confess, I am a Giants, Niners, Warriors guy. Mm-hmm. I don't always frequently think of the Raiders and the A's.
Well, I was going to say, you throw Charlie Finley into that conversation?
Well, I mean, how are you going to argue with 3 straight championships? It's pretty much inarguable. But then again, he blew the whole thing up. He has to be in the conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to. I mean, and he has to be pretty high up, too.
Correct.
But for me, Walsh, because Walsh built it to last. Walsh not only drafted Montana and Ronnie Lott and all those guys, he's the one who traded for Steve Young.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he built that thing for 20 years.
So he was ahead of the curve, but also you could say the same thing about Bob Myers bringing in Kevin Durant and then getting value out of Kevin Durant, trading him away and turning that into Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
So and then having two-way Wiggs as a potential finals.
So his biggest claims to fame are 3. Yeah, it's drafting Draymond Green, hiring Steve Kerr. I'll give him 4. Drafting Draymond Green, hiring Steve Kerr. That's a big blanking deal there, buddy. Signing Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And then getting Andrew Wiggins in that trade.
And that's what it comes down to me, because I know a lot of people criticize the draft picks of Bob Myers. But to me, it goes beyond the draft picks. It goes to the personal relationship that you hear Draymond Green talking about. Yeah. I mean, that's why we were questioning so much this year when Draymond Green was going through his suspensions, if it had anything to do with Bob Myers stepping away. When we were talking about a Steve Kerr contract extension, we had to know whether or not it had something to do with Bob Myers stepping away.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break and carry this into the other side? Because I see the text lines coming in, 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and, of course, 808-KNBR. was the Myers tribute last night? Did it get you in your feels and make you think about what he meant to you in the Bay Area? And where does he rank all time? Is he up there with the Bill Walshes? Is he up there with me on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
He had to manage me often.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
4 minutes left here. What's been a great third quarter. Oh, what a block from Jackson Davis. And another one. Back-to-back rejections for the rookie. Curry. Dancing, goes inside, throws it up, and Jackson Davis completes it. There's a little rookie rampage, and they're on their feet once again. The lead back up to 11.
There it is. And Young Tone, look at you, buddy. Nice for the Bob Myers rejoin. Did he build the city jerseys? Yes, he did. Nice.
Did he build this city with the pick and roll?
Nice. Very good. Or build that Chase Center in this city. That's what Joe Lacob did. So, big night last night. That's been the focus this morning. Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, Marcus on the stream, YouTube, on Twitch. And there's Young Tony, too, who you can see has been showing up on our microphone every now and then, too.
Young Tony and our guy John Joe in the background.
John Joe. Well, he went by Curly forever. He said everybody calls me Curly. He's our new producer and everything. He wears the slacks and the loafers and all that. But we had told, he said Curly. Then I found out from my cousin. He goes, hey, do you have a guy? Is John Joe working on your show? What do you mean John Joe?
Yeah, you dropped a John Joe on me and I ran with it.
Apparently, I guess when you get out in the neighborhoods, in the avenues, out in the avenues, he's known as John Joe.
Out in my neighborhoods, Murph.
No, well, your neighborhood's Pachero. You had a great line. Marcus had an incredible. I'm so fascinated with this kid's move to the city. He started saying, I got to find a UFC spot. And John Joe says, well, you got to go to Kezar. It's an amazing for UFC. I said, that's not your neighborhood, Marcus. Marcus is going off to get coffee. What'd you say?
Murph, San Francisco is my neighborhood.
I said, that's a mic drop right there. That's a mic drop, buddy. So did Bob Myers build this city indeed? What a night last night for him. If it had a big feel, did a big event feel. Myers in the building, Mike Breen in the building, Giannis in the building. The Warriors putting in this incredible performance, 125-90, and the Trace Jackson Davis arrival, blocking Giannis Antetokounmpo not once, not twice, 3 times in about in 3 and then had him dribble off his foot one time, followed up with 2 alley-oop dunks, or one oop, one driving dunk. On the driving dunk, left-handed, Giannis came over to defend and just let it go. I mean,
Murph, who knew that the D in Trace Jackson Davis stood for defense?
Seriously, man. So
that was a dad joke. I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay. One day you may be a dad.
That's it. We were going dad jokes earlier. I wanted to throw that one out there.
Right. So we asked the question, did Bob Myers get his flowers last night enough? Did you get in your feels? How you feel about him and where he ranks all time? We kind of kicked it around last segment about Bill Walsh probably being the ultimate carpenter, building from scratch and nothing. Al Davis definitely gets a lot of run in that conversation. Marcus brought up Charlie Finley. When you build 3 straight World Series championships, you got to get some kind of love. But he's viewed as a villain because he blew the whole thing up when he could have kept it together, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then we also brought up Brian Sabian and the success he had with the Giants, Murph, and where he ranks on that list, in your opinion.
And I said, obviously, he's very, very high, getting 3. But one of the biggest things, 97-03 was a glorious run, but he did not sign Barry Bonds. Somebody on the text line hit me and said, Bonds is a 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line said, don't make that comp. Bonds is not Curry. Bonds didn't bring any championships.
Ooh.
That shot's fired now.
Damn.
That shot's fired.
Barry Bonds catching ricochet shots this morning.
Baseball players not bringing championships is a thing. Ted Williams, was he a bum? Mike Trout, was he a bum?
Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on the same team, not even making the playoffs together.
Is Don Mattingly a bum?
Oh, come
You
on.
know what I mean?
Don't do Donnie
Is
baseball
Tony
like that.
Gwynn a bum? Rest in peace. By the way, how do you feel about Donnie Mattingly's new beard?
Dude, I was going to say,
Incredible.
I thought you were debuting the silver beard.
I know, it's just,
Donnie baseball looks like a whole nother person.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He looks like he had some sort of legal troubles and had to come back under a new identity. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And he's saying, no, my name is Matt. My name is Matt Donningly. You know what I mean? Like he's coming back under a new identity. Aren't you Don Mattingly? No. I'm Matt Donningly. I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it was almost like when Bobby Valentine put on the fake mustache in the dugout. It's like Don Mattingly went in with the whole fake beard and came out with a new persona.
925 says, I have to say Al Davis is the greatest GM architect in the history of the Bay Area. He branded the silver and black as a global force, not to mention what he did for the NFL as a whole, and he was controversial. He was a maverick, and that's part of his lore. Those are all great arguments. They really, really are. Are you guys a global force?
Oh, definitely, Murphy. You can go across the country. When I took my little...
Or the world.
I took my rendezvous out to Europe, and when I was out there, I saw plenty of Raider hats. It was actually funny. The Raider hats were one of the few hats that they had like at their sporting stores. Now, granted, this is right after Straight Outta Compton, the movie came out, and everybody started wearing Raider hats again, but... Going back to the NWA days, going back to the Al Davis heydays, the Raiders shield is definitely a global brand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'd say Niners, too. I mean, the NFL now, I would say this. I'd say Al and the Raiders became global before the NFL did. Like, the NFL is now global. It's full-on global. Well, hell, they're playing games in Europe every year, right? Multiple games.
They're going out to Germany.
Bro.
Brazil.
Yeah. They're going to freaking South America, and we got Australian punters. By the way, I was just talking to John Joe about our shared ancestral homeland of Ireland. And did you know that there's a wave of Irish kickers invading the nation now? It started with the Packer punter. What's his name? Dan Whelan, I think. Dan Whelan, the Packer. You guys aren't down with your Packer punters?
Sorry, no.
Getting blank stares from everybody.
I can give you a Carlson, their kicker, but I don't know their punter.
Nice miss, by the way.
Yeah,
by
Anders Carlson.
That was a key miss.
Younger brother of your guy, Daniel Carlson.
Yeah, right? Who I drafted in the 10th round famously, and then wound up making the championship anyway. Yeah. But anyway, a bunch of Irish kickers inspired by Dan Whelan are coming over, and they're getting tryouts and they're getting gigs. They're coming from Gaelic football, which is where it involves heavy kicking and involves long kicks through goalposts.
Makes sense.
And so there's this whole wave of, anyway, shout out the wave of Irish kickers. Who knows? Maybe, you ready? Maybe by the time Jake Moody flames out next year, we may get one. You know what I mean? Oh.
You stole my Jake Moody riff.
Oh, there it is, buddy. There it is, man. Oh, 209 coming in hard. Ooh, I don't even think I should read that one.
He says, read it.
He says, I see a Raiders logo and I think criminals.
Damn right.
Dude,
we're here to intimidate you. I'm here to take your lunch money.
Wow.
I mean, Murph.
Wow, jeez. I see a Raiders logo and I think
Let's go behind the glass.
Shot.
No, because this has been brought up a couple times because every once in a while, I'll come into work with a Raiders hat. And there's been days where I've been wearing like a flannel T-shirt and a Raiders hat, and Murph will tell me, like, you look like a whole nother person. You look like a criminal.
I have not said that.
And Murph is out here profiling me because I'm a Raider fan.
Oh, man.
You see what I got to go through, Murph?
530 says, shout out going to private school on a Barry Bonds scholarship. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. 6-2. Anyway, the point is that we're asking where Bob Myers fits in. And again, he didn't draft Curry. He was in the building but did not call the shot on Klay Thompson. So he doesn't get credit for the Klay Thompson. He gets credit for drafting Draymond Green.
Harrison Barnes.
He gets credit for drafting Harrison Barnes. He gets credit for arranging the Kevin Durant deal. He gets credit for hiring Steve Kerr. He gets credit for the Andrew Wiggins deal. And then I think mostly he gets credit for holding those gigantic, well, I say gigantic egos. I think one of the keys to the Warriors dynasty was that Curry and Klay do not have gigantic egos.
Yes.
And I remember saying this once, and Bob Fitzgerald was very excited. I said, I think maybe the most underrated key to the whole Warrior dynasty is Klay Thompson's personality. Like, look at Scottie Pippen. Like, as a number two, dude, he's still pissed.
To this day.
Dude, he's doing a tour, like, right now. Did you hear this?
Oh, dude.
It's called No Bull. You know what? Maybe we should get him on. Well, I don't know. Is it a waste to get him on because he's just same thing over and over again?
Well, now he's got beef with like Michael Jordan's kid because he's dating his ex-wife. Like that whole situation
I think they broke up,
is
bro.
extremely messy.
I
broke
think
up?
they broke up.
Oh, R.I.P.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that Scottie Pippen, there was tension because he didn't think he got his love as a number 2. Tension with Clay? Are you kidding me?
Non-existent.
The only tension is the pressure he puts on himself in the last year or so, right?
Yeah.
By the way, how about Clay's boat hit yesterday?
Oh, phenomenal. That's when I knew it was going to be a good day.
Right.
When I saw the video of Clay driving across the bay, and then we played the audio the other day of Draymond Green saying that Clay had to save him and pick him up when the Bay Bridge was shut down. Like, I knew it was going to be a good night for the Warriors.
Talk about, again, quote-unquote, changing the narrative on the doom loop of San Francisco Bay Area. Clay was out there as a one-man tourism board yesterday. He kept saying, look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this. Unbelievable, man.
I mean, we got Clay on the bay. We got the water boy on the rooftops. The city's at an all-time high right now,
Exactly.
Murph.
And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Want to tell Giants fans that Joe Rizzo is going to join Papa and Lund at 12:30 today.
Hey,
and the
Joey
game's
Ritz.
on. Game's on tonight at 6 o'clock on KNBR.
Let's go.
On KNBR. So anyway, back to Bob Myers and where he ranks. And here's what Draymond says, Z13, Young Tone. I said, maybe forget about the personnel. It's keeping them together and motivated and pulling on the same rope and having the people skills to not let the thing implode.
You talk about this franchise and this dynasty that's been built, and so oftentimes it's the players that are mentioned. You know, it's Steph, it's Clay, it's myself, it's Loon. You know, it's so oftentimes you get the players get the credit. But the work that Bob did, and by the way, it's not putting the teams together. You know, for a basketball savant like Bob, that's the easy part. It was the work that he did on the relationships. Every single day being in here, building relationships from top to bottom, from the best player to the worst, from Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, Kirk Lacob, Steve Kerr, Raymond Ritter, on to a community, like from top to bottom, the relationships, the work that he did on relationships every day was one of my biggest takeaways in working with Bob.
Hey, man, you heard that name right in the middle of it all, Raymond Ritter.
Yeah.
Key part of the dynasty, by the way.
I mean, he's the guy that holds it all together, Raymond Ritter.
Yeah, he does. Somebody asked Jerry West's role. It was on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 650 said, what about Jerry West's role in helping Bob Myers? Definitely something you have to think about. He was with the Warriors until 2017. So he was around for hiring Steve Kerr. He was around for drafting Draymond. He was around for Andre Iguodala, which has been brought up on the text line.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up, whether it's trading for him in 2013, I believe it was, or the fact that they were able to convince him to become the sixth man after being an all-star earlier in his career.
So, I mean, again, I'm not like, I love Bob Myers. I'm a huge Bob Myers fan. I'm not trying to denigrate him, but we are ranking. This is what Jim Harbaugh said to us one time on one of our shows. We were asking him to compare. He said, I don't like doing comparisons. You know, the very act of comparing means you have to denigrate one thing next to another. And he goes, I find that odious. That's what he said.
Odious.
O-D-I-O-U-S. Tough word.
That's a big word.
Yeah, I know. That's a good crossword word.
That's a good Scrabble word.
Yeah. Ooh, that'd be a hell of a Scrabble word. Anyway, Draymond then talks about, do you retire Bob Myers in the rafters? Z17, Young Tone.
That's the same guy who, when I was suspended for Game 5, didn't come to the game. He came and sat with me and watched the game. You know, and such a special, special soul. And I think, you know, we've all been able to learn from him and to see him be celebrated tonight the way he should have. You talk about jerseys getting retired and all those things. His name will be up there in the rafters with what he brought to this organization when no one believed that this organization could be anything. I was a Bay Area native who came back after spending 20 years in LA to take the franchise that he watched growing up, that he would go sit in the 200 seats with his dad just to watch a game. It was him that had a vision and a belief that I can go back there and lead a charge in taking a franchise to the promised land, the laughing stock of the NBA when he came back here.
They always say, find someone who looks at you like so-and-so. find someone who talks about you like Draymond Green talks about Bob Myers.
I mean, I can't remember last time anybody gave a 4.5-minute answer on the water boy and how great of a person I was.
You imagine? Yeah, I can give you 4.5 on Marcus.
Yeah.
Right. I can give 4. If Young Tone delivers, I'll give 4.5 on him.
I was going to say, maybe Dallas Braden could give us 4.5 on Boosh.
On Boosh, exactly. So here's the thing I'd say here at 8:05. He's overrated. He says Bob Myers is massively overrated. No,
massively
he's not.
Overrated with his 4 title rings and his 2-time NBA Executive of the Year.
Yes, of course it takes a village, and Jerry West played a role in it, and drafting, the previous regime drafted Steph and all that. So, but no, what he just talked about Draymond did, the ability to keep everything together, and Draymond's a ticking time bomb.
Yes.
He said he had to manage me.
I mean, look at
a lesser GM might have let that thing implode.
Look at the issues that Draymond Green had this season once Bob Myers left the team. And who knows if there's a direct correlation, but to me, it felt like there definitely was.
Yeah.
When you don't have Bob Myers as, I don't want to call him the babysitter of Draymond Green, but based on what you just heard from Draymond, how strong that relationship was. And it just wasn't his relationship with the players, with Draymond, with Steph, with Clay. It's also him being the middleman between Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob. We hear stories about after he walked away from the team last offseason about how Joe Lacob would call him 20, 30 times per day, Murph.
Thought about
just
that.
constantly in his ear each and every day. And he had to be that middleman between the front office and between Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, and the entire organization.
Yeah, I told you, he's definitely up there. But if it's the harsh game of ranking, I would put him behind Walsh and Al Davis. And I think I would, I'm doing this kind of off the top of my head. I didn't break this down, but I think I would put Sabian ahead of him, even though it's 3 versus 4. And here's my reason why, is that Sabian built two I don't want to say dynasty, but 2 great eras. 97 to 03, even though they didn't win a World Series, was a great era in Giants history. They were one of the best teams in baseball every single year. And he, in addition to Bonds, brought you Jeff Kent and Jason Schmidt and all those guys he brought. And then he did it again.
And then he built the farm system for the future.
Yes. So, were there down years in between?
Of course.
I remember we were talking about Bochy. We were throwing flowers at Bochy. Somebody's like, I really love 2017, 18, and 19. I'm like, bro, what do you want, a championship every year? I mean, usually there's a dip after a championship. So, anyway, it was a great night for Myers. It was great to see him get his tribute. By the way, somebody asked me, they said, why were you watching ESPN? First of all, I'll tell you what, it was on the text line. First of all, I didn't know it was on. I thought once it was on ESPN, I didn't think NBC Sports Bay Area had the broadcast.
I'm so confused with all these exclusive rights and who has the game, who doesn't have the game. I don't know.
And second of all, no joke, it was Bob Myers. It was the Bob Myers attraction.
Yeah. And how was he on the broadcast? Obviously, I was at the game, so I didn't get to hear it.
He was solid. He had 2 great lines. One was when Draymond got teed up early. He goes, no. He goes, I came here for a peaceful game, Mike. Came here for a peaceful game. But he had a great line when Myers hit those. I don't know if you'd left the building for your tough commute home. But Draymond hit 2 threes in the fourth quarter. Did you see those? Those were outrageous.
By the way, Draymond Green is shooting phenomenal this year from behind the 3-point arc.
I think I heard 45%.
Over 40%.
Is that right?
Best year of his career.
Well, he hit 2. To push the lead up to like 25 or whatever.
Putting that backpack on, yeah.
Yeah, and the place was going crazy. And Myers had a great line. He goes, he shoots them so infrequently and they're so impactful. He said, when he makes them, it feels like 6. And I was like, that's a great line. It is true. If Draymond hits a 3, it kind of feels like 6.
When Draymond hits a 3, it feels like you're going to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. So he was solid. He didn't say anything outrageous. Like, who's the best color? I mean, a Doris Burke fan right now. I still ride with Hubie Brown back in the day.
Nice.
I like Stan. There's a lot of people who don't like Stan Van. I like Stan Van.
Really?
Well, I guess I'm following the wrong Twitter accounts. Some people, the moment Stan Van comes on, there's a bunch of people on my timeline like, this is the worst.
Well,
I'm like, really?
That's the problem with social media.
Yeah.
Everybody hates everybody.
Yeah,
Murph.
that's true. You go on social media with Bob Myers positivity, they'll shoot you down like a clay pigeon.
Oh, you start praising Bob Myers on Twitter, they're going to start bringing up James Wiseman and Eric Paschal and Jordan Bell, and the list goes on and on. What do you want? Jacob Evans.
You can keep going.
So, Patrick McGraw.
Which is what Steve Kerr said at the start of his fourth quarter review last night. If Kerr was calling into the show right now to rank Bob Myers on his GMs, he wouldn't rank him very high because Trace Jackson Davis came in, blocked Antetokounmpo 3 straight times, and then Kerr did the fourth quarter interview.
I thought Trace Jackson Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
That's a great riff.
Yeah.
But also, in the same sentence, can somebody give Bob some blanking credit for drafting Jonathan Kuminga? Because now he's developed. I know people at first were like, oh, Kuminga's a bust. Same thing about Moses Moody. But now these guys are starting to develop. That still falls under the Bob Myers umbrella.
Yeah. 510 says, don't forget Iggy, finals MVP. By the way, it was always my impression Andre Iguodala didn't like that nickname, Iggy. Isn't that right?
Ooh,
Does he?
I'm not aware of that.
Is he not? I don't know.
I thought Iggy was pretty universal.
I know. I thought he didn't like that. Anyway, 707 says, wasn't Jerry West the person that convinced the Warriors to fire Mark Jackson? Yes, of course, Jerry West played a big role. Of course he did, for sure. And 925 says, Bob Myers did a great job managing an inherited team. The Warriors don't win 4 championships without Steph and Clay, so a little bit of qualified praise there. So
but when it comes to adding pieces, whether it's Kevin Durant, whether it's flipping Kevin Durant, turning it to Andrew Wiggins, whether it's adding a guy like Gary Payton Jr. to the squad, I mean, even adding guys like Jordan Poole, even though it wasn't successful, drafted Festus Ezeli, drafted Kevon Looney, like there were some good pieces in some of his draft classes.
Yep, for sure. And 209 says Myers is an iconic NBA GM next to the best, Jerry West, for sure. And by the way, people wanted me to comment on Steph Curry's golf celebration. Yes, I saw it. Young Tony's a golfer. My immediate thought was he must have played Cal Club today because that's where he plays. Shout out to the good people at Cal Club down there.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what you're talking about.
No joke about that.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
So I was wondering, like, why was he in the mood to do that? There was no golf people in the building. Tiger wasn't in the building or anything. Rory McIlroy wasn't in the building. I think he must have been at the range earlier today.
Just taking some swings, Murph.
All right, guys. Well, there it is. There's your Bob Myers review from last night. We called in the big win. On the other side, we got to get into the Niners. There's still chatter. Free agency starts Monday. All right. And if you missed some of the stuff Dante Whitner said about Steve Wilkes, it's pretty interesting. And can they keep the band together? There's still more opinions out there. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I thought we could avoid that. I came back for a peaceful game, but Draymond.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's Sports Leader.
Our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. And Steve, you want to tell us about what happens when you can't pay your taxes?
People feel like they're drowning. They don't know what to do. They're in a panic. They envision all kinds of horrible things happening to them. None of those bad things have to happen if you know what to do. We know what to do. We've been dealing with this for years. If you can't pay your taxes, and a lot of times not filing returns goes along with it, call us. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll go over all your options. You have a lot of rights. You have a lot of options. We've dedicated our professional lifetimes to this. We want to do everything for you. We'll explain all the options, and we'll listen to you. We'll listen to your needs. We'll talk. And then, if you'd like us to, we'll go ahead, and we want to do everything for you. So you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. It's true with the state as well. And then what we want to do is we want to take your tax problem away from you and give you back a normal life. All you have to do is call us.
All right, Steve, for sure. And how do you call them? You call 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
2nd and 10, Niners up 3-0. Purdy going to throw a double pass. Back to Juwan Jennings. A throwback across the field to McCaffrey. He's got it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC enter the Dragon, baby. 6 points on a trick play.
There it is, man. The sounds of 49er football always on our minds. Probably get fined. We should fine ourselves if we don't talk 49ers at some point every day.
Murph, we got to enter the Dragon ourselves with the little 49er talk.
Dirty little secret, never seen the movie. Only seen the clips, of the Chuck Norris. It's where Kareem, right? Where Kareem gets kicked in the stomach and all that and all that.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't never seen it start to finish. That's my bad. It's my bad. I got to come correct on that.
Now, I want young Tony yelling at Murph about Enter the Dragon.
Yeah,
same
you
way
can.
you were
Go
yelling
ahead, buddy.
at him about Pat.
Now,
I don't think Tony's seen it either.
Young Tony, you want to come on the mic right now? Have you seen Enter the Dragon?
Definitely not.
Not in this repertoire.
When again, and we're working towards a bit of what did young Tony learn today or not know today. Do you know who Bruce Lee is? Let's ask that.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Be as water.
Okay. Be as water. Very good. All right. Can the Niners be as water as they slither through this salary cap situation? We wanted to talk about some of the talking points here. I'm excited for the draft, first of all, because they have picks.
Because they actually have a first-round draft pick for the first time in, 3 years almost?
Yeah. And so I'm, I thought the obvious thing was O-line. That's what I thought. And I've had many other opinions come and say, no, they need other things, brother. And they keep talking about an edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa. I'm like, well, that's going to be hard to find at 31, right? Drake Jackson was supposed to be kind of that guy.
Oh, Drake Jackson.
Chase Young's they're saying Chase Young's going to get a contract probably fairly sizable. And the other part is, do you want Chase Young back? Dirty little secret was, the whispers Mike Silver wrote about that he was not total commitment guy, snap to snap in Washington. That's why Washington was willing to get rid of him in their rebuild. They kind of came to fruition.
Well,
Santa Clara.
We had Kyle and Steve Wilkes publicly call out the defense and their lack of effort, and everybody circled those Chase Young plays in that first half against the Detroit Lions when the Lions ran all over that 49er defense. So that definitely raised a red flag, and I don't know how Chase Young personally felt about being called out. Now, Chase Young did have a good game in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe so good that he will get a paycheck from another team, but he's one of these guys that was predicted as a premier pass rusher, really hasn't lived up to that draft status in his NFL career, but somebody's going to give him a bag this offseason. I think it's unlikely that Chase Young is coming back.
Cleve Farrell is a free agent, and I would be wise to sign him back, but he's more a run stopper than a pass rusher. I don't know if Drake Jackson can make that leap, and I don't know what they can find at 31 or in the second or third rounds. They drafted that kid out of Georgia last year, Robert Davis, who knows sometimes you develop guys. That's kind of the idea. Look at all their late-round draft picks, right, who have developed. George Kittle, Talanoa Hufanga, on and on.
Fred Warner.
Yeah, Fred Warner.
Trey Greenlaw.
Warner's third round. Do you consider I consider the cutoff kind of third round. Through my many years on the Bees, like if you're top 3 rounds, I feel like you're kind of, I don't want to say elite third rounder, but you're notable.
I guess you're right.
I would say the hinterlands begins from the 4th round on.
Because that's when day 3 starts. And it's always those day 3 draft picks if you're able to hit on them.
Oh, by the way, that used to just be in one day.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
You're not going to get one day.
So,
get ready for a whole weekend now, Murph.
But I would say, so late round draft picks to me are 4th onward. I mean, Joe Montana was 3rd round, right? But so O-line to me was it. But again, I'm hearing edge rusher. And Dante Whitner, being a DB, came on with us yesterday, and Boosh over here asked him, cut D, Delta, that what do they need? Here's Dante Whitner's grocery list.
I think you always have to go defensive back. You can never have enough good defensive backs. I think they're going to definitely have to go linebacker, being that Drake Greenlaw went down with the Achilles injury. I think they need another pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa, somebody that can get linear, get skinny, with wiggle that can get to the quarterback consistently. And then on offense, I think they need a right tackle, and they need a speed receiver, somebody that can take the top off the defense consistently. We didn't see that from Danny Gray. He kind of fizzled out, and they were expecting that from him. So somebody that can get vertical. Maybe that kid from Texas that just ran 4.221.
There it is. So he pretty much covered everything except for quarterback and running back, right? And tight end. But he said he went O-line, receiver, D-line, linebackers, and D-backs, right?
Sounds like Dante thinks they need a lot of help.
It's interesting, though. He said you can never have enough D-backs. When I covered the Niners, George Seifert used to say you can never have enough D-linemen. And Seifert once said if he could, his ideal roster would be 53 D-linemen. That was his ideal team.
Well, look at the way that John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the 49ers have constructed this roster. Since the moment they showed up in town, whether it's drafting Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, Nick Bosa, like they've put a huge emphasis on the defensive line.
And I support that. I agree with that. And I think that's, I mean, who am I to tell Dante Whitner he's wrong, but I would put D-line over D-back.
Yeah, and then look at what they did after giving Nick Bosa the highest paid contract on the defense side of the ball in NFL history. First day of free agency last year, they go out and bring in Javon Hargrave, who was listed as one of the best interior defensive linemen available on the free agent market, which begs the question, after seeing them go out and get Hargrave last year, the year prior they went out and signed Charvarius Ward in the offseason. I mean, we talk so much about the salary cap and whether or not the number's real or if it's not. I'm curious to see with the increase of $36 million if John Lynch is back active again in free agency this year. If we're talking about maybe pairing him with an edge rusher, there's Danielle Hunter out there for the Minnesota Vikings. There's Brian Burns for the Carolina Panthers. There's Josh Allen, the defensive end outside linebacker from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, those are big-name pass rushers on the free agent market.
You're getting me excited.
Maybe John Lynch goes after one of those guys.
Yeah, you just kind of got me all titillated. I'd take those guys. In fact, in terms of the cap, Mike Lombardi came on with Papa and Lund, and from his view, he thinks the Niners have a lot of room.
The 49ers are working with exactly
David Lombardi.
$96.6 million. That's their adjusted salary cap. So the NFL's salary cap is $255.4 million. But remember, the 49ers ran a bunch of restructures around week 1 before they played Pittsburgh, and they freed up about $40 million of space this past year, and everybody was saying, what's that for? Well, most of it was for carrying over because unused cap space carries over. So 36 of that $40 million was unused, and it carried over from 2023 to 2024. And then you have incentives that counted against the cap last year but were not earned. You get those back as a credit. So they got about $5.7 million back as a credit. So it adds up to $296.6 million, which is actually the largest adjusted cap in the NFL, which to me is remarkable. The 49ers have the most cap room out of, or the most, not most cap room, the most cap to work with out of any team.
Yeah, my apologies. David Lombardi, not Michael, but there it is, man. Now, David is a very positive guy, but he's talking numbers. So I assume the math works. So that means they could go get the guys that you just mentioned.
Yeah, one of these pass rushers, or I know Dante was mentioned about the defensive backfield. Jalen Johnson from the Bears was a guy that's name popped up a lot at this year's trade deadline.
Him, though, didn't they?
So that would be a tag and trade situation. Same thing with a guy like L'Jarius Sneed. I heard Papa yesterday talking about stealing him away from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow, jeez. He got franchised too, didn't he?
He did get franchised tag, so that'd also be a tag and trade.
I would take that guy in a million years. I would take him every day. Mike Florio, a little controversial. I mean, sometimes his takes are a little out there. But John Joe wanted us to bring this to the table. He, as a producer, he was hot on this cut. You tell me. That Mike Florio's saying that if Ayuk wants an extension, it's going to cause the Niners problems.
You be the judge.
I told you guys, my spidey sense tells me that they're keeping this thing together. Like that, I feel like that's the momentum from all the intelligent people. Florio has a more explosive take here. Yes.
So I think they'd like to get through this year with Brandon Ayuk where he is, and then deal with it next year. Because I think next year is the year you got to make choices. Is it going to be Kittle gone? Is it going to be Debo gone? Is it going to be Ayuk gone in free agency? Because next year they got to deal with Brock Purdy. So I think they'd like to keep the band together for one more year before they make hard decisions. If Ayuk wants his deal now, it might force them a year early to make tough decisions.
I don't know about that. Again, now, I've said this a million times, and none of us became sports fans to talk about salary cap and business and all that stuff. But it's reality. And it's what chews up the offseason now, other than free agency starting on Monday, which is very exciting, by the way. We'll be on the air Monday at 9 a.m., and there might be some stuff breaking right away.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about the legal tampering period on Monday, Murph.
Can't wait to find you a quarterback down in Sin City, buddy.
Yeah.
I know. Are you
Raider Nation,
are you guys actively shopping for a quarterback?
I mean, there's been links to Russell Wilson. There's been links to Justin Fields. I've heard Kirk Cousins' name thrown out there. Like, that's one thing we haven't touched on too much.
To the Raiders.
Dude, how about the NFL quarterback carousel that's going on this offseason? Like, there's a lot of moving bodies. We brought up the other day the report about maybe Trey Lance going back home to the Minnesota Vikings.
Anyway, we'll talk to Matt Mayoka today at 8:50, but I kind of feel like
also,
even if Ayuk gets his deal, I think they can keep the band together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree. Again, I'm no capologist, but I'm going to say I think if Ayuk gets his deal, they can keep the band together.
Yeah, I think John Lynch is smart enough to work out those contracts, whether or not it does cross over with Debo's contract or not. But Murph, real quick, since we're on the topics of quarterbacks, does keeping the band next year together include Sam Darnold as a backup? Because he signed a one-year deal. Now we're talking about who's going to bring in behind Brock.
You're talking about the market. He's going to need to go out. Listen, for himself, he's a young man. He's got to go see what the marketplace has. Mm-hmm. Somebody going to offer him a starting job somewhere?
I would assume so after all the quarterback play we saw last year.
If someone offers him the chance to compete for a starting job, that's a hit because he has no chance at the starting job here. Mm-hmm. That's our guy who's going to get married in a tractor. You know what I mean? And just like the sweetest guy in the history of the world, Brock Purdy. Everybody loves him. So I would think, and I heard Papa saying he really wants Darnold back, and I get it, but if I'm Darnold, I'm looking around for a gig.
Yeah.
So,
which brings up the question: who's going to be the backup
Right.
for Brock Purdy next year?
I'm Jimmy G.
There's a good-looking Italian out there.
Whoa,
you talking Italian?
Jimmy G, back in red and gold.
Somebody hit us on the text line with, "Whoa, you talking reunions?" Yeah. So, and I don't see him as a Brandon Crawford threat to Marco Luciano. By the way, Marco Luciano, can I get a Zaza?
Oh man, where's his batting average, Murph?
Where is he? I mean, dude, I was talking. Dude, the more people. Nick Ahmed, by every passing day, becomes more and more entrenched as the starting shortstop.
We're like
for the
2
Giants.
weeks into spring training. Give the kid some time.
I don't know. Maybe it's the right move. It might be the right move. Anyway, there it is, guys. Little Niner chalk for your head. Mike Krukow is next. Of course, we love it. Thursday night baseball, Giants-Dodgers on MLB Network, on KNBR. TV game Saturday. Krukow going to be on your TV Saturday. Let's go. Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow is always brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Talk about a great deal. Giants-Dodgers on your radio and TV tonight, and Giants on your TV Saturday with this man, Mike Krukow. Kruk, is it true? Are you on a broadcast Saturday?
No.
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna walk that one back right now. Let's take two. Good morning, Mike.
Hey,
Okay.
good morning, Mike.
Sorry, I really want to be.
Oh man.
I think we're gonna. Okay, that's on me. That's a personal foul. I'm now gonna walk this back and say it's a Thursday morning, and Mike Krukow's on the Uma guest line. Mike, we got Giants Dodgers tonight. How exciting is that? Good morning.
Yeah, and I want to be watching too. I mean, they just haven't been on TV very much, and I'm getting guys calling me up. Tim Kawakami says, "Can you come on my podcast and talk about the Giants?" I said, "I haven't seen enough of them. I haven't seen them. And I just over the years, I'm not going to repeat something that I'm hearing, through the newspaper or on TV or whatever. I really, if I'm going to recommend a player or get excited about a player, I want to see that player. And there just haven't been enough games on TV. So this weekend, actually tonight and tomorrow and Saturday. So they're going to be on TV a little bit. which my first game is going to be the 25th of March.
Okay.
So the rest of the spring, I'm just going to be doing what you're doing, watching it from the sofa.
That's just for the record, that will be the first of the 2 Bay Bridge Series games. That one's in Oakland, and then they play at home in Oakland on the 26th, and then they fly to San Diego for the opener on 3 weeks from today.
Yeah, and Mike, I know it's just spring training, but I'm getting excited tonight to see Shohei Ohtani and Dodger Blue face off against Kyle Harrison. And again, it's spring training, so I'm sure we're going to get 3 innings match maybe out of Kyle Harrison. But I want to ask about him ending his season last year with 5 shutout innings against the Dodgers and how he can use that as kind of a springboard going into spring training this year.
Well, those 5 innings were huge. Look, when you're a big league pitcher and you're transitioning from the minor leagues to the big leagues, you have to prove it that you belong there. And the most important person that you have to impress is yourself. You have to believe that you should be there. That's the only way you can come up to the big leagues. You got to be ticked off that they held you down there an extra day in the minor leagues. When you show up, you better have some attitude, and you better have a deep belief, not just a little belief. You better believe sincerely that not only do you belong there, that you, by God, should be a true candidate for the All-Star team. I mean, that's just the attitude you have to have. So these outings in spring training, especially when you're going to go up against a team like the Dodgers, and I don't know if they're going to stack up the big 3, Betts and Freeman and Ohtani. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. I mean, everybody in that lineup is formidable, and you have to be able to especially if you're going to be a Giants pitcher, a starter, you've got a deal. You've got to go out there and you have to do well. You want your fan base to believe that every time you go out there against the dreaded rival, that you're going to give your team a chance to win. So this is a very important start to gain personal confidence and gain the confidence of your fan base for Kyle Harrison.
Got to ask another one about Kyle, Mike, and that is strike throwing versus walks. Is that a primary concern of yours for him? Is that something that is a primary concern for Brian Price? I mean, obviously you don't want to walk anybody, but I guess my question is that something that's a red flag for him?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a red flag in his ability to get people out. I mean, he still has shown that he can put himself in a hole and pitch out of it. It's just that, it's a red flag with how many pitches you're going to throw. I mean, you don't want a starting pitcher to hit the 80, 90 pitch level in the 4th inning. And if that consistently happens, then, you have to go back down. You got to go figure, how to be more consistent, have a better command of your arm stroke, and that you can throw more quality strikes. The one thing that Kyle Harrison is learning is it's not just enough to throw strikes. You got to throw good location strikes. I mean, that's the difference between the minor leagues and the big leagues. I mean, that's the difference between high school and the big leagues. I mean, when you first start out pitching, you just want to throw a strike. But when you get to the big leagues, it's more to that. You got to be able to put it where you want it. You got to be able to pitch to a weakness. You have to be able to mix your movement by changing grips. I mean, that's what the big leagues is all about. And that's basically what Kyle Harrison has been trying to learn. But I think, he's got such great stuff that he can pitch getting behind in the count and walking, 4 per 9 innings, which is high. I think you should be, if you're going to be an effective big league pitcher, you should be somewhere between 2 and 3 walks per 9 innings. And that's really what his goal is going to be as he goes forward.
And Mike, the interesting thing about Kyle Harrison's numbers last year is that he actually had more success versus righties than he did against lefties. Is there any explanation for that? And is there anything that he can work on over spring training to improve those numbers against lefties?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's the natural movement on his fastball. His natural movement on his fastball has got a little hop that runs away from a righty, and it's really effective up around the letters. And it's a good pitch to the lefties. If you take a look at what really does a man against lefties, it's been the breaking ball because it's been lazy. And one of the goals the Giants have had with Harrison in the last year and a half is how to quicken up that break on the slider. And that's something that you can do just with technique. And that'll be one of the challenges for Brian Price. The other thing, too, is he doesn't really have a changeup that he can rely on yet. So right now it's 2 types of fastball, 2-seam, 4-seam, and a kind of a slurvy slider. You give him a changeup, and it's a pitch that, once you learn the technique, once you learn that you don't choke it back in your hand, you get it out on your fingertips, then you find a grip, whether it be a split finger grip or a circle change grip, but you get it out on your fingertips, it becomes an easier pitch to throw. And then not only do you have the ability to throw it for a strike, but you can throw it with a change of grips, just like you do with the fastball, which gives you a little bit different type of movement. And it actually takes a mile per hour off between the 4-seam grip off a circle change and the 2-seam grip. So that's where he's headed. He's trying to learn that third speed, that third pitch. And if he can do that consistently, and again, if you can't throw it 3-2, bases loaded, tie score in the bottom of the ninth, it's not a pitch you can count on. You have to get to the point where you can rely on a pitch that you can throw it in that situation. So that's going to be his goal as he goes forward.
Looking very much forward to it. He's 22 years old, facing the Dodgers tonight. Super, super exciting. Mike, the other story, it just seems to be, ever since last week, the Brandon Crawford story and all that, is the shortstop race. And it just feels like, Andy Bagley wrote it. I think Shayna Rubin wrote it. I think Shayna Rubin, welcome to the beat, by the way, San Francisco Chronicle. Nick Ahmed just keeps getting mentioned more and more and more. And Marco Luciano is scuffling a little bit. We talked to Dwayne about it yesterday. So one of the things you're going to watch is shortstop, but are you sort of mentally prepared for Nick Ahmed to possibly be the opening day shortstop for the Giants?
Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world because he can catch the ball. He's a very good defensive player. When Matt Chapman put on a Giants uniform, it changed the world for Casey Schmidt. And that moved him from third base over to the shortstop position. And I think he has the ability to play that position. I don't think of him as a platoon player, and that's what he was asked to do, to be a utility last year and platoon. And that's a tough thing to do for a young player. When you get to the big leagues, you want to be comfortable at least in one thing because it's so difficult to hit there, and that's your defensive position. But when you're moving around from third to second to short, that's tough. But if you let him concentrate on one position, I think that he's going to be able to make a statement. I don't know if Luciano can play shortstop at the big leagues. And I don't know if he can leave his bat in the dugout when he's scuffling and not hitting the ball, which is happening right now. If he can't take that glove out to the shortstop position and forget that he's not hitting the ball and concentrate 100% on your glove, I don't know if he can do that. So, these are big questions that they're trying to find out as spring training progresses. Ahmed he's a fail-safe. He's a guy that if they don't have one of these young players step forward, he's going to be there. He's going to be able to play. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I think the Giants want to have one of their own assume that position. And it's really intriguing because for Schmidt, who's been a shortstop or a third baseman his whole career, to move over to shortstop and concentrate fully on that position, I think that's an intriguing story as spring training unfolds. I think he's capable. If he gets hot with a bat, you might see him there.
Something to watch.
If Luciano gets hot, he could still be the guy. But I don't know. If they don't do it, you're going to see Nick Ahmed.
And Mike, just kind of big picture question. How much do you read into spring training numbers? Like, at what point do we have a big enough sample size where you start to get concerned about some of the struggles or even read into some of the success that the guys are having?
Well, one thing I don't get too excited about early on, first week and a half of games, is, guys that you haven't heard of hitting a bunch of home runs. It happens every year. Somebody who's kind of a AAA-and-a-half player lights it up. You don't really have your fastball established as a pitcher. You don't have that little second stage hop that jumps out of your hand and it's the difference between a BP fastball and one that gets big leaguer out. So you give the starting pitchers, and every pitcher for that matter, a little bit longer to establish their fastball, then that settles in. But I do think that there's a point in time where you can really open eyes, but it has to be distributed evenly throughout spring training. If you just are having a guy that just lights it up early, you kind of raise your eyebrow. But if it continues into the middle of spring and then on to the last third of spring, then all of a sudden you got a story. Then all of a sudden you see a guy make a real hard push to be an everyday player and assume a position. And that can happen. There's a couple of stories in Giants camp that could happen. I mean, there's a lot that has to be determined yet in the rotation, in the outfield, in the catching position. So there's a lot of stories that still are big stories in Giants camp.
Last one for you, Mike, because we're going to have this guy on the show later today. Is Tyler Fitzgerald. Susan just wrote a big story about him in the Chronicle. He's played center field for the first time ever last year. Looked great. 6'3", 26-year-old kid, 4th-round draft pick in 2019. I don't know. Do you see any fit for this guy on the roster?
Yeah, absolutely. Because he can play outfield and infield, no question. He's also a guy who's 6'3", that can hit the inside pitch. Remember, the taller the hitter gets, the more guys are going to pound your hands. And last year we saw that he can turn the fastball around right on his hands. I mean, that right there is a huge asset as a guy tries to establish himself at the big league level. But I like him. I mean, I like the fact that he can play the outfield, obviously. He played the infield, left side of the infield. He can play shortstop, center field. I mean, that all of a sudden makes you a hot commodity. And he wants to do it. He's hungry, man. He is a major hunger guy, and you can feel it. He wants to be there, and he will do whatever it takes to be there. He's going to be a big leaguer.
His numbers were outstanding in 2023. It's interesting, the Giants just came out with their top 30 prospects, and he's ranked 21st. I mean, who cares? It's a list, but you'd think he'd be a little bit higher given the chance he might make the roster. But we'll talk to him today at 9:20. We'll get to know him a little bit more. So, Mike, you get to watch the game tonight. You get to watch one Saturday. You get your baseball, and I cannot wait to talk to you next Tuesday. So have a great weekend, Mike.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow getting ready. We're ready to do it tonight. We'll do it. Hey, let's carry this on to the other side, though. Big hit style. Back to the Warriors. Big event last night. Giannis Antetokounmpo getting blocked by Trace Jackson Davis. Warriors posting a 35-point win. And Bob Myers crying. Want to really focus in on the Bob Myers for the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We asked, where does he rank in all-time Bay Area GMs? Is he up there with the Bill Walshes and the Al Davises? Or did he inherit a team and you're not that psyched on what he did? You're just thanking him for managing Draymond Green's temper. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bob Myers.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bang! Mike Breen stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to preview his call of last night's Bucks and Warriors game and to break down whether or not the Warriors are championship contenders. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Trace Jackson Davis blocked Giannis. Giannis got it back. He blocked it again. The rookie sends away the two-time MVP. He said, if you're coming at me, you better come correct. Bring better moves than that. Oh, the lob to Trace Jackson Davis. What a sequence. Brandon 3. Trace dunking it down. Oh, my goodness. On both sides of the floor, he's had a tremendous impact. The 57th pick in the NBA draft. A laughable miss by talent evaluators in this league. Oh, Draymond corner 3. Oh, why not? The biggest lead of the night. So this is going to be the biggest win of the season. 125-90. They win it by 35. And it feels good to get blown out, then blow someone else out. Like, you guys aren't the only ones that can blow people out. We got some of that too.
There it is, man. Last night, a big old party at Chase Center. We've been talking about it since we got on the air at 6 a.m. Good morning, everybody. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher.
Good morning.
Young Tony behind the glass, making his debut on the mic on occasion. He's very tentative about it. Not tentative like Trace Jackson Davis blocking Giannis Antetokounmpo yesterday. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I need a stat. I need an Elias stats and info bureau. How many times Giannis Antetokounmpo has been blocked 3 times in 1 minute?
In the NBA, I'm guessing the answer is 0, Murph.
Yeah, seriously. Honestly, it might have been unprecedented.
And Trace Jackson Davis was that dude last night in the third quarter, had 4 total blocks, the 3 on Giannis, and we talked about it earlier. The momentum shift in this game. When the Warriors built a 20-point lead in the first half, here they were in the third quarter, kind of giving you the same vibes that they gave you a couple weeks ago against Denver, same vibes they gave you when they blew a 20-point lead against the Kings earlier this year. I mean, we're talking about a Warriors team that has blown 15-plus point leads multiple times this year, and the Bucks cut the lead all the way down to 6 points, but it's when Trace Jackson Davis blocked Giannis not once, but twice on the same play, and then went down the court and finished it up with an alley-oop dunk. That changed the momentum, and that's what spring forward the Warriors to that win last night.
Now, I know he's not a starstruck guy. His father played in the NBA, and he played at Indiana for many years, and he got good NIL money. But if he had any chance to fanboy out on his own career, to have a stretch where you block Antetokounmpo twice, then run the floor to catch an alley-oop from Steph Curry, dude, that's like, was he in fantasy camp? You know what I mean?
That's got to be the cold open of his highlight tape for the rest of his life, Murph.
Absolutely. Just like we want to tell you that the cold open is that Mike Krukow is always brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Had to take care of a little business and apologize to Mike for not getting that in at the end of that.
Great job, brother.
Thank you very much. And we'll talk, by the way, Giants baseball, Tyler Fitzgerald at 9:20 today. Hey, back to this. So you were in the building. It felt like a big event. Bob Myers is our big hit, and we'll get into it at 8:08 KNBR. But it ain't official until it gets called in. I've told you guys about those days. On the prep beat, if the phone doesn't ring and the score doesn't come in, it ain't getting in the paper. So Bruce Fraser is our appointed score reporter. Q, the handsome assistant coach, the most interesting coach in the world, with the silver hair and the beard.
The inspiration for Murph's beard.
That is correct. He is my beard inspiration. I did a little maintenance last night too. Can you tell?
It does look a little shorter.
Yeah.
You're not exactly looking like Don Mattingly over here.
Matt Donningly, the alter ego of, because he looks like a whole new guy. He looks like he's under identity protection.
Looked
or
like
something.
he was posing for like a fake ID or something.
My barber's advice to me was Wednesday and Sunday. Maintain.
Oh, twice a week, huh?
Yeah, that was his advice. He said, listen, you can do it. He said, but that's my general guideline. He goes, Wednesday gets you cleaned up for the weekend. Sunday gets you cleaned up for the work week ahead.
See, I'm a big Sunday night, Monday morning. I'll just kind of shave and kind of shape up my beard for the rest of the week.
And you ride it?
But I just ride out the entire week.
So by Saturday, it's the wilds. It's Saturday now, you're just letting it. Now you're looking like frickin' Grizzly Adams by Saturday.
Yeah, unless I got something special going on. Then I'll clean myself up a little bit, Murph.
With your new neighborhood of San Francisco.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about,
Ladies
Murph.
of Potrero Hill, you have been warned.
Oh, my God.
Actually, ladies of Potrero Hill, you've been invited. Is what I should say.
Yeah.
All right, so So,
come up to the rooftop, Murph.
yeah, right. So you got to call it in. But here's the catch: you didn't have to call it in. Adam Silver was in the building last night. Hey, Commish, if you're listening, good morning.
Hello, Adam.
And go put this one in the books. Bruce Frazier tapped him on the shoulder on their way to the Bridge Club. That's where they go. They go to the Bridge Club.
Oh, that's the one place I don't have access to at Chase Center.
Hey, knowing you might find your way in.
Hey.
It might cause a few issues, but you might find your way in.
I could sneak in, Murph.
So that's an inside joke, y'all. Hey, he tapped him on the shoulder and he said, "Don't you usually call me?" He goes, "Yeah, but you're right here. So put it in the books, skinny boy." Golden State Warriors 125, Milwaukee Bucks 90.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. So good times at the building last night. 33-28 now. Slipped past the Lakers, who lost to the Kings last night in a game that got a lot of attention because LeBron James limped off with an ankle. By the way, as we're talking injuries, a little Fox News chime here this morning. This could have. So we've been talking about how the Minnesota Timberwolves and Oklahoma City Thunder atop the standings aren't necessarily scaring anybody because they're pedigree, but they got talent for days, obviously. Karl Anthony Towns out indefinitely with torn meniscus.
Uh-oh.
How about that?
That's a huge blow to the T-Wolves.
And if you are going to be the 8 seed, because right now Minnesota is the 1 seed, although they're tied with OKC, but technically, let's say if you're the 8 seed and you draw Minnesota without Cat.
Yeah, and they do have some depth with Naz Reid, who seems like he goes off every single time that he plays against the Warriors, but obviously not having Cat on that roster is a huge blow to their title odds.
Guys, you know, it's funny. We keep saying we got to watch just 5 through 10 because that's what the Warriors are vying with. There are only 3 losses out of the 5 seed, 2 losses out of the 6 seed. But Copes and Tolbert were making a pretty good point yesterday about watching Denver and where they finish. Because right now, that's the team you don't want to play, right?
Absolutely.
They're currently the 3 seed. Now, I say that. They're only 1 loss behind Denver, Minnesota, and OKC. They could easily finish as the 1 seed.
Yeah.
But if they are the 3 seed and you finish as the 6 seed, you draw Denver. You know, you're like, oh, the 6 seed, that's good. No, it's not. No, it's not if you're playing Denver. You know, so anyway, just keep your eye on where Denver finishes because that's the team you want to avoid.
I mean, the West is an absolute gauntlet this year, whether we're talking about some of the young teams at the top, but then you also got to mention Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns at the 6th spot.
You're buying them.
I am. I'm all in on Kevin Durant. I mean, I'm not going to count this guy out as long as he's healthy. You look at what the Sacramento Kings are doing in the 7th spot. Luke and the Dallas Mavericks are always a problem. And then you never know what's going on with LeBron and the Lakers. Like, there's just so much talent out in the West this year.
I read that the Lakers have a big one up in Sacramento coming up. Can I get some Gary Gerald about how will it be?
It will be lit in Sacramento.
That's a great bite. That's an underrated bite, by the way.
Like the beam.
Yeah, there it is. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But we asked you guys about Bob Myers, and it was Bob Myers night. And if you missed it, I'm sure most of you have seen it by now, but if you didn't, the Warriors did a video tribute to Bob Myers, who has not been in the building since Game 5 of the Lakers series last year, a game they won. I was at that game. And then they went down and lost Game 6 and ended the season. And Steve Kerr ran to the microphone and within like 30 seconds of the final buzzer said, yeah, this was not a championship team. I was like, that was like his opening quote. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. They just lost and like the wounds are still fresh. The sweat's still glistening.
Yeah, Draymond Green still hugging LeBron James.
Yeah, and Kerr just grabbed the mic and said, this was never a championship team. I was like, whoa.
And never.
And next thing you know, they're trading Jordan Poole, et cetera, and on and on.
Next thing you know, Mike Dunleavy's the GM of the team.
Who's picked up Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Podziemski, and Chris Paul, who are 30% of your rotation going forward, all Dunleavy products, which we'll hear about from Kerr in just a second.
Sounds like you're taking shots at Bob Myers.
Well, I mean, the big hit is the big hit. It's not the small hit, buddy.
Ooh.
It's the big hit. And it's not the big soft. It's the big hit.
Ooh, I understand.
Right? So,
I understand.
There you go. So Myers' first time in the building. So that, I mean, yeah, we knew he retired. Yeah, we gave him his flowers on air and everything. But it was different being in Chase Center and having the video tribute for him. That, of course, led to him crying. I heard Papa calling him a Dick Vermeil character. Dick Vermeil was the original crier. I'm going to say in American sports, there was no more. I think he was the first guy to publicly cry all the time. Valvano wound up doing a little bit of that. Rest in peace.
I was going to say, recently we had Jason Kelce crying his eyes out at his press conference, snorting all over the mic.
Myers might have gotten pissed that Kelce was stealing his thunder.
He's like, those are my tears.
That's right. He's like, I got to go shed some. And they brought out his 3 daughters. It was adorable.
Yeah.
They're so cute.
That's what really was like the tear-jerking moment.
I think it was when the third one grabbed the mic and said, so please welcome back former GM and my dad. And then, here come the waterworks, you know what I mean? So, and Bob, like we said, Bob's like Vermeil. He cries at stoplights, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, it was great. Now, it led to our question in the big hit, 808 KNBR and 415-808-5627. Where you rank Bob in all-time Bay Area GMs, because the guy's got 4 rings. However, I'm just being kind of a D here.
However,
he did not draft Steph Curry.
No.
And he was not in charge of the draft when Klay Thompson was drafted.
Mm-mm.
However, he drafted Draymond Green. He presided over the acquisition of Andre Iguodala. He presided over the hiring of Steve Kerr. Now, Jerry West was here for all of that, too.
Correct.
We got to remember that, but it takes a team. Myers still gets some credit. As Draymond Green would say, can somebody give Bob some blanking credit? And then he presided over the Kevin Durant acquisition.
Yeah, shout out to Hampton 5.
He drafted Kevon Looney.
Can somebody give Bob some credit?
So there you go.
Drafted Jordan Poole, who had his moments.
Well, listen, of course, when we talk great GMs, there's misses everywhere.
Of course.
I mean, did you see my last 20 years?
Oh.
I mean,
why we got to go down this road?
Honestly, honestly, in our earlier discussion this morning, we landed on Bill Walsh and Al Davis as the leading 2.
Yeah.
Brian Sabian is right there for doing it twice, 97-03. I know they didn't win a title, but they were great, and then winning 3 titles. But Bob Myers was 4 freaking championships, dude.
And also credit to Bob Myers for not missing on James Wiseman, but the fact that he still built a roster that they went out and won an NBA title even after getting a bust with a top 3 pick.
Right.
Like we talked about how impressive it was for John Lynch and the 49ers of drafting Trey Lance, giving up all that draft capital, and still being a Super Bowl contender. It hasn't worked out for the Giants and their Joey Bart pick, but it's almost the same thing with James Wiseman and the Warriors. Despite the fact that they used a top 3 draft pick on the kid, they still were able to have success because of the strength of the team culture overall that Bob Myers helped lay the foundation for.
The Trey Lance rule right there. Now, Steve Kerr has his vote. And this is in the interview, starting the fourth quarter with ESPN Z9. Steve Kerr has his vote. Maybe he's not putting Kerr at the top of the list.
I thought Trace Jackson Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
Oh, nice zinger. Hey, he's right. I've said this on the air a lot. We got to give Dunleavy a ton of credit for his first draft, man. 2 home runs with Trace Jackson Davis, who he said was literally the hero last night.
I mean, he was the man of the match. We've seen Brandon Podjemski be inserted into the starting lineup and literally do everything on the court. We talked about getting rid of the Jordan Poole contract and bringing in an expiring contract with Chris Paul. Now I'm curious to see what that leads down the future and the moves that Mike Dunleavy's going to make this offseason.
Right.
But he's definitely made some moves, but also at the same time, this year we've seen the emergence of guys like Jonathan Kuminga, who was a Bob Myers draft pick, and he deserves some credit right there also.
And Dunleavy deserves credit for not trading Kuminga at the trade deadline, right? Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 510 says, you guys are talking about how good Bob is. Maybe, could Bob lend Farhan his computer?
Oh, all right, man. There you go. Where's Bob's iPad at?
209 says, I give Bob credit for keeping the core together and adding when intended. That's what we talked about. It was more about his relationships. And dude, the NBA is a precarious thing. Egos are gigantic. We know Scottie Pippen and Jordan. Listen, they got it done, but it was tension and it eventually had to break up.
I mean, look at Shaq and Kobe and their breakup in L.A.
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So here's Draymond Green, Z13, Young Tone, on the R word, relationships here.
You talk about this franchise and this dynasty that's been built, and so oftentimes it's the players that are mentioned. You know, it's Steph, it's Clay, it's myself, it's Loon. You know, it's so oftentimes you get the players get the credit. But the work that Bob did, and by the way, it's not putting the teams together. You know, for a basketball savant like Bob, that's the easy part. It was the work that he did on the relationships. Every single day being in here, building relationships from top to bottom, from the best player to the worst, from Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, Kirk Lacob, Steve Kerr, Raymond Ritter, on to a community, like from top to bottom, the relationships, the work that he did on relationships every day was one of my biggest takeaways in working with Bob.
Okay, man. So there it is. He was more. It's very kind of new age and very Northern California. That Myers is not known for being a ruthless Brian Sabian type of guy who's going to trade Matt Williams and tell everybody I'm not an idiot. That Bob's a relationship guy. It's very new age.
I mean, we were just talking about Bob Myers crying after Kevin Durant tore his Achilles and how he took responsibility for that.
Yeah.
But it goes to the relationship, whether it's him dealing with Draymond Green. We always bring up the A's trip that him and Marshawn took when Draymond was suspended in the NBA Finals. But also balancing that dynamic when Draymond Green and Kevin Durant were starting to butt heads. And so you give him credit for bringing in KD, obviously winning those titles with Durant, but also on the way out, getting rid of Kevin Durant and able to flip that into Andrew Wiggins and a couple of draft picks, like getting value on the back end of Kevin Durant also is something that Bob deserves some credit
for sure. Absolutely. Somebody wrote 562 says he's only behind Walsh all time. We got to give Al Davis a lot of credit for what he built in the 70s. I know it was a long time ago, but he built pretty much from scratch.
You're talking about the team of the decades, Murph. three Super Bowls, two-time NFL Executive of the Year.
Don't forget, I got their media guide every year, and they would have that stat.
It's the winning percentage, man.
And it was always the Montreal, the one that always made the Montreal Canadiens. It was always like 3 greatest winning percentages, 1966 to 1983. And it was Raiders, Lakers, Montreal Canadiens. I'm like, all right, Al. We're going Canadiens. Let's go.
Al was great at crafting his own narrative, Murph.
I like lace Habs. Yeah. Hey, guys. Draymond Green says Bob Myers going to the rafters here.
That's the same guy who, when I was suspended for Game 5, didn't come to the game. He came and sat with me and watched the game. And such a special, special soul. And I think, we've all been able to learn from him and to see him be celebrated tonight the way he should have. You talk about jerseys getting retired and all those things. His name will be up there in the rafters with what he brought to this organization when no one believed that this organization could be anything. I was a Bay Area native who came back after spending 20 years in L.A. to take the franchise that he watched growing up, that he would go sit in the 200 seats with his dad just to watch a game. It was him that had a vision and a belief that I can go back there and lead a charge in taking a franchise to the promised land, the laughing stock of the NBA when he came back here.
Dude, I'm telling you, we said this earlier, but say it again. They say find someone who looks at you the way, find someone who talks about you the way Draymond Green talks about Bob Myers. I mean, my God. That was like a living eulogy.
And just to give context to the audience, because we're playing these in 60-second cuts, Draymond was asked one question about Bob Myers and went on to wax poetics for 4.5 minutes straight about how great of a person Bob Myers is.
Did he have a producer in his ear saying, go to break, to break?
Wrap it up.
Yeah, exactly.
You're off the clock. You're off the clock.
You didn't give the number.
Yeah, that's not the big hit. That's not the big hit, Draymond. Talk about TJD.
Shay in Morgan Hill is checking in on 808 KNBR as we talk about the Bob Myers tribute last night. Jay, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Yeah, I got Al Davis, Charlie Finley, because they brought in sports to the Bay Area really first. The A's built, with that Coliseum there. They brought in Marvin Gaye in his wonderful tour back in the early 70s.
Wait a minute, did we start Marvin Gaye?
Marvin Gaye, bro, he played at the Oakland Coliseum. And so did Zeppelin.
Wait a minute, Finley's getting credit for that?
I'm just, you know what I mean.
All right, Jay,
I'll give him credit, Jay. I'll give him credit.
Jay. All right, buddy. All right.
And then I got Carmen Policy. I think probably Policy in the Niners probably one. And DiBartolo.
Yeah.
Probably number one.
I got you, Jay. I appreciate you got Bob ranked 5th. It says, man, I didn't know Marvin Gaye. Hey, I'll take Marvin Gaye all day, every day. But shout out the 1983 All-Star Anthem.
I was going to say, are we giving Mike Dunleavy credit for having Madonna and who was just here?
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny was here.
That's hilarious.
Let's give credit to Mike Dunleavy for that.
That's really funny. By the way, just a quick digression on Marvin Gaye. First, what do you want? There's no more syrupy. Go do yourself a favor. Go on YouTube. Yeah, Marvin. Marvin. That's all you need to know. Go on YouTube and look up the Marvin Gaye Heard It Through the Grapevine vocal raw. it's no music. It's just his vocals isolated. Pfft, forget about it. And number 2, I'm going to tell you, the song Sexual Healing was the first on radio song you would hear with your parents in the car where it was like, ooh, this is a little I'm sweating a little bit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Starting to get that feeling.
When I get that feeling, I need sexual healing. It's like, damn. Yeah. Well, now you guys.
My mom's listening.
Dude, literally, I'm talking about music today, brother.
Oh, yeah.
So I Sirius XM in the car with Rory. I hit Pandora now. Cardi B came on. The first word she said was F. No, she said S. F this S. That's literally what she said right out of the gate. And Rory just looked at me and smiled. And I said, what am I going to do? I got to change the station.
I mean, at least she wasn't rapping about WAP.
That's what I'm talking about. So Marvin Gaye singing When I Get This Feeling I Need Sexual Healing was like, oh my God, that's rated R. So anyway,
this
guys.
is like going back to the days of Elvis gyrating his hips on stage and people freaking out.
Now, great call. If you saw the movie, they really touched on that big time. They lost their mind. White Mike checks in, says 650, says Draymond's words about Bob are making me cry on the construction site in Hunters Point. All right. I mean, I know Tough Marcus, wrestler, tough guy, UFC fan. Mm-hmm. Jeter's retirement get you a little bit?
Oh, see, we talked about these yesterday, public crying moments. I'm not a big public crier, but I will cry in private, Murph. And the Derek Jeter moment. I'm going to think the Charles Woodson retirement, too, kind of got to me a little bit.
But I'm thinking, was the Jeter single to right when he scored Antoine Richardson? I'll tell you something. I'll give you one that'll get you in your feels, and then we got to go, I know. But we had these 2 interns, Grossman and Backwards Cap Drew. Yeah. They shared the internship. There were 2 kids from Sequoia High School in Redwood City. And Backwards Cap Drew was a Yankee lunatic, and they flew back to New York with Drew's mom. And they were out of their internship at that point. We were still friends with them. And we said, call after the game. Tell us how it went. Well, Jeter in his last at bat. Was that his last at bat?
Last at bat at Yankee Stadium.
Got a walk-off single to the right side.
Yeah, of course.
And they called us the next morning. They were going on and on. It was incredible. And then they said, when the cheers were roaring and everything, and Drew turned to me, Grossman said, Derek Jeter just walked off my childhood.
I mean, that's how it felt for me, too. That's all I knew was Derek Jeter.
By the way, great line by Backwards Cap
Just
Drew.
walked off my childhood.
So there you go. Anyway, Bob Myers, congratulations. Love to hear more of you. And by the way, he had some funny lines, too. We'll hit those in the cooler content next, coming up. But Draymond Green and Bob Myers, salute in the big hit. Cooler content next on The Sports Leader.
They brought in Marvin Gaye.
Marvin Gaye? Finley's getting credit for that?
I'm just, you know what I meant.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former A's pitcher Dallas Braden stopped by the Brian and Boosh morning show yesterday. They talk about Matt Chapman and what it means for Bob Melvin to have him in the clubhouse. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Chill. This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler content. We love it. Get a couple chuckles, couple informative takes. See what's burning up the webs today. I saw this yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I got a take on this. I don't know, maybe you guys will disagree with me. Maybe we'll see. But, everything's viral now. Everybody films everything. So we got a Little League. This is right up my alley.
Oh, Murph.
Opening day, a week from Saturday.
You're the Little League dad, so I need your breakdown of this
footage. Okay, so we got a game a week from Saturday. We got the parade when Americana comes to Godless Mill Valley.
Godless Mill Valley, nice.
Remember I said that once? That got Coach really riled. He laughed.
It's like Godless Mill Valley. What is Murph talking about?
He laughed and laughed and laughed. So, a couple things going here. This kid, there's a kid, he stands up in front of his team and gives this speech that, well, I probably shouldn't color your opinion. I'm just going to let you hear it. This is a kid trying to rally his team. Here it is.
All right, listen up. Listen up. It all starts tonight. We must win. One inning at a time, one game at a time, all the way to the championship. And when we become champions, we become the Rolex wearing, diamond ring blaring, kiss stealing, woo wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. Now I'm having a hard time keeping these alligators down. Woo!
Okay. I think it actually went longer than that, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. Did we cut it off halfway?
It was heavily inspired by Ric Flair.
Okay, so here's my take. I hate that kid. All right? I hate precocious kids. 2 thumbs down. All right? You know what I mean? 2 thumbs down on the kid who is like, I'm going to show off for my dad's social media so my dad can film it and we can go viral. Wow. It's something I've rehearsed over and over and over again. And aren't I cute? Aren't I cute?
Ooh.
Double thumbs down, back of the line. You're hitting 12th today, kid.
Now, right? Murph, I've got to ask the question in the case of objectivity.
Yes.
Do you have this take because the kid was wearing a Dodger jersey?
It makes it even worse.
Yeah.
All right,
but for everybody who has not seen the audio, it's a kid all in Dodger blue.
Quick digression. I have seriously advocated that our Mill Valley Little League bylaws, in the bylaws, say there should be no Dodger team. We had a guy a couple years ago.
You're banning the Dodgers.
No, 100%. Dude, I took the inspiration. Shout out Coach Rich, who came from the Bronx. One of my buddies is a Bronx. He's a Mill Valley dad from the Bronx. His dad ran the Bronx Little League. In their bylaws, it said there will never be a Red Sox team in the Bronx Little League.
Ooh, I like those rules.
Exactly.
I like those rules,
right?
Yeah.
That was in there, dude, coded into the bylaws. Same thing like, 6-inning games, 2 hours, parents must stay behind the fence, whatever. There will be no Red Sox in our league. So
I can get down with those rules. Well, ban the Dodgers.
Yes, 100%. So, in this kid, dude, I don't know. Listen, you're different. You don't have kids. How do you feel about the overly cute kid?
I mean, it does seem like it was a bit for social media.
Yeah.
This wasn't like a top of the head, a freestyle. It definitely seemed like it was rehearsed speech. But I love the kid's enthusiasm. I love the get after it kind of mantra he's trying to give his teammates.
This is a classic case for young Tony to chime in. The kid's only 25 years old. Young Tony, our producer behind the glass, we're giving him the mic now. Good morning, young Tone.
Good morning.
And what's your take?
I think it was great. I mean, you're talking about the uniforms. Yeah.
No. The kid's speech and his
It
performance.
was fantastic. It was Patton-esque.
Nicely done, Tony. Nicely done.
I am for banning Dodger uniforms, though. Like,
oh, my God. George C. Scott and Patton and that kid. I've seen it all now. I've seen it all now.
Does that now change your opinion on the speech from the kid?
No, it does not.
No.
It makes me double down because let's just say Young Tone's take is freezing cold. Freezing cold. All right, there,
not a great take by Tony, but I was wondering this, Murph.
Yes.
If you see a kid like this show up to your ballpark in a Dodger uniform, is it time to make the call out to Jeff Ulbrich? That's the real question. Maybe he can take care of the problem for you.
It's a great call. See, that's authentic.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
That's it. I'll tell you what's authentic versus that kid. The Buffalo Fried Chicken kid.
Oh.
That's the kid I ride with.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
That's the kid I love.
That's the kid I want at shortstop.
That kid was organic, natural, and authentic. All right?
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
Don't tell me you don't ride with that kid.
Oh, dude. I want that kid to run for president one day, Murph.
Oh, yeah, seriously.
On the promise of fried chicken.
Oh, man. So anyway, that's my take. Bob Myers was hot last night.
Yeah, the Dodgers.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Bob Myers did the game last night. I watched it. No offense to Fitz and Buki. I'm a big fan, and we'll try to have Fitz on the coming days to talk about the Warriors. But Myers did ESPN, and right away, dude, Draymond got teed up early.
Mm-hmm.
He got teed up early. It was like, uh-oh. And Myers had jokes.
And Brown made them pay. To the Krukow. Green got a piece of it, but a foul. And Green's going to get hit with a technical foul.
I thought we could avoid that. I came back for a peaceful game, but Draymond, oh boy.
Yeah, so good.
Come on.
Jokes. I came back for a peaceful game.
Doesn't Draymond know he needs to be on his best behavior when his old uncle shows up to town?
Well, I was a little worried. And did you see later on when he and which Buck was it? Was it Bobby Portis? They got into it a little bit and they had to separate them. And it was like, oh, I'm telling you now, this is the third time where there's been a little thing and you're like, oh, and I'm yelling at the TV, go away, Draymond, go away.
All right.
But I saw Draymond look down to the bench because it was at the far end of the court by the Bucks bench. And you couldn't see, but he was looking down the court and he gave a thumbs up like this. He's like, no, I'm good. He's like, it was like a well check. I'm good.
Are you sure he wasn't trying to lock eyes with Bob Myers in the broadcast booth?
Maybe. Myers is over to the left here. Pat Bev ran over to the broadcast booth at one point because they did call a dubious foul on Pat Bev after Chris Paul kind of lowered his shoulder into Pat Bev's face. And then they called the foul on Pat Bev. And Pat Bev gave one of the great confused expressions of all time. Like his face was like the emoji for confused. He's like, huh? And he looks over at Bob, and he comes over to Bob and Breen, and he's going like this with the prayer emoji. Like, did you guys just see that? And Bob's like, he's coming over to us right now.
And Patrick Beverley is a highly entertaining dude, great basketball player, but we played a lot of his clips in the cooler from his podcast. But Murph, I didn't even realize last night it was the pound-for-pound podcast battle between Draymond Green and Patrick Beverley for who has the best podcast in the NBA.
Yeah, Pat Bev?
Yeah, the Pat Bev Show.
My kid asked me last night, is Pat Beverley a Hall of Famer? I said no. I said no.
No, Patrick Beverley is not.
Yes, these are the questions I get asked in my living room. All right?
No dumb questions, Murph.
Exactly. He said, isn't he one of the greatest defenders of all time? I said, well, I mean, that's an overstatement.
He's a really good defender.
How many times has he been on the All-NBA defensive team?
I'm going to say, how many teams has he been on in the NBA? It seems like every other week he's on a different team.
See, John Joe, you got to give me that information there right now. How many All-NBA defensive teams has Pat Bev been on? And while we get that answer, here's Draymond Green. I like this. Draymond hit those threes last night. Hit 2 threes in the fourth quarter. And I loved Bob Myers' take. What you got?
Dang, I got an answer for you all over John Joe.
Like Mib would have ran it in short of breath.
3-time all-defensive team.
That's it, huh?
That's it. Only 3.
Interesting.
That ain't getting you into the Hall, kid.
Yeah, it was a bad take. By the way, speaking of takes, I'm going to have to get into when we have a slow segment one day. I've talked about the torture of my kid. One of his best friends in the world is an A's fan, and it was coming at him aggressively yesterday with A's takes about how the A's are arrow up and the Giants are arrow down.
Whoa. Was he upset we didn't ask Dallas Braden enough A's questions yesterday?
He went nuts. But no, this kid, Declan was so frustrated. He's like, I'm telling you, he's driving me crazy. Talking about Zach Geloff. He said Geloff could go on an MVP run and lead the A's to the playoffs.
Oh, come on.
Declan said, do you understand your Vegas over-under is 56.5?
Yeah, the A's ain't sniffing the playoffs. I like Zach Geloff. He's a good player, but that ain't happening, kid.
Draymond hit 2 threes last night. Myers had a great line. Here it is.
Moody up top. Draymond Green hoists the three and knocks it down. Largest lead of the night.
His threes always feel like 6 for some reason. I don't know why. Just maybe don't expect them, but that was a big one for the Warriors, just to keep this lead where it is.
I love that. His threes feel like 6. I agree. When Draymond Green hits a 3, I'm not going to lie, guys. When Draymond launches a 3, I think 90% of the time in my living room I say, no. I do. I go, no.
Yeah, but that's the thing that I've kind of been following throughout the career of Draymond Green, because when he first made his debut with the Dubs, he was actually a decent three-point shooter. Then Kevin Durant came to town, and it seemed like he really got gun-shy and stopped shooting as many threes. But we've seen this year, it's another addition to his game. I mean, he's up shooting over 40% this year.
I know.
He's having his best shooting year from behind that three-point stripe.
I probably should reevaluate, right? I mean, he was 44.8.
Yeah.
44.8%.
And I know there's always the memes of Draymond putting on his backpack to shoot that jumper, but it goes down. And I mean, Murph.
He's a career 32%er.
Yeah. So he's
and prior to that,
higher this year.
And I'm saying that 32% is basically based on this year. Because let me give you his previous 6 years. 30, 29, 27, 27, 28. Those are the percentage from 3.
I was going to say, what's his highest percentage? It's probably early on in his career, right?
31 year in the 20 in the
38-ish?
70 in the 73 in year he shot 38, but that was an outlier. Everything else is either 30, 31 or 28 or 29.
Yeah, so he's bringing that element back to his game. And Murph, I'm with you. We already saw Pablo Sandoval start hitting 6-run home runs out in Dubai. Why not make a 6.3-pointer for Draymond Green?
I love it, too. By the way, tons of reaction to that kid. Most people anti-kid.
Oh, no.
I like it. And the one that made me the best, guy 541 says, I agree with Murph for the very first time. Dude, I've been on since November of 2004. That's a long run of disagreements.
There
I love
it is.
that very
We're
much,
breaking
too.
ground, making new records over here.
All right, guys. Listen, we had the Clay boat thing, but we're out of time. I honor the clock.
Look at you. Discipline.
Maybe we'll find a time later on in the show.
We got to get that Clay sound later.
Okay,
yeah.
let's get back to the Trace Jackson Davis story. 808 KNBR, if you guys are feeling TJD is a playoff key. Next on the Sports Leader.
His threes always feel like 6 for some reason. I don't know why. Just
What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because whether it's the NBA's in-season tournament or the race for playoff home court supremacy, you can cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And listen, there are all types of different stat options. Whether you want the traditional ones, like taking the over-under on Steph Curry points, or you can get a more unique option, like Kevin Durant over-under on the total amount of dunks that he has in one game. Prize Picks has easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an injury insurance policy on your picks, which makes Prize Picks easily the #1 fantasy sports app. So right now, you can join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million members who have already signed up. All you need to do is download the app, and Prize Pick will match your first deposit of up to $100. Again, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Antetokounmpo, the crossover goes right into Kuminga. Shot blocked. He did it again. Jackson Davis, his third rejection of Giannis. That is just, here we go again. And the finish.
There it is, man. What fun last night. I don't want to say playoff atmosphere, but kinda. You know, Mike Breen, Bob Myers, the big tribute. Giannis played after all.
Dame time showed up.
Dame time.
I mean, Murph, we've been asking the question all week long. Over the last couple of weeks, are the Warriors a championship contender? And if you're asking me, the Milwaukee Bucks are definitely a championship contender, and they went out last night and put up a show. They got a 30-point victory.
You know, the Warriors split 2 with Milwaukee, and they split 2 with Boston this year. I know one of them was a 52-point loss, but they split 2 with Boston. They've had a tougher time with the top 4 in the West. But most of those losses to the teams in the West, I was looking at this yesterday because people are making something of the stat that they're something like 2-14 against the top 4 teams in the West. But most of those were in the first month or 2 of the season. And the point is they're a different team now.
I mean, right? We were giving love yesterday to David Lee, talking about the hashtag full squad, because last night was the first time that the Warriors actually had a full rotation since late November. After the Draymond Green suspension, GP2 dealing with injuries, CP3 dealing with injuries, Steph Curry even dealt with a few injuries.
Yeah.
Last night was the first time that Steve Kerr actually had a full option of rotation pieces that he could put together.
It's crazy. I was so worried about the bursitis in the knee, and it might still be a thing, but Steph is so... What did he do last night? 6 out of 10 from 3, 29 points, and the golf swing.
Yeah, that inflamed sack didn't slow him down at all.
By the way, golfers, I'm talking to you guys. Number one, he didn't keep the left arm straight on the back, and then also he didn't fire his hands. Was he chipping? Is that what he was doing? Was he chipping? Was he chipping from about 20 yards out?
I just want to make sure that Brian Murphy's out here criticizing Steph Curry's golf swing.
Looked like he was. He kind of kept his. He didn't fire his hands. So Johnny Carson used to fire.
Oh, all of a sudden,
by the way, I'm up doing the swing for you YouTubers and Twitchers.
Right? All of a sudden, you're a golf coach now, Murph.
Oh, bro, I am not a golf coach.
Yeah.
Not.
I was going to say, I've seen Steph Curry play up at Tahoe.
You don't. Though, I will tell you, among the top 5 or 10 most pressure-packed moments of my life was the great Dinger, Phil Weidinger, who runs the Tahoe event. Shout out, Dinger. Reardon guy. Phil Weidinger. Do you know the Weidinger clan? Legendary clan, the Weidingers. Goes by Dinger. Got me in for 3 or 4 years in a row. Got me into the Pro-Am.
He goes by Dinger?
Well, Dinger. His name's Weidinger.
I was going to say, what does he do? Like work for the Colorado Rockies during the offseason as the mascot, Dinger?
His brother is a prominent scout/umpire in the City Peninsula baseball culture.
Damn.
So anyway, long story short, he got me into the Pro-Am. One year I was playing with Marcus Allen, and they started us on 17. So 17's the par 3 right on the lake with all the boats and all the people.
Everybody's watching.
Bro.
Pressure's on.
Bro. And I freaking pured a 3-iron to the back of the green, a 205-yard, but it's elevation, so I could, you gained about 15 yards in elevation. Dude, I don't know how it happened. I have no idea how it happened. None.
Would you put that at the top of the list of the greatest Murph strokes?
Yes.
Pause.
Number 1.
Yeah.
The other one was I had to tee off with VJ Singh at Pebble Beach once.
Ooh.
Dude, same kind of thing. Steve John snuck me out there, but I was going to kind of play with a bunch of business guys. Instead, this guy goes, "Hey, can you wait up? We're joining you." It was frickin' VJ Singh. I was like, "What, are you kidding me? What am I?" I said, "Dude, I'm gonna soil myself," and I peered one right down the middle.
Look at you, Murph.
But I'm a terrible golfer. I'm a high double-digit handicapper. Let's just generously say 18. I'm an 18 because I can't chip and putt.
Ooh.
I can't chip and putt.
Anyway, part of the game, Murph.
Yeah, tell me. I told people my young Tone, you're a golfer. So my memoir is going to be called Greenside in 2, Down in 6, the Brian Murphy story.
Ooh.
Forward by John Daly.
Yeah, people argue that chipping and putting is the most important part of golf.
My grandpa, who taught me basically all about golf, used to say, "Bri, drive for show, putt for dough." There it is. Anyway, back to the Warriors.
Back to Steph Curry.
Well, Steph Curry's golf swing caused a big reaction on social media in the golf where all the golf people seized it, and it's going around. It's viral.
What, are they surprised that Steph Curry plays golf?
Well, I actually wondered why he did it. There was no golfer in the building. My first thought was he's a member at Cal Club, which is the beautiful golf club down there in South City, the peninsula. I was like, I guess maybe he was out there today hitting some balls.
That's it. Maybe he was at the range. Who knows?
And he was just trying to work on a move.
Yeah. And
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
What the heck is that?
That's Colin Cowherd.
Colin Cowherd on Purdy?
When Brock Purdy was wearing the backwards hat and he was impersonating Brock Purdy, saying, "Hey, you want to go hit some golf balls?"
Hey, while we're on this topic, and Curry, believe me, people, this is topical because Curry did the golf swing last night. The cooler of content, we have that guy who biffs his drive and swears. Go into the cooler of content and find that one.
Who are we talking? Tom Brady?
Well, we used to have a soundbite on the board. Remember, it was Rebecca from Salinas.
Yeah.
And she played in our group and she rolled tape when she smacked a ball and then went beep and all that. Well, this happened again. I follow these golf viral accounts that have funny things that happen. And Marcus, you'd like this because you're a combat guy. These viral accounts have fistfights on golf courses.
Like a golf course fist fight?
Throwing down.
Oh, man.
Throwing down.
Is it like the unspoken rules of golf are being broken?
Well, exactly. Well, so if you hit into somebody's group, that's a big thing. And then if you've had a couple pops and you're that kind of guy who likes to throw knuckles anyway, then you got a situation.
If you're one of those waste management kind of guys,
yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen those videos.
Oh, I've seen those videos.
See those guys going to the bathroom without going to the bathroom.
Hey, now,
if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Murph.
So anyway, here it is. This is our latest. This is what it's like to play golf, everybody.
I hate this. Hey, buddy, smile.
There it is. Guy he literally shanked his drive into a lake, like hits it off the toe.
I hate this blanket game.
Yeah.
I hate this. Hey, buddy, smile.
There it is.
The beauty of golf.
Back to Trace Jackson Davis. So the news is that the Warriors are now getting closer and closer to the playoffs. They're 21 games away, and Trace Jackson Davis is moving up, arrow up. You know those power rankings, you know? So here's Steve Kerr, cut W on playing 10 players, including TJD.
Yeah, it'll more than likely be 10. It's hard to play 11. I know we've been playing 11, but if we're going to ramp Trace's minutes up, then, it's more likely going to be 10, and we'll just try to mix and match. But we feel like we found some combinations. We've got we're 3/4 of the way through with the season, so we've got a pretty big sample size of the different combinations out there. And so I think we're in a good spot now where we're able to put together the starting group, which has done a great job here the last month or so, and a second group now that we're fully healthy with a lot of really talented players. And you saw that tonight. The bench was terrific.
Yeah, man. So 10. Let's go through these guys. Obviously, you're starting 5. Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski is a starter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green, Johnny Kuminga, and welcome back, Andy Wiggins.
Yes.
Right? So that's 5. Obviously, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul.
The Hall of Famers.
So that's 7. Gary Payton is a lock.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's your defensive wizard that you can go to late in games.
That's 8. Now it gets dicey.
Yeah.
Okay? You got Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis, and Kevon Looney. That's 3. Of those 3, he's only going to choose 2 because he wants to play 10. Is Looney the guy out?
I don't think so. I think Moses Moody is likely going to be the guy out. I mean, we're talking about Moody, who just broke into the rotation over the last week because Andrew Wiggins was away from the team. Now, Steve Kerr has said that Moses has earned extra minutes, but he didn't specifically say playoff minutes. Last night when he was talking about Trace Jackson Davis, he was talking about him being in the playoff rotation. And to me, I don't think you can go into the playoffs with that little amount of size because the Warriors are already a small team. But we saw what Looney was able to do just last year in the postseason and was an absolute force on the glass. I mean, he had games where he was bringing down 20 rebounds per game. Yeah. I don't think you can leave that out of the rotation.
I don't know. Is TJD just a younger version of him? Fresher legs.
I mean, it gives you the options, but at the same time, there's a clearer path for Looney to get minutes when you're talking about a guy like Moses Moody being stuck behind Andrew Wiggins. And if you're looking for that defensive presence, I think Gary Payton's going to get on the floor first before Moody does.
Man, I love Moody, though. So that's 11 for 10. By the way, you know who we didn't mention? The guy we all wanted so much in the offseason. You got to get that stretch four. Dario Saric. Now we're going Zaza. on him.
Yeah, Dario is nowhere to be found.
Where you see?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, he was nice to space the floor at the beginning of the year, and he did a nice little two-man pick-and-roll game with Chris Paul. But to your point, Trace Jackson-Davis has now overtaken him in the rotation, and now him and Chris Paul have a nice little repertoire with their alley-oops together.
A young tone, give me cut S, GP2. This is a lot of initials. GP2 on TJD. Here it is.
He's playing like a third year. He's picking up things a lot. And, when you got the greatest, on your side, it's kind of easy to, fall in line and get a feel, how the OGs play. And he understands and he knows who to get the ball to and how to protect, each other's back. And he's learning every day and he's just going uphill. And it's great to see from all our young guys.
Okay, man. Now, what does Draymond Green say, the defensive wizard, about Trace Jackson-Davis?
Hey, Draymond, just how significant was Trace's stint there in the third quarter after the 20-point lead was cut to 6?
It was huge. I told him thank you. He saved me because I was awful in the third quarter, missing layups, turning the ball over, and Steve got me out of there. Got Trace in, and, he was blocking shots. He was rebounding. He was dunking the ball, good finishes, and he just brought the life back to us. They were starting to make their run, and when you're playing against a great team, they're always going to make a run, and you try to get yourself out of it, and I just couldn't get it going there in the third quarter. And, Trace came in and saved me for sure because I was awful, but saved the day for us. Built the lead back up. I think they cut it to 6. And he was able to make a lot of plays on both ends of the floor to get us back in a position to take control of this game again.
TJD, significant moment in the young man's life, man. And so finally, we'll leave the last word for Steve Kerr doing his fourth quarter interview with ESPN on Bob Myers' night. Sentimental night. Myers is crying. 4 championships.
He's calling out Bob Myers for not drafting Trace Jackson-Davis.
Here it is.
I thought Trace Jackson-Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
Solid riff from Kerr, yeah. And by the way, he's right. Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Podziemski, and Chris Paul, all Mike Dunleavy acquisitions.
That is true, and you think that that's going to factor in the decision between picking Bob Myers, Moses Moody versus Mike Dunleavy's Trace Jackson-Davis.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch. It's a quote-unquote a good problem to have, 11 guys for 10 spots, and maybe it'll be matchup based, and of course you hate to even say it, but injuries, you got to stay healthy. That's the entire story for the Warriors. They got to stay healthy.
But right now, Murph, they're hashtag full squad.
There you go. Shout out David Lee and the blogger. All right, guys, Matt Mayoko, Niner Talk. Free agency starts Monday. Dante Whitner with strong words on Brandon Staley's promising defense. Stuff we'll get into with Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
What's our record, Jordan, with a full squad?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Love me some Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. The NFL never sleeps. We're about to start NFL free agency on Monday. We had Dante Whitner on yesterday saying interesting stuff about Brandon Staley. We got a lot to talk about with Matt Mayoko. Good morning, Matty. How are you?
What's up, Matty?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, man. Heavy on the Warriors. Yeah, and sorry about your St. Mary's Gales stumbling against Gonzaga last Saturday night.
Well, you know what? Anytime your first loss in conference play comes after you've already clinched the outright title, I can live with that.
That's sport. That's a very good perspective there, buddy. All right, man. Yeah. Hey, I want to start on defense. Dante Whitner came on yesterday. You know how entertaining he is. Very strong statements in support of Brandon Staley. Very strong statements against Steve Wilkes. This is our first chance to talk to you since Staley got hired. The Niners, I guess I'll start with the formal part. The Niners haven't announced this, have they?
No, I think what they usually do is instead of like kind of sprinkling them out like, hey, we hired this position today, they wait until the entire staff is hired, and then they just blast it out with one email. As I understand, Nick Sorensen is the defensive coordinator. And I don't know the exact title of Brandon Staley. I was told that it wasn't necessarily assistant head coach, but it's going to be something along those lines. But, I do know this. I think maybe we talked about it last week as well, is that I don't think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch knew him all that well before this interview process, but their interactions with him in the past were very positive out on the practice field before and after, whenever the 49ers scrimmaged against the Chargers a couple years ago. And I know they walked away from those conversations going, yeah, man, this guy knows his stuff. And so I think the idea is, as Shanahan talked about, you keep kind of the basics, or even like kind of the base of what the 49ers do defensively, and then you try to evolve it. And so I think that's where Staley comes in primarily is, Nick Sorensen has quite a history, going back to 8 years in Seattle. So he knows, the background of what that defense is all about. And then it's Staley coming in from the Vic Fangio system and maybe, throwing stuff against the wall. Hey, how about if we do this? How would this work? And be able to serve as kind of a sounding board for that. And then also, his experience as a head coach with Anthony Lynn going on to the Commanders. Anthony Lynn was a guy who had former, head coach experience on that staff, and now Staley comes in. Obviously not all great experience as a head coach, but he did serve in that role for 3 years. So, again, a bright guy. I think he had that reputation of, kind of being the smartest guy in the room and maybe a little bit hard-headed and stubborn. So I think it's somebody who can come in and maybe kind of challenge Kyle Shanahan or make him see things in a different way, or at least just kind of present new ideas to him.
Well, it's very, very interesting. And Whitner had some very strong positive things to say about Brandon Staley. The one thing I have to ask to follow up on that is sort of hot takey and controversy, but The Athletic reported that the interest was strong mutually between Jeff Ulbrich of the Jets and the Niners. Is there any way this is viewed as like the consolation prize, because that's the guy they really wanted?
I guess you could look at it that way. I know a lot of times consolation prizes in retrospect turn out to be, perhaps better than what the first thought was. But yeah, in order, and I don't know the exact details with Jeff Ulbrich. Obviously a Bay Area guy, played for the 49ers. He and Robert Saleh have a good rapport, and Shanahan knows Ulbrich well, and Ulbrich, of course, was up in Seattle also. So I'm sure there were other people that he spoke with, meaning Shanahan, about that opening, and either for advice or just to kick the tires and see if there was any interest. But I remember back in 2016, Robert Saleh was maybe third or fourth in line. They hired him just for a position, an unnamed position on the coaching staff. And then, they went around, and it was, Vic Fangio, it was Gus Bradley, it might have been a couple other guys. And ultimately they decided, well, you know what? Saleh's here. Let's, he's got some good ideas. He's the guy. And I think ultimately everybody can say that turned out pretty well.
And Matt, I wanted to circle back to what you were saying earlier about Nick Sorensen and his time in Seattle underneath Pete Carroll, which means that he obviously coached a guy like KJ Wright, who's now been added to the 49ers defensive staff. We've seen the 49ers have success bringing in former linebackers like D'Amico Ryan. So what does it mean to add KJ Wright to this defensive coaching staff?
Yeah, just that. He's a guy that, I think he was in Seattle for 10 years and was a very good linebacker. And playing that position, you really have to have an understanding of what's going on behind you. And, a lot of times you can see what's going on in front of you. So, that's one position. And it's kind of gets, I think now, I don't think I even knew the relevancy of the linebacker position until maybe just the last 3 or 4 years. Because now you look around and it's D'Amico Ryans, it's Antonio Pierce, it's Jared Mayo. You have all these guys now who are taking on head coaching jobs with that background, and you really have to be able to tie everything together. So KJ Wright, very conversant in that Seattle language, and somebody that you mentioned. He worked with Nick Sorensen for several years, maybe not ever directly per se, but Sorensen was on that coaching staff, coaching special teams, but also some years coaching defensive backs as well. So I think it's a guy, if you ever watch or listen to the KJ All Day, his podcast, this guy is a tremendous communicator and has a passion for the game. And so this is probably, kind of an entry-level-ish position for KJ Wright to kind of see if this coaching thing is right for him. But it sounds like he is certainly passionate about it and ready to come to the 49ers, a team that he battled against for many years. Now he's ready to join up on the other side and see where this takes him. But it's pretty clear now, if you have that background as a linebacker, there are tremendous opportunities for you to climb the ranks in NFL coaching. Next step would be, probably linebackers coach. And then if he sticks with it and is good at it, down the line, a coordinator position. And based on recent history, head coach is not out of the realm of possibility either.
The Santa Clara Seahawks. There it is, new brand. Matty, you had Mike, speaking of KJ All Day podcast, you had Mike Florio on your podcast, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and he had a statement. I wanted just to double check it with you. The one we lifted from it and played. Shout out the Mayoko podcast. Was that if the Niners want to give Brandon Ayuk his money now, they might have to make tough decisions on the roster this year. It was my understanding that the salary cap is so generous and the Niners are in such good shape that they won't have to. Can you clarify that a little bit? Let's say, go ahead. Yeah. I would disagree with that because, right now, and I think I made a mistake on the podcast. I cited 14.7. It's actually 14.1 million. Not that that's a big deal, but we're all about accuracy here. So he's on the books right now for 14.1 million on the 5th-year option. That's for the upcoming season. So he's not a free agent, but this is like going back a year
Nick Bosa was getting ready for the 5th-year option to play that season, but he didn't want to play on the 5th-year option. 49ers didn't want him to play, and so they got something done. So it's a very similar situation as a year ago with Bosa. And so what would happen if the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk come to an agreement, not more than likely, what would happen is that his salary cap figure would actually be reduced significantly this year. So a long-term contract would save the 49ers money on the cap this year, but then next year, that's when the 49ers would have to make some difficult decisions. I think what Florio was referring to, though, is when you have to make tough decisions, like for another big contract, and the next one would be Brandon Ayuk, the one after that would be Brock Purdy. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's difficult to create that cap space now. In other words, if you were to make a difficult decision on, one of about 8 players on the team, the names, you wouldn't necessarily be creating cap space for this year. For instance, let's just say, I'll just say player X counts $20 million against the cap if they cut him, but it only saves $1 million. You would be making that move not for this year, for the cap room it creates this year. You'd be making it for next year, and that's when the 49ers will need that extra cap space. I don't know if that made any sense, but I tried my best.
We're following you, Matt. We're following you.
Okay, good.
It's actually interesting because we played a report earlier this week from Ian Rappaport that he thinks that Brandon Ayuk is going to get a contract extension after the start of free agency. So I'm wondering how you think that breaks down the 49ers approach. Because even in the 2 prior seasons with Deebo's contract and Nick Bosa's contract, they went out and made big splashes with Charvarius Ward and last year with Hargrave. So do you think the kind of impending cloud that is the Brandon Ayuk contract extension is going to change the approach of the 49ers in free agency once Monday morning comes around?
Well, I think everybody was surprised last year when they made that immediate splash and got Javon Hargrave. As far as Ayuk, that's something, I don't expect it to happen anytime soon. If you take what the 49ers have done historically, and we're talking, every year they've had a big money contract extension, Kittle, Warner, Deebo, Nick Bosa. This year would be Ayuk. That all happens right at the beginning or right before the start of training camp. So, that's when you get your deals done. That's when both sides are ready to play ball and get something done. I guess this is being perhaps naive to think that the 49ers will not be players on the free agent market, considering they did it last year with nobody expected. But, this year I just see so many more obstacles with guys getting bigger contracts, or their contracts are getting more lucrative as time goes on. Guys like Kittle and Warner and Trent Williams and Hargrave and Bosa. Those are each year those costs on the cap go higher and higher. And then you have a guy like Charvarius Ward and Amador Lenore. Those are guys who are entering the final years of their deal. Those are 2 guys they'd want to keep around as well. So I almost think that instead of going out and getting a Daniil Hunter or somebody like that on the free agent market, their money might be better spent on trying to get a contract extension done with Lenore or with Charvarius Ward in addition to Brandon Ayuk. So I don't see it happening, but they've made some surprises in the past.
The great Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. A little bit on the impending free agents they have under contract. I shouldn't say have under contract, but we're on the roster last year that will be open. So let me just throw you a couple names, 2 in particular. One is Chase. Let's just start with Chase Young. Given his market and given the Niners' need, yes or no? If you're the Niners, it's on a talent and a fit thing.
I'd say no. I got the sense that whenever they acquired him, it pretty much everybody knew is on a half-year rental, and it was to help the 49ers get over the top. He was more productive in his 5 games with the Commanders last season than he was in his 12 games with the 49ers. And so when they made that deal, trading away a special compensatory pick that will be sent to Washington this year, the idea was let's see if Chase Young can help the 49ers win a Super Bowl and then, play well, get a big money deal with some other team, and then the 49ers could conceivably get a third-round pick, compensatory pick for him next year in 2025. So I would not think, unless Chase Young takes far less than maybe what he can get somewhere else, I would not think that he's returning to the 49ers.
And Matt, we were discussing this earlier about whether or not his Super Bowl performance was enough to maybe earn him a contract with another team. But I also want to ask you about Sam Darnold's performance this year and if he showed enough in the few kind of playing opportunities he got. I mean, he started the last game of the year against the LA Rams, but did Sam Darnold show enough to get a starting job? And is there any possibility he could be back as a backup next year?
Boy, I don't think any team would look at him as, a starter in the future. That I just can't imagine that. But where I do think that there could be an opportunity for him would be one of these teams that doesn't really have a quarterback now, and there are a handful or more, and there will probably be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. So let's just say a team drafting, say, in the middle of the first is thinking like, Michael Penix is, he's the guy we want to be our quarterback of the future, but we don't think he's ready right off. Then let's go ahead and sign a guy like Sam Darnold and have him as kind of the insurance policy. And also the thing about Sam Darnold, to kind of answer that second part, is that, based on what I saw and based on what everybody was saying and everything I heard, he's a really good guy to have in the quarterback room. Good guy, helpful, supportive of the starter and all of that. So, much like, Alex Smith was, he seems to be the kind of guy that, some guys are starters and they can only be starters. And if they're not the starter, they're going to do everything they can in a competition way to get that starting job. Darnold seems to be very comfortable and was very comfortable in his role as the backup, which I guess some people could say is a not a positive thing. But in the NFL, you kind of know what you are. And if you're the backup and that's your job, as was his job last year, whenever Brock Purdy got healthy, your job isn't to compete and be competitive and not be helpful to the starter in hopes of winning that job from him. Your job is to be a supporting role, know your position and all that. And so that's what Sam Darnold did well last year. Whether he did stuff in games, with very limited reps that anybody would look at and say, one way or the other, draw some conclusion. But it would be my understanding that if the price is right and maybe he doesn't have a better opportunity elsewhere, the 49ers would like to re-sign him and bring him back as Brock Purdy's backup.
Maddie, we got like 2 minutes left, but I have to ask, am I crazy if Jimmy G, when he gets released by the Raiders, would it be great if Darnold goes somewhere else? Is it insane to bring him back on a cheap contract as a backup? People tell me I'm nuts. Am I nuts?
I think you are. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, nothing against you, Murph, but no, I think that ship has sailed.
All right.
Jimmy isn't, I don't know that, I think there's enough, like too much baggage here, I think, and also I think maybe Kyle and Jimmy just, it's kind of soured over time. And so I think there'll be other probably better opportunities for him or places where he'd rather go. It just kind of seemed like things soured. And so that would be
I mean, he knows the system. We know he's not the starter, and
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe you know.
I don't know.
All right.
I would find.
You're saying
that one would surprise me.
You're saying you're saying it would be prudent to choose another path, is what you're saying. Prudent.
Well, I think it would probably work for both sides.
Okay, all right. So let's be gentlemen about this here.
And so here's the other thing. Now, this is by no means any kind of sexy potential backup quarterback, but I would not be surprised if the 49ers open the season with Brandon Allen as their backup quarterback. So it is an interesting position where the 49ers are in. I mean, they know who their starter is. Both of their backups, both were on the 53-man roster, are scheduled for unrestricted free agency. Brandon Allen was basically the guy, once they got him, it kind of signaled like, hold it now, is Trey Lance going to be on this team next season? And it turned out he wasn't. So, are they going to select a quarterback in the 7th round this year again? Who quarterback? Who kind of fringe, backup caliber quarterback are they going to bring in behind Brock Purdy? Because that was kind of an emphasis too. Remember, when they started talking a couple of years ago about they got to be better insulated at the quarterback position, at that point behind Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's an area that you don't want to be in a position with the 49ers again. You figure they're going to have one of the, you name the number. They're going to have one of the 2, 3, 4, 5 best rosters in the league. You don't want everything to just come crashing down if something happens to your starter. And so it's a matter of you got to get a guy that you think you can win with as well.
Forever an interesting topic, the 49ers, Maddie. Thanks for sharing all your time. Look forward to the upcoming week of news, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Thank you, gentlemen.
There he is, the Matt Mayoko train leaving the station, buddy. In comes, go.
I was going to say the Jimmy Garoppolo train leaving the station.
I guess I think if you did a pie wedge of like people that support this move, that little sliver were like 1% me, 99% no. So I'm on the losing side of history on this one.
Shout out to the 1%ers who won Jimmy Garoppolo.
I am a 1%er on that one. Tyler Fitzgerald, the intriguing Giants prospect, and a guy who spent some time in the bigs last year, put up some decent numbers too. Big, rangy, athletic.
Speedster. Center
field short. Did you see Susan's story this morning that during the pandemic he played for a team called the Y'alls down in Kentucky?
Hey, y'all.
An independent league. It's called like the Brenton, Kentucky Y'alls. Y''ALLS. That's the team name.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah, the Y'alls.
Let's score some runs, y'all.
Let's go talk to Tyler Fitzgerald, y'all, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. People tell me I'm nuts. Am I nuts?
I think you are. Yeah.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former San Francisco Giants shortstop Brandon Crawford stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about his decision to join the St. Louis Cardinals and how his tenure ended in San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Freeman on the bag with him at first. 2-2 pitch. There's a high drive to left. Down the line. Toward the corner. Way back there. Goodbye! A home run! Tyler Fitzgerald's first big league homer at Dodger Stadium when the Giants badly needed something. Peralta went back into the corner to the 3:30 marker and ran out of room. 3 or 4 rows back into the seats.
Well, they've just thrown the ball back out of the field, and if you're a Giants coach, you want to get that ball.
Thank you very much. We'll take it.
Well, that'll warm you up to a Giant fan base. Be a Giant rookie hitting your first homer at Dodger Stadium, September 22nd, 2023. That man who swung that bat is on the Uma guest line right now. Our first chance to have Giants prospect / camp phenom Tyler Fitzgerald here on the Uma guest line. Tyler, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, we were down there a few weeks ago. We didn't get a chance to talk to you. We wanted to talk to you. Welcome to the show. How you doing this morning?
Hey, what's up, Tyler?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on. Thanks for your time.
Yeah. How'd that sound, by the way, hearing John Miller call your home run at Dodger Stadium?
Awesome. Such a dream come true, man. I probably watched that video 100 times.
Oh, man. All right. Well, that was awesome. And we'll get into your backstory, but let's talk about what's going on right now. You're taking the field tonight against the Dodgers. Where's Tyler Fitzgerald mentally and physically in camp, and in particular with what Bob Melvin is communicating to you about what you need to do?
Yep. I had a meeting with him a couple of weeks ago. He said, you're competing for a job, whether that's shortstop or utility player, you're competing for a job. And mentally right now, man, it's spring training for me. I'm just trying to get better every day. Kind of off to a slower start than I would have liked. Obviously for a rookie, spring training is so important. But it's not the end-all, be-all. I had a slow spring training last season, and then by the time the season started, I was off to a hot start. So I'm staying optimistic. I'm just hoping to get better every day, and here soon start taking some better at-bats and putting the ball in play more, and trying to help the team a little bit more and kind of showcase what I can do. But definitely not the start I wanted in spring training, but I'm very optimistic and very excited for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, and one thing that you have showcased so far is your versatility, whether that's playing shortstop, whether that's playing center field. I'm curious, since you were just talking about Bob Melvin in your meeting about being a utility player, how comfortable are you playing multiple positions, and can you play anywhere else outside of shortstop and center field?
Oh, very comfortable. I actually really enjoy, coming to the field and not necessarily knowing exactly where I'm going to play that day. That kind of all started in Double-A, and then last year in Sacramento, I was moving all over the place, whether it was short, second, third, center. I'd come in, I'd see the lineup, and I'd just roll with it. It's kind of it kind of keeps it fresh. You're not playing the same spot every day, and it kind of keeps me on my toes a little bit. But it's all about preparation. Getting your reps in the outfield during batting practice just to stay ready, and then obviously taking most of my reps at shortstop. That way I can play second and third. But I feel like if you can play shortstop, you can play pretty much anywhere. I know I can go out there and play left right now. Right requires more arm strength, but if worst comes to worst, they could throw me out there and I could compete out there. So I definitely feel like I could play basically anywhere but pitcher and catcher, to be completely honest with you.
I love it, man. Hey, Tyler, the story, Susan Slusser, it's funny we have you on because Susan Slusser in the Chronicle just wrote a feature on you with some really great details. If you could share with us the story about center field, because, if you look at your baseball reference plays, you were playing second and third and short out in Richmond, but center field starts on June 18th, 2023. Dude, it's March of 2024. That's only 9 months ago. And tell us the story, you came to they just threw you out there and you didn't even have an outfielder's glove. You used Brett Wisely's, all that. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, I used Brett Wisely's. I actually ended up just stealing it from him because he had a couple more. Yeah, but he was pretty cool about it. He just let me have one. But they called me into the office. Brundy did about 2 days before. He said, hey, man, I don't know when exactly, but you're going to probably play some center here soon. We were actually in a 2-week road trip in Texas. It was blazing hot. So we weren't doing anything on the field, really. We were going out and getting our grounders, and then we were coming straight inside of the air conditioning. So we weren't doing any, BP reps in the outfield for me to get ready or anything. So my first ever game in the outfield my whole life, they just threw me out there on Father's Day, and they said, hey, good luck. And I think it was the second or third inning, I had a ball that I ran straight back on. I mean, probably one of the harder balls for a center fielder to catch. And I caught it no problem. And from then on, I just kind of felt comfortable. Still really, really raw out there. There's a lot of, fundamentals as far as coming in for a ground ball, getting your footwork. And it's different from the infield because you're not a full sprint from the infield. But when you're coming from the outfield, you got to have a little bit more body control. As far as knowing where the wall is, that's a little bit of something that I'll have to adjust to, knowing where my feet are on the warning track. So I'm still very raw out there, but I definitely feel comfortable enough to where I can get the job done out there. And I think just being able to play the 8 games last year in the big leagues out there has kind of got me more comfortable out there. And I should be able to do a pretty good job, if I ever have to.
And Tyler, we've seen that transition before from shortstops going the outfield, whether it's a guy like Fernando Tatis with the San Diego Padres, or even your guys' newest center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee, who started off as a shortstop out in Korea. So I wanted to ask about maybe some advice you have for Jung-Hoo Lee. I know you only played 9 games up at the major league level out in San Francisco, but what was it like playing center field at Oracle Park?
There was so much talk about the wind. Just how the wind swirls in San Fran. Never give up on in San Francisco. I'm sorry. Never give up on a ball. I caught myself. Don't put that on a lip.
Nicely done, Tyler.
I love that. That's a thing. We'll circle back on that. Go ahead. Talk about the wind. Yeah.
Just act like you didn't hear that. I always heard about the wind, how it swirls, and the never give up on a ball because you can look at the flags, but they're never really as accurate as you would think at a normal field. So I came prepared for anything. I was kind of out there just a little bit overthinking it. I'm seeing these flags swirl, but I don't really know what to expect. It actually wasn't as bad as I anticipated, I actually felt pretty comfortable out there. I don't think Jung-Hoo's going to have any problems. I think, if anything, he should probably give me some tips. He's been out there way longer than me. So, I think he's going to be completely fine.
Oh, man, it's great to hear Tyler Fitzgerald, the fresh-faced voice of a 4th-round draft pick out of Louisville. Just a little person. I love your background story here. Your dad played college baseball at Louisville, right? You grew up in, do I call it rural Illinois, Rochester? It's near Springfield. I mean, I'm on the map right now. It doesn't look like you guys are a big city. Huh?
Very small. I was actually in a neighborhood, but most of my buddies that I went to school with were very rural. And, there's a lot of hunting, a lot of fishing, and a lot of stuff like that taking place. But I was in a neighborhood. I grew up in Springfield until 4th grade, so I wouldn't say I'm too much like country or anything like that. But a lot of my buddies growing up were.
Do you hunt and fish?
I do not. Actually.
You were the city slicker, huh?
Yeah, I'm kind of a city boy, I guess, at heart.
Yeah.
A lot of my a lot of my weekends growing up actually were like in Chicago playing ball and stuff like that. So it was a 3-hour drive. My dad was always driving me to and from Chicago. So I'd say I'm more of a city boy than anything.
Now, Tyler, were you exclusively a baseball player growing up, or with that extreme sprint speed that you have, were you a football player? Did you play any other sports?
Growing up, I played football, baseball, and basketball. I gave up basketball after 8th grade. I just did not enjoy being stuck inside. I really just I just wanted to be outside. So then I took baseball and football. But then after my freshman year of high school, I committed to the University of Louisville, and my dad and I sat down and we said, hey, like, you know, it just takes one hit in football and your career could really take a turn. So we sat down and we decided to just give it up, and I just did baseball full time, and I knew that was the right decision for me because when I'm out there practicing baseball, I'm enjoying, I'm loving it, I'm having fun, and I just didn't have that same feeling with any other sport. So, you know, I think playing multiple sports is great, especially for speed, athleticism, stuff like that. But I actually gave other sports up pretty early.
Yeah, and Tyler, just to follow up on your speed and athleticism, I think there's a lot of people probably listening right now who don't know that you registered actually the 6th fastest sprint speed last year at the MLB level with over 30.1 sprint speed feet per second. How much is that a part of your game? And especially last year with the rule changes, with the pickoffs, with the bigger bases, how much do you think you're going to get active on those base paths?
Tremendously. I think last year was just a little something of what I could do. But there was a huge emphasis last year with the rule change on how valuable stealing bases is going to be. And for a guy like me who took my game last year from hitting homers and striking out to you know, hitting singles, taking my single to right, hitting my doubles, for me to be able to get on first base and then steal second, steal third was just a tremendous asset for me to have, and the coaches have been telling me all spring, you know, stay aggressive. But honestly, the hardest part about stealing for me is just getting on first base. So once I get on first base, I feel pretty confident that I'm able to steal a bag or two. But I'm definitely excited to keep this trend going. I think I can probably, you know, depending on what level I'm at this year, hopefully I can top how many stolen bases I had last year.
Ah, man, it's gonna be so great. I know we're running out of time. We gotta let you go, unfortunately, but just. Was there a buzz in the clubhouse that don't say San Fran on KNBR? Is that it?
You know, I heard that a few years ago, actually, that you weren't supposed to say that. That kind of just slipped without me thinking.
You're good. You're good, buddy. You're good. Hey, listen, we understand if you're not from here, people call it that. That's all right. I used to be cranky about it. I'm a local. You know, the one that you can use that's cool is Frisco. That used to be uncool. It's back. Frisco's back. Frisco's back.
I'll have to add that one.
Yeah, you can drop a Frisco or just simply the city, Tyler.
Well, that's the other thing is we consider ourselves, because, you know, this was the city on the West Coast for the first 150 years. So the city, capital T, capital C. You good?
Love it. I love the city. I love Frisco. You know, I won't mess that one up again.
No, you're good, buddy. You're good, man. Oh, and last one, I just want to make sure I say it right. They say you got to swallow when you say Louisville, right? Louisville. Not Louisville, right? Louisville, right?
Louisville.
There it is, man.
Just comes out real fast. Louisville.
Yeah,
perfect.
I love it. Well, Tyler, listen, you know, when you came up, you hit a bomb at Dodger Stadium, you hit 2 bombs, you showed some speed, athleticism, shortstop, center field. It's all arrow up, man. So have a great rest of spring, and we will look forward to seeing you in San Francisco, in the city, in Frisco, Tyler, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Tyler.
Guys, I can't wait. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for your time.
There he is, Tyler Fitzgerald. And if it didn't surprise you, he graduated in college in 3.5 years with a finance degree. And in the story, his mom said, we never once had to tell him to do his homework. He always did it without us asking.
I mean, he's a smart kid. Look how he caught himself when he slipped in San Fran in the middle of the answer.
Extremely bright kid. When I read that story in Slush, the mom said, I never had to say, Tyler, are you ready for the test tomorrow? Or Tyler, have you ever done your homework? Never. He always had it done. He's just one of those kids who has a plan and executed. I was like, can I borrow Tyler Fitzgerald for a little bit? Bring him up to the house? Because I think the Murphy boys could use a little foot in the rear in terms of that.
I want the smarts and I want the speed.
No, I want the kids to do their freaking homework without us getting on them.
That too.
And then we have to, like, you know.
Maybe pick up some wet towels.
Oh, dude. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're listening. You're listening well.
I got you, Murph.
Hey, do you want to get into this Brandon Crawford stuff on the other side? He did speak to Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Let's hear what he had to say next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, I'm sorry. I caught myself. Just act like you didn't hear that. I love the city. I love Frisco. You know, I won't mess that one up again.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He pitches, and Crawford hits a high fly ball right field. Snyder going back. He's looking up. It's gone! Brandon Crawford has launched a grand slam over that 21-foot-high wall, and the Giants have taken a 4-0 lead and totally silenced this crowd in Pittsburgh.
Well, there it is, man. Hey, are you going? Is this?
It's like a jungle sometimes.
Well, no, this is. So I'm going. Let's just strip me. That's Tangerine Dream, Risky Business, right? Like, yeah, that's the music from. I'm pretty sure that's the music.
Yeah.
Well, he's stealing it from a Tangerine Dream, then, bro.
I mean, Murph, everybody samples from somebody,
well,
but
yeah,
yes.
But this is weird because did you guys hear Risky Business in our promo? Sometimes you got to say what you guys. A lot's coming together here in my brain.
Everything's clicking at once.
One of my friends, Coach Jim's wife, Coach Libby, she texted me this morning how excited she was to hear What the Blank on the promo for Risky Business. I'm virtually certain this is the sample from Tangerine Dream, Risky Business. So and Nicotina has great taste.
And it's also one of the walk-up songs for Brandon Crawford.
I could be. Okay, if I'm not wrong, it's okay. By the way, how about this? 925-530-415. No, you're completely wrong about Frisco. Sorry, guys. I got news for you, man. You're on the wrong side of history. Frisco's back, baby.
All I'm saying is the man that you hear right now on the
707?
rejoin, Andre Nicotina, will drop Frisco in some of his bars.
That's it. That end of discussion.
Nicotina has spoken.
I mean, we could continue it just for sports radio purposes and like keep it alive, but 707, no, Frisco's not cool again as if it ever was. He says it's reintroduction by millennials.
Frisco is not okay. Yeah, reintroduction by millennials.
415, sorry, but people who grew up in the city do not like the term Frisco. John Joe Curley grew up in the city. Hey, John Joe, you down with a Frisco? Hey, yes. He says thumbs up.
He did say it was cool. Frisco.
Yeah. This guy's from the frickin' Sunset. Actually, he's not. He's from West Portal, but he doesn't want to admit it because that's too aristocratic. It's much more blue collar to say Sunset. You say West Portal, now you're talking like, oh, I see how it is.
Yeah, don't be spilling the secrets of John Joe Curley.
I see how it is, man. Anyway, 707 says Frisco plays. 408 checked it in and said, great segment with Fitz, but I never did understand the big deal about San Fran. I was born in 1982 and raised in San Francisco. I don't understand the aversion. I'll go ahead and say at this point in time, I'm getting old enough. Just go ahead and call it San Fran.
Not going to San Fran.
Aaron Rodgers calls it San Fran.
Not going to San Fran.
See, now when he says it, that pisses me off.
I'm sure it
does.
does.
But that's because it's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, Brandon Crawford. Oh, look at this, man. Dude, 209 says, Murph, you're triggering me with this Frisco talk.
Trigger warning. Be careful, everybody. There's a trigger warning.
707 says Frisco's way better than San Fran. 408 says the Hells Angels have Frisco on their vest. What's cool about that? 415 says born in SF, Frisco all day.
707 says Nicotina speaks facts. It has been decided.
209 says you're talking Frisco, you're talking Texas. 707 says who the blank cares. Call it whatever you want. That's what he says.
Tribe has spoken.
There you go. Anyway, and other people it's just saying right now, 415 says, give me Tyler at second base. No, Tyro Estrada second base.
Yeah, Tyro's going to be your everyday second baseman. But it was interesting to hear Tyler Fitzgerald say that he can play anywhere on the infield, even the outfield for that matter. He said basically anywhere outside of catcher or pitcher.
Yeah, which, by the way, given the Giants' Pablo Sandoval, Brandon Crawford, why wouldn't you pitch?
I was going to say maybe get Fitz or Casey Schmidt on the mound.
925 says stock up on Tyler Fitzgerald. Another one says, 916 says he needs to make the club. He's perfect for what we need. And 415 texts in says, I now officially have a crush on Tyler Fitzgerald. So, well, listen, the kid, well, how about twice? Intro and outro. Thank you for your time, he says to us. Thank you. He's like a young Tony. Except for young Tony will occasionally snap.
Yeah.
Tyler Fitzgerald, I don't think we'll ever
snap. I don't think we're going to snap unless he's snapping double plays at second base. But he was someone that stood out to us down at Scottsdale. When he was fielding, it was him and Marco Luciano in the same group. And let's be honest with you, Tyler Fitzgerald looked a lot smoother at shortstop.
With Luciano?
Yeah, defensively, definitely.
Yeah, agreed. He's an athlete, man.
And that's why I'm excited to see.
So's Luciano, but.
I mean, even just having Tyler Fitzgerald, whether he's in the starting lineup or just a piece off the bench, the Giants need to figure out how to be more active on the base path, especially what we saw last year with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who, actually took advantage of the rules of the pizza box bases, of pitchers not being able to pick off more than 3 times. They were active on the base paths every single day. And who did we talk about every time we talked about the Arizona Diamondbacks? Corbin Carroll. Well, Corbin Carroll and Tyler Fitzgerald have the same exact sprint speed.
Wow.
There's only a few players in baseball that are faster than Tyler Fitzgerald. Guys like Trey Turner, Bobby Witt Jr., and Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, Bobby Witt's that fast, huh?
He's a speedster.
Wow, I didn't know that. Great deal. Way to StatCast, buddy. One time a guy was coming at me for my baseball takes. He goes, do you even Fangraph? That's what he said. Do you even Fangraph?
Do you even?
Do you StatCast?
Do you Baseball Savant?
All right, here's Brandon Crawford on with the afternoon guys yesterday. The lead cut E is an echo there, buddy. And, I think I'm being accurate when I say this, that Brandon, when he spoke to The Athletic, when B. Craw, DJ BC Raw, spoke to The Athletic, Andy Bagley, about Farhan, he was legit pissed. And I think he legit thought that there was an element of it making personal between Farhan and Crawford. I think once the comments came out, sometimes you say stuff to get off your chest and then maybe you have a slight regret. Like, listen, I would say there's 365 days in a year. 300 days a year, I say things that I regret, and I'm glad they're not in print.
Regrets, you've had a few, Murph.
Well, there you go. Sometimes you say things, and then it's different when it's in print.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I think he believes what he said. I think he does want to move on from it, and we want to stay on it. Like, dude, what was the beef between you and Farhan? Blah, blah, blah. So when he came on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, it was nice to come on. I don't think he really truly wanted to revisit it.
No, and I don't think they dove too deep into it. Now, he was on the AJ Przinsky podcast earlier this week also.
Wow, AJ.
Which is kind of a random pairing, Brandon Crawford and AJ Przinsky, but he kind of addressed a Farhan situation on that podcast, and then Tolbert asked a follow-up question yesterday on their show.
Why didn't we get that in the cooler of content?
It's a great question. John Joe Curley.
All right, there we go. They keep sending us, well, anyway, so Tolbert asked him, and I think here's Crawford's answer.
I mean, just throughout my career with the Giants, I just have a lot of appreciation and respect for the entire organization. So, yeah, I mean, I can't say anything bad about him. Obviously wish there was a chance to come back, but didn't work out.
Okay, that's what he said. So he took the high road there.
Yeah, see if you can find that AJ Przinsky scout. It might be in the system, Daily Sound folder. Check it out.
Now, with the increasing odds that Nick Ahmed is maybe going to be the opening day shortstop.
Are we sure about that? The guy doesn't even have a jersey number yet. He's still repping Madison Bumgarner's 40 on his back right now.
Which was very controversial. I sent that out once I saw that in Baggerly's report, but Alex Pavlich quickly corrected me and said, they have so many people in camp, they're giving out numbers, but if Ahmed breaks with the squad, he would not wear 40.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
That makes sense.
Okay, so they're maybe like renting it on his back here. We have the other sound. Is it the AJ Przinsky sound? Look at you. This was in the system? All right. Well, this is Crawford on AJ Przinsky's podcast.
It's not something I really want to dive into a whole lot anymore. It's been talked about a little bit, and but yeah, I mean, I had a meeting with Farhan pretty early into the off season, just kind of letting him know that you know, I wanted to come back. I wanted to end my career as a Giant, and understood how I had played the last couple of years, and so, you know, not necessarily coming back in the same role, but you know, more as like a mentor, even utility guy. I would play second or third, or, you know, whatever the team needs me to do, which is basically what I'm, the same kind of role that I'm here now and with the Cardinals. I don't know if they're going to need me to play second or third, because there are a few utility guys who can do that, but I mean, it was pretty obvious that I probably wasn't coming back, but you know, still wanted to keep the door open throughout the off season. There was probably a very small percentage chance I was coming back, but you know, the closer it got to spring training, the more it seemed apparent that I wasn't going to be back.
Okay, so I think he's talking about this meeting in November.
Yeah,
it didn't go well.
No, it sounds like the writing was on the walls back then.
We talked about it last week. We put it out on Twitter and all that stuff. And, you know, we did see a valuable role for this guy as a utility infielder, as a 26 guy. And the whole idea that he wants the 26th spot on the roster to be versatile, we kind of poo-pooed that because he's treated that 26th spot in the roster like a disposable compost bin, you know?
And again,
we've gone through the numbers and names of the guys he's done.
Yeah, we've gone down that list. And to say that Brandon Crawford can't play anywhere outside of shortstop, to me, is kind of asinine.
Yeah.
Like, we just got done talking with Tyler Fitzgerald, a shortstop who moved to the outfield. I mentioned Fernando Tatis, what he's doing, moving to the outfield. Jung-Hoo Lee used to be a shortstop. Like, shortstops are some of the best athletes on the team. No question in my mind. Brandon Crawford could have been a late defensive replacement at short, at second, at third. Hell, I'll put Crawford anyway.
I'm not sure who I want to be the starting shortstop right now. Right now, honestly, that might be my top priority. Well, other than young pitching, which we'll get into, by the way, with Bob Melvin, who's going to come join us next week. And we'll get into the infield with Matt Chapman, who will join us tomorrow. Matt Chapman makes his Giants KNBR debut on Murph and Marcus tomorrow. That's a good note to go into, to hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, productive day today. Good meeting Tyler Fitzgerald on the radio today. And Maddie talking Niners. And, of course, Kruk. Hey, dude, Giants, Dodgers tonight. And we do believe it's on MLB Network. We do. We're not 100% sure. We think it is, but it is on KNBR.
Yes, it's on KNBR. It sounds like the game is going to be on TV, whether that's Dodgers, Sportsnet LA, or on MLB Network. And you'll have an opportunity to watch Kyle Harrison square off against Shohei Ohtani, who Dave Roberts said is going to be in the lineup tonight.
Okay, so here's the deal. That's great. That'll be fun. And obviously, the Warriors play the Bulls, right? Mm-hmm. After we'd spent all morning long talking about Bob Myers, and that was definitely the theme of the morning, was the big hit and all that. But what's turning into our little final segment here as Johnny glides in and Papa gets lined up. Yesterday, we kind of introduced the idea of something a little offbeat, and it was the frickin' story about the Iditarod and the moose.
And it blew up. And now people have questions about the moose story.
Bro, there's a follow-up.
Oh, man.
Like a legit,
part 2.
Can I get a Fox, like legit news? Like legit. Dude, Iditarod officials yesterday imposed a 2-hour time penalty on the musher, Dallas Seavey. You ready? For not properly gutting the moose he killed during the race. 2-hour time penalty for not properly gutting the moose. Unbelievable. This is my moose gate.
I mean, it's one thing to be a musher like he is, but does this guy have to be like a certified butcher?
Yes.
Like he's got to figure out the proper way to gut a moose?
Or the man is coming for you. The man is coming for you. So listen to this. If you missed it yesterday, on Monday, this legendary 5-time Iditarod champion, his dogs got entangled with a moose in the middle of a night. Okay? So here's the story. He whipped out a handgun. And killed the moose.
I'm surprised a handgun took down a moose.
Can I get a Cope's chuckle once again? I shot a moose once. I was hunting in upstate New York, and I shot a moose. Those are for my people out there. He used a handgun to shoot it and kill it at about 1:32 in the morning. By the way, imagine the pitch black. He's got a headlamp on. Some moose is coming after his dogs. By the way, is the moose looking to kill the dog and eat the dog? What's going on here? Why is the moose messing with the dogs?
I was going to say, and how many dogs does it take to take down a moose?
Do you like huskies versus a moose? Like, does a pack of huskies defeat a moose?
That's always the question. Can 10 of this animal take down one of this animal?
What do you go with? You going with 10 huskies versus a moose, or you going with the moose just stomping on these huskies?
I mean, a moose is such a brutal force. I might take the moose in that matchup.
You will? You
might have to give me like 20, 25 huskies.
Shout out Bullwinkle. So here's the catch.
Shout him out.
If a musher kills a big game animal like a moose, caribou, or buffalo in defense of life or property during the race, rules require they gut the animal. You and I both admitted we've never gutted an animal.
Oh, I've never come close to gutting an animal.
I have a very good friend, a kid I grew up with, Ebby. They were the Hunting Eberhards, dude. They gutted everything and stuffed everything. So I would go to my buddy's house, and in the garage, they were gutting and stuffing.
Ooh.
All right, buddy?
Gutting and stuffing.
By the way,
that's real appetizing.
Shout out, and then they would do taxidermy. They'd make the duck look all beautiful, and then people buy it.
Oh, that's kind of creepy, the taxidermy
You don't like
stuff.
taxidermy?
No, it's kind of creepy to me.
Young Tone.
I don't need
here.
a dead bird sitting in the middle of my kitchen.
You're anti-taxidermy, Young Tone?
Yes, 100%.
Why? You don't want a beautiful stuffed bird?
They're meant to be outside. They're meant to live. Just put them in your house and kill them.
Nice.
Are you upset that this guy killed the moose? Are you?
No. Some people like to do so.
Okay,
like
so
that.
anyway, here's the deal.
It's kill or be killed, Murph.
Here's the catch. According to the investigation, they freaking investigated.
There's an investigation. Who's in charge of this investigation?
They found that he spent about 10 minutes at the kill site and then mushed on before camping on a 3-hour liver. He spent 10 minutes gutting the thing.
Ooh, I think that's where they throw the flag, Murph.
Bro, that 10 minutes?
It's going to take longer than 10 minutes to gut a 500-pound moose.
It's going to take 10 minutes for me to screw up the courage to even get the knife to cut the gut.
Dude, it's going to take me 10 minutes to figure out where to cut, Murph.
Exactly. Where do you go? Underbelly?
Yeah, I guess you got to go to the belly, right?
And then are you reaching in?
The belly of the beast.
Are you reaching in? Are you just...
Now I'm getting flashbacks to the movie, what was it, Revenant, when he cut open a moose and went to go sleep inside of it. Right?
Incredible.
Yeah, to survive that blizzard.
Dude, in the wild, you got to do things to survive, bro.
Dude, it's survival of the fittest for a reason.
I mean, you're out here longboarding around the city. You're not sticking your head up a moose's gut.
No, I'm not stopping to help anybody gut a moose, and that's what really pissed me off about the story yesterday. The guys who are in second and third place have to stop and help gut the moose?
Yeah.
That's not my problem. That's the guy who pulled out the handgun and shot the moose.
He then departed at 5:55 a.m. for the next Finger Lake check-in. He reported the kill. Here's a quote. It fell on my sled. It was sprawled on the trail. I gutted it the best I could, but it was ugly. We said that yesterday. We quoted that yesterday. So now the investigation finds it has been determined the animal was not sufficiently gutted by the musher. Or the musher, yeah. By definition, gutting includes taking out the intestines and other internal organs.
Oh, so he left a couple organs in there, huh?
Dude.
That'll spoil the meat.
What do you leave in? The kidney, the
meat's
bladder,
gone bad.
the short intestine, the small intestine. The moose was retrieved and its meat salvaged and processed. Iditarod Associates in Squintna, Alaska were distributing the food. Now, that's the part where you get excited. You said you'd eat the moose.
Oh, yeah. I'd throw it on the smoker for a couple hours, Murph. Let it smoke up all day.
What do you think? A little salt and pepper? Where are we going?
Oh, we're going Texas style, just salt and pepper.
And do you think it's chewy, gamey, tender?
Well, it depends. I'm guessing you're probably going to have to smoke it like a brisket, like 10 to 12 hours, heavy smoke, low temperatures. You got to break down those fibers, Murph.
So you know what I'm going to say to this guy? He's looking to win his 6th Iditarod. You know what I mean?
Who's this guy, the Tom Brady of Iditarods?
He's going for it. This happens to him. He has this unfortunate incident, and then he gets a 2-hour penalty for not properly gutting. You know what I'd say to him? Hey, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Sometimes in life, you're going to get gutted, Murph.
Because, I mean, nobody asked for the moose to step in and start messing with his Huskies. He's like, that's just bad. You know what? That's a bad break, man. That's a ground ball that hits a rock and like cuts through the infield.
You got
know
a
what I
bad hop with the moose.
So there it is.
Which, by the way, I think the sport should like implement like a pit crew. Like in NASCAR,
yes,
the driver doesn't have to change his own tires. He's got a pit crew.
A gut crew.
There should be a gut crew that comes in and guts the moose.
100%. They come running in from the forest, gut that thing, and did 10 minutes. By the way, this entire segment's been like 7 minutes. So 70% of the gutting is done.
You think the two of us could have gutted a moose by now?
We still haven't cut open the moose.
No chance. We're still staring at that damn moose.
There it is. All right. Well, listen, we followed up. Listen, we're going to give you, again, the rest of the story.
That's it.
Paul Harvey style.
808 KNBR, the moose leader.
All right, man. Hey, looking forward to having Matt Chapman on tomorrow. Looking forward to Warriors-Bulls recap tomorrow. They win this one tonight, right?
I mean, you would think after that performance last night, always sketchy on a back-to-back, but I got him down as a win tonight.
And what does TJD do tonight?
A couple more blocks, yeah.
Joe Rizzo's going to join Papa and Lund at 12:30 today, and I think this time with Johnny Lund sliding on in here to leave our moose guts on the side of the road and head out of here.
Let's get out of here. Let's go watch some Giants-Dodgers ball tonight, Murph.
Okay. Harrison Ohtani, first inning.
Ohtani and our guy Landon Roop making his debut.
Rising fastballs from Kyle Harrison.
There it is, John. Roop, there it is.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
San Fran and San Francisco, I'm sorry. I caught myself. Just act like you didn't hear that.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Satanakupo gets inside, can't get it. Lopez has it. Shot blocked, swatted away by Kuminga. Wiggins to Curry. Ball fake. Fires away. Connects a three. That's his fourth three-pointer. Satanakupo, the crossover goes right into Kuminga. Shot blocked. He did it again. Jackson Davis, his third rejection of Giannis. That is just, here we go again. And the finish. Oh, Draymond corner three. Oh, why not? The biggest lead of the night.
He's made more threes in the second half this game than he has all season.
That 22-point lead got down to 6. It's been rebuilt to 25.
Yeah, it's really huge because we've got a very different look off the bench than our starting group. And, we come in with Chris and Clay. That's a, Hall of Fame backcourt off the bench. That's pretty good luxury. And then, adding Trace to that mix gives Chris a lob threat, and, Moses spaces the floor. BP's another playmaker with that group that started the second and the fourth. And so we liked that lineup quite a bit, and they really came through for us.
Oh, geez, we're starting fast today. Thanks for joining us. Downhill side of the week. Thursday, and the Warriors look like contenders last night. We'll get into that whole conversation. We still got a bunch of Niners because we're just a few days away from the heavy petting version of the offseason for the 49ers and the rest of the NFL. Landon Roop makes his debut tonight against the Dodgers. They will be Ohtani-less. We here in Scottsdale tonight, so we got a lot to do with the Giants and much, much more, including an injury for Cat, which could open up the door in the West. And you are in Warriors gear. You know what's going on. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, Karl Anthony Towns, the Kathmandu, has torn meniscus in his knee. Same injury that Eric Armstead had to play through that at the end of the year. He had a plantar fasciitis as well, but it was an issue. So they're both huge men. I mean, Kathmandu's nearly 7 feet tall, and he's the second leading scorer behind the Ant-Man on the best team in the West. So how does that change as you look ahead to April, May, and June? But as I shed a tear, we welcome back Bob Myers, and Bob does live here in the Bay Area, but a triumphant return. Last night, it was the daughters that got him. It's always the daughters that break you down. He was doing fine in the on-camera open. His hair looked, he never quite brushes his hair, combs his hair. It just looks like Bob Myers, Ashton Kutcher, roll out of bed, perfect hair. But when he had Kaylee, Annabelle, and Rosie, his daughters, unveiled the video montage, he just broke down.
That wasn't fair. That was not fair at all.
Well, that's a Raymond Ritter production to bring him to his knees. So, and then right after that, they played like Bob's teams when they first came together. I mean, the ball movement, the body movement, the defense, and the strength in numbers. And Steve Kerr said this is the deepest team he's ever had. And that was the motto. We get to be championship. Leandro Barbosa and Mo Buckets and Andre coming off the bench and Sean Livingston. I mean, those were deep teams. They were TWO deep, like the Warriors championship team of Rick Barry in the 70s when you had a two-headed center and Cliff Ray, Johan, and George Johnson, and they had a backup at every position. And that's what they are now. And now it's not even too deep. They're getting into a third team. It's like NFL training camp where you got not just a starters and the second team, a third team. They're 3 deep because their rosters are going to 15. They're going to have to pare it down at some point. But that looked like the Warriors, John. The Warriors from not the Durant Warriors, who obviously could do all that, but it looked like the Warriors when they were first coming together, and they need the young guys to play well because they got the old guys. Steph's going to have a birthday 1 week from today. Steph Curry's going to turn 36 years of age. Draymond just turned 34. Clay's right behind him. Kevon Looney is starting to show age. I mean, Kevon looked like he was 34 his rookie year. And now he's starting to get, moved out a little bit. I still think he's going to contribute. But so many guys played well last night. But the guy you undeniably have to single out is the 4-year player at Indiana for Mike Woodson, Trace Jackson Davis. His ability to play around the rim on both ends of the floor. And we love pods, but, I mean, Draymond didn't contribute like this as a rookie right away. It took him a while to take over for David Lee. Harrison Barnes did in a different way, just a solid all-around way. But Trace Jackson Davis is just a little bit like that, John. We've been saying, do you want to move him into the starting lineup at some point? I understand they want to keep he and Chris Paul together. They have such a great thing going on the pick and roll, the pick and dive, because he's so good going to the rim. So I get it, but I do think at some point you may want to move him to the starting lineup just to alleviate a lot of the strain on Draymond playing 5 every minute he's on the floor. But he didn't even play that much last night, John. He played over 25 minutes, Draymond. He said he sucked. He was hard on himself, but Trace Jackson Davis on both ends of the floor and the shot blocking with his 40-inch vertical at 6'9", the long arms, and those first 2 back-to-back blocks on Giannis Antetokounmpo look so much like Kevon, where Kevon would wait for you at the rim like Luka Doncic Go back to the Western Finals when the Warriors won the title in 22. How many times now Kevon may not just block your shot, but he's going to bump you and move you and subtly get you to miss right around the rim. Trace Jackson Davis, and he backed up on Giannis. He gapped him. They did Jaylen Brown, Tony Allen him. He backed way off of him and gave him that running start where he goes into his spin move. But this young guy is a rookie. Watch tape of Blake Griffin defending him and just spun into the spin and got right there to block his shot not once but twice. And then he got off the floor and scored. And then later in the game in a chase down, come from behind block on Giannis Antetokounmpo. Everybody played well last night. Wiggins has got to get his legs back, obviously, John. But how good is Trace Jackson Davis?
He saved the game. I mean, that's what it comes down to is they got off to that awesome start. They had tons of energy. There was a ton of energy in the building. They blow them out. They got a 20-point lead at the half, and then Milwaukee, and you knew it was going to happen. They just kind of had a letdown at the start, a 19-5 run by Milwaukee, and you thought to yourself, man, they've blown so many of these big leads this season. Here we go again. They go on that big run, and then Trace Jackson Davis comes off the bench. Like you said, those blocks, him and Chris Paul just had a telepathic way on the offensive end. He got a couple of dunks to add some energy back in the building, plays that defense on Giannis, and then all of a sudden all was right. They righted the ship, and they cruised the rest of the way. That period of time, and Draymond was right and admitted it in the postgame, he sucked in the third quarter. A couple of turnovers. Milwaukee gets back in it, but TJD gave him the energy, and they cruised the rest of the way. He was the key in that third quarter to get him back right.
And incidentally, not drafted by Bob Myers, as Steve Kerr pointed out.
That was classic.
It was classic. And we'll get into Bob. I think if he does want to do television, headset head is not the way to go with that crop of hair. He's better in a studio. We were talking to Mike Breen yesterday, and we'll get into Bob and his return. It's hard to be, John Lynch could obviously do it, being a former player. Pat Riley was the president of the Miami Heat and still is. He could do it. Jerry West, obviously. Phil Jackson later in his career. But they were coaches and players. And Bob was a player. He was a great player at Monte Vista and was a part of a championship team at UCLA. But his analysis is more suited to macro pullback pregame stuff. He doesn't dive into it like a former coach, like the Van Gundys do. They roll up their sleeve or Doris Burke and really get into the analysis, or J.J. Redick. Bob's solid, and we reached out to Bob this morning, did a nice job, and it's nice to hear his comments on the Warrior players. I'm not sure there's anything we learned that we haven't known from interviewing Bob. It's almost like he's being interviewed during a game, and, we did that so many times on pre and post with Bob and on radio and TV over the years where it's that kind of role. So I think ultimately he will move back into the front office in the NBA or find some kind of a creative role with rich guys like Josh Harris in Washington and Philly and New Jersey and all the sports to be a contributor. He's solid, but I think ultimately as a game analyst, it just sounds different not having a former player or coach in that role.
There were a lot of gaps. We heard a lot of Mike Breen last night. I'm not bashing. It was great to have Bob back. I think ESPN did him a real solid by letting I think it was a great night. I think if you're a Warriors fan, I think it was a great night. I think you're a Bucks fan, you're like, what the hell, bro? It was kind of like a home broadcast. I think Mike
just
Breen,
watch the local broadcast. Yeah. Watch the local broadcast.
I think Mike Breen did a hell of a job last night, and it's not a knock on Bob. I want to talk more about what we heard in the broadcast, but yeah, I think it was a really cool night for Bob. I think he deserved it. I think it was really cool how Raymond and the Warriors set that whole thing up with his daughters, and I think that it was appropriate what they did, and I think he deserves every bit of it. And you and I talked about him at length yesterday. It's a crowded front office that they have. It's not exactly democratic because Joe Lacob ultimately makes a decision on a lot of those things, but I would guarantee that Bob Myers had a hand in a lot of the things that they did. And I thought that you could tell the great relationship that he and Steve have because, like you said, Steve made that crack at the end of the quarter about, oh, yeah, you didn't draft Brandon Podjemski and, a lot of GMs
Trace
and coaches.
Jackson Davis, yeah.
I've heard Trace Jackson Davis, and they didn't have a lot of GMs and coaches have too big of egos to make those kind of jokes after the fact. But, that was the great thing about this front office and about these players, that people didn't care who took all the credit. And that's not normal. It's not normal to have the front office and the players and everything share the credit and not care who gets the credit or those guys don't care that Steph Curry got a lot of the credit and became the lead singer of the band or anything like that, and that's why they won so many championships. Everybody shared the credit, and everybody knew that Steph was kind of the lead guy. So that was cool, and that kind of was all illustrated last night. So it was a fun night. It was a cool night, and I think the Warriors, at the end of the day, just for this season, reestablished themselves. I think the rest of the Western Conference, if they were watching that game last night, went, oh, damn. Because like you said, they're back together again. They played that way. I mean, Wiggins isn't even a game story because, like you said, he's got to get his feet under him. But the rest of these guys showed that if they'll play that way and they'll have that kind of energy, that this team is going to have to be reckoned with in the Western Conference. There's no doubt
it's
about it.
Strength in numbers again, and he's going to have to figure. They got 21 games to go, and they've got the most set of back-to-backs of any team in the NBA. And I know they're not traveling, but Chicago's waiting on them. DeMar DeRozan, the mid-ranger, is a really tough cover. Nick Vucevic, their big center, he gives Draymond problems. Going back to when he was in Orlando, he's a really crafty scorer. You got to bounce back. If you don't follow up tonight, then last night is not as great. And then you got Wembanyama waiting for you in San Antonio on Saturday. But the Warriors, they got to play these 21 games to go, John, in 39 days.
Yeah,
it is a condensed schedule as the playoffs start. Right around tax day, they got an easy schedule relatively. But you can't let down, and you have to follow it up. But no, Bob did not draft Trace Jackson Davis or Brandon Pajemski. He did not make the Chris Paul trade. But everybody, Steph Curry, obviously they inherited from Nelly and Larry Riley. But he did draft Draymond Green. He did bring in Gary Payton II. He did draft Kevon Looney. He did draft Klay Thompson with the urging of Jerry West. Moses Moody, the main roster. And then the one transaction he made that we thought, how are you going to pull that one off, is he got Andrew Wiggins. And he got it because Kevin Durant left. And they were able to get D'Angelo Russell for a layover and then be able to reroute him, which also got you a first-round pick to get Jonathan Kuminga. So a lot of the young guys that contributed last night, Pods and TJD and the old guy, Chris Paul, were not brought in by Bob. You don't think Bob laid the groundwork for at least the Paul trade with Mike Dunleavy? It happened right after he left. He may not have executed it, but he talks to Dunleavy all the time. He talks to Draymond all the time. So his fingerprints are still on this. And who knows? I mean, if he ultimately does come back into the NBA with the love he has for the Warriors, couldn't you carve out a role for Bob back in the front office in a combination with Dunleavy Jr.? I mean, teams do that all the time. The 49ers just hired Nick Sorensen as DC, and they brought Brandon Staley in to kind of oversee the entire defense and being an assistant head coach and a former coach in Kyle's ear. So, even Joe said he was going to try to bring him back at some point. You may have to change the titles. Brandon Schneider's the president. He runs the business side. Bob could have a combo rollout like Sandy Alderson did years ago. So who knows? Once a Warrior, always a Warrior. But it was great to just see them play like Bob's first championship team with the strength in numbers, the suffocating defense. Milwaukee scored 9 points in the fourth quarter, even after the game was over. They only had 9 the entire quarter. What the hell? They completely took them out. But mainly it was the ball movement. And when you move the ball, you got to move bodies. The ball can't just move itself or it's going to go out of bounds. If there's not a body there to catch the ball, they just looked like, didn't they look like that innocent climb of the first Warrior championship team? They have that hunger. They have the youth from the young guys. And obviously they got the 3 future Hall of Famers, Steph and Clay and Dre.
Let us hear from you. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is wide open. What did you think of the Warriors last night? Did that prove to you that the Warriors are... Well, they're scaring the rest of the West. What do you think? They 12-3 in February, 14 out of their last 18. Did that convince you last night in Bob Myers' return? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open at 415-808-KNBR. You can hit us up there. We'll read the best ones, or jump on a phone line and talk to us directly, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Jump on the lines coming up next. We'll talk to you. Ron Kroichek will join us this hour from the Chronicle at 10:50. Our good friend Joe Rizzo will preview tonight's game in Scottsdale Stadium between the Dodgers and the Giants. We'll do that with Joe at 12:30. Pop in London on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now on KNBR.com.
The Warriors blow out the Bucks. Are they back? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. John Lund here. Did you see that many of the attorney ads that you see or hear, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, so you're talking to somebody across the country. He's not going to care about you like the Dolan law firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They care about you. They love you. And so do I. But I move on. The Dolan law firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, weather's starting to get better. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you see them, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands, great hands actually, with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they have secured more than, that's where that $1 billion comes in, $1 billion. And if I'm not enunciating correctly, $1 billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's a lot. So you pay nothing up front, though. So we go from $1 billion to nothing. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Dub Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I thought Trace Jackson Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
There's Steve Kerr. We'll play a little Draymond Green's ode to Bob Myers and how important Bob was to the dynasty of the Warriors. We'll play that for you at the bottom of the hour, and then Ron Korchak is going to join us at 10:50. The best way I think I could term Bob Myers' return last night was, I want to be nice because I love Bob Myers, but I think that he's going to make a great president of basketball operations for the Clippers when they open that big, what are they calling that? The dome, whatever that dome is. That
you think he's going to join Ballmer?
I do. I really do, because Bob Myers.
Roster's pretty well set right now with Lawrence Frank.
Yeah, they're good. But I think that Steve Ballmer's going to want to make a big splash down there in that, what are they calling that place? That dome that got, by the way, some kids broke into that place and videoed it and all that kind of stuff, TikTok and all that kind of stuff. I just know how detailed he is, and I know that job's very hard. I would not want to work with Stephen A. Smith. I see the pain on his face. It's hard to be an analyst, and there were a lot of dead spots last night. It's just very difficult to do that job. I think it's really hard. It takes time. It takes dedication. It takes a lot of hard work. And I don't know that he wants to go back in the studio. And as you've pointed out many, many times, Bob is so good with people. He could run billion-dollar companies. He could be a big part of the Commanders. He doesn't just have to be a basketball guy. He's been a top-level agent. I knew him when he was Brandon Roy's agent up in Portland. I mean, the guy could do anything in the world. So I'm not just saying he could run basketball teams, but I think Steve Ballmer's going to throw $1 billion at him.
$1 billion?
I don't know, whatever.
Slow your roll, bro.
And I don't think that he wanted to go straight from the Warriors to the Clippers. Isn't his wife from Southern California? I mean, I just think
Bob lived down there for 20 years. He went to UCLA and he worked at the Wasserman Group. He was based in L.A.
I just think it makes too much sense. I think that the Clippers want to have their own identity, and I think they want to make a big splash and get away from the Lakers, and I think Bob Myers would really help them do that. So I would not be surprised in the slightest if one of the best executives of all time went down to the Clippers and helped them get their own identity, because they need it. I don't know that they'll ever get out of the shadow of the Lakers, but he would certainly help. So it wouldn't shock me in the slightest, and I think that media is very, very difficult, and I don't know if he's got the passion to do it. And nothing changed my mind of what I saw last night, and that's as nice as I can be about it. But that wouldn't shock me.
And he was fine. I think the ultimate role for him in TV, and if they would change some people on the desk and give him more of a forum. I remember when the NBA went to NBC, the first hire that they made, they hired, Peter Vesey, obviously, as the insider, but they hired Pat Riley, and they put Pat Riley next to Bob Costas, and Riley was strong, but he wanted to go back and run a team, obviously, and I think Bob's role ultimately as a broadcaster, and I've heard him bits and pieces on games before. Last night was the first time I heard him from start to finish, is I think he's more of a studio analyst and more of a macro commentator than the nuances of the game. So, but, if you wanted to put him on the NBA Finals with Doris Burke and or J.J. Redick, I think there'd be a role for someone like that. But, the obvious thing would be to say he'd go back and run a team, and it may not just be the Clippers. The Clippers could win the NBA championship this year, and they wind up keeping all their people. I don't know. Obviously, Jerry West in the relationship with Bob, and that was a big reason why he was hired, and Danny Ainge as well. Danny's still out there. I think Bob could do a lot of things. Obviously, running an NBA team would be easy because we know he can do that. But when you take a creative mind like Josh Harris, you hire him in football. And Bob's got contacts there. You think the hiring of Adam Peters had something to do with Bob and their relationship? I remember Bob coming to the Niners home opener this year against the New York Giants with his dad and brother, and they sat up with John Lynch and Adam Peters, and Bob came out to practice. He's tight with Adam and John and obviously Steve Kerr, and Kyle got together. But in any event, I think Bob could do a lot of things. He could be an out-of-the-box kind of guy. I know he makes a lot of money being a public speaker like Billy Beane has for a number of years, and those corporations pay big-time money. So the question is, does he want to go back to the day-to-day grind of running an NBA team, or does he want to, do this for another year and take, opportunities like Josh Harris afforded him? But the bottom line is, he's a Warrior, and he loves the Warriors, and He built this team, and you could we'll hear Draymond's comments coming up. And it's not just his relationship with Steve Kerr is special. Obviously, they're like brothers. He was able to, have a great working relationship with Joe Lacob, which is great. Joe's a great owner. He gives you all kind of money to buy a roster. I mean, to have that kind of money in a 15-man roster in the NBA is amazing. And but he's challenging and he's demanding. And then, to have Steph Curry guide your franchise, the volatility of Draymond, but the brilliance of Draymond, the quiet excellence of Clay, and then Andre Iguodala, the parent, in the room, the guy that could really bring it all together. He had special players there, but as Draymond talked about, he touched everybody in the organization, everyone. Raymond Ritter and his staff and the business side, Rick Welts, and later Brandon Schneider. We know working with him on TV and radio, he's just a jewel of a human being. So when you're that quality of a person and that bright of a mind and being able to work with people, bring people together, not divide people, you're going to be valuable to a lot of corporations, not just sports teams. Corporations would want Bob Myers to be involved. So whatever he wants to do, he can do it. And as we said, if you have a Mount Rushmore of NBA, of Bay Area executive and NBA executives, he would be in that category as well. But just Bay Area. And I do want to mention Sandy Alderson. Andy Dolich sent me a note yesterday that neglected to mention Sandy. I mean, obviously, from the ownership side, guys that built their rosters, Al Davis and Charles Findlay, were unbelievable and great for different reasons. And, things broke apart for them for different reasons. John McVay working with Bill Walsh. And I do wonder, did Bill, he must have come back and worked a 49er game. I just texted Sarge. He said he only lasted a year or two with NBC. Did Bill Walsh ever come back and work a Niners game with Joe Montana at quarterback? Or that would be fascinating to see. Or Steve Young.
Let's go back because I don't remember.
I don't either. And he did back then. NBC mainly did the AFC.
Right.
So I don't recall, but, there was an overlap there where the Niners would go on the road and play an AFC team or vice versa. You can maybe have a game. And I got to go back on YouTube and see if Bill Walsh ever did a Niners game. That's kind of like what we saw last night from Bob. But John McVay and, his quiet presence with Coach Walsh all those years, Brian Sabian. But, we had Billy Beane and John Lynch and Doug Wilson in the category guys that were really good for a long time, and John's still doing it, but never broke through and won a championship. And then Sandy Alderson. Sandy Alderson started all the analytics in baseball. Earl Weaver to some degree. Even the 69 Amazing Mets did it years ago, but mainly it was Sandy in the front office, and Billy obviously was raised by Sandy. And Sandy did win a championship. He didn't win enough. The A's dominated baseball for a 5-year stretch, and they won the One World Series in '89. So when you look back on it, that Bob never does work in the Bay Area again, never works in basketball again, he's thought of as one of the great general managers in his sport and certainly on the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area GMs.
All right, don't go anywhere. Draymond Green with some great things to say about Bob Myers. There's some fun moments as well. As we predicted, Bob broke down, but the Warriors did him dirty, man. He had the daughters there. Or else he would have held up just fine because he held up fine at the beginning, was very professional, but then when they had a few minutes with about 6:50 left in the second quarter, I think it was 6:50 or something around that, they did the quick tribute, but then they had his daughters said our dad and everything, and then he broke down and couldn't do it from there. But a lot of fun moments. But Draymond Green was some moments who basically said, "Hey, look, I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Bob Myers." We'll play that for you coming up next, and then Ron Korchek from the Chronicle at about 50 past the hour. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
action wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I haven't seen him on the NBA beat, but I've seen him in the neighborhood because we're neighbors, and so occasionally I'll be walking my dog and we run into each other, and it's so fun, seeing him.
How often you really running into him in the neighborhood?
I've probably run into him since the season started, like 4 or 5 times, just walking around, and then we do text and call, probably talk once every week or two.
There's Steve Kerr on his relationship with Bob Myers, who, of course, was honored by the Warriors last night. But the big news, 125-90, and I think a big signal sent by the Warriors really since February 1st. They've won 14 of their last 18, 12-3 in February, the 2-1, and, of course, that loss to Boston. They bounced back big time, and you heard both Clay at halftime and Steph right after the game on ESPN talk about it, proud of the way that they bounced back from that Boston loss. So I think they have sent a message in Minnesota at the top of the Western Conference. They're dealing with an injury to Cat, so we shall see with 21 games left in the season. By the way, before we get to the Draymond cuts, do you believe that? Are they? Do you have a different feel about this team now, winning 14 in the last 18?
I have. I mean, from the very start, you got to remember they started 6-2 this year. They got off to a good start, and right away you could see where the pieces fit. You tried to understand how Chris Paul on the roster over Jordan Poole. They're obviously very different. Would it make them better in some areas? Yes. But Andrew Wiggins wasn't playing the way he was capable of playing. Jonathan Kuminga didn't play. And remember, last year at the end of the year, the Lakers series, Kuminga didn't play. He wasn't in the rotation, so you don't know what he's going to be. You saw a little bit of Pods and Trace Jackson-Davis in the preseason, but you didn't have any idea they would contribute. First of all, that they'd be in the rotation, Pods in the starting lineup. And I think you can make a point that Trace Jackson-Davis needs to start as well. You don't want to break up he and Paul, but I do think at some point wearing Draymond down is a concern. And then Draymond, obviously, in all of his situations, the ankle injury to start the year, the Donovan Mitchell game he got tossed, the multiple suspensions, the indefinite suspension, and went on and on and on and on. So I've always understood that Dario Saric is a better player than he's playing right now. He's got, you don't have to get him back, but I think just a pick and pop complement to the pick and roll and dive with Trace Jackson-Davis is something you want. He's a veteran player. Kevon Looney, I agree with Steve, and he's always delicate in his word choice. That's what makes Steve Steve. But you're going to need him in certain matchups. The way he guards Luka around the rim. Trace Jackson-Davis did it last night against Giannis. It was incredible. But you'd like to have multiple bodies. You get into a foul situation in the playoffs. They started well, but then, due to a lot of factors that we just stated, mainly Draymond, the whole thing blew up, and you never saw the team. I remember the 22 championship year, and Bob Myers and I did a Q&A with the Warriors' most prominent, shareholders and contributors, business partners up in Napa, and all he said that day, and we had him on the air, and I've reached out to Bob, throughout the week. We may get him on at some point. Today or tomorrow or next week. He's got a family situation going on. But I just want to see my team. And even the 2022 year, Clay didn't come back till January the 9th. As soon as he comes back, Draymond got hurt in the layup line with a calf injury. When he comes back, Steph gets smart bombed by Marcus Smart. You never saw your team. And then when it was time to go, they went. And you've still got those 3 guys that are champions that know how to execute a game plan. That's the one thing about last night, John, and Draymond stated it. And Doc Rivers with his massive hyperbole that the Warriors had 100 days off before the game. Slow your roll. They just played a hard road trip. They are going to play in 3 and 4. They got a back-to-back at home, but you knew they'd be energized last night, not just their legs, but their mind. And the advanced scout did a great job. When you give them a scouting report on how to deal with Lillard and how they got up on him the way we said, and it wasn't so much Wiggins as it was Gary Payton II. And how about Moses Moody just stripping him right off the dribble with the logo? What a play. And then the way they guarded Giannis to gap him but spin with him. You get in a short series with the Warriors and their intellect and their championship pedigree. Never underestimate the heart of the mind of a champion. They can be that team. And then one other point here, and we're going to hear from Draymond. Yes, Bob is around this team. He's not there physically, but he does, as he mentions, running into Steve. And then they talk all the time. Draymond Green, when he came back from the indefinite suspension, mentioned a lot of people that guided him, and one was Bob Myers. And he said that Bob talked to him every single day during that time. So even though Bob does not have the job and the responsibility nor the paycheck to do it, you just don't break away from relationships like he's had with these guys, whether it's Steve or Steph or Clay or Dre or Looney or any of them. So he has had an imprint on this year. Now look at how good Draymond's playing. But Draymond almost snapped last night, John. I thought he was going to go off when he got the one sack, and then he just backed away and didn't take they were trying, though.
He almost got a
second. They were trying
second.
to get Draymond run
he almost got a
later
second.
in the game, but he did back away.
All right, just for a little bit of background on this whole thing, Draymond went out for about 5 minutes in the postgame about Bob and how much he loved him. So we're going to cut this up in little bite-sized pieces. But here is Draymond on, a lot of people are like, well, beyond all these things, Bob is a people person. Why do people keep saying this? Here is Draymond on Bob Myers and the relationships he built within that building.
You talk about this franchise and this dynasty that's been built, and so oftentimes it's the players that are mentioned. It's Steph, it's Clay, it's myself, it's Loon. It's so oftentimes you get the players get the credit. But the work that Bob did, and by the way, it's not putting the teams together. For a basketball savant like Bob, that's the easy part. It was the work that he did on the relationships. Every single day being in here, building relationships from top to bottom, from the best player to the worst, from Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, Kirk Lacob, Steve Kerr, Raymond Ritter, from on to a community, from top to bottom, the relationships, the work that he did on relationships every day was one of my biggest takeaways in working with Bob.
So you can just hear the passion in his voice, right? Because people aren't behind the scenes, and it's cool where Draymond kind of takes you behind that and how much passion and how much love he has for this guy that people just don't see.
Honestly, has anybody, even in passing, ever said a bad word about Bob Myers? Has so many times somebody's there, then they walk down the hall and somebody will, that guy, what a phony he is, or whatever it is. In any walk of life, especially in sports. It happens all the time in sports, especially people that have to make hard decisions in sports. Has anybody ever said a bad thing about Bob in any regard? I've never heard it. And the times I've been around him, there are times you tolerate people, you have to deal, as there's a lot of egos. Even, really good people, sometimes their ego comes out. And with Bob, honestly, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. And a lot of it was the respect he has for Raymond Ritter, because Raymond would coordinate our interviews on TV and radio as well over the years, and he respects Raymond. But Bob respects everybody. Everybody. That event we did with the Warrior shareholders and big corporate sponsors in Napa, the way he just talked to everybody, and not just the people that are given millions of dollars to help him have the massive payroll, the biggest in the history of American sport for a while, until Steve Cohen and the Mets went crazy. But just people around the organization, people that put those events together, every single person on the basketball staff, everybody has a say in what they do. Nick Uran, remember him? The idea to not play Andre Iguodala or start Andre Iguodala over Andrew Bogut in the playoffs, and just so many people. Eric Hausen has been working with the Warriors for years. Bob's a quality guy. There's just no other way around it. He can choose to do whatever he wants to do. But last night, the Warriors played like Bob's initial championship team and a few of the others with the, suffocating defense. Doc Rivers always talks about, the Warriors show you their offense, but they beat you with their defense. And he said, Doc said our offense wasn't good enough last night, and the Warriors just suffocated them with that championship defense, the strength in numbers, the roster building that Bob put together along with Joe and everybody on the staff, obviously, all the way down the line, Larry Harris and everybody. But then Steve to play everybody. Not a coach who's going to play everybody, and at some point he's going to have to pare it back. But it's just great to have, Bob come back and have the night that he had and have his team play so well. They should get him back on ESPN, ABC more often if the Warriors are going to play like that. But Derek, my son, did reach I knew Derek would know. Did Bill Walsh come back and do a 49ers game on TV? And we'll play it for you. It's on YouTube. The Cleveland Browns did come back and play the Niners at Candlestick Week 8 of 1990, and Bill Walsh was on that call.
All right, we'll give you one more before we talk to Ron Kroichek. He's got a great piece in the Chronicle this morning about the strength in numbers in the Warriors bench, which obviously with GJD coming off the bench and others to contribute to the big win last night. But here is Draymond, and I never thought about this. Draymond saying that Bob Myers definitely will be in the rafters someday for the Warriors.
That's the same guy who, when I was suspended for Game 5, didn't come to the game. He came and sat with me and watched the game. And such a special, special soul. And I think, we've all been able to learn from him and to see him be celebrated tonight the way he should have. You talk about jerseys getting retired and all those things. His name will be up there in the rafters with what he brought to this organization when no one believed that this organization could be anything. I was a Bay Area native who came back after spending 20 years in L.A. to take the franchise that he watched growing up, that he would go sit in the 200 seats with his dad just to watch a game. It was him that had a vision and a belief that I can go back there and lead a charge in taking a franchise to the promised land, the laughing stock of the NBA when he came back here.
I mean, that's, usually the players don't like the man. I mean, Bob Myers is his front office. That's the man. And they just don't usually speak glowingly in those terms. It just doesn't usually work that way. So, I mean, it just shows you how much respect everybody had from the front office down for each other. That's a unique relationship. It really is.
When you had Bob Myers running the basketball, Steve Kerr coaching the team, and Steph Curry as your best player, then that's it. It's just the heart and soul, and it's heart with those guys. They're quality people, and nothing, Draymond said it's surprising. And they had a volatile relationship, obviously. But Bob was there when he couldn't play Game 5 against the Cavaliers and got suspended. And, Draymond took some shots at him during the Kevin Durant. Bob had to go to Draymond's house and suspend him for berating Kevin Durant during a game in L.A. against the Clippers. You think that was easy? Then Bob stood in front of the cameras and got emotional and told it all. Obviously with Al Davis it's different, but you just don't, GMs don't normally, you don't have a plaque at Oracle Park that says Sabes for Brian Sabian. They do put people like that in the organization's Hall of Fame, like John McVay's in the 49er Hall of Fame. And Sabian should be on the Wall of Fame. You have to break rules for people that did it differently. But there's no doubt the Warriors will, in time, honor Bob Myers for his amazing contribution here. Unless he goes to work for Ballmer and the Clippers.
I think
you're dead to us.
All right, let's talk to Ron Kroichek. He wrote about the strength in numbers that has returned because the bench was huge last night, especially TJD and what he did against Giannis. Well, he did it in both ends of the court when Milwaukee made that 19-5 run to try to get back into the game, and we had those flashbacks to those big leads that the Warriors had blown earlier in the season. We'll talk to Ron Kroichek from the Chronicle about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. It's Greg Papa. If you are looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all the things money related, then please call my good friend and huge Bay Area sports fan, Greg O'Donnell, at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, he has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg and his staff today, right now, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you've always dreamed of. So call Greg and his staff right now, 866-496-2300. Again, online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think 4 blocks on Giannis will help you make a name for yourself. Have you had a chance to check your phone and what kind of text you're getting right now?
Not right now. I don't even know. Just it's a surreal moment, but you just got to build off of it and just keep stacking days, keep stacking games. Credit to coach, just giving me confidence. Credit to the players for giving me confidence, and just glory to God first and foremost.
That's Trayce Jackson-Davis after he saved the Warriors. We were having flashbacks of them losing big leads. The Bucks come out of the locker room after the 20-point lead in the first half. Warriors are absolutely dominating it on both ends. You got the blocks there, but he and Chris Paul were magic on the offensive end, and the Warriors get the big win last night, 125-90 after getting blown out in Boston. Ron Korchek talked about it. The strength in numbers and the bench saves the Warriors. Let's get into it with Ron. Great piece in the Chronicle. You need to check it out right now, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Ron. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. Let's talk a little TJD. We just heard him right there, and man, he looked great last night. And I don't think that anybody has blocked Giannis like that, man. He got the 3 in the third quarter, and he looked great, man.
Well, 2 on that one possession.
Yeah.
It was, he showed sort of a vivid illustration of what Steve Kerr and the Warriors have been talking about in terms of the impact he can have. And we've seen glimpses of it, but to see that much of it in sort of a critical stretch against one of the best players in the world, and really a player the Warriors have nobody else who can really challenge Giannis like that. I mean, Draymond's obviously a very good defensive player, but he's given up a lot of size, and Giannis is building up a head of steam early in the game last night, and Jackson Davis is equipped to combat it, and did, and sort of showed why the Warriors are so high on him.
And like so many of their great players, Steph and Clay and Draymond, Pajemski to some degree, they're not one-and-dones in college. This guy played 4 years in Bloomington and Indiana under a very good college player, NBA coach, Mike Woodson, coached him there. And look at the numbers that he had in Bloomington. He finished as the school's leader in rebounds and blocked shots, and he was high in points. Now, a lot of it is the modern game. Guys do leave early, but, back in the day, Kent Benson and Scott May stayed all 4 years for night. There was a piece in the Chronicle about Trace Jackson Davis. Ron, you wrote that, right? That exhaustive.
I did.
It was absolutely fascinating, starting with, the situations he had as a young child and some accidents around the house and why he has the slight indentation in his forehead. We know, why Dale Davis is his dad, but Jackson, the other side of his surname, is from his guy who really raised him. So just explain, because you did an exhaustive amount of research, and there's only you can, be able to put it to our newspapers and online. Just a great story about who exactly Trace Jackson Davis is, Ron.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was, the idea was to kind of introduce him and his journey to Warriors fans and readers here in the Bay. I mean, he's obviously a new figure on the team, and the more I dug into it, the more interesting it became. And as you pointed out, his surname, Jackson Davis, he changed as a teenager to reflect Ray Jackson, who is his mom's husband and has been for many years, and who essentially raised him with his mom. And Ray Jackson has an interesting backstory. Grew up in Southern California, went to Mater Dei, sports powerhouse, played cornerback, started for Washington State in the 1998 Rose Bowl, and defended Charles Woodson in that game, defended Tony Gonzalez at Cal in Pac-12 games. So there's a big family history, not just Dale Davis, but a big family sports history that extends to his stepdad, Ray Jackson, who he refers to as his dad, and the rest of the family. So Ray Jackson's brothers all played, including basketball, and he grew up in Indiana, and there's that basketball heritage, right? But he did have 2 very serious accidents as a child, one that left him with a fractured skull, and that's what I led the story with what looks like kind of a design in his hair is actually a scar ear to ear when they did surgery, brain surgery, when he was only 4 years old. And the interesting piece about that I thought as I got into it was his sister is a doctor now. His sister's 9 years older. She's 33, and she's an anesthesiologist in Milwaukee, and she became a doctor because of what happened to her little brother. She remembered that the first doctor who saw him kind of messed it up and started stitching him back up, and then realized, we need to do surgery here. And that's what drove her to become a doctor. So I thought that was pretty interesting that his misfortune as a kid kind of shaped her life's trajectory.
That's a great piece. Ron Korchek joining us from the Chronicle, looking back at the 125-90 game. And you talk about, it's always been strength in numbers, and now all of a sudden, now that everybody's back, you start looking at this thing and you see a team that is 10 or maybe even 11 deep. And before the game, he said, okay, we're going to use everybody. And then after the game, he's saying, okay, we're going to have to start looking at this thing. And as we're 21 games away from the playoffs, he's got some decisions to make. And I know in the playoffs, a lot of times it comes down to matchups. Okay, we may use this guy, we may not. And he's going to have some decisions to make. When Moses Moody has had opportunities, he's done some things. There's going to be some tough decisions, though, based on the matchups in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, because you look at the 11 he played last night, I mean, which of those 6 bench guys do you not play? I mean, you kind of have to play Peyton in most situations. Right? Last night you put him on Lillard. I mean, what a great, good matchup and a unique defensive player. You got to play CP and Clay, obviously, off the bench. There's your first 8. And then you get into Jackson Davis and Looney and Moody, right? There's your 11, I guess. I mean, Looney's minutes have shrunk significantly, and that probably will be the case, and depending on matchups. I mean, I think they'll probably use him more against Jokic, the guy he got a lot of experience against. But against a long, athletic team like the Bucks with Giannis, it makes more sense to give those minutes to Jackson Davis, as last night, illustrated. And I talked to Looney after the game last night and quoted him in my story, where he, acknowledged and understands that that's the situation now, and he knows that. And that's the whole reason they're kind of thriving is they've bonded in a way where they acknowledge it's going to be, guys aren't going to necessarily play as much as they'd like to, but it's working. And when you're winning, that's how it happens. I mean, that's how it meshes. If you look at the history of going back to Iguodala sacrificing and not starting, and that's kind of happening now with Clay and Chris Paul coming off the bench.
Yeah, Steve flat out said it before the game that this team is the deepest team he's ever had. And when you go back to that initial championship team, the motto was strength in numbers, and they brought not only Andre off the bench, Leandro Barbosa was a tremendous offensive player. Sean Livingston was there. Mo Buckets, Mo Spates. I mean, they had a lot of guys contribute, and Steve was a bench player throughout most of his career, so he embraces it. Going back to Trayce Jackson-Davis, and I think at some point I'd like him to get not only back in the rotation like he is, but in the starting lineup. I just think Draymond playing 5 as many minutes as he is just wearing him down. And I understand Jackson Davis and Chris Paul and the chemistry they have on the pick and roll, but hell, anybody would have the chemistry with Chris Paul because he's so good with the dive man there. But Wiggins and Kuminga are so good together, so I'm not sure what you do. You could take Pods out of the starting lineup and play him off the bench, but the one thing is just, are they wearing Draymond Green down a little bit by playing him so many minutes as the undersized 5?
I don't think so. I mean, is he really playing that many minutes? I haven't looked at the numbers, but it seems like...
Well, last night he didn't because he got pulled. But, yeah, he's playing 32, 34 minutes a night.
Yeah, but, I mean, I think there's a big difference between 32 and 38 to 40 or something. I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting down the stretch here because, as I noted in my story, I mean, they have 21 games in 39 days the rest of the way. I mean, it's a very jam-packed schedule. And I think, and that was sort of part of the point is, they're going to need this depth. And I don't think you mess with a starting lineup that's working as well as this one is. And I don't think you mess with that chemistry that CP has with Jackson Davis. I understand what you're saying about Draymond, and he's obviously 34. He also hasn't played a full season. He missed a lot of games. So theoretically, at least, his body should be able to handle it. Going forward in the longer term, yes, I think that's something you look at more seriously, going into next season. But I don't know that you mess with what they have going in that starting lineup because I think the reason Wiggins and Kuminga are playing so well together, and they weren't, earlier in the season, I think the reason is Draymond is there to kind of connect that front court the way Podziemski helps connect everything else.
Ron Krychek from the Chronicles got a great piece this morning on the Warriors' 125-90 win over the Bucks. So 12-3 in February. They've won 14 of 18. I know the ugly Boston one is in there. But should the rest of the Western Conference, should they be on guard against the Warriors right now?
The West is fascinating.
It is, right?
I mean, I can't remember. I mean, maybe I'm just becoming more of an NBA fan, but I have been for a while. I can't remember, checking the standings as much as I do now, thinking, wow. I mean, I looked last night, like, they're a half game behind the Mavericks, and that happened fast. And it's just, there's so many interesting teams. I mean, obviously, as you know, the top four have sort of separated themselves. So I don't think the top four are too worried about the Warriors right now. And that's the next, the Warriors are obviously trying to move up as much as they can. And they're playing well, no question. But let's also, hit the brakes a little bit. They haven't done well against those top four teams. I think Monty Poole had a story recently where they're like 2-12. Now, granted, they played them well, right, or tight. The Nuggets games have been very close. And they lost on that crazy Jokic shot. But, yes, I mean, if I'm sitting 5 through 8, the Warriors are right in the rearview mirror. And they're not, it'd be shocking to think they're going to finish 9th. I mean, they seem like they're headed toward 5th, 6th, 7th at worst. But they're not going to get in the top 4, and their first-round matchup is going to be difficult because they're going to play one of those top 4 teams. Let's just say they get 5 or 6 or, 7 in advance through the play-in. That first-round matchup is not going to be easy, whoever it is. And if it's the Nuggets, it's going to be extraordinarily hard. So, yes, the other teams are certainly aware of what the Warriors are doing, but there's a lot of good teams in the West, as you know.
All right, last night, obviously, the Warriors played so well, and it also coincided, to me, they played a lot like, Bob Myers' first championship team with the ball movement, the body movement, the suffocating defense, the strength in numbers, and there he was, sitting courtside.
Right.
But great Bob Myers, and I know you've covered Bay Area sports for forever. When you think of the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area roster builders and general managers, and some were owners like Al Davis and Charlie Finley, and you think of John McVay in the understated way with the Niners and Bill Walsh, and Brian Sabian, obviously. Sandy Alderson with the A's had a great run. He's the one that brought Billy in, won just the one World Series. Then the 3 guys that have had great runs that have not been able to win, ultimately Billy Beane, John Lynch so far, and Doug Wilson. But you're around the team a lot more than we are, certainly in recent years. Just the overall contribution to Bob Myers with an owner as dominant and basketball savvy as Joe Lacob, and it's beyond, as Draymond talked about, the connectivity with Bob and everybody in the organization. Just when you look at Bob's decade run, Ron, do you put him up there with the greats in Bay Area history?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, just given the results, right? I mean, it's a little different in that he didn't, he inherited Steph and Clay, so there was a nice building, nice pair of building blocks there to start. But he also drafted Draymond. I believe he was involved in that was his first draft, I think. 35th, which is
Harrison Barnes, Draymond, and Festus.
Yeah, and getting a Hall of Famer at 35 who perfectly complements Steph and Clay is extraordinary, obviously. And he's missed, right? I mean, he missed big with James Wiseman, but he also has hit. Kuminga looks like a home run or a triple. I mean, he's going to be a really good player for a long time. Moody's going to be a good player. So he's and beyond the personnel moves and the roster building, I think he was just sort of the perfect guy, as you said, to kind of connect this very strong, involved, basketball savvy owner with the coach and the players. I mean, Myers, I think, was really good at, managing up, managing down. He's just has really good people skills, messed with Kerr on a very deep level. So yeah, I mean, he's on that Mount Rushmore. I mean, I covered the early '90s A's with Alderson, and that was quite a team he put together. Even though they only won one, to be in 3 World Series in a row, and Dave Stewart wasn't exactly a star when they got him, and he became a star. And they resurrected a lot of players with that A's team. So those are the 2 that come to mind for me. But obviously Sabian and what the Giants did. So we're fortunate as sports fans in the Bay Area to have had these runs. Going back to those A's teams and the Niners, obviously, and then more recently the Giants and the Warriors. And even if the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl, they've been in the hunt, routinely, which is cool to watch and cool to cover, definitely.
Good stuff, Ron. We appreciate the time. Thanks, man. It's always our pleasure. Talk to you soon.
Hey, thanks for the invite. Take care, guys.
You got it, man.
Gotta go have a bag of goldfish right now. His son loves goldfish.
He does?
Going back, like, I don't know, 15 years ago when he'd come in and do Chronicle Live, we'd get him a bag of goldfish and his son would devour it.
And that would keep him chill?
Well, it kept me chilled as well. Don't you love a good bag of goldfish?
Yeah, I don't know what the thing is about those, but yeah, my son
And
will
they're
still
also
devour
clean
them.
on your fingers.
Right.
It's not like Doritos where you get
Cheetos
all
or
messy
something?
all over the place.
Yeah.
Cheetos, can't do that.
No, you can't at all.
Yeah,
no.
yeah. We love goldfish.
Yeah. My son will still eat those. For sure.
Yeah.
Like if
Your son going to the game tonight?
Yeah, I just gave him a
Giants,
rundown of what we
Dodgers?
need. I gave him a rundown of what we need tonight. So yeah, well, I might record something with him tonight too, like just exactly because the
An
Savior is
exclusive
pitching
interview with Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I told him.
And why he really wanted to be a Giant, but they wouldn't defer the money.
Yeah, I told him. I just did a rundown. I'm like, this is what we need exactly. You get into the dugout, you get there early, you talk to Bob Melvin.
What'd you tell Melvin?
Got to talk to the got to talk to the Savior pitcher. I told him he's got to get an interview with the Savior pitcher and write something up on him. That's
Roop.
And then
the Roop is on fire.
I told him he needs to catch up to Farhan and just grill him on Dylan Cease. Why haven't you gotten Dylan Cease? Talk right now, make the trade.
That'll work.
That kind of stuff. So anyway, yeah, we'll get into a little Giants coming up next. We have spent the first hour and 10 minutes, and we should have, on the Warriors and Bob Myers' return and all that kind of stuff. And we'll get back to it. But we got to get into a little Giants against the Dodgers, the Savior pitcher tonight. More on Dylan Cease. I did a little deep dive into that. There was a piece on him in the Chicago Tribune yesterday on the late edition, so we'll get into that conversation. We will talk some 49ers today. All the released bills and released players are a cautionary tale for the Niners, so we'll get into that conversation. And still Joe Rizzo in about an hour to talk some Giants because he's been doing great work with the Giants in spring training.
And they're on TV tonight on Dodgers TV, but they're on KNBR tonight.
I'm looking forward to
the
listening
John and Joe show.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. So take a listen from Scottsdale tonight. So all those things to come. Pop and Lund on a Thursday only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Myers back in the Bay, but what will he do long term? That story more trending right now on KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Giants are trailing 2-0. Cutter Crawford, the right-handed pitches, and a line drive off the glove of the third baseman, and it rolls into shallow left field. Shot a laser beam just to the left of Rafael Devers, who was playing him shallow, and he might have wished that he had not been so shallow when the ball reached him in the twinkling of an eye. And as he lunged to his left, it hit off his glove and rolled by him into the shallow outfield, and Luciano has his first major league hit.
All right, Giants back at it tonight. Landon Roop, we'll get to see him. So the piece, if you missed it the other day, the piece that Extra Bags wrote, Andrew Baggerly, and it went around camp and asked, and probably talked to 10 or 12 guys, and whether they be, Patrick Bailey or Tom Murphy, the catchers, or the other players, other pitchers, pitching coaches, et cetera, et cetera. And the majority of them said Landon Roop, this guy who was a 12th round pick, he's 25 years old, UNC Wilmington, and they said he's got great stuff. Now, he only had 10 starts in AA last year, and he had some back issues, but they really like this guy. Don't know if he would start. He would probably go at least, maybe to AA, maybe to AAA. Probably wouldn't be a rotation guy. We're thinking maybe more of Mason Black if they had to go that route, but he's a guy to keep an eye on. And he's going to pitch tonight against the Dodgers. Now, you and I got into a conversation yesterday about a guy who the White Sox won a lot for, and that is Dylan Cease, who 2 years ago was a Cy Young candidate. Last year kind of fell off a little bit. The White Sox got him from the Cubs a couple of years ago in a deal, former second-round pick of the Cubs. He's got great stuff. So ironically enough, Pop, I'm looking for Dylan Cease stuff yesterday, and the Chicago Sun-Times talked to the assistant general manager of the White Sox, Josh Barfield. And he said that opposing teams have...
Josh Barfield?
Josh Barfield.
Not Jesse Barfield.
No, not Jesse Barfield, the old outfielder.
Is he related to Jesse?
Yeah, I don't know. I did think of
Is he
Josh.
Jesse's son? I'm wishing we had Jesse's son. All right, go ahead. Josh Barfield.
But Josh Barfield is the assistant general manager, and apparently no one has met their asking price, and it's apparently been very high. Josh Barfield saying they still anticipate that Cease will be their opening day starter. Says nothing is imminent on the trade front. He says we're preparing for him to be our opening day starter. So what we were talking about yesterday is, J.D. Davis, Joey Bart, those kind of things. Apparently that's not going to get it done. And then you and I talked about, would it take somebody like, one of their shortstop prospects specifically.
Or Landon Roop.
Could it be Landon Roop? Could it be one of their top pitching prospects? I mean, I would imagine that's what the White Sox are talking about. Somebody like that. Now, I would put together a big package. I'm not far on Zaidi, but I would. I think that highly of this guy. He didn't win his case. He got arbitration of $8 million. He's controllable next year. He's only 26 years old, so he's a guy that I think he fits perfectly. He could be your 2 starter. You get those other guys back. All of a sudden, maybe you make the playoffs, and you got guys like Webb and Cease and Ray and Cobb, and now you're cooking with gas. So that's the direction I would go. The other thing is that I think that teams are getting scared off because I did this dorky thing last night. I read a piece, and then I was looking at $100 million contracts. Now, I'm not obviously you're not going to be looking at $100 million contracts with Snell, but I think what I'm talking about here is risk. And there's been 10 $100 million contracts, which is high AAV, that's been given out in the last 5 years. And out of those contracts, only 3 of those 10 have worked out. Now, what my point of this is, though, is that we're talking about like Strasburg contracts, but then, a Gosman contract has worked out.
That was a $200 million contract.
So, but my point in all of that is that those contracts have really not been given out and that GMs are getting afraid of those. So what I'm talking about is, since 2018, we're talking about like Cole's contract has worked out, but Strasburg's hasn't. Trevor Bauer got one. Gosman got one. That worked. Robbie Ray with the Mariners. I'm not talking about the guy that won the Cy Young. Scherzer's with the Mets. That didn't work out. DeGrom's. That didn't work out. Rendon, the Yankees. That didn't work out. So the last 10, 3 have worked out. Cole, Wheeler, and Gosman. But that nobody's getting a $100 million contract. We're not talking about that with Snell. But I think that GMs are getting
What
afraid.
if he gets a 3-year deal for $100 million?
Well,
he could get that.
But I do think what's happening is that GMs on risky contracts. So when we're talking about DeGrom coming off an injury or Rendon, who's had an injury history, those type of guys, I don't know that GMs are wanting to go with that risk. And with Snell, I think what you're seeing risk. So we've talked about this a million times, you and I, where
Yamamoto's contract is how long?
Yeah, it's very long, but he doesn't have
he got 325.
But he doesn't have the history of injury. Like if you're going to give that contract out, the Yankees gave it to a guy like Cole, who's a horse, and you're saying, okay, that guy doesn't have the history. These risky contracts where you're giving out, and in this case, it's a high AAV. But I think that GMs are starting to say, you know what, these risk guys, I'm just not doing that. So I just wonder if Farhan's looking at high AAV on a risk guy and saying, you know what, I just don't want to do a risk guy. I'd rather do it on a guy that, and this is where I'm looking at Cease again, saying, look, he had a bad year last year, I get it, but it's not due to injury. I'd rather roll a dice on a guy that it's a low AAV. Now you're going to have to give up prospects. But if you're having the injuries where you're having the issues that they're having, which is injury related with the Giants, wouldn't you rather take the roll of the dice with a guy like Cease for $8 million, who's got the upside, versus a Snell that you're going to have to possibly play like 30 or 35, and you're rolling the dice that he's going to have the kind of season he had last year?
Well, of course, but you can buy Blake Snell and not give up any draft pick or any players, any prospects. You'd have to obviously make a trade with Barfield and his boss on the south side to get Dylan Cease and then just let him walk. If you're saying he has one more year in his contract after this year, I mean, by and large, the industry has been reluctant to give long-term contracts to pitchers. They just don't do that because pitchers do break down. I mean, years ago, Mike Hampton, what did he get, a 7-year deal to go to Colorado?
Right.
There are exceptions to the rules. Yamamoto, how long is that contract? To get to 325, that's a long contract. So there are guys, but there is a inherent risk to giving it to a pitcher because that's it. Now, Shohei's different because he can pitch and hit. He's coming back off another, Tommy John. We assume he had one. Who knows? But he got $700 million to just be a DH, which is amazing. And then Yamamoto. So I don't know where it's going to go. We'll see. I mean, Farhan really hasn't given out multi-year contracts at all beyond 3 years. And then he gave Jung-Hoo Lee a 6-year deal. But J.H. Lee can opt out after, 24, 25, 26, 27. He can opt out after 4. That's still a long guarantee. And then he gave Jordan Hicks a 4-year deal. That's a fully guaranteed. And it's $44 million, but still he's making the conversion from short reliever to starter. Even if he flames out as a starter, you could still use him in the back end of the rotation unless he suffers a terrible injury. And then in trading for Robbie Ray, they did take on the remainder of his contract, which other franchises in baseball were unwilling to do. And that's 3 years, $73 million left on the deal he signed with Seattle. He could opt out after this year, but is he going to have enough starts and innings to be able to do that and get himself back out in the marketplace when he starts pitching in July? So, yeah, overall, starting pitching, you're reluctant to give up those kind of years and dollars because what if a guy gets hurt? He kills you. And then look at his track record. He didn't give it to Gausman. When Gausman was up, he didn't give it to him. Carlos Rodon was the next year's version of Gausman. He let him walk after a year. So he's done it curiously with some people that maybe he had to do. And some of that may be just where's the organization at with young pitching. Are these guys ready? There's a lot of guys that are in the mix, but who really is major league ready? We'll watch Landon Roop today. That'd be a major jump for him all of a sudden to make the roster. We shall see. I mean, the guy that I'm going to be looking at more tonight, and he is starting, and we are going to talk to Joe Rizzo, who's going to call the game on KNBR with the Hall of Famer John Miller tonight, and we'll watch Dodgers TV as well. Kyle Harrison is starting tonight, and he's starting against the Dodgers. Now, I don't know, John, they're 2 weeks from right now. The Dodgers are in regular season mode. They're playing in Korea against the Padres. So is Shohei not going to be in the lineup tonight?
That's what Susan Susser
Betts
said,
and Freeman have been playing, so we'll see but even if he's not, they have a top-to-bottom lineup. And I do remember young Prince Harry going to Dodger Stadium last year, and I think he was under the weather when he made that start. And you heard Murph and Marcus this morning talking to Mike Krukow. There are reverse splits with Kyle Harrison being a lefty for whatever reason, and it started with his first ever start against the Phillies when Bryce Harper got him. He had a hard time getting lefties out. He gets righties out more readily. So you just want to see him against the Dodgers tonight, and we'll see how long they go. The Dodger guys may play longer than the Giant guys because they're in the 2 weeks to start mode when they go to Korea to play the Padres. So obviously all of it is in play, but I think tonight, for our eyes and ears, I want to see how Kyle Harrison does against this loaded Dodger lineup tonight.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, again, he's penciled in as their number 2 starter. So, I mean, do you expect him to go a couple extra innings, or is it too early in camp? When do they start stretching him out a little bit?
You start. They've been trying to get him into the second inning, and we'll talk to Joe. Kyle's thrown the ball well this spring. Logan Webb is not. Now, you're not going to overreact on things. It doesn't sound like Logan's working on anything in particular. He always is trying to find his slider, and the breaking pitches in the desert, they don't always break. But he's sinker, slider, change, down, down, down. I know Logan's been trying to work the four-seam fastball just to give a different line of sight to the hitters. But for Kyle Harrison, he's working on a cutter this spring. We saw him last year. I saw him in AAA in Sacramento a couple of times. And obviously, the arm side command getting in the strike zone with a fastball. But he was mainly fastball, slider, change. Now he's mixing in more of a cutter, which is a little bit different version, a slight grip rotation. But it's a little harder version of a slider in between a fastball and a slider. So he's been working on that a little bit tonight. But you do want to see Kyle Harrison. I would venture to guess, John, they'd like to, going back to the Cap days, it was ups and downs. I mean, right about now, the season does start 3 weeks from tomorrow. He's going to take the ball 3 weeks from Friday. 3 weeks from today, actually, the season starts. Today's Thursday. So his season will start 3 weeks from tomorrow at Petco against the Padres. And then, since they don't have a day off to start the year, his next start will be against the Dodgers, which does lead to, you want Kyle Harrison pitching against the Dodgers tonight? Like to see the Dodger lineup, usually against a team you're going to see early in the year, teams in your division. You don't have your frontline guys starting against them to give them a free look. So that's another aspect of it all. But his first start will be 3 weeks tomorrow against San Diego. His second start will be in 4 weeks yesterday against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. So let's see how he does tonight against them.
All right, no lineups out next or out yet. Harrison versus old man James Paxton, by the way. That's what the pitching matchup is. What's he, 35?
He's good, though. He's good, bro. He's crafty.
Yeah.
Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Canadian.
What's his nickname? The Big Maple or something?
Yeah. He's been on a lot of teams lately. Was it Seattle, Toronto? He's been on a bunch of teams. But, yeah.
He's a back of the rotation guy for the Dodgers, though.
Yeah, for sure. With all their injuries.
I mean, with Glass now and getting Yamamoto and, what is he? He's like a 4 or 5 in their rotation, so a little bit different for them.
By the way, Yamamoto's first outing against Texas was great. His second outing, I forgot who he's up against, but he got racked. That's good. Good. Very good.
I'd rather have him throw no-hitters in the spring and get bombed in the regular season.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's not overanalyze. I think you got Bobby Miller. Paxton's their 4.
Yeah.
I think right now behind Yamamoto, Glasnow, Miller, and then Paxton ahead of Sheehan.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right. We'll discuss more. I did tell you, I told you this yesterday. I want to get into a little conversation. We'll continue the baseball conversation. I talked to Franny yesterday or 2 days ago, and he's going to be on the show tomorrow because he was in Phillies camp and he was talking to Kyle Schwarber. And he gave me a rundown on what he thinks the wild card teams are going to look like. By the way, between the Phillies rotation and their starting lineup, they're going to be unless there's some injuries or something, they're going to be one of the wild card teams. My God,
they may win the National League East.
I mean, between them and the Braves.
Didn't they go to the World Series a couple of years ago?
I mean, they are, and Bryce Harper's healthy from day one. I mean, they are ridiculous. So line up behind them, and then we'll see. Because the Central, I don't know what the Central is going to be like. That's going to be hard to predict. And then what is Arizona going to be like? What is San Diego going to be like? The wild card is going to be really tough.
What is St. Louis going to be like?
Exactly. They're going to bounce
20
back.
20 under last year. You think they're going to be 20 under again?
No way. Although Sonny Gray's
20
injury.
20 over?
Yeah, Sonny Gray's injury is tough. So anyway, it's hard to predict.
A few starts to start the year, but he's going to pitch this year.
No, I think the entire National League, other than the Dodgers and the Braves, are going to be pretty much, and the Phillies, I think, are going to be pretty easy to predict. But other than that, I think it's up in the air. So I'll tell you what he said and where the Giants fit in all of that. We'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
You roam throughout your home. Listen to the Sports Leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Now he pitches, and there's a drive into deep left center field by Ahmed. Way back there. Goodbye. Over the Giants bullpen. to the left of the 380 marker and then up onto the grass-covered hillside beyond that. So that's the second home run of the spring for Nick Ahmed in only his second game.
There's your shortstop.
Dude.
I think Fitzgerald's going to be jack of all trades. You and I were talking about this yesterday because Farhan likes to have that jack of all trades. He can move around. So I think that's what's going to happen. And Lucky Luciano is having a little, as Kipe said,
he
that
hasn't
yesterday.
been so lucky.
Yeah, he's a scuffling. He's scuffling.
Go
Baseball
talk to
term. He's
Meyer
scuffling.
Lansky.
Yeah, that's a little trouble.
No, and Tyler was on this morning with Murph and Marcus. I don't know if you caught the interview at 9:20. Wow, is he a smart guy? What did he say? San Fran or Frisco or something? We're not going
No,
to.
did people get on him about it?
I don't know. Who cares?
People get rid
But he, I think that's Super U, and you see it all around baseball. Obviously, Chris Taylor with the Dodgers, they brought Kike Hernandez back to kind of play that role where you could play anybody, anywhere. Tony Phillips was one of the first to ever do it. Was Sparky in Detroit after being he was in that role a little bit with the A's, but became the everyday second baseman, and then he went to Detroit. I remember trying to use the word utility to him, and he bit my head off.
That, right?
He did not like it, but he was in the lineup every day. He just played somewhere else every day. So I mean, the thing about Tyler Fitzgerald, and he's not hitting, so far. I thought, defensively, Nick Ahmed is better than Tyler Fitzgerald. Is short, I think. I haven't seen enough of Tyler, but Nick Ahmed's a Gold Glove winner, and apparently he's over the shoulder injury. But would you want Fitzgerald's bat in there over Nick Ahmed's bat? And he hasn't hit so far. Now he's got time. The season starts in 3 weeks, so he's got, as Joe Rizzo points out, they're about a third of the way through spring training, and Joe's going to join us coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. And so they got 2/3 of spring training to go. It's a long process, so he could catch. You want to get hot towards the end. I think Tyler will be on the roster, but one thing he said, if you can play short, you can play anywhere on the infield. So he's already made the hard conversion to play second on the other side of the diamond, turn the double play. That's hard. So if he can play short and second, he can play first or third. And if he can play center, and he told a great story, and Susan Slusser wrote about it today in the Chronicle, John.
Yeah.
Father's Day last year, they just threw him out in center at AAA. He had no advance warning. He gets a ball nutted right at him, the most difficult ball to track, and not a misstep. And when I saw him at AAA, I saw him play mainly center. I didn't even know he was a shortstop. I heard he played some second, but I didn't know he played short too. So if he can play short, he can play anywhere in the infield. If he can play center, he can play anywhere on the infield. But what they really need him to do is pitch. But I'm not sure he can do that. But outside of pitch and catch, he can play anywhere. So I think he's going to be on the roster unless his bat just does not come around and he does not hit at all because he's still a young player. But, man, he was really impressive with the M&M boys this morning.
And for those who don't know, in the minor leagues, not only has he hit in the minor leagues, he's hit with some power. And he doesn't have a ton of track record in the major leagues, but you like a guy who can play all over, and he does have a good track record as a minor leaguer, which is why I think Ahmed will start at short. Luciano has just done nothing with the bat, and if he's got a questionable glove, then he needs some more seasoning in the minors. And again, we're a third of the way through camp, so yeah, a lot of things can change. But as of we sit here at this moment, that looks like what the left side's going to look like, and it's going to be a hell of a defensive infield on the left side. And if you throw, and again, this is for the last 2 years, we've talked about the defense, and you got a pitching staff that throws. Well, at least a couple of the guys we know about of the pitching staff who the ball is on the ground. And so that's why you need a good defensive infield. Now, I've been saying this for 2 days. So I talked to Franny a little bit, and he's going to be on the show tomorrow. So if we assume, and that's dangerous, but I think 2/3 of this assumption is pretty good. Dodgers are going to win the West. Braves going to win the East. He thinks the Reds are going to win the Central. Who the hell knows about the Central?
Really?
Philly, yeah, that's it. I mean, they got a young team.
Not St. Louis. He thinks.
I mean, that's a total crapshoot, though. If we look at that for a second,
Pittsburgh's got a young team. Why not Pittsburgh?
Yeah, boy, Pittsburgh.
They got some stars on their team. They're coming.
The Cubs are interesting. They get Bellinger back. Their pitching is questionable. They brought another Japanese pitcher in there, but he's certainly not Yamamoto. But they're an interesting team. The Reds have a ton of young talent, and we're in it there for a little while and faded down the stretch. Milwaukee's an interesting team. They ended up getting Hoskins at the end, but they had to cut back. They lose Corbin Burns to the Orioles. How much is that going to hurt? Peralta is now their number one. And remember, they had a 1-2-3 of Burns, Peralta, and Woodruff. And Woodruff is not going to pitch this year, but they always seem to have something up their sleeve. So it's totally open in the Central. And then the East, the Phillies and the Braves are going to duke it out, but then the Marlins were there last year. So I just think it's totally open. He put if we assume those three teams win the divisions, which is going to be interesting, he put the wild card order as Phillies, D-backs, Cubs, Giants, Brewers. But who knows?
Giants?
Yeah, he put the Giants. So again, 3 make it. So
ahead of the Padres?
Yeah, he didn't even put the Padres in the top 5. So, and they lose. The Padres lose, of course, the trade to the Yankees, right? They lose
Juan Soto.
Yeah, Juan
Blake
Soto.
Snell, Josh Hader. They're all gone.
Michael Wacha is gone. Josh Hader is gone. So they lose a ton.
Bob Melvin going to Mike Schilt.
I don't think the Padres are going to fall apart fully. They still have a ton of talent on the team, and they did get a couple of pitchers from the Yankees. So
they got Manny and Tats Jr.
Yeah, you can't throw them completely.
They got Hassan Kim, and they moved it. What Bob Melvin wanted to do last year was move Bogarts to second. They're going to do that now that he's gone.
Right.
All right, so the easier way to do this, tell me who could not be in the wild card race. The Washington Nationals, no.
Pirates.
I think the Pirates, with their young, they're probably a little early.
Yeah.
They were 10 under. But last year, St. Louis was 20 under. They're not. So everybody in the Central is in it. Pittsburgh will have to wait and see their young.
Mets.
And then in the National League West, only Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado.
Those are the only 3 teams that we could say. And who knows? We love the Mets could have a bounce back year.
Yeah, but if Senga is out, they don't have anything.
Is he going to be out that long? How long is Kota Senga going to be out for?
I don't know.
Could miss a month.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know. But I would say, and you don't know. That's the beauty thing of baseball. The Nationals could win their division. Who knows? They could win the World Series. You don't know. But looking at it on paper, it's easier to eliminate teams from the wild card. I think any of these teams, everybody in the Central, Pittsburgh would be the long shot, but who knows where Milwaukee is? Who knows who the Cubs should have made it last year, and then they went out and got the Brewers manager, which was wild what they did there, and got rid of David Ross. So where are they going to be? They brought Bellinger back. Tell me which team the Giants will definitely have a better one-loss record than. You want to say Colorado. You want to say definitely Pittsburgh. You want to say definitely Washington. You want to say definitely the Mets, although I don't know. They could be primed for a bounce back. There's no expectation there. Beyond that, everybody else is in play.
Yeah. I'm looking at lineups right now. I mean, the Rockies are going to struggle. They don't have any pitching.
Okay,
whatsoever.
I mean, could the Marlins be a wild? They were his 6
they were in it
last
year. They've got good. They've got good enough.
The Phillies
pitching.
And Braves could win 100 games.
Yeah,
I mean,
both of those
gonna win
teams are better.
Philadelphia is loaded, and they're going to have Harper from jump.
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis underachieved. Milwaukee's always overachieving. The Reds, the Cubs. I mean, just and then our division, hell. I mean, Arizona went to the World Series. You got San Diego with a disappointing year, but they got star power on that team, and then the Giants. So it's what you want. And this goes back to the coming out of the lockout. Football added a 7th team in each conference. Baseball did not, and that ultimately has been right there where you got the 3 division winners and 3 wild card teams. Baseball did not go to a 4th wild card team. So it's 6, which seems like a lot, but the 3 wild card teams are going to be very solid. I mean, basically what you're looking at is the runner-up in each division. It doesn't always work that way. So, I mean, Braves and Phillies in the East, Central, tough to pick who the top 2 are. And then who's the best? I mean, are the Diamondbacks clearly better?
No.
Than the Padres and Giants?
No, because they won 84 games last year. They're a clear, if I was a bettor, they're one of the teams that I would say might come back down to earth.
And they were a minus 15 last year in the run differential.
Yeah, because look,
they had to get hot at the end.
Exactly.
At one point, they lost 9 in the row. Now, most people think that they're going to be better than they were, and they're a team on the rise, and they're built for the modern game. The way they defend, their outfield defense is amazing. The way they steal bags. So you would look at it on paper, but going into that, that's what got Cap fired. is the way they were not prepared and did not play well those head-to-head games against Arizona. If they would have won those games there, Giants would have been possibly the wild. They wound up finishing 4 under, and Arizona 6 over, and even the Padres had a winning record. But coming down to the last couple of weeks of the year, it was between the Giants and Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks won the head-to-head. So is Arizona clearly that much better than the Giants are?
No, because they won 84 games, so they were, 5 better. But and in the offseason, they added Jock Peterson, when you know what he's all about. It can be up and down. They added Eduardo Rodriguez in the rotation.
He's a good pitcher.
And they added, at third base, they added Suarez. So, I mean, they might be, but they might not be, because they're just a perfect
But they
team
also
to me.
have young players that are starting to
they could get better. They could get better, there's no doubt. But to me, the Central is a total wild card outside of Pittsburgh stinking like they do every single season.
I mean, literally a wild card. Everyone in the division should be in the wild. Yeah,
and then
one's going to win the division.
And then I would think that the Padres are going to be worse. Who knows? Because you're going to lose an all-world outfield.
Worse than 82 and 80?
Well, you're going to lose one of the best players in the game, and then you're going to lose you're going to lose a Cy Young Award winner and another solid rotation piece in your closer. That can't make you better, can it?
And they're mad. But they were a plus 104 in the run differential. They're 82 and 80 record, and they had to rally at the end of the year to pass the Giants. It's amazing. Where they had, historically bad years, and we talked to Bob a few times when he was managing the Padres, they could not win an extra inning game. They were up there with the 69 Expos. They didn't win an extra inning game, I think, till September. And then they couldn't win a one-run game at all. Fundamentally, they just didn't play well to win, but they're still loaded, which leads to the Giants. When they won 107 games, that was just a few years ago, folks. In 2021, they won one-run games. They hit a lot of home runs. That's the one thing. We're so much about pitching and defense. And obviously, when the Giants have won World Series, it has been frontline starting pitching, Boch managing the bullpen expertly, and big-time defense. And when they won 107 games, it was still that way. But you got to be able to score a little bit. And I think they have improved the offense, obviously solidifying the leadoff spot with Jung-Hoo Lee and the cleanup spot with Jorge Soler. Where does Matt Chapman bat? Do you want to go righty-righty, back-to-back, 4-5? Is Chapman more of a 6? Conforto 3? How do you do that? And then Lamont Wade Jr., when he's in, because you're going to bet J.H. Lee's going to lead off, so Lamont's not going to lead off anymore, but he's a great on-base guy. But you want to go left-right, so then, Estrada would bat second, so you got Lamont down. I think the lineup from top to bottom is better, John. But one thing we don't talk enough about, they didn't score last year. They scored 4.2 runs a game last year. They, 14th in the 15-team league. They were last in batting average. They had 174 home runs last year, 9th. They were dead last in stolen bases. So J.H. Lee, Matt Chapman, they should help these things, and obviously Soler. But you still got to score. Are the Giants going to take the 4.2 to 5.2? Because, hell, the Dodgers are going to score a half dozen runs a game with their lineup, and San Diego's still going to hit. Can the Giants add a run a game from last year's team?
Well, if I'm the ownership and I shelled out all this money in the offseason, and they won, 79 games last year? So it's going to take, 87? Something like that, 87, 88 to get in the playoffs? So I would have to ask Farhan, look, did I give you 8 games? Did I get, because I want to be in it to the end. So did I give you 7, 8 games? Did all this spending? So I got you Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler. I got you. Who else did I get you? I got you Lee. I got you Robbie Ray for half the season. Who else did I get you? Is that
Jordan
enough?
Hicks.
I got you Jordan Hicks. Like all
Tom
that.
Murphy.
Yeah. Is that enough? Or do I need to get you?
I'm just looking at the offense.
Yeah.
And they got to score more. They average 4.2 runs a game. They used to average 4 runs a game at home and 5+ runs a game on the road. And then the home run power, we thought they were going to have up and down the lineup last year with Haniger and that group, everybody getting 20. They've hit 174 home runs. If in 21, they hit the most home runs of any Giant team
that year didn't
ever.
happen. That year didn't happen.
Okay,
that was a mirage.
I saw every single game.
That was a mirage.
It did happen. Well, it did. How many pinch hit home runs? You can't just say that.
No, but
they did.
I don't know how to explain
what
it.
They hit that year? 241. They hit the most home runs in the franchise.
Yeah,
they hit more than any Mays, McCovey lineup or Bonds lineup. I mean, from top to bottom, you got Soler, who should be able to hit 30 plus.
They need to break that streak.
And Chapman as well.
Sure.
But I mean, how many are they going to hit 200 home runs this year? 220? Hell, how many of the Dodgers going to hit this year? Their top 3 guys may hit 200.
All right, give us your thoughts. The Giants, wild card team, could they be in that bunch that we just talked about? The Central is literally a wild card, pun intended. Braves and Phillies, one of those teams going to win it. One of those teams going to be a wild card. And then in the West, the Dodgers obviously going to win the division. Padres, Diamondbacks. I think the Diamondbacks are going to take a step back, not a step forward. They only won 84 games, and then, of course, they got into a run and won the National League. Where do the Giants fit in all of that? A third of the way through spring training. What are your thoughts? Joe Rizzo is going to join us at 12:30. And, of course, you'll hear the Dodgers and the Giants tonight. Kyle Harrison is going to be on the mound. Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can call in the show. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line, same one, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. A cautionary tale for the 49ers. That's what the Bills laid out yesterday. We'll explain next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
The sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3rd and goal from the Kansas City 13. Empty backfield, 5 wide, looking into the nickel. Josh Allen, the Buffalo quarterback, gets the shotgun snap, drifts back 3, running to the near side, running to the numbers, throws on the run to the pylon, caught by Shakir. Touchdown! Touchdown! Shakir on the near side, pylon at the goal line. Touchdown, Buffalo!
Hey, that's our guy.
Kevin Harlan?
Yeah, that's Harlan.
Yeah.
Nice. By the way, it is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So this is just kind of the way that the NFL works. Yesterday, Buffalo, as we all well know by now, had to do a little bit of bloodletting, and it doesn't mean that they're not a team that is still in the championship window, but as we often talk about it, none of us got into sports so that we could talk about the financial side, but this is the truth of the NFL. So Jordan Poyer gets cut. Tre'Davious White, who's had some injury issues, he did the Klay Thompson with the knee and then the Achilles. Their center, Mitch Morse, kick returner. They restructure Von Miller. That is just what you have to do. So they're still in the window, but the reason they had to do it, Pop, as you well know, Josh Allen's cap number jumps, and it's always about the quarterback, jumps from $18 million this past year to $47 million in 2024. So it jumps almost $30 million in 1 year. And so they have to look at this thing. They were $40 million over, and they open up a bunch of money. So those are older players whose age is going up and money is going up. And so they had to do something about it. The credit card bill comes up. And in their window, they didn't win a championship. They still can, but the guts of their team, they had to restructure that a little bit. And it kind of mirrors the 49ers a little bit in that Brock's number in a couple of years is going to go up. After next year, they can negotiate the number, and then the year after that, he starts making that money. So the 49ers, and they're not cutting any of these guys, not restructuring any of these guys, but you start looking at the window to come after Brock can start making some money. And Trent's 35, 14 years in the league. Armstead's 30, 9 years in the league. Kittle's 30, 7 years in the league. Hargrave's 31, 8 years in the league. Juice is 32, 11 years in the league. And you start looking at yourself. So what you do in the draft, again, you know this better than anybody, you start looking in advance, and then free agency is about plugging in now. Draft is about trying to look in advance. And what happens to some of these teams who are drafting early is they get in a mode where they have to plug in now. So they try to plug in rookies now, and it doesn't work a lot of times. Free agency, there's always flaws about free agents, or most of the time. And then so you're plugging in the now. So the 49ers got Hargrave to plug in now. And so where I look at positions where the 49ers need, because you're looking at future, like you got 3 cornerbacks there in the last year, and you try to get it a year in advance, right? So a year in advance, so you don't have to plug in a corner this year that has to start for your team. So I guess the cautionary tale that we found out about the Bills yesterday is these drafts become very, very important because you're trying to get a year in advance on these guys so that you can reset at the position, give them a year to get into the NFL. They can replace a player that is aging, but it's not as easy. It's easy to conceptualize that, but it's not as easy. So the Bills are kind of a cautionary tale for the 49ers is you got to start replacing some of these older players and resetting not only at the position on the field, but also financially. And the Bills showed you yesterday that Brock is coming, just like Josh Allen gets a $30 million jump in one season, and it's difficult to do.
So the Bills have been dominating the AFC nearly as long as the 49ers have been at the top of the NFC. Not quite as long, the Niners since 2019, where Buffalo began to make the climb as the pandemic year, where Josh Allen really became a star in this league, and we know it well because they came to Levi's and there was nobody in the stands. But we saw that game up close, and his ability to roll to his right up against the sideline and hit Gabe Davis down the sideline time and time again, and that's where Kyle began to drool over the dual threat ability and forced their hand to look at a quarterback upgrade that year. But Buffalo was 13-3 that year. They reached the AFC Championship game. They just couldn't beat Kansas City. The next year they go to Arrowhead again. The infamous 13 seconds to go. Tony Romo thinks Buffalo's won. Kansas City kicks a field goal, goes to overtime. There's no Buffalo touching the ball. They win. They go on. And that's where the rule change came into be, which got us into the Super Bowl overtime this year. And then last year, they didn't play well enough at home in the snow. Not this past year, the year before. And they got beat by Joe Burrow. It was brilliant. Josh missed some throws. And this past year, they had a home game against Kansas City. They didn't have to go to Arrowhead. They had them at home, and they still lost in the divisional round as they did the year before to Cincinnati. So they've been knocking on the door. They just haven't been able to go back to the Super Bowl. But what they did yesterday, and this is all in advance of Wednesday, when you start the new league year, every team has to be cap compliant. You have to be at that number, and it's different in the off season than it is the regular season. They don't take the whole roster, but still, you've got to get down. And Buffalo had to clear over $25 million in cap space. The obvious areas, they just detonated their secondary. And those guys were all pros. Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde is going to go. Tre'Davious White, he's had injuries. The guy, he's one of the best corners in football. Guy they drafted and developed, but in back-to-back years, he tore an ACL and he tore his Achilles in week 4 this year. They had to take it a step further and, get rid of their center, Mitch Morse, which is surprising. They restructured Von Miller's deal. Von just has not been the same player. They brought him in and they tore the ACL and he took a big pay cut. And so they're at the crossroads, certainly, on what they do around their star players, which is, the quarterback, obviously, and Stephon Diggs. And I think there's just a disconnect between those two guys in big moments. And they've got other free agents they have to address. The big situation, I think they overachieved in a large extent. They got hot at the end of the year. They won 6 out of the last 7. After they lost that overtime game to Philadelphia at the Link, and Philadelphia fell apart after, Buffalo got on a heater. And they were able to win the AFC East. They beat Miami, and they were strong. But they had so many injuries to their defense, losing Matt Milano when they went to London to play Jacksonville. They lost that game, and they lost him. And then, obviously, Tre'Davious White. It's amazing to me that they were able to overcome all those losses and still, go as far as they went. But they're going to have to reset. They always do in the offseason. We are going to see Buffalo. We're going to Orchard Park. That's going to be a great game for the Niners to play the Bills there and for me to go back home. And we'll see what's left of them. But as long as they have that quarterback, they're going to be difficult. But as far as the Niners and where they're at, Buffalo reached the crisis point where they had to cut these guys. They have to be cap compliant. The Niners are not there. And what David Lombardi joined us yesterday from The Athletic, and David does such a great job. When the 49ers, when they signed Nick Bosa and they restructured those 3 contracts, John, and they also signed Kyle Shanahan to his extension, they got a lot done in 72, 96 hours before the start of the year. it allowed them to roll $36 million in cap space from last year, which they did not use. They used some of it, but they didn't break the bank, and now their overall number, where the league is at 255.5, the Niners are at 296.5, 296.6. So they're not in that position where, this is the time of the year where guys retire, you re-sign them, you restructure them, or you release them. And Buffalo had to release a lot of those guys because of age, contract, injury. We'll see if Tre'Davious White, where he's at. That guy's a good player, but he's just got to get healthy. Is Matt Milano going to come back? That guy's the Fred Warner of the AFC, the way he's able to cover. But the Niners are not in that situation now. They're not going to cut guys. They're going to have to make calls on who they can bring back of their free agents, the UFAs. They'll find a way to bring Third and Juwan back. But the 49ers are a year ahead of them because the 49ers began their run in 19. Buffalo began their run in 20. But like the Bills, it's going to come up next year when the quarterback salary does jump from the 34th highest paid player on the roster in Brock to someone who makes $34 million and more he's going to get. So the cap will go up accordingly as well. You can roll over. If you don't use all that $36 million and stay under the cap, you can roll it over to next year when you may need it even more. But to your point, the sands of the hourglass are trickling through. It's not going to be forever. We have a cap in this league, and for Buffalo, they had to blow up their entire secondary and a big player on their offensive line. For the Niners, they're not there yet. It will be interesting to see if the Niners do proactively extend a guy like Charvarius Ward. I mean, the guy just made it all-pro, so it's not the time to really do that. If his game does fall off next year, do you want to do that? So do you want to get ahead of it, or do you want to wait until, then all of a sudden he gets into big money and you have to tag him and play all that game, and with Demo Lenore and you've got other players on the roster, veterans, which you've already restructured a lot of these guys, so it's hard to keep just restructuring. So Buffalo didn't quite get there as far as even going back to the Super Bowl. The Niners have twice, but their situation is about a year ahead. But you're right. There's going to be a point where you're going to have to make hard financial decisions on veterans.
Yeah, and again, where they're similar, I think, like you said, is Josh Allen's number jumps in 23 to 24, $30 million, and that's what they're going to face in 2 years with what's going on with their guy too, with Brock Purdy. And so what's going to happen is I don't see the 49ers allowing into next year 3 corners being free agents. I actually think that they'll go Demo. I think Demo's a little bit younger. I think he's going to be going into his prime. I think they're going to try to extend a guy like Demo Lenore and get him in there. And I think that the difference, too, is you want to win a championship there. Like the Rams had to tear it apart, and they got lucky this year because a lot of their young guys came through. I mean, that's what you're looking for. But the Rams had to tear it down. But the difference is they won a championship. So they said, okay, we're gonna push all our chips in the middle of the table. They win a championship, they tear it down. Now, they got lucky, and what you're hoping for is that.
Well, the coaching staff did a great job.
Yeah, they did.
They developed those guys.
But then what they did was their front office went, okay, here's all these young guys, and they hit a bunch in the mid-rounds, a lot like what the 49ers do. You've got to hope that you can do that. This year you got 2 third-round picks. You hope you hit again in the mid-rounds, the later rounds, so then you can start replacing some of these players. And look, I love all these guys. But at some point, 11 seasons and Trent's 35, you got to hit on a tackle in this draft potentially. You don't want to be sitting there going, damn, because they got lucky Joe Staley to Trent Williams, get a third-round pick to Washington. But you've got to hit a tackle at some point here in the next year so that then you can, like this year, maybe you hit a right tackle that you can move over to left tackle. You don't want to be sitting there going, damn, I got to protect Brock Purdy with a rookie on my left tackle, because those things don't become free in free agency. Like this year, if you look at tackles in free agency this year, you got the kid from New England who's 26. I mean, he's a nice player, but do I want him to be my left tackle protecting Brock? Probably not. So then you got to take one a year early so that you can have him ready to go, maybe in the second or third year to be your left tackle. That's normally what it is, or a corner. Do you want a rookie corner to play on your defense after, Ward got away, so now you got to have a rookie corner out there? That's not what you want to have happen. So it becomes really important that you can replace older guys. Like George Kittle's great, man, but they don't grow on trees. So a guy who can block and catch like George Kittle. I mean, look, I love George Kittle, but he plays a physical style of football that's not going to be easy to replace. That's why year after year, I mean, they drafted 2 tight ends last year. George Kittle knows what the game is. They're trying to find a guy that eventually can replace him, and it's not easy to find a George Kittle. So that's what the 49ers are up against, and you saw it yesterday with the Bills. Hell, you saw it. Russell Wilson, the next 2 years, Denver's going to take a $45 million cap hit and a $40 million cap hit. They let Justin Simmons go this morning. That's just the start of it in Denver.
There's so many good safeties are available.
Oh, my
Justin
God.
Simmons can play.
The list
that
is
Joker's
ridiculous.
A good player.
Yeah.
That's why I think with Charvarius, John, you may want to, and now's not the time to go extend him off an all-pro season, but maybe you want to get ahead of it. Do you want him to go into free agency when you have money here and, maybe take a little bit less now? As far as Trent, and I know Trent's in his mid-30s now, so he's not going to play forever, but he's energized. He wants to win a Super Bowl. He's talked about playing, well into his late 30s. Could he last till he's 40? How many 40-year-old left tackles there's been a few that have been able to
Jason
sustain.
Peters was in Seattle this year.
He's out there, and he's not the same player, obviously, but Trent's still playing well, and he's still at the top of his craft. You may have to restructure his contract a little bit, but it's, Trent does, just knowing Trent, he wants to play for a couple of more years, and hell, I think he needs to play. The guy bought an all-electric Rolls Royce. I didn't know those exist.
Dude, how much did that cost?
Oh, my God. You tell me.
An all-electric Rolls. Like, that had to be custom-made, right?
Electric Rolls rolled in.
Have you sat in it? I got to see that.
I heard about it coming. I did not see it. But he flips cars. Trent's smart. He's smart with his money. But I didn't even know they make any.
I don't think they do. I think you probably customed it.
Well, I don't know how he got it made, and he was so excited about it. Every time they won a round of the playoffs, you got a little extra money to pay for that. But he has expensive tastes.
But I mean, that's the thing, right?
Jewelry,
I mean, you got to get somebody.
So he's got to go play for a while. He wants to pay off that electric Rolls.
All right, bottom of the hour, Joe Rizzo is going to join us. Lineup is out around Kyle Harrison. And you know what? This is an everyday. This is going to be their everyday left-handed lineup. This is going to be their regular, I should say, left-handed lineup. So we'll tell you. We'll ask you what you think of it. We'll do that coming up next. And then Joe Rizzo is going to join us at 12:30. And we still haven't forgotten about the Warriors. Bob Myers' return. We'll get into that in this hour as well. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors blow out the Bucks. Are they back? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. John Lund here. Did you see that many of the attorney ads that you see or hear, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, so you're talking to somebody across the country. He's not going to care about you like the Dolan law firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They care about you. They love you. And so do I. But I move on. The Dolan law firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, weather's starting to get better. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you see them, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands, great hands actually, with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, Dolan Law Firm. And they have secured more than, that's where that $1 billion comes in. $1 billion. And if I'm not enunciating correctly, $1 billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's a lot. So you pay nothing up front, though. But we go from $1 billion to nothing. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. A favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
If you're watching on YouTube, this is straight vodka. vodka. Straight vodka.
What do you got, the goose?
Yeah, of course.
Tito's? Tito Fuentes?
I do like Tito.
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Straight vodka. Clay hasn't done airplanes in a while, by the way. Before we get into the Giants lineup, which is a regular season lineup today against the Dodgers, and Kyle Harrison is on the mound. You notice my hat? It's a Vegas Porsche dealer hat from your friend
Where
Michael.
Where did you get that?
I got that from Michael at
Michael
the Super
Burns.
Bowl. Yeah, Michael Burns at the Super Bowl. It's a very comfortable hat.
I have 2 of those hats.
Yeah, it's a really comfortable hat. I mean, I'm not trying to be pretentious Porsche guy because I don't have a Porsche, or Porsche, I guess. It's like Nike and Nike.
No, it's Porsche.
Porsche. I'm not trying to be a pretentious Porsche guy. I do not wear one. Like, I wore it to the grocery store the other day, and a guy walks up to me. He must have one, and he said, "Do you have a Porsche?" And I said, "No." "Do I look like I have a Porsche?" I was in like greasy sweats and a T-shirt. It's like, no, I do not have a Porsche.
Carrera.
Kidding me?
No, I got an electric Rolls.
Exactly. I have a bicycle out front, but thank you for asking. Let's see. James Paxton, left-hander, so this would be the left-handed lineup today with Kyle Harrison tonight at Scottsdale Stadium. Jung-Hoo Lee, center field. Wilmer Flores, first base. Michael Conforto in left. Jorge Soler, DH. Matt Chapman makes his debut.
Making his giant debut.
How about that at third base? Mike Yastrzemski in right. Thairo Estrada at second. Patrick Bailey catching. And shortstop, Nick Ahmed. How about that? That sounds like your regular left-handed pitcher lineup.
I think if it was really a real game, Austin Slater would be in right field over Yastrzemski, but it will be in there tonight, and Slater's still working on some things. What's interesting to me, and this is a spring training lineup. They are on TV, but not Bay Area TV. It's Sportsnet LA, but they are on the radio.
Can I pick that up somewhere?
Yeah, MLB Network. Don't you get MLB at bat?
Yeah,
I'm
going to watch it.
I don't think it'll be Joe Davis on the call. They have their spring training group.
Yeah, he's too big
for
that.
The Dodger lineup, they're not playing any of their stars.
Nope.
With the exception of Will Smith is going to catch. But they're not playing Mookie, Freddie, or Shohei. So
they're not showing us anybody.
Well, the one question I would have is Wilmer Flores going to bat number 2 against left-handed pitching?
No.
He could because of the power element. I mean, the number...
Now that's going to be. Isn't that going to be Tyro? Wouldn't Tyro hit too?
That's what I'm saying. There's 2 ways you could go with it. Teams do like having a power element in the batting order. Your 3-hitter was always your best hitter, but in a lot of lineups, even with the universal DH, a lot of teams do put their second hitter, like Shohei Ohtani, at least initially, is going to bat 2 for Doc Roberts behind Mookie and have Freddie protect him. Would you want Thairo Estrada with the speed element of Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and Thairo batting second? So right now, Tyro's in the 7 hole. So that would be, we're not playing real games now. It's 3 weeks from today. But have Wilmer up in the lineup against left-handed pitching. That's a possibility. Against right-handed pitching, would you, where would you put Lamont Wade Jr.? Might you have Lamont down more? Lamont was one of the top on-base guys in baseball. He does have power, not like Wilmer's 23 bombs last year. So I think that's interesting is who would be your number 2 hitter? Would you go speed? And Tyro's got pop. And then you go left-right, which you still do with Lee and Flores. So that's the first thing that caught my eye is Yaz is in left on left. Normally that would be Slater. And then do you want Tyro's speed at the top or Wilmer's power? And then Michael Conforto. Is Conforto an everyday player? Maybe to start the year, but is he going to play left on left? It's only a spring game. You're not going to overreact. You want to see his at-bats against the Big Maple. But beyond that, do you want the 2 righties back-to-back? Soler and Chapman, may you break that up with a lefty hitter in the middle of those 2 guys? But beyond that, Bailey, and then it's Nick Ahmed is going to get the start tonight. We'll see what they do off the bench, but pretty much that's much more of an opening day lineup than what Dave Roberts is putting out there. And the one thing is, with Kyle Harrison starting, he is going to face the Dodgers. He's going to face the Dodgers in his second start, assuming he's the number 2 starter behind Logan Webb. He would start Friday the 29th of March in San Diego, his next start, because there's no off days on that first road trip would be against the Dodgers. Interesting that Doc is not starting Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Ohtani, just to get a free look at Kyle Harrison. So that's kind of a good thing with Prince Harry, Kyle pitching tonight, that the Dodgers are. They are going to have Will Smith and a few guys. Outman will be in there left on left against him, and Varg Hayward, a few guys. But pretty much that's your lineup. The only thing would be, is Thairo Estrada going to bat 7th in the order and not number 2?
All right, let's ask Joe Rizzo about everything he has been calling the spring training games, so he knows about everything. We'll ask him about Kyle Harrison, some other arms that we may see tonight, and how accurate would this be against left-handed pitching during the regular season. We'll get all of the lowdown next with Joe Rizzo. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Close your eyes and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loans, no personal loans, nothing. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it all happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantaneously. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call now, 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. The number again, one more time, 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Last year hit over 300 as he swings and belts it high and deep left field. This one is long gone. And there's the kind of power the Giants want to see from Luis Matos, his second home run of the week. That was a no-doubter.
That's the voice of Joe Rizzo, and you're going to hear him in a second. Dodgers and Giants, and you're going to hear him tonight. Right here on KNBR, Kyle Harrison on the mound against the Dodgers. Joe joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing well. It's cold and raining today. I don't know what's up with that, but
really?
Yeah, they're saying some thunderstorms this afternoon. We've had just perfect weather for the 2 weeks we've been down here. I actually think the timing of playing a night game might work out well because it sounds like by the evening we should be okay. It'll be a little chilly out at the ballpark, but we should get this game in tonight.
All right, so we're going to be listening closely, and I've been listening to all your whether you're on the web or with John during the week, or you finally got a day off yesterday, much deserved. But we were talking about the lineup we're going to see tonight, and the Dodgers are going to pitch the veteran lefty, James Paxton. So Jungle Lou's going to lead off. Wilmer's batting second, which is interesting to me, and Tyro's down in the lineup, but Conforto's in left on left. Solaire's in. Matt Chapman is going to make his Giant debut. Yaz is in. Ordinarily, that might be Austin Slater, but Bailey and Nick Ahmed at shortstop with Chapman on the left side. So it looks like this could be a similar kind of opening day lineup against left-handed pitching 3 weeks from today when the Giants start in San Diego.
Yeah, especially I think with Wilmer up in that second spot in the order. You'd expect, of course, that he's in there at first base against all the lefties and thrived at hitting second in the lineup last year, especially in the second half of the season. You know, they signed these guys, Lee and Soler and Chapman, to be everyday guys. So they're in there, of course, right or left. I'm not sure how much we'll see Mike Yastrzemski out there against a left-handed pitcher, but he needs his at-bats, right? He's coming back from that shoulder issue he had in the offseason, so he'd been a little bit behind. So he's still trying to catch up a little bit. And we haven't seen a whole lot of Austin Slater this spring. He's coming back, of course, from the elbow surgery. So if something prevents Austin from being at full capacity, then that opens the door for Luis Matos or maybe Elliot Ramos to maybe be a part of that right field kind of platoon situation if that's the direction they want to go. So it's an exciting lineup. I think it's notable that Nick Ahmed is in there at shortstop. He's obviously had a big first week of games down here. Marco Luciano had been hurt. He's been struggling, and it feels like they're going to give Ahmed a nice long look here in these next couple of weeks to see if maybe he is truly the guy they want to roll with at least most days at shortstop to start the season.
Joe Rizzo joining us from Scottsdale Stadium, and the Giants taking on the Dodgers tonight. Hopefully we get this in. Like I said, a little bit of weather down there. Matt Chapman making his debut and hitting in the 5-hole. What do you expect from him?
Well, he wanted to jump right in, right? I mean, they announced the signing on Sunday, and he had actually been in camp a little bit, but Monday morning, I mean, he was a full participant in all the workouts. It sounded like they sent him over to the minor league camp one day just to get a bunch of at-bats in a minor league game, and he's ready. He wants to play. He's a durable guy. He is going to be out there just about every day, and when you have a pitching staff that led the game last year in ground ball rate, I mean, you've got a lot of ground ball pitchers, in particular in that starting rotation. You need to shore up the infield defense, and nobody better over there, of course, at third than Matt Chapman, really. So everyone is thrilled that he's here, that they finally were able to get something done, and sliding him in maybe behind Soler or perhaps Conforto at some point maybe hits in between Soler and Chapman to get kind of a right, left, right thing going, I think is a pretty exciting middle part of the lineup. The Giants knew they needed to address some things with their lineup in the offseason, right? They wanted a little more power. They wanted to have more of an everyday feel to it and get away maybe from the platoons as much as they've done the last couple of years. And when you bring in a guy like Matt Chapman, you're penciling him in the lineup, assuming he stays healthy for 140, 150 kind of games this season.
And then on the mound tonight is going to be De La Salle's own Kyle Harrison, and he's having a terrific spring, Joe. 1-0 with a 2.08 earned run average, and he's been working on a cutter a little bit more than his slider this spring, I know. So how much do you think we'll see Kyle Harrison? Might he throw 3 innings tonight?
I think that's the plan. He's slotted in here behind Logan Webb in the rotation. They had Logan actually pitch into a 4th inning the other day. So it wouldn't surprise me if the pitch count allows. Perhaps Kyle can get into a 4th inning. It's not always just about the pitch count, right? It's about the up downs. They'd love to get him up and warming up for a 4th time, I think, today. But it's a good point about the cutter. You know, it was a pitch that early on in his minor league career, he didn't have. He could rely on just this very lively 4-seam fastball and a really good slider. The changeup has come on, and it was actually probably his best pitch in his last outing when he threw a few days ago. And he's been working on the cutter. Although I thought it was interesting, Bob Melvin made some comments the other day about Kyle Harrison where he said, look, first and foremost, as we go through this spring, we need Kyle to be able to establish what really works best for him. And that's going to be the fastball, and it's probably going to be the slider as well. He needs to perfect these things, the things that he does best, so that when he gets into that jam, whenever it may be, and it might come in the 1st inning of a start, that he can rely on that. So I think that's a big point of emphasis right now for Kyle Harrison as he goes through this camp and getting himself ready, because he's never thrown more than, I think, 102 innings in a season in his pro career. It was widely reported on, I think, last year how careful the organization was with Kyle Harrison in the minor leagues, with his workload and the amount of innings or lack thereof that he threw. So it's going to be a big jump up. He's in this rotation. Right now he's slotted in right behind Logan Webb. Perhaps that means he's starting game 2 of the regular season in San Diego. We'll see. And he's going to be counted on for some real big things this year. He's looked great. And I know the Dodgers don't have a lot of the big boys in there today. I know Ohtani's not going to play, and Betts and Freeman aren't going to make the trip, but they've still got some of their notable hitters in there. So it'll be a fun challenge for them tonight.
Joe, any other word on what other arms we may see today, or tonight, I should say?
I think Camilo's on the list to throw today, and looking forward to seeing Landon Roop.
That's who I was looking for.
I saw a lot of Landon Roop in the minor leagues. San Jose a couple of years ago really stood out to me. It's a big league curveball that he features, and it's pretty good fastball too that he can run up there in the mid 90s. You know, he didn't get a lot of attention initially because he was 11th, 12th round pick. But all he's done is just dominate at the minor league level. Now, I know he didn't throw a lot last year because he had some back issues when he was in Double-A. But of all the minor league pitchers that have been in camp, that have been throwing on the side, he's the guy that I keep hearing more and more about. So that's obviously encouraging. The fact that he's yet to pitch above Double-A tells me that, you know, I think it's unlikely that we're going to see him on an opening day roster, of course. But they love this guy, and they're going to throw him out there here under the lights against the Dodgers here this evening. Hopefully get a chance to face some big league hitters. And if it all goes according to plan, he'll have a big year in the minor leagues, and who knows, maybe could help out this team before the season is over.
How do you see the injured and beleaguered right now back end of the rotation? Obviously, Webb is going to get the opening day start for a 3rd straight year. You mentioned Kyle Harrison. I think Jordan Hicks will factor in as the 3rd. But with the injuries to Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn, and I know he's throwing a little bit now, but he's still behind. Could they get him up in time to, throw 100 pitches in 3 weeks, and Sean Jelly will not start the year? What are you thinking about for the 4th and 5th spots, Joe?
Yeah, they are still under the impression that Keaton Wynn will be ready. Is he going to be ready to throw, like you said, 90, 100 pitches? That first start, maybe not, because he is about a week, 10 days behind the other starters. It does sound like he's getting close to being ready to throw in one of these Cactus League games. And if that's the case, and if he can go in the next few days, then there's still a chance to get him 3 or 4 starts down here to where I think he'd be ready to go and perhaps could slide into that 4th spot. It's a great fastball splitter combination that Keaton Wynn features. So and he's got the body, I think, to hold up as a starting pitcher over the course of a long season. So they're real excited and intrigued about what he's going to bring to the table. That 5th spot, they were thinking Tristan Beck at the start of the spring. Obviously, that's not going to happen. He's going to be out a few months. And the pitcher that has been getting the most time in that spot has been Mason Black. And Mason's a guy, he's a top prospect. He's not yet on the 40-man roster, so there's going to have to be a move there to be made if he is, in fact, going to be in that 5th spot. But just a polished arm. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing out there. Did throw quite a bit of innings last year in the minor leagues, unlike some of these other prospects. And look, Farhan, he's been, I think, pretty upfront throughout the offseason and with some of the comments that he's made this spring, that the time is now to start graduating some of these top prospect starting pitchers to the big leagues. The Giants, in the draft 3 years ago, took pitchers with their first 9 selections. And then the next year, they took pitchers with their first 6 selections. Now, of course, not all those guys are going to pan out, but they have been slowly but surely really building and developing starting pitching depth across the minor league levels. And a lot of those prospects have now gotten up to AA and AAA. In the case of Mason Black, had a good year in AAA last year. And I think it's time to see what you've got with some of these arms. So this is an opportunity, perhaps, if there aren't any other moves made, and we'll wait and see on that, to where one of the younger guys like Mason Black might have this opportunity to open the year in the starting rotation. He's looked great this spring, and then you've got another wave of arms after him with, I think, Landon Roop and Carson Wisenhunt and Hayden Birdsong and some others as well. So I think it's an exciting time to see that starting pitching depth, and I'm very curious to see how it's all going to shake out in these next 3 weeks. Might be the biggest storyline with this team right now, going into the second half here in the Cactus League, about how the starting rotation is ultimately going to shake out.
No doubt. We've really enjoyed listening to you. Can't wait to hear you tonight. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Great stuff.
Thank you, Joe.
That's Joe Rizzo from Scottsdale. A little bit of weather right now, but like Joe says, should clear up tonight for Dodgers. Giants again. Dodgers not throwing a lot of starters in their lineup behind James Paxton tonight. Will Smith, the catcher. Teoscar Hernandez is going to be in the outfield. Other than that, not a lot. I guess James Outman.
Yeah,
Bay Area
Jason
zone.
Hayward.
There's a few.
I mean, who's their everyday right fielder now that Mookie's going to be second base? Is Jason Hayward?
Yeah, I think they're rotating that in there. I don't know.
Teoscar in left field will be more than likely.
Yeah, that's what I think they'll do. So I guess their starting outfield for the most part will be out there. But other than that, Hernandez is a guy that's going to rotate. He's not going to be their starter.
Kike.
So there's a little bit.
Rojas, Smith, and Teoscar, Outman, Vargas, Hayward, Patio. Guy named Lipschitz.
Yeah.
Say that one slowly.
I know you get in trouble.
Especially on a cold night.
Yeah, so anyway. Oh, Matt Chapman, 9:45 tomorrow after his debut with the Giants. So there you go. So
he's coming on our airwaves?
Yeah, 9:45 tomorrow.
We're not out at 9:45, John.
Yeah, I know. Just before we're on. So
it's all right. We got Joe Rizzo.
Yeah, that's
way
right.
better.
Joe is the best. So anyway, maybe we'll put my kid on tomorrow. He's covering this game. I was just texting him while Joe was talking to things I want him to do. I want him to talk to Landon Roop, and I want him to talk to Matt Chapman. He's going to talk to Matt Chapman
first. Ask him about
first.
that curveball and his two-seamer.
Yeah,
for Landon Roop.
And he's going to talk to Harrison.
That Doc is not, Dave Roberts is not giving his hitters a free look at
I would.
Prince Harry.
Yeah, the number 2 starter on the Giants.
Well, you're going to see him at Dodger Stadium on April the 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Harrison, I think, will start that game if he's the number 2 starter. He's going to start Friday in San Diego. They don't have an off day, so I mean, part of me thought, in the old days with Boch, he wouldn't pitch against the Dodgers. He'd be on a backfield and pitching today to over Papago or something. But he is going to face the Dodgers, but the Dodgers are not taking that opportunity to have their top 3 hitters face him.
All right, we got to get back to the Warriors, and then we got the foreplay, which will feature all Warriors as they, I think they're starting to scare the Western Conference. Are 14-4 in their last 18 games. And a hot start, a little bit of a scare at the beginning of the third quarter, but TJD saves the day, and the Warriors blow it out in Bob Myers' return. We'll get into that conversation, then we'll foreplay at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Myers back in the Bay, but what will he do long term? That story more trending right now on KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I thought Trace Jackson Davis was the catalyst, and Bob Myers made a great draft pick. Oh, wait, no, he's gone. So Mike Dunleavy made a great draft pick with Trace, but he was amazing defensively, and he got us some buckets down there, too.
Talk about a bounce back, 125-90 Warriors over the Bucks last night in Bob Myers' return. In about 6 minutes, we will play the foreplay for you and give you a lot of Bob Myers, a lot of Draymond Green, some Trace Jackson Davis. He saved the game, I think, when the Bucks were with that 19-5 run. But the Warriors came out right. The return of strength in numbers for the Warriors, and I think the rest of the West should be shaking in their boots. 14-4 in their last 18, 12-3 in February, 2-1 in March. Of course, the big loss to the Boston Celtics, but I think they made a big statement last night. Wiggins came back. He wasn't much of a factor, but Kuminga looking good, and Steph Curry doing what he does, and the Warriors roll last night at Chase.
And now do it again at Chase. They're going to play a game tonight, and the word is they're all good to go tonight. The Chicago Bulls will be the opponents. They had to play in Salt Lake City last night, that is a hard back-to-back. It's harder going from sea level to the Wasatch Mountains, but still, to leave Salt Lake City and play here, they were able last night to win. Chicago's right around 500 in the Eastern Conference, John, and DeMar DeRozan, our guy Alex Caruso, the former Laker, Nick Vucevic, who's a problem for Draymond Green, so those are the guys you're going to have to deal with, obviously, and Kobe White as well, and he's got a head of hair on him. And they play two bigs together. They'll play Andre Drummond off the bench and play him with Nick Vucevic. So how do the Warriors match up when they play the two bigs together? Might the Warriors go to a big lineup? Trace Jackson Davis and Kavan, or Trace Jackson Davis and Draymond, which they've been doing a little bit, or Dario Saric, so we shall see. But they were good last night, but it's a tough homestand. They got to play again tonight, and the word is the Warriors are going to play all of their guys tonight, even though they played last night.
And that's the key is you have this great win and you're feeling great about things, and then you have a back-to-back against a team like the Bulls who stink, and then you come out and you play terrible. And you can't have that because, you're sitting there and you're trying to get that 5 or 6, and you start looking at the Western Conference. And to me, this injury to Cat from Minnesota, because we talk all the time, whether it's the Niners getting good at the end of the season and they get healthy, and that's the key to everything. Well, all of a sudden, Minnesota's going to be missing Cat for a while, and you could see them dump down to, the first few seeds, and that's really close at the top. So let's say Minnesota loses a little bit of momentum here. Denver moves up. I could see Denver at the top of this whole thing, and that's the double whammy. If you stay in this play-in, and then all of a sudden you get through that thing, and here's Denver in the first round. Good night. You're done after the first round.
Well, let's just see. They can play.
I'm just saying, you get Denver in the first round, you're done. So you look at Oklahoma City and Minnesota in the first round, you got a real chance at things. That's why if you don't want to play in that thing anyway. But if you get up to the 5 or the 6, right now, if you play in the 5, you play the Clippers. I feel good about the Clippers. I feel good about Oklahoma City or Minnesota. That's like the Kings last year. They don't have the experience. You want to avoid Denver at all costs. That's the way I see it.
I think Denver would rather not play the Warriors in the first round. They beat them a couple of years ago, and I know, Jamal Murray tore his ACL, at Chase, and then they didn't have Michael Porter as well, but they're a different team, and now they're championship hardened, but that would be a tough. I mean, right now, Denver's looking at Phoenix in the first round of the 3-6 matchup, which is not going to be easy. The news today, as you said, Karl Anthony Towns has torn his meniscus in his knee. That's going to be, we're in March now. The regular season ends.
You got to start ramping
in
it up.
5 or 6 weeks, he may not come back. So the playoffs, or how are they going to deal with that? Is it completely torn? What's the nature of that? Right now, they're the number 1 seed. You'd like to play them without Karl Anthony Towns. They still got Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert and other players, but that would be a major injury if he's going to be unable to play in a first-round playoff series or more. And then with the Warriors winning, the Lakers lost last night. They got hammered by Sacramento. So the Warriors are now 9. They got Dallas 3 more times. They haven't played them yet this year. Dallas is starting to slide. Dallas has the same amount of losses as the Warriors.
That's a
28.
weird team.
So that season series will decide that. Then you got Sac right there. If you get up to 6, you may have to play Denver. Phoenix with the Booker injury. So it's just so jumbled up with teams with 25 to 28 losses. The Lakers now got 30 losses, but they got 1 more win. And then as far as, look at the Eastern Conference. Chicago's 2 games under, but they're in the same spot in the East the Warriors are in the West. They're in the 9th spot.
It's wild.
Right now they would be in the play-in. So we'll see how it goes tonight. And then you got San Antonio after that. So, after beating Milwaukee last night, one of the best teams in the NBA, and a team out of heater coming out of the All-Star break, they'd won 6 in a row. You'd like to be able to make this a sweep of the homestand before the Warriors go back out on the road next week.
Well, one of the great things too about a 35-point win and putting that thing away early after the Milwaukee 19-5 run, and then TJD kind of settles everything down there, is if you look at the minutes played last night, only Steph, and barely, he played 30 minutes and 46 seconds, and they got him out there after he hit a 3. Kuminga's at 25, Draymond's at 25, Podziemski's at 26. Off the bench, Clay played 21, Moody played 20. Guys didn't play a ton of minutes, so now you can turn around at home against Chicago, as like you said, that's playing a tough back-to-back out of Salt Lake City, which is underrated. It's not Denver, but it's close. It's a tough place to play, and then turn around and have to come back here. You didn't have to overextend anybody. So now everybody should be pretty fresh. You played a deep bench last night, and you should be able to bounce back against Chicago playing on a long road trip. And you should be fresh, and fatigue shouldn't be an issue at all against Chicago tonight. You should be good.
No, the problem is for Chicago, and they're minus Zach LaVine, LaMelo Ball are hurt. So DeMar DeRozan last night, and he's not a young player. He's been around forever. He played over 38 minutes last night.
Yep.
Caruso played
that was a tough game.
Over 34. Vucevic played over 30. Kobe White played 41 minutes and 51 seconds. So just based on the minute allocation, them playing in the mountains, having to travel, the Warriors having a back-to-back, but it's a home back-to-back, you expect the Warriors to win tonight.
All right, let's get to it. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, a Warriors foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's give you a little Bob Myers, who was back in the house with Mike Breen, who was on the show yesterday. Here's a little Bob for you.
And Brown made them pay. Antetokounmpo. Green got a piece of it, but a foul. And Green's going to get hit with a technical foul.
I thought we could avoid that. I came back for a peaceful game, but Draymond...
Oh, boy. Moody up top. Draymond Green hoists the three and knocks it down. Largest lead of the night.
His threes always feel like 6 for some reason. I don't know why. Just maybe don't expect them. But that was a big one for the Warriors, just to keep this lead where it is.
For a couple of things here. First of all, I didn't realize Draymond was hitting like mid-50s, like 56% on his threes, and he's taking the right amount.
Killing the 3 ball, even the short corners.
He's not taking a ton, and he hit 2 in a row there, and then he was flying like a plane on the way back. And then just with maybe it was me, I think it was you and I, but if you want to distance yourself from this, I understand. But just when I was giving Draymond credit yesterday, he gets an early tee. And by the way, I'm going to put this.
He didn't take the second one, though. He backed off.
He could have, but I'm going to give this. I'm going to put this on the official. I'm going to defend Draymond on this one. Can a player not be, because I thought he was upset with himself on that. Can a player.
He punched the air.
Right. Can a player not be demonstrative and upset with himself? He didn't direct it at a player. He didn't direct it at the official. He was just pissed off and he punched air. Can you not do that? The official was on
that tee? Capers, Petrides,
he was on the baseline. The official's on the baseline. And he's not he's not directing at the official. He's not directing it at the player. Could a guy just not show emotion and pissed at himself?
I think he was directing it at the official because he was
But
mad.
he punched air down at the bottom.
But he was reacting to the call there. He thought he got all ball.
I think officials are way too rabbit-eared, man. I don't like it. But he got it.
Well, but he didn't take the second one.
It was close. Some officials would have tossed.
He walked away. He walked away. That's James Capers. He's a veteran guy.
So I jinxed him. I think it's on me.
It's all right. They won the game. It's fine. Nothing happened.
Or it's on
Don't
Bob.
take the second one.
Might be on Bob.
Don't take the second one. And Draymond on the 3-ball this year has made 39 of 87, 45%, by far a career high. That's what he shot during the 73, and not even that high. But he shot the 3-ball well during the 73 and 9 year. It's when Durant arrived that I think everybody, why are you shooting the ball? Let KD shoot.
Well, remember, and it got in his head. Like remember, didn't he tell Steve? He goes, I just don't shoot him anymore then.
Well, the Steph Curry bang game in Oklahoma City, he didn't make a shot that night. He was 0, but he stopped shooting threes. But Durant was still in Oklahoma City then. That was Draymond's best 3-point shooting year before this year. He's at 45%. That the highest on the team? It is. Why is Steph taking all these threes?
Well, that's
the ball
perfect
to Draymond,
amount.
would
That's
you?
the
Above
perfect
the break.
amount. He doesn't need to take more than that. That's perfect.
Butt out, bend the knees, let it fly.
It still looks funky, although it doesn't matter what it looks like.
It's going
like
in.
Halliburton has a funky shot. His go in. So whatever it looks like doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, right? He
takes them early in games and then he stops. He doesn't take them in the third and fourth quarters, which is interesting.
Here is now that was Bob on Draymond. Here's Draymond on Bob's. Here's Draymond saying after the game he doesn't know if he's sitting there without Bob Myers.
It is a true statement in the character of the man that he is, because it's not easy. What he was able to do, he had to manage me often while doing all this other stuff, and when it went right, he was right there. Like, less there when it went right, though. He spent less time with you when it went right. Spent far more time with me when it was going wrong. And most people are the opposite. Most people want to be there when it's good, be there when the flowers are being thrown, be there when it's Draymond, you're great, you're defensive player of the year. That's when most people are there. But when no one wants you around, when everybody's saying, oh, that guy shouldn't be here anymore, when everybody's saying he's the cause of the demise of this franchise and all these things, that's when he's right there. And I couldn't have asked for a special person to spend my first 11 years with, because if it wasn't for him, I'm not sure where I'd be, where my career would have gone. The things that I've learned from him about being a father, being a husband, being a great person, like, I'm not sure I'm sitting here talking to you today without that man.
Would he still be here, you think?
Wow.
You could still be here without Bob?
I don't know. The owner likes him. I mean, they drafted him. That was Bob's first draft, was to get Draymond 35 overall.
But they needed a buffer, right? I mean, the owner can be emotional.
No, but he needs a buffer more with a head coach than Draymond. But Bob was there through all the ups and downs, and Bob had to go to Draymond's house and suspend him. The NBA did not suspend him when he berated Durant in L.A., Durant's last year. So that's strong. I mean, that's the relationship. And even during this indefinite suspension, Bob reached out to Draymond every single day. He touched him to get him through that. So that's the quality of the man, beyond all the people that he drafted. And he was here for Clay's draft, Ron Krychek. He was here. He was an assistant GM to Larry Riley that year, and Jerry was involved in that as well. But Bob was here when they drafted. He inherited Steph, but beyond that, the whole roster, except for the guys this year, he brought in. But it was great just to have Bob back. We did do the research Derek did, and Bill Walsh did do a 49ers game at Candlestick. It was Week 8, Cleveland Browns at the 49ers. It was Charlie Jones on play-by-play, not Dick.
Well, I forgot how good he was, man. I just listened to that during the break.
He was a number 2.
He was good.
Did you hear the play? There's a play where Bill critiques Joe Montana for throwing the ball away, something he didn't do as a younger player. And the very next play, they brought in Steve Young to play as a wide receiver and left Joe in. This is the original, what Colin Kaepernick
Bill would have lost
came in
his
for
mind.
Harbaugh. Trey Lance. And then Joe threw a pick. Mike Sherrard had the ball bobble, was behind him, but Joe threw a pick. But they used Steve Young and Joe Montana on the field simultaneously, and it was Bill Walsh who was there to broadcast the game at Candlestick for NBC.
They got to play that the next time they have Steve on and have him talk about that play, because I had forgotten about that. We got to get some of that audio maybe for 1:30 or something, because I listened to it during a break.
Yeah, I sent it to Dan. I think he's got it. So.
It's hard because Charlie Jones is so deep and just his voice is so rich and good. And then Bill's voice is just thin. It just doesn't.
That was the problem.
It doesn't cut through
the crowd.
Yeah, it just doesn't cut through. And so
but he worked mainly with Dick
Enberg.
Enberg. Where was Dick that week? Doing
favorite.
baseball or something?
Must have been.
I don't know where he was.
Dick is our favorite, and you can use that drop. Dick is our favorite. Seriously, I mean, after we interviewed him, it was like mic drop.
And he loved Matt Duffy's cat Skeeter. That was one plump pussy.
He was amazing. He's so amazing. Didn't he say he wanted to die in bed or something? What did he say? That was
he wanted to die with in bed at age 80 by a gunshot wound by a jealous husband.
That's what he told us. We did an interview with him.
He did use the Skeeter, Matt Duffy, during a Padre game. Dick Enberg said that's one plump pussy.
He did. What an amazing guy he was.
That was the great
He was
Dick
unbelievable. Anyway, back to your regular programming. Trace Jackson Davis last night. The box score is not going to tell you this. 7 of 8, plus 20 in the game. He was absolutely amazing.
7 for 8.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, he was good last night, but he saved the game after a 19-5 run by the Bucks to get
4
back
blocks,
in this thing.
3 on Giannis. He was pretty damn
He was
good.
awesome. But he saved the game last night, and you're looking at the game. Well, wait, it was a 35-point win. Here is Trace Jackson Davis talking about locking up Giannis.
I think 4 blocks on Giannis will help you make a name for yourself. Have you had a chance to check your phone and what kind of text you're getting right now?
Not right now. Just, I don't even know. Just it's a surreal moment, but you just got to build off of it and just keep stacking days, keep stacking games. Credit to Coach, just giving me confidence. Credit to the players for giving me confidence, and just glory to God first and foremost.
He's what a mature guy. He could have
4-year player at Indiana for Mike Woodson. That's why you can go one and done and pick high in the draft and get James Wiseman. He played 69 minutes of college basketball. He can't play. You get this guy who's a 4-year player at IU for an NBA player and coach, and Steph and Dre and Clay. These are all 3- and 4-year college players like Pajemski. That's why, it's just you draft veteran college guys and not, freshmen and sophomores. They're ready to play, and this guy's ready to play. And how about him? Was it his agent that got the video? Who tipped him off? Maybe it was Chris Paul saying that, and Blake Griffin is the one that guarded Giannis and waited for him at the rim, took on his spin move.
It was Chris Paul. Paul played with him. Maybe Chris
I think
Paul
his agent got the video for him, he was saying. But anyway, he watched video of Blake Inferior guarding Giannis and then going out and doing that. And I think he guarded them like Kavan does. Don't go out and get him, gap him, and wait for him at the rim. With Giannis, and Bob had all the numbers, 20 paint points, the most in Shaq. Shaq played the scouting, just make him shoot the ball. Make him release the ball from his hand and not dunk it like a young LeBron. And Giannis is the same way. Make him shoot it and not do a chin up on the rim. And what Jackson Davis, with those long arms and leaping ability, waited for him at the rim, that was amazing. How many guys blocked Giannis's, not only his first shot, but he got the ball back and he blocked his second shot on the same possession, ran the floor, scored on the action, and then later chased down Giannis's blocked his shot again from behind. That young guy can play.
Well, most guys nowadays, they're too afraid of social media, and they won't block anybody at the rim because they think they're going to get posterized, and so they don't want to do it. I mean, it's just
That's
nobody
where you block
does.
Giannis at the
right,
rim.
you do,
Block
but
him right at the
you
rim.
think he's going to jump over you, and you're afraid of being on. I mean, literally not on a poster anymore, on a video, and you don't want to see yourself on TikTok. I mean, that's how stupid it is. But they don't want to do it. And so for that guy to just, like you said, he's so mature. He's just sitting there going, "Glory to God." Most guys are like, "Glory to me," but they don't want to do it. It's crazy, but he did it last time. It was awesome to watch. Finally, one more. Here's Steve Kerr on the impact of having a fully healthy roster.
Yeah, it's really huge because we've got a very different look off the bench than our starting group. And, we come in with Chris and Clay. That's a, Hall of Fame backcourt off the bench. That's pretty good luxury. And then, adding Trace to that mix gives Chris a lob threat, and, Moses spaces the floor. BP's another playmaker with that group that started the second and the fourth. And so we liked that lineup quite a bit, and they really came through for us.
That's going to be fun to watch this whole thing down the stretch, because obviously you shrink your bench as you get closer to the playoffs and into the playoffs. So I don't know how he's going to handle this thing, but it's a good problem to have.
Now he'll figure it out. You need it for the remaining of the year. You got 21 games, as Ron Kroichek reported and shared with us, 39 days. You got 17 back-to-backs, the most in the NBA. You got one tonight, even though they're back-to-back home games still. Then you got to play Victor and Wembanyama and the Spurs on Saturday, so it's tough. Immediately tonight, could Wiggins give you more? First game back, only played 13 minutes and 42 seconds. He's going to be on DeMar DeRozan tonight. There's no doubt he's going to have him. And then, guys didn't play heavy minutes, but Gary Payton II, when he brings you off the bench, Clay, Chris Paul, Moody, Trace Jackson Davis, it'll be interesting to see how much Kevon plays. And Kevon played less than 6 minutes last night, and Saric is out. He only played the last 4 minutes and 15 seconds. He was part of the group that came in at the end, the 420 club, at the end of the game when it was over. So I'd like to get Saric back in the rotation, but right now he's not. But with the back-to-back, how much will Steph play tonight? You'd like to blow these guys out early and give them a respite and get ready for San Antonio, but you still have the older guys, the 30-something. Steph's going to have his 36th birthday in a week. Draymond's 34, Clay. It's amazing, isn't it? And then, so
he doesn't play like he's 36.
I think, the strength in numbers was when they were all young and frisky and you had the bench guys to play. Now you kind of need those young legs to get you through the back-to-backs and the dog days of the NBA schedule, which we're kind of getting into now. I mean, March is kind of the dog days, and then you come out of it in April and it's time to go playoff time.
All right, we've not talked a ton about this today. We did talk about how the Bills are kind of a warning to the 49ers, but we are ever so close. Tomorrow is Friday, and then the next time that we reconvene will be Monday, and that is basically the new year, Christmas for the NFL. So we will give you a quick preview about what is going to happen on Monday. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. It is always good to talk to our friend, Steve Moskowitz. He's got the answers to all your tax issues. And, Steve, today we're talking about what happens if you can't pay your taxes. You just ignore it, right? Bury your head in the sand. Is that what you do?
You can do that, but you'd be sorry, much like you can close your eyes if a big truck is coming. And the bottom line, if you do that, the IRS has hired all these new IRS agents, and you don't want them coming in, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. And the bottom line is you have so many rights and there's so many options. We'll explain them all to you. And the bottom line is, if you owe some money, and we'll figure that out first, because sometimes the IRS sends a bill and you don't owe it, or you don't owe all of it. We've had plenty of those cases. So the bottom line is we'll go over everything for you. We'll determine if you really owe the tax. If you don't, we'll tell the government, hey, my client doesn't owe this, correct your records. If you do, we'll explain all the options. And then, remember, we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll go over all your options, everything we can do. And if you want us to, we'll go do it for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. And we want to take your tax problem away from you and give you back a normal life.
If you can't pay your taxes, I was just kidding. Don't bury your head in the sand. Don't ignore it. It's not going to go away. Steve Moskowitz, like he said, he'll even do it for you. So give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Myers back in the Bay, but what will he do long term? That story more trending right now on KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, moves are already starting to be made. Jalen Johnson, who I don't know how close he became to becoming a 49er, but I know they were pushing. He already got paid. He got tagged by the Bears, so he got $75 million over 4 with, 50 guaranteed, something around there. So there's one guy off the board. There's conversations that although Brian Burns got tagged by Carolina, that they're open for business, potentially moving him. So we're starting to hear stuff. This number just came out. You and I were talking about this in regards to the 49ers defensive line, and if they could add an edge guy, if for the third consecutive year they would surprise us. 2 years ago, it was Ward, the corner. Last year, obviously, it was Hargrave. You and I were in the first moments of free agency, and Hargrave was signed by the 49ers. Their defensive line with just the three, which is Bosa, Hargrave, and Armstead, scheduled to count $58 million against the salary cap. That is the most expensive defensive line in the league with just the three of them. How about that?
And then you got to add Danielle Hunter. I mean, that would be certainly aggressive. If they did that, it would be one of the best defensive lines in the history of football, one of the best in the history of the franchise, obviously. It would be Danielle Hunter would take you over the top. But there's a lot of things going on. First of all, among their own free agents, and it all starts Monday with the legal tampering, and it's beyond that. Guys agreed to contracts in the first hour. Javon Hargrave agreed to the 4-year, $84 million deal with the Niners. So when we come on the air Monday at 10 o'clock in the morning, it'll already get started at 9 a.m., and it goes fast. You identify the guys that are going to make the big money. I think Danielle Hunter will come off first. What is Kirk Cousins going to do? Is he going to leave Minnesota or re-sign, or is he going to go to Atlanta or somewhere else? And that's going to set off dominoes. What does Chicago do with Justin Fields and trading him? And that'll get into the backup market. And so it's going to go fast. I mean, Sam Darnold agreed to a deal with the Niners right after Javon Hargrave agreed to his deal with the Niners. That was on that same day. So it's going to go fast. So we'll see if the Niners are a player. Danielle Hunter would put him over the top. L'Jarius Sneed is just going to be too expensive. I think, you're going to have to give them, based on tagging a guy and then trading him off the non-exclusive, you can get a couple of ones back. They're open to doing this, and they said go out and get a deal. Is he going to get a deal where someone's going to give up 2 first-round draft picks for him? He's a great player, but that's a lot. And then on top of that, you got to give him $20 million a year. So he's a great player, but you can draft someone else or find someone else and not have to pay that back to Brett Veach and Andy. So, and then to me, you'd love to get Danielle Hunter. You'd love to get L'Jarius Sneed. There are a lot of good football players out there that are going to be available. But really, what are you going to do with people like Cleveland Ferrell? Is there a way to bring him back? I think so, much more affordably, obviously. Kevin Givens, I think, is essential to bring back. With bringing Brandon Staley on the staff, do you want to get in the Sebastian Joseph Day business? Are you going to let Chase Young and Randy Gregory walk and see what they're going to get? And they're not going to be day one or maybe even week one guys. They could go into the second week. You'd love to bring John Feliciano back. You want to bring Charlie Warner back and Ross Dwelly and Chris Conley. What do you do with stacked linebacker? Is Deshaun Gibson going to retire? What do you do there? You've heard me with what I think about Sam Darnold. I think he'll be one of the first orders of business. But when you add up all of these UFA contracts, John, you got to address. Now you're carving into your number to get to 296.6. So how much money would you really have to be bold to go out and try to get Danielle Hunter? And if you add Danielle Hunter on top of what you're talking about, it's the most expensive line front four in the history of football. You just paid the bag to the gravedigger. You just paid Nick. He's the highest paid defensive player. Do you want to have that high of a percentage into your D-line? I know that's the essence of the team and the real identity of this team, John, but that's a lot. And then how do you do that and then re-sign Brock and keep Brandon Ayuk? So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, are the Niners going to be players on Monday? Because day one is when it all comes down. The top guys. Might you wait till later in the week or even the next week? And then how do you re-sign your own? But do we think for a third straight year, Gravedigger last year, Mooney Ward the year before, they are going to be day one players? And will that be on the defensive side of the ball? More than likely, that's where they would go, right?
Yeah. Well, in order to do that, what you would do is, let's look at the Chiefs. So the Chiefs decided they get rid of Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying get rid of Brandon Ayuk. What I'm saying is what you'd have to do is you take from something, another position group, to add to another. So if you're going to add Danielle Hunter, as we talked about with the Bills earlier, they took away to say, okay, well, Josh Allen's number goes from 18 to 48, so there's $30 million. So something's got to go from somewhere. So do you have an excess somewhere else that you can take away from to add to something else? So you need something. Okay, you need an edge guy. I mean, you've got to heat up the quarterback. You've got to take from somewhere else. Can they take from somewhere else? Do they have an excess somewhere else? I mean, that's the way you've got to do it. Because if you look at Kansas City, they decided, you know what, Patrick Mahomes is so good that we can lessen the wide receiver room so we can get better on defense, and it worked out for them. Now, the way they did it was through the draft. They have the youngest defense in the league. That's scary. Kansas City has the youngest defense in the league, so they really did it through the draft. They were able to lessen the money on that side of the ball. Now they're going to extend it again because they're going to give Chris Jones new money, but they're then going to minus it because it looks like they're going to get rid of Snead. But because they got so good on the other side and they were so young and they did so good through the draft, they were able to do that. So the 49ers would have to take something away somewhere else.
Kansas City's initial plan was not to trade Tyreek Hill.
Right.
They wanted to keep him. But his agent said, we want $30 million.
And they went,
and the wide receiver market exploded. And so they did not do that. Then they were able to get a bounty back from Miami, and they moved on.
And they took advantage of those picks.
And they won the Super Bowl and that year, and they won it again this year without Tyreek Hill. So now they're at the crossroads. I think they're going to re-sign Chris Jones, but if they think they would know more, obviously, and they've let Snead and his agent go out and get it. Is he going to be able to get what they want back? If they demand 2 ones back, is someone going to pay that price for him?
Mm-mm.
So then they may just sit on L'Jarius Snead. They already tagged him, so they may keep him. They may say they're going to trade him, but you find me someone out there that's going to do it. Maybe there's no one out there that's going to ask if going to meet our asking price, so we'll keep him and McDuffie and the 2 young guys, and we'll keep Jones. So we shall see. This Jalen Johnson, I think, is interesting, John, that they were able to get a 4-year deal with him. That's someone the Niners were definitely in on. There's no doubt. Kenny Moore, the slot corner in Indianapolis. How much would it cost to go get him on Monday? But it's going to be interesting to see if the Niners are day one players. And we're talking like the first hour or so, right? Because remember when they went to Jed's home last year, and that would be like this weekend. Remember Kyle and John had to get it together. It was like asking you to go to the prom. They had to go to Jed's house, right?
They got on their knees.
They invited Jed over to John's house.
Right, exactly right.
And he said, as long as it's a difference maker. We're not doing it for someone that could come in and compete.
Right.
It needs to be a difference maker. How many difference make? Danielle Hunter is a difference maker. You put him opposite of Nick and the Gravedigger and Armstead inside, hell, you don't have enough offensive linemen. You're going to have to max protect. You're going to have to keep guys in, send 1 or 2 out. You got to block that front? Dear God. He's a difference maker. L'Jarius Snead is a difference maker. Then you wouldn't need. So where do you want to put the money? The Niners have shown they're more of a D-line team than Seattle has been a defensive backfield team. You're not going to put him in both. But if, Danielle Hunter's going to make way more than Snead, but you got to pay Snead. But can you get Kenny Moore? And that would he be a difference maker? So I think it's going to be interesting to see. And that kind of snuck up on us last year. We didn't think they would do it. You thought you can't be in free agency heavy buying players every year. Can they be in 3 straight years? Go get Ward, and then they had to pay Bosa. They knew that, and they did. And then they have to pay, Brandon Ayuk. They know they have to do that. So will they really be in play early in free agency on Monday morning and go out and be able to land a difference maker again?
That's the huge thing. And then what they have to do, again, I'm looking at Kansas City. This is why they were able to do what they do, and they can give Mahomes so much money. In 21 and 22, those 2 drafts, all right, this is what they did to their defense. Karlaftis, first round in 22, all right? They got Bolton, 21, second round. They got Chanel, that linebacker, 22, third round. They got Cook, the safety, 22, second round. They got Watson, 7th round, 22. They got McDuffie, 22, first round. They hit on 5 guys that are starting on their defense. So that's cheap labor.
The youngest defense in the NFL last year is the youngest defense in the NFL this year. They won a Super Bowl.
So they
both
got,
years
but that's cheap labor in 2 drafts who started.
You got to coach them up,
and then but then you can spend. Then you can spend, and you can bring in. First of all, you can give Mahomes all that money, but what they did is they revamped their entire offensive line. So you can bring in a Tooney, you can bring in 2 new tackles, and then you also hit on Rashee Rice right there. You hit on the running back Pacheco in the 7th round. I mean, it does come back to the fact is if you want to spend in free agency, then you got to hit in the mid and the late rounds, and that's what they did. They hit on a bunch of guys, and it leads them. That's everybody wants to talk about Mahomes, and that's great. But they hit on a bunch of guys. So, yeah, you can spend that money. You can spend, but then you got to keep hitting in the draft, and that's what the 49ers have to do this year. You can keep spending. If I'm Jed, I'm going to go, okay, keep spending, but you got to hit on a bunch of cheap labor, and that's what they kept doing. So, look, I hope they do. I hope Jed can open up the wallet one more time, but then at some point, then you're the Bills, and you got to hit the credit card. You got to pay it off. So, anyway, I hope so. I hope somehow they can do it, but if you're going to load up on the defensive line, then you're going to have to pull back somewhere else, and I wonder where they do
you also, you need depth as well. I mean, one of the things, the Niners had great help this year, but the big worry, they lost so many free agents last year. McGlinchey, Brunskill, Azeez Alshire, Jimmy Ward. I mean, really good players.
They missed Ward this year. There's no doubt.
Well, I mean, it took them a while to figure out the nickel, but Jimmy didn't want to play the nickel. He wanted to play safety. He wasn't going to play safety here. But in any event, they by and large, they were healthy last year. You start being a little too top-heavy like the Rams became, and you're putting all the money in your starters, and you get, who's going to be your backups? I don't want Kevin Givens to leave. I don't want Cleveland Ferrell to leave. Now, Danielle Hunter's a hell of a player, and if you have Danielle Hunter, he's in the base.
Yeah.
He's in your Alpha, your Bravo, your Turbo. He's in them all. He never comes off the field. I mean, you got to come off the field, but you also got to rotate guys in behind, and guys get hurt. Danielle Hunter's by and large been able to stay healthy, but they do get hurt, and then you have a big money guy that gets hurt, and you're paralyzed. So this Jalen Johnson deal, John, is interesting, and how that affects Charvarius Ward. If you want to sign him long term, the Bears paid that guy, and they just franchise tagged him.
Yeah,
and they're turning around and give him a 4-year deal.
That's why I think Demo's getting a deal first. I mean, I think you'd be aggressive with Demo so that all your guys aren't free.
He's not going to get that kind of
money.
No,
of course he's not. But that's why I would do that. That's why I would at least lock one of those guys up, because Ambry Thomas I don't think is going to be here long term. But one of those 2 guys you got to lock up. You can't have both those guys free. So you lock up Demo. At least you have one, and then you work on Ward, because that's the kind of money Ward's going to get.
Play more snaps this year at nickelback or boundary corner.
I'd want him as
Nickelbacks they don't make as much money.
No.
Which is criminal. They should make more. It's harder to go in there. And especially if you're a guy who bounces. If you play both inside and outside, like L'Jarius Sneed used to, like McDuffie does, that's of great value. But you could sign, Diamador Lenore. You know what you do with him is, do like a Dre Greenlaw contract.
Yep.
Where you sign him a year earlier.
Exactly.
If Dre would have waited just a month or so, or even a year, he would have gotten way more money.
I'm glad he did. Yeah, no doubt. All right, I do have a good caboose story. It's a warning. All those jackasses that take their shirt off and all that kind of stuff in extremely cold weather in places like Buffalo and Kansas City and Pittsburgh and stuff.
Those are my family members.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
I'm sorry, but this is a warning. It's just a consumer warning. I'm actually on their side. We'll give that one to you next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us again. Free agency Monday. By the way, I'm reading this Jalen Johnson thing, and there's conflicting numbers. This is 4 and 76.
4 years, 76. Yeah. What's the guarantee?
Well, they're saying as much as 60 guaranteed. I mean, that's a high guarantee.
Wow.
My goodness, man. If they're setting the bar,
is really guaranteed. There's different levels of guarantee.
But I mean, gosh, if that is the guarantee, I mean that's a high amount of guarantee, player. Man. I thought
that's
maybe
one of the quickest ever for a guy to be franchise tagged,
right,
and turn around and sign a long-term deal.
And like you said, the Niners were talking about it, and he's a Fresno guy, so I thought maybe something would be worked out. He would have been a great get. So anyway,
that's a little pricey.
He's off the board. All right,
will Jarius Sneed get more if he gets traded? What's he going to want? That's the problem for trading with that guy.
He's good. All right, speaking of Kansas City, now again, I'm doing this as and we don't really have to deal with this here. But remember, we talked about this. I mean, it was one of the Kansas City game against the Dolphins on January 13 was one of the coldest games in the history.
Fourth coldest game in the history of the NFL.
So fans think this is funny, but it's no joke. You've lived in Buffalo. I've unfortunately lived in Pittsburgh and Detroit for a short period of time, and it wasn't for me. But you saw pictures of fans shirtless and gloveless and all this kind of stuff and pantless and all those kind of things. Well, it says many of the Haitians who were among the daring fans who braved the elements at Arrowhead Stadium during the Chiefs' 26-9 win over the Dolphins, they had frostbite injuries, and they are getting to the point where they've had to discuss amputations that might be necessary, it says here. It said one fan who only took their gloves off for 5 minutes to set up a tent in the parking lot left with red fingertips that have since turned dark blue and purple, and is being told that they have to amputate the tips of their fingers. How about that?
For you ever have frostbite, Chad?
Not like that.
I used to go snowmobiling when it was 0 out and drive a snowmobile 80 miles per hour. Now, what do you think the wind chill was then? I remember my brother one time, we were insane. He had frostbite on his face. So what do you do in that situation? Well, I mean, they hit in a playoff game, but my brother's was actually even worse. So, I mean, it's epic. So what was, I'm guessing, was it minus 27?
Yep, exactly right. That's what it says here. Minus 27.
With the wind chill.
Yeah, wind chill minus 27.
I mean, it was one of the craziest games. Mike Krukow got so cold that night. I remember he came out of the second half. He had gloves. He put a hat on. I'm like, are you kidding me? So that was -4. And then with the wind chill, because the wind chill was 19 miles, the wind was 19 miles per hour, it was minus 27 degrees. The fourth coldest game in the history of the NFL. The Freezer Bowl, obviously, in Cincinnati, the Ice Bowl at Lambeau Field. One of the other was there was that a wild playoff game between the Raiders and the Bills in Orchard Park.
I remember that.
It was epically cold. Not the 51-3 game.
No.
It was a tighter game. But in any event.
Jay Schrader.
So when you always hear about that, frostbite is real. And you can have amputation.
I'm looking at the pictures. They're disgusting.
Skin does not come back.
No.
But they always say, like, you're not going to get cold or you're not going to catch pneumonia when you do that. The flu is transmitted from person to person. But hell, it's not good for your body to be out in that kind of weather. And then you have polar bear clubs where they jump into water in that kind of weather, which is just insane. So,
I've done that. It's not smart.
You have?
Yeah. There was a charity event. Remember the old Detroit quarterback, Joey Harrington? Before we'd rip him to shreds, I knew him in Portland, and so I did this event where you jumped in this water in a pair of banana hammocks, and you swam to this event, and the colder the day and the colder the water, the more money you made for this charity. And I did that thing, and then you ran to this tent that was super warm, and so I did that for him, and it was ridiculous. It was excruciating. So yeah, it was like a rainy day. It was unbelievable. But they're showing these pictures, and so it says the Kansas City Fire Department transported 15 people from the stadium to the hospital, 7 from hypothermia and 3 with frostbite, and so people are having amputations from this whole thing. But the point is that they show these people in the stadium and they kind of laugh about it and all this kind of stuff.
Well, they want to be shown. That's why they're doing it.
But really, this is like a real thing, and people are having amputations from that day, minus 27 degrees. So, I mean, they need to make a bigger deal of this because, it's not funny. I mean, this dude had his gloves off for 5 minutes, and he's having the tips of his fingers amputated from that
Just
game.
the tip. Just
the tip.
Believe me, it's
bananas.
Real. You can't even believe it.
Oh, my
frostbite
God.
is scary. It is scary.
Oh, my God. I mean, they're showing the fingers from the day of the game, and then now they're showing me now. And the tips of his fingers are red and blue and purple, and this is like, 2 months later? Oh, my God.
That game was January 13th.
Yeah. It's
2
so
months next week.
disgusting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're saying at the hospital that he's got to have his fingers amputated. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I don't know how you.
Why are we laughing? It's terrible.
I can't believe.
Poor Kansas City. They had that happen in their one home game. Then they have a parade, and the thing that turned out to be is just insane.
How cold was that Green Bay game that you did? The Green Bay Niners game that you did?
Oh, that was not that cold.
It wasn't?
No.
Man.
And it wasn't that windy. That was a beautiful night.
Oh, it was?
No.
Yeah, I know.
But one of the guys was a night game. That's why
you were drinking all that soup. That was ridiculous.
Well, chicken. I was not feeling well.
No.
That was a tough one to get through.
That was ridiculous.
No, that game was 14 degrees, and the wind chill made it feel like 0.
I would have never made it through that game.
Was that the coldest game I've ever done?
I would have been in the fetal position in the corner next to
There was one Thursday night game at Arrowhead when the Raiders played. Remember when the ball hit the sky cam? Derek Carr threw a deep shot down the sideline to Amari Cooper, and the ball hit sky cam.
Right.
That game was bitter cold. It was a night game. But that game at Lambeau when the Jordan Willis blocked punt and the Funga scoop and score, the wind chill was 0. The Niners have played. How about the playoff game the Niners played at Soldier Field when Jerry broke that big run?
Oh, yeah.
They had won in New York. That was one of the coldest games in Niners history. But no, nothing like Arrowhead, which, minus 27. The Freezer Bowl, the Chargers Bengals game was colder.
Wasn't that minus 59 wind chill? Wasn't that minus 59 wind chill?
Yeah, well, I mean the Ice Bowl then in Lambeau,
Green Bay, Dallas,
on New Year's Eve in '67. That's the coldest game. What's the other one? I think that was the Bills Raiders game. Hal Davis always talked about that game. And it wasn't the 51-3 game. I think it was like 29-22. Was that a playoff game, though? I'm not sure that was a playoff game. But in any event.
Anyway.
Yeah, keep your clothes on, your mittens on, layer up. I go to a 4-3-2 defense in those games where from head to toe on layers, I got 4 on the upper body and 3 on the lower body, and then double socks. So I go 4-3-2.
I was just because of my kid, I was in a minus 15 one time. We went inner tubing on like a professional kind of a hill where they pull you up and then you go down. And he was just, we got to do this. And I was like, all right. It was over like a Christmas break. We went down one time. And I was like, we are out of here. And he was bawling and everything and crying. I'm like, I don't care. Stop bawling. It's minus 15.
How old was he when this happened?
I think he was like 10. And I was like, okay, we'll do it. And it was sunny and everything. So he couldn't equate at that age that the sun could be out, but it could be minus 15. And he had like a full mask on. And I'm like, you don't realize, like it's even colder a lot of times. And so it's windy and everything. And we get up at the top, and I asked the guy, I go, what's the exact temperature right now? He goes, minus 15. And I went, oh, my God. And if he wouldn't have told me, I probably would have been okay. But we went down once, the wind's in our face, and I just started walking to the car. My feet are freezing off. And my son's like, we're not leaving, are we? And he starts bawling his head off. And I'm like, we're leaving. It's minus 15. This is not for me.
Wow.
And cried all the way home.
And George is bitching because they're not at Scottsdale Stadium. It's going to rain and be like, what?
Yeah, he's totally
50
different
degrees?
now. Yeah.
We're supposed to have bad weather in the desert tonight. What's it going to be for Giants-Padres?
Yeah, I got to check that. I got to check Siri. Hey, Siri. Yeah, because he's Arizona.
Ask your son's going, right?
Yeah, he's going.
Game's in 4 hours. Get there for BP.
Yeah. No, I told him to go early, and if he doesn't catch Bob Melvin and Dave Roberts, then I'm firing him. I can't.
By the way, first time ever we had matching hats going.
Oh, see, yeah, the Porsche hats.
I went with the Porsche.
Or Porsche. See, I don't know how to say it.
Michael Burns selling his Porsches in Vegas.
No, these are nice hats. You always get stopped though in like the grocery store by a guy who does have a Porsche, and he's like, "Oh, we're in the same club. You have a Porsche." Like,
I only drove the Porsche because I wanted to get my Bentley detailed.
Exactly. All right, we'll give you a few remnants before we get out of here today, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour in the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dodgers and Giants. It's been a good one tonight because Kyle Harrison, Mr. Roop, gotta watch him.
Curveball, nasty two-seamer is the scouting report from Joe Rizzo, John, on Landon Roop.
I'm excited to see him pitch. And a lot of regulars for the Giants, a few for the Dodgers. So it's going to be fun to watch that. And then how if the Warriors take a deep sigh, I don't think the Bulls will beat them because they're coming off a tough game in Utah, but they could. And then all these nice things we're saying about the Warriors tomorrow, we'll have to be all fired up. They suck. So hopefully we won't have to do that. We won't have to do that tomorrow.
We're not doing that either way, but follow up last night with a win over the Bulls. You got to guard DeMar DeRozan, obviously, and Nick Vucevic. And, they're a capable team, but they're going to be a little tired playing Salt Lake City last night. Giant lineup, John. And it's not on Bay Area TV. It will be Saturday when they play the Oakland A's, but it is on Sportsnet LA. Is that game on the MLB network tonight? Like every single Dodger game is on at some point.
I know. Every time I flip
it's
over
always
there.
Dodgers and Cubs. Just about every single game because they do own their own channels, whether it's Root Sport or Marquee Sport or wherever it is, and they own.
Is it John
Shambi?
Shambi? Is Shambi already doing games?
Yeah, I don't think Joe Davis is doing the Dodger game tonight, but the Giant lineup is Jung-Hoo Lee leading off, Wilmer Flores, Michael Conforto, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman.
Oh, yeah, that's a big storyline today.
Yes, Estrada, Bailey, and Nick Ahmed. Our first time seeing Matt Chapman play at third base, John, number 26.
Left side of the infield is just going to vacuum everything. Just let him hit it. Let him hit it to the left side, and we'll be good to go. So that'll be fun to watch today, or tonight, I should say. So that'll be good. Do remember, speaking of the Giants, the final stop for Fan Fest, a little bit different this year. The players are, of course, in Scottsdale, but you can watch the game on Saturday, like you said, Giants and A's at Oracle Park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Giants alum, Giants broadcasters, LaCille, photo opportunities with the World Series trophies. And while you're there, you can watch a spring training game on the scoreboards. There's going to be all sorts of stuff. Plus, you will be able to interact with players. There is technology and everything. Technology and stuff.
Madison Bumgarner, the Chevy guy.
And there is details, KNBR.com/FanFestTour. Now, it's free, but you got to get tickets. So you can claim your free tickets, KNBR.com/FanFestTour. And it's brought to you by Dignity Health, the official healthcare provider of the San Francisco Giants. So make sure that you check all that out. Also by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, Alameda County Sheriff's Department, and the such. So
getting hungry right now.
Very cool. Yeah, that's very nice.
The MLB Network is not. They're not playing the Dodgers-Giants game live. It'll be on at 9:00 tonight on the replay, and they're going to do it in the condensed version and get it done in 2 hours. So be able to watch the Warriors against the Bulls at 7, John, then roll right into Giants baseball. But live, John and Joe will have the game right here on KNBR.
So that's what I'll do. That's gonna
listen.
Yeah. So
watch later.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. All right, it's going to be a busy night tonight, so I got a lot to do. Got to get going on it. One more day. We'll preview tomorrow more on the 49ers. Jalen Johnson signs with the Bears. That one is off the board. He was tagged anyway, so he wasn't going anywhere. And anything else we'll keep you up to date on. Lots of safeties on the market. That's crazy.
God, the safety market is insane.
Yeah, the Broncos are going to be cutting more guys. By the way, one guy to watch out for, he's got a big contract, but he might get released. Remember former 49er DJ Jones? He was pretty good.
I do.
Stopped the
run.
Maybe that's a guy that the Niners could be taking a look at, depth on the defensive line. So we shall see, but there's going to be more guys released because there's a lot of teams that are over the cap. So we shall see. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, we will see you tomorrow, Pop, after the Warriors and after the Giants and Dodgers. I have a lot to react to.
Dodgers suck. We're not even doing Beat LA anymore.
By the way, I like that
Dodgers
hat,
suck.
man. That's sweet.
New York.
Our Giants.
The ancient rivals. You know John's going to drop that.
I like it.
It is a spring friendly.
Yeah, it is.
But it is the ancient rivals for the first time in the spring.
I like that. That's nice.
It is the New York Giants against the Brooklyn Dodgers in the Sonoran Desert.
A lot of fun with Ron Kroichek. He's got a great piece on depth in numbers tonight, or right now with the Warriors going on, and Joe Rizzo gave us a little preview of the Dodgers and the Giants, so check those out. All interviews on all the shows at KNBR.com. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Great job as always. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to have Zaza Pachulia at 250. Talk a little Warriors. Marcus Thompson, 350. Alex Pavlovich at 450. So, little hoops, little baseball, and we're good to go. What's up?
What's up, bro?
Same old, man.
Same old.
Nothing.
Same old dubs.
Nothing changes. Same old dubs.
Same old dubs.
Same old dubs.
Derek was like expecting him to blow the lead. We were there last night. I was like, they're up 18. They're going to clean this up. And he goes, yeah, come on, man. You've seen them play these fourth quarters, right? I was like, I don't know. I have. But...
Well, got down to 6.
Yeah, but that's it.
That's it. That's enough.
Then I got back up.
For the new dubs.
How about that? That was fun last night. It was a good crowd. Bob Myers back. That was cool. But,
yeah. Yeah, that was cool.
And you, same old.
Cool.
Look at you, same old.
Yeah, I know, huh? You know, it's interesting because you wonder, like, how many people are starting to believe a little bit, like, you know what, maybe it's possible. And I'll tell you what, right now the way they're playing, you can make an argument they're the second best team in the West. Argument. I mean, there's still OKC, Minnesota. Denver's the number 1 team. Clippers are right there. I mean, there's just a lot of teams that are like right there together, like that are pretty damn good. And that's kind of been my only thing is it's tough where they put themselves, the position they put themselves in. But the way they're playing, you look at the way they're playing, and it, like last night, the 2 things that jumped out at me, like immediately was they throttled a good team, not a great team, they're a good team, that's been playing pretty good ball and been playing really good defense since the All-Star break. And they beat him soundly. Not only did they beat him soundly, you wouldn't even have hardly known Wiggins or Clay were out there. Like, Wiggins didn't do hardly anything. I think he played 14 minutes. And Clay was just, he did, again, I love the way he's playing. He's just not forcing stuff. He's out there just playing, and when it comes to him, he shoots it. And I want to say he was only like 4 for 7 last night. Like, he only took 7 shots. That's so unlike Clay. Like, usually Clay's getting shots up. And last night, he was just, playing within the offense, and when it came to him and he was open, it was time to shoot it, he shot it. He didn't force anything.
4 for 7, that's right.
Yeah, he was just playing. And Steph did, we kind of expected Steph would bounce back with a game after the game he had in Boston. He rarely has 2 bad shooting games in a row. But, I mean, really, the thing that really jumped out was when they cut the lead to 6, Steve put in subs, and Trace Jackson Davis was one of them. And the 2 blocks on Giannis, and then running the court, and then get finishes on the lob. Like, that was just his energy in that 2 to 3 minute burst was like, bam. Like, it jumped out at you. If you watch that game, most people would probably say, yeah, that was the 2 or 3 minutes that made the difference. And it really was, because the Warriors' offense looked brutal to start the third quarter. It was disheveled. Passes were bad. There was one possession, I was like, are they trying to turn it over? And then ultimately they did turn it over. Because they tried twice, and Milwaukee didn't get it.
Like, oh, nice.
Finally,
Okay,
and then finally they just go, oh, yeah, we're going to get this turnover. And finally they threw it away. I think Crowder got the ball, and I was like, good night. What happened? What's going on with this offense? And, Milwaukee got going. Kuminga had a really bad double team. He double-teamed Giannis, but he double-teamed off Dame. It's like, no. You don't trade a 2 for a 3. You can't leave that guy wide open. And of course, he buried it. And then he came back a couple plays later, buries another one because he kind of got going a little bit. And I thought, and then got it down to 6. And subs came in. Trace Jackson Davis did his thing, and he was just like, he was really, really good last night. And just the energy he brings off the bench. I just love that he gives them, we talk about the verticality on offense, he gives them verticality on defense.
Yeah, he does.
He can block shots, he can get above the rim.
4 blocks last night. They had 13 blocks as a team last night. That's why Kuminga had 3 of them. Yep. How about the one Draymond had into the paint, and then he just kind of trails back on the other end, ends up getting a layup, just like leaning into I think it was in the late third quarter. Yeah. But he had one that ignited. It was like for a few minutes there in the third quarter, like late third, it was like every possession for, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes felt like there was an explosion at the end of the possession, be it on defense or on offense, and they just put them away. It was both sides of the ball played really, really well. They stayed in front of their man. And, like, I know you talked about the 2 days off or the day they coming home after an East Coast road trip. Traditionally, the 1 day off than playing a game, you'd want to bet almost against that team. You'd say that team may have a tough time getting going again, even after coming on home. But 2 days off and not playing a lot of the second half in that Boston game, maybe it was a factor for how fresh they were, but as a full team last night, again, they're not a great team. You said yesterday it's about stockpiling wins now. It doesn't matter who they come against. But this team does look like a much different team, and that the roles, again, when everything works, it looks great. But the roles last night played well, and it was fun.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody's playing, and it was really, kind of hard to pick. Draymond was really good. Draymond was really good defensively, and Steph, again, did his thing. But offensively, you have kind of a hard time picking out who was. I mean, Kuminga had a good game, but it was kind of a quiet. It wasn't. He had a couple of dunks, right? Like, he's doing what he needs to do more often than not. There are times where he's not. Like a couple threes last night, I didn't love from him. Maybe he made one of them. I was like, you still don't love it. But
it went in. Tom's like, I don't know about that.
Nah, because over the long haul, it's like the guy, the shortstop that hits a home run. You're like, oh, here we go. I always used to say that about Dickie Schofield for the Angels. He'd hit a home run. He's like a 10 home run hitter a year. And I was like, oh, now he's going to try to hit a home run the next 2 weeks. Yeah. Like, great, got a home run, but he's going to go like 2 for 30 over the next 2 weeks. It's like, it's all about like over the long haul. Like that shot, you can make it. Go back to the movie Tin Cup. He can hit that shot. It just took him 12 strokes to do it. So it doesn't. In the end, you're hurting yourself just to prove you can make that shot. But look, he's still young. He does some stuff that you kind of like go, no, not that one. But he ran the court well. I mean, that dude is a deer. Like when he runs the court, it's like you're almost in awe watching him. It's just like whoosh. It's so graceful, and the guy is so powerful when he finishes. He did some really, really good stuff last night, but it was like a complete team effort. There wasn't like, oh, Steph went for 50 or Clay goes for 40 or their one other guy had a massive game. It's like everybody just pitched in and everybody did stuff, and it was like a total team effort. Everybody that was on the court did a little something, some more than others, and that's what you love to see. Like those type of games are super fun to see, where you can't just pick out one guy or maybe 2 guys. I could pick out like 5 or 6 guys and go, that guy had a really good game. Moody had a really nice game last night as well. So it just, they're fun to watch play last night. I've been saying that for about 2-3 weeks now. Like they're fun to watch play. And you start, thinking, okay, you got 20 games, sprint, a lot of things can happen. Like last night, it was funny because My daughter Haley, who loves the Warriors, she's like hardcore. I told you, she can't even watch the games hardly. She watches them after they happen.
She's such a fan, she can't watch them live.
Yeah, exactly. That's so funny to think
hysterical,
of it that way.
right?
But she was like, and cherry on top last night, Lakers lost. I was like, well, I was kind of hoping the Kings would lose last night, to be honest with you, because she goes, why? I go, well, because the Warriors have games against the Lakers. They can make those up just by playing the Lakers. They don't play the Kings anymore. So you got to hope that somebody else beats the Kings and then you keep winning. So I was kind of hoping the Kings would lose because I think they, it'll be interesting soon they play the Lakers. Not to say they're going to beat them, but at least you have that shot at them to take a game from them and gain a game. It's almost like 2 games when you play them. But, I mean, there's just going to be so many of those games. They got the Mavericks a couple times. Those are going to be big games. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun time of year, and it's really fun, some of these matchups, and they're playing really well. Like, this is the best they've played all season long. The combination Steve's going with, I think he really likes. The rotations are kind of like in order. You got Clay and Chris Paul coming off the bench and doing their thing, kind of leading that second unit. So it's just fun when you have that many players that can play and contribute and kind of win a game as a team. And really the defense has been leading the way. They held the Bucks to 9 points in the fourth quarter.
32-9 or something was the fourth quarter score?
Yeah, 9. After they scored 15 in the
9 times
in the third. 9. I was thinking after the game, I was like, oh man, if you had the over in this game, you're thinking, what the hell?
69. By the way, Warriors only put up 15 in the third.
I know.
So
if you had 15 in the third,
and then they just
if you had the
exploded.
over, you're like, I think it was 78-58 at half, 136 points scored. You're thinking, oh, I don't even need 100 points in the second half. I'm good. Well, you didn't even come close. It wasn't even close to the total, which was just wild. But anyway, the defense has been the reason. Like, the offense has been solid, but the defense has been really, really good. And it just goes to show you the value of Draymond. Draymond's so good defensively that he may not even get the blocks or the rebounds, but he controls the defense. He keeps stuff from happening before they happen. Like, you don't even notice like some of the stuff he does, and it's because of him that they had to take a tougher shot because they had a guy rolling to the bucket and Draymond saw it, so he got in front of him so he couldn't get all the way to the bucket. Then he has to pass it back out. Then all of a sudden you get a bad shot. Draymond's not even defending the shot, but he caused that shot because he took away your first, maybe even your second option on that play. So he's locked in. He's playing really good defense. So yeah, I mean again, it's a fun team to watch right now, and if they keep playing like this, it's going to be really, really interesting. We talk about not wanting to play them. You're really not going to want to play this team if they play like this.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon here. It is March 7th. We got Zaza Pachulia at 250.
I'm good, guys. I missed you.
Marcus Thompson at 350, and then Alex Pavlovic talking some Giants baseball and the debut of Matt Chapman in the spring training roster, or on the spring training roster and in the lineup tonight. We'll get to that a little bit later this afternoon and this evening. But when we come on back, I'll tell you how you can win tickets to the Aftershock Festival right here on Tolbert and Copes. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader. KNBR.com. If you're not streaming the show, what do you do? I'm the opposite of I'm the guy the DARE officer told you to worry about. Everyone's cool. You want to be cool, right? Everyone's doing it. Come on, download the app. Check out the stream. Everyone's doing it. You want to be cool, don't you? All the cool kids are. Check it out. Check out the stream. And check this out. When we come on back, we'll be taking calls all day long, by the way, on the Warriors and your confidence in them after last night. Again, like Tom said, a good team, not a great team in the Milwaukee Bucks. 808-KNBR is the number to call and to text. Taking your calls. Are you more confident? Are you feeling more confident after what you saw from the depth and this healthy lineup and roster for the Warriors last night? We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
The Warriors dominated last night, beating the Milwaukee Bucks 125-90. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors are not going to live at the line against Milwaukee. Trace Jackson Davis blocked Giannis. Giannis got it back. He blocked him again. The rookie sends away the two-time MVP. He said, if you're coming at me, you better come correct. Bring better moves than that. Oh, the lob to Trace Jackson Davis. What a sequence. And look at the Warrior bench. They're all at half court celebrating. He blocks Giannis twice, and then he dunks on the other end. Kukow, the crossover goes right into Kuminga. Shot block. He did it again. Jackson Davis, his third rejection of Giannis. That is just, here we go again. And the finish.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon after a Warrior win. A back-to-back tonight, by the way, taking on the Chicago Bulls, who got a W last night, by the way.
Dub Bulls.
Covered last night on the Bulls, too. The Bulls got a win last night. They won by 2 last night. They played at Utah, and they won by 2.
Oh, what a crappy schedule.
Yeah, they were
from Sacramento to Utah back to the Warriors.
It's a tough schedule. I got them, and I got them. How about this? I got them at plus 3.5 2 days ago, before going into that game last night. And then the line swung to where they were favored. So I got them plus points. I was too scared to take them outright. I was like, I like that movement. But they were favored by the time the game tipped. They won by 2. So the Bulls come into town tonight. Warriors off of a big 35-point victory. Coming up. How about that swing? A 52-point loss and then a 35-point victory over two teams that are not that far away from each other in the Eastern Conference playoff picture, which is hilarious.
NBA, baby.
That's the way it works. They're all professionals. By the way, nobody on the injury report tonight on a back-to-back yet again, which is great for the Warriors heading into this one. It's all about stockpiling wins. Was it the best win of the year for the Warriors? 808 KNBR, taking your texts and your calls. The entire team answered back after we mentioned the 52-point loss. Everybody played well last night. I mean, how many guys on the bench had 20-plus? And we're basically all in positive plus-minus. You had Trace Jackson Davis chipping in on defense, as did Jonathan Kuminga, which we talked about. Here's the plus-minuses for the bench. Saric plus 9. Looney plus 6, Jackson Davis plus 20, Santos plus 9, CP3 plus 14, Thompson plus 17, GP2 plus 19, Moody plus 22. When you blow a team out, of course, it looks good like that. But it did feel like everybody had their fingerprints all over this thing. I will say, top to bottom, it was the best win of the year for the Warriors because this is the team that they have now, right? It's about playing your best when you get to a certain point in the season. And that's where the NBA has kind of changed. Where once the Warriors won 73 games and then lost the finals, football didn't have the same impact on the Patriots. If you can go undefeated, you can go undefeated, right? Like teams aren't opposed to doing that because getting that seed is so much bigger of a deal. It's not that being the 1 seed in basketball or having home court advantage in the NBA isn't a big deal, but I do think in the Western Conference, based on the depth of it, teams that are on the road may be better anyway, just based on how many games are differentiating them from teams that get the home court. So for where the Warriors are now, for how they've played over the last month and a half, I think far and away this is more the team we're going to see going forward because as long as they stay healthy, these are the rotations that Steve has talked about for a couple of months in saying that he has depth. They've had to rely on the young guys, and a lot of times, more often than not, that'll break a team. This team is going to survive because of it.
Yeah, it's almost going back to the strength in numbers year 2015. They went from strength in numbers to strength in stars for a number of years, but the strength in numbers was 10 deep. Just everybody gets out there and everybody's going to play and everybody has a role and everybody kind of knows what their role is and everyone pitches in. And that was last night. Everyone pitched in. I think it was Steph with, 29 and Kuminga with 20. And then, it was a bunch of guys with the 12, 14, 9, 8, 9, 7, whatever it was. But really defensively is where they got it done. Portis was wearing them out in the first half and then had 2 in the second half. And then Giannis had an efficient 23, and, Dame played okay with 20. It was fairly efficient, but after that, it was like nothing.
Right.
Like nobody did anything. So you can do that. And Giannis has been on a heater, too. Like the last 8 games, I looked up his numbers. He had, in the last 8 games, he had 215 points on 213 points on 115 shots.
What?
It was like insane. It was like 2 points a field goal attempt over 8 games. Look, it was incredible. Yeah, he was hitting some threes, not a ton, but some threes. He was making his free throws, and then 16 for 19.
They were undefeated out of the break,
20.
and 6-0 before last night since the All-Star.
Yeah, they've been playing well. So again, that was a really good win. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is in the NBA. I've said this before: back-to-back games where both games are at home. The second of the back-to-back is it's always a tough one for some reason. I don't know why, and that might be mitigated a little bit by Chicago having to play on the road and then coming back here. Again, that's a wacky schedule where you go, let's go all the way out west and then go back towards home and then go back out west again.
I feel like on the East, they don't know how far away Utah is from Sacramento.
It just,
you know what I mean? Like they think, it's Philly and New York.
Well, I think the league office probably knows.
I don't think they do. It's pretty clear they do. I don't think they do at this point. I'll be honest. When's the last time they made the trip, huh? The league office is coming to Sac in Utah. I don't think so.
They can bus to Utah, right? Yeah,
they're like,
bus over to Utah, bus back to the Golden State.
They're like, we don't even have to fly them. They save some money, maybe.
Oh, we could. From Chicago, I'm like, thanks. Thanks for that schedule.
Yeah, dude.
Really
save some emissions. We're trying to contribute. You know what I mean? We want to
just bounce around. Like, you want to do what Milwaukee's doing, right? You want to play against the Warriors, and then you want to play. Although I think they might be. No, I think are they in Sacramento next to the Lakers? But I know they knock out all 4 West Coast teams on this trip.
From Milwaukee.
PR guy last night. Yeah, it's like they get Sacramento, both Lakers and the Warriors, and that's like the way you want to do it. Like, just don't make us come out here twice. Just go ahead and knock this out.
They go Lakers, Clippers, Kings are their next 3.
Well, is that what it is?
Go?
Okay.
Yeah. So the Warriors is the first of a 4-game. It's a tough 4-game road trip for them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
so now if you're a Warrior fan, you're like, okay, you lost the one you needed to lose. Now sweep the rest of the road trip.
Yep.
Go ahead and sweep the rest, and that'd be just fine. Go ahead and take all of them, and that'll be good. That'll be good for them. Although the Clippers doesn't matter as much because they're not catching the Clippers. The Clippers are way too far ahead to catch the Clippers. But Kings and Lakers, that's a different story. That's one where you want to start picking up some games on those teams, and it's fun too because it's almost like baseball at the end of the season where you're interested in more than one game. Like you're interested in what the Warriors are doing. You're like, let me see how the Lakers are doing. How the Kings doing? How the Mavs doing? How the Suns doing?
We'll get into that later.
What are they doing?
Yeah, we'll take a look because there's a good game on the slate tonight that we'll talk about for sure.
Ooh, I kind of wish I was home to watch that one.
Well, I saw a saddle here. I forgot you weren't in today because of the game tonight, but I did see a saddle. So there maybe some Spurs. I got to see if Derek brought his chaps, and we could do some Roundup later. We'll do a little NBA Roundup.
Ooh.
Dive into the rest of the league.
Spurs and chaps.
I assume since the saddle's here, as are the Spurs, and Derek is wearing.
Rolling.
Derek's got his Dukes on.
Doggy's rolling.
He usually wears his Daisy Dukes before he throws on the chaps. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Was this the best Warrior win of the season in your mind? Are you more confident in the Dubs after last night? Mark is in Millbrae. Mark, what's up, man? Are you more confident in the Warriors after last night's win? You're on KNBR.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, to me, being at that game last night, I put that performance last night over even the Boston win back in December. They had, to me, the Bucks were the hottest team going outside of Boston. They were playing lights out. They were on a win streak. Giannis and Dame have been playing out of their minds, and this was a huge test for the Warriors, and they completely dismantled them. I thought the way they set the tone early coming out, Curry was fantastic, and the way that everybody just came out after him. Draymond was incredible on both ends there. Kuminga playing his usual incredible self. But to me, the difference in the game was Trayce Jackson-Davis, I think, has been a find. And gladly, Dario Saric is finally out of the rotation, as it should be. To me, Trayce Jackson-Davis going in as against an elite player like Giannis and really gave them major issues. I thought that third quarter stretch when it looked like, oh, man, is this going to be another run where the Warriors are going to blow a huge divot lead, that stretch there when he had the multiple blocks and then Curry got him the alley-oop there, that really got Chase hopping. After that, the Warriors just took him apart. So when the Warriors are playing like they are right now, guys, outside of Denver, I look at the West and nobody scares me. Now, the key for the Warriors is to get that 7th seed, which I think they are, because Sacramento's reeling a little bit. Dallas is, I don't know, they're in complete fog. The Lakers have completely fallen off, and look, LeBron limping. So everything's setting up perfectly for the Warriors, playing their best basketball into the playoffs, and I like where they are. And that 7th seed, guys, when you look at Minnesota or OKC, I think they're situated perfectly. So I'll get your thoughts on that. I don't think anybody in Denver scares anybody. What are your points on that? Thanks for the time, guys.
Thanks, Mark. So his point basically, Warriors playing better, and nobody outside of Denver, it really scares them. I think we're in agreement there. I don't know that nobody scares me, but Denver is certainly in a class of their own in the West.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I would disagree that the Lakers have fallen off. I mean, they lost to a good team, and like they just dismantled OKC the night before. OKC was coming off a back-to-back, so like scheduling does play a factor in the NBA. So and the Kings are hungry too, and the Kings need wins too. Like all these teams that are battling, they don't want to be in the play-in. They want to get to 6. So you're in the playoffs. You don't have to fight to get in the playoffs because it's going to be a battle royale with the 4 teams. Like we already know what the 4 teams are going to be amongst maybe 6 of them. There's like 6 teams, and there's not a soft spot. There's not a soft landing spot in that group. There is Phoenix, Pelicans, Dallas, Sacramento, Lakers, Warriors. That's brutal, and that's a one and done against one of those teams. And every team has a dude that knows a dude. That could be a dude. I'm sorry, I went Tropic Thunder. That's been on heavy rotation lately. But they all have guys that could get 40. Like, they all have guys that could just, like, one game get rolling. You can't stop them. Steph, LeBron, Luka and Kyrie, KD, Booker, Pelicans, Ingram. He can go off. They don't have, they might be the team that doesn't have. Then Sacramento, Fox. Hell, Monk can toss in a 30-point for you. It's scary. Like one game, like, okay, here you go. And you may catch a game where your guy's like not shooting the ball that well. And they have a guy that just rips you for 40, 45. And again, it could happen. Like that's the scary part about playing those teams is they have like singular talents on their team that could win a game, win one game. They can't win 7 because it's too hard for one player to win 7. But you could win 1, and everyone has one. Now, you imagine going up against the Warriors and Steph gets 45, 50 like he did in Game 7 last year against the Kings? Good luck.
Apparently everybody gets 1.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in 6. Like, I would rather be in 6 and face Denver just so I know I'm in. Like, I don't want to have to try to get in. Now, if I had my druthers, I'll take 7 or 8 and not face Denver. I'll take somebody else.
Yeah,
but who
totally.
knows?
Right.
Look, Denver could be 2. Denver could be 1. We don't know what's going to happen the rest of the year. They're not that far behind. Like 1, 2, and 3, and maybe even 4. I haven't looked lately, but I think the Clippers are like 3 games behind 3 at one point, 2.5, 3 games behind 3. So, but yeah, if you could pick and choose, you probably go, if teams are being honest, they probably go Minnesota, OKC, and then the Clippers, and then Denver. Like, yeah, that would make sense to me. Get the teams that aren't quite as experienced in being there, and maybe you're a team that doesn't want to go against Minnesota because maybe they give you problems with their big lineup.
Right.
But OKC, really good team, really deep. They got a player that could rip you for 40. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can do that. Holmgren's a great number 2, I think. And then Williams, Jay Williams is like really good. So that's a good team, but they haven't been there. Denver's clearly the best starting 5 in the Western Conference. And then the Clippers are kind of the Clippers. Like, I still look at them as the Clippers, but Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, they're interesting to me because Paul George is going to throw in a 4 for 19 game at some point. It's just how many of those is going to throw in during the playoffs. And he's probably also going to throw in a 14 for 19 game on you. It's just like Kawhi is pretty steady. Like, you kind of know what you're going to get from Kawhi game to game. And then Harden, you kind of know what you're going to get from him. But Paul George is kind of the X factor for that team. Like, if he plays really good, you're probably not going to beat them because they can be really good defensively. Those wings can lock guys up when they want to. So, yeah, I mean, but you can't map this thing out. You can't game it out. You just win as many games you can and try to get to where you get to, and then you play who you play, and then go from there. I don't think anybody, if you asked anybody in the Western Conference that's in the bottom half, nobody would love to start out with Denver. Why? They're the best team in the Western Conference. But, again, you can't plan this thing out. You can't map this thing out. All the Warriors can do, just keep playing good ball, keep playing solid ball. Hopefully you keep getting contributions from everybody. Everything's smooth. Defense continues to crank out good game after good game. And you're going to be in good shape. And then at that point, you just let the chips fall where they may. You just let them fall where they may and see what happens. You only wish, and again, we talked about this yesterday, and I don't know if they could have ever got to this point without the injuries, without the suspensions. A lot of that stuff happened because of those things where Kuminga gets integrated in the lineup, Podziemski gets integrated in the lineup, and now you look at it and go, okay, this is like a pretty nice squad right here. We got some good vets, we got some good young players, and everybody's meshing well, everybody's playing well. They all have their roles, they kind of understand them, they get them, and this is the best they've been all year. Not just because they're healthy, but the way they are playing. And we'll see. We'll see if it continues. Again, we're not even talking 20 games, but it's pretty, 20 games a quarter of a season. So pretty substantial sample size. And I look at the rest of the West and the way they're playing, and I'm thinking, yeah, why not? Why couldn't they go in there and cause a ruckus in the playoffs?
Tolbert and Copes with you at, on a Thursday, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. We asked you yesterday if you thought this Warriors team would have a different ceiling or a higher ceiling now. Do you feel differently after last night's win about how far they can go? They beat the second-best team in the Eastern Conference. Was it the best win of the season? And like Mike and Milbury, do you fear anybody in the Western Conference besides the Denver Nuggets? 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll get into that next. And your thoughts right here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Warriors by 35 last night over the Milwaukee Bucks, the second best team in the Eastern Conference. Is Trayce Jackson-Davis, Tom, the difference in that in your mind? Does he make them that much more of a contender? Like just his ability to run the floor. We talked yesterday about guys not getting minutes in the playoffs, like certain guys who wouldn't, and rotations get tighter. But it's about matchups. And I just wonder how well he matches up against some of these teams.
I should call my mom right now on the air and ask her, like, Mom, you know I'm on the air right now, right?
Did she just call you?
Yeah. She hung up really quick. I should call her back and go, hey, what's up? Yeah, we're on the air. What do you think about the Warriors? Been playing pretty good ball, huh? No, she wouldn't know.
Maybe that's what she was calling. She's like, what was the phone? What was the number again? 808 KNBR, Mrs. Tolbert.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised she's not reading.
Bring those biscuits and gravy.
She had time to call. My mom.
But you're not gonna have your mom. Hey, Mom, come look at this. Come look at my nut.
No. And if she was on and you played that, I would like drive over to I'd kill you. I know. She's probably reading. She's accumulating a small library. She reads like 3 books a week. She's like ripping through books. What are you doing? Reading a book.
Hey, Mom, come look at this.
Good for you. Okay, that's enough.
Come look at this is so funny.
Yeah, that's it.
It's almost as funny as come smell this.
Yeah, somebody said on the YouTube, they said, my mom can't call in for tickets. Yeah, she's going to Aftershock.
Why don't we tell you how you can win some Aftershock?
My mom is a big Slipknot fan, by the way. She loves Slipknot.
She wear the mask?
Psychosocial? Yeah, one of her favorites.
She loves the mask?
Yeah, big fan. I mean, she has one. She usually wears it around the house. I'll have to show you a picture. One of the funniest pictures I have is, it was about 2 or 3 Halloweens ago of my mom wearing the Michael Myers mask. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like,
So
if you saw
stupid,
that
yeah,
Michael
so
Myers,
dumb.
you're like, that Michael Myers isn't doing anything.
She's not killing me. He's not killing me.
Are you killing me? You're not killing me. No, come on.
She's making like chocolate chip pancakes or something. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what or reading. Just like sitting there in a mask.
Like a
just
Michael Myers mask.
Just like reading a book. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Dude, that's hysterical.
I don't know. I don't know if it makes him any more likely to win in the playoffs, having Trayce Jackson-Davis, but it does give him something that they don't have. Like Draymond doesn't provide that at center, and Looney doesn't provide that at center. Like that's the last thing Looney is. I love Looney, but he's more of a lumbering center. But he's physical. He knows where to be on the offense. He knows where the passes are. He's been in it so long now. He understands it. And there's still some value to that. There's no doubt about it. But to have somebody with the bounce that Trayce Jackson-Davis has, and he gets it for a young guy. Like he kind of gets where he's supposed to be, and he's still learning. But just the fact that he can do stuff above the rim on both ends of the court, and then he runs. Like he gets out, and like when he blocked those 2 shots, a lot of guys would block the 2 shots. They'd look into the stands like, oh, yeah, look at me. And like, what are you doing? Run the court. Like, okay, well, you blocked the shot. I mean, you want a cookie? Okay, we get it. Like, it drives me nuts when guys make a play and then they just stop and look into the stands like, look at me. We are looking at you. We just saw you make the play. Now get your ass up the court.
We screamed. That was my reaction. I saw it.
Just run.
I thought my reaction showed you. I saw what happened.
Yeah, he blocked 2 shots. And if that was a vet, he probably would have stopped and said, yeah, get that bleep out of here.
In my house. Yeah.
No, he just said, hey, let's go. Let's run. And he ran. He got paid off. He got paid off with a lob. Like, they don't have that. They don't have that. So that's another dimension that is added to the, it makes them more lethal in the open court. When your big guy runs, that sets up a lot of things. I always tell people, if big guy runs and the other big guy doesn't run, you're going to get a layup, a dunk, or a 3. Because what happens is big guy runs, and either he gets a layup, or one of the wings has to come in and collapse to keep him from getting the layup. Like you see a guy running, your big guy's behind, so you got to come in and stop that. And what happens? You come off your man, pitch it out to the wing, 3-pointer. So running that was one of our things when I played for Nelly. I didn't run down the middle a lot, and sometimes I would, but I would run on the side. And let's say I was running on the side and Mully was behind me, kind of drafting, I would go through and raise my hand up. If nobody's guarding me, hit me, easy layup. But what had happened most often is I run through and I take a defender with me. So the defender goes with me, Mully replaces where I was, and boom, you just pass it to him, a nice 17-foot jump shot. Boom, you get exactly what you want. I remember telling Nelly one time, I go, maybe he could run ahead and I can be behind. He goes, why in the hell would I do that? I go, good point. Let me just get ahead then.
I want some points.
I'll run. I'll just go. I'll go ahead and run and clear that side. But I mean, and I've said this for years and years and years. Just because you run doesn't mean you have to shoot it. Like some guys get confused. Like, oh, we're running. Let's go. Woo, let's fire it up. Like, no, you're running to see if you can get the defense to make a mistake. And if you do get a good shot, then you take it. You don't have to force anything. You can run and still not take a shot. You're thinking, well, that's a lot of effort to run and not get anything out of it. But no, you're running to see if they'll make a mistake, and then you can get into your offense quicker. We've seen it all the time. Teams that get into their offense with like 13 seconds left on the shot clock, and all of a sudden they're throwing up some crappy shot with like 2 seconds left because they didn't have time to run the play, and they didn't have time for a counter because the one team knew what they were running. Like, boom, let me jump the first option. And then all of a sudden you look up at the clock and, got to get a shot up. If you get into your offense quicker, it just gets you in quicker. There's just there's more. I don't know the word I'm looking for right now. But it flows better, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And running, and he gives you that. Like, he gives you that added dimension. So, no, I love it. I love the way he's playing. Now, look, coming off a game last night, it's easy to say, wow, this guy needs more minutes. Because when you play like that, of course you're going to say that. Now, is he going to play like that every game? No, he's not going to play like that every game. He's not going to have that type of impact every game. Yeah, I know.
I was hopeful.
But he can run the court every game, and he does. He does make himself available in the dunker spot for lobs when guys come in. We saw that one pass Steph threw, just kind of threw it up, and Trace Jackson Davis was there. That actually might have been that play, that sequence I was talking about. But there was another one where he's there. You just know you can throw it up, and he can go get it for you. So, yes, it does give him another dimension, and it's a dimension they haven't had in a while.
Yeah, it's, again, the height, the speed. It's so funny. We talked about this yesterday, about having that size, and we said these are the three guys. It's he and Looney and Saric, and he comes out yesterday and has the game, really, of his young career to this point. I still do think this was the win of the season, just based on where the season is right now on March 7th. To get a win like that over a quality opponent, to show when you're fully healthy that this team is capable of doing that, even with these young guys, I think is really impressive. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We are going to tell you how you can win tickets to the Aftershock Festival, so Tom's mom can go see artists like Slipknot, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Five Finger Death Punch, many, many more. Be caller 10 to the studio when you hear the cue to call between now and 6 o'clock, and you can win those tickets, 2 of them, to go see that Aftershock Festival October 10th to the 13th out in Sacramento at Discovery Park. You can get tickets at aftershockfestival.com, get the official rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call? God, man,
dang,
that's a good one. I like keep that rolling for a minute.
I actually like Shout at the Devil a little bit better. That was the best album.
I don't know that Vince Neil will sound.
Although Red Hot was good too, and Live Wire, of course, that's a good one too.
I don't know that Vince Neil will sound like that when you hear him, but
no, he won't. He absolutely will not.
Certainly won't look like that when you hear him. If you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Be caller 10 to the studio when you hear that, and those tickets are yours. All right, when we come on back, Zaza Pachulia. How about this? Zaza's going to join us, talk about Trace Jackson Davis and where the Warriors can go after what we saw last night. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Bob Myers returned to Chase last night as a broadcaster, and he was honored by the Warriors organization and the fans. There's more on that story trending now, KNBR.com and the app.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports
Nothing
Leader.
easy. Nothing easy. We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7. Game 7.
Lives forever. It's going to live forever. And we're thrilled that he's still a part of the organization. Former Golden State Warrior. And now a front office consultant for the Warriors, Zaza Pachulia, joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Zaza, what's going on, man? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. How are you, man?
I'm feel great now since I'm at your show. So thanks for having me.
I'm glad to. I'm glad. This has got to be the high point of the day. I'm sorry it's going to go downhill after this, man. It's just such a bummer. We'll try to keep you for as long as we can then. How about last night's win, man? Was that the best win of the season?
One of the best, I would say. I mean, it always feels good to play against a really good team and get a pretty solid win and dominating across the board in the stat line. When you look at it with the assists, the out-rebounding them, having more field goal attempts, something that Coach Kerr always has been talking about it and, put a big emphasis on it, right? So we played really good defense, held the opponent below the average, and overall it was a great, I think, especially playing in the Chase Center, it's great for the momentum, it's great for the confidence right before the playoffs. It's only 20+ games left, so that's how you want to be playing and, sending the messages, I think we picked it up the right time.
What do you think about the different dimension that Trayce Jackson-Davis brings to the team?
I mean, it's so glaring, it's obvious, Tom. Looking at this guy, first of all, I want to start with and mention the maturity he has. I mean, incredible, right? So, he's a rookie. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves he's a rookie. He looks out there, kind of veteran player, and obviously not as veteran that he can jump as high because he's pretty athletic and he's using his athletic ability. But smart, the decisions he makes, simple he keeps. I mean, that's the key, especially for the young guys, right? A lot of young guys, they're trying to come in the league and, send a statement and message to the league and the fans and the other players. I have so many things, in my repertoire, but, a lot of times, they're making mistakes. And I think Trayce is doing a good job of keeping it simple, like setting a good screens, rolling, and obviously we have playmakers all over the place. Yesterday, 37 assists, especially off the bench, him coming and playing with the CP3. I mean, that's what you want, as a young guy, young player and the big man.
Well, it's kind of fun watching these young guys because not only Trayce Jackson-Davis, Kuminga's coming to his own this year, and then Podziemski's just been really fun to watch this year. I mean, he slowly gained Steve's trust, and he hasn't let it go. He's a playmaker. He knows what he's doing out there. He's in the right spots. And what you said about Trayce Jackson-Davis, he just keeps it simple. If he's open, he shoots it. If not, he drives it. He passes the ball along. He tries to get extra possessions by taking charges and diving on the ground. He does a lot of the little things. I mean, he's been fun to watch.
As you mentioned, that's how you earn the trust from not only from coaching staff, but from your teammates as well, right? Start and then build on it, right? So that's the huge piece of the foundation as a young man, as a rookie coming in the league, right? And, showing that, hey, you can actually help the team because, understanding this team is all about the winning right now, right? So you can help the team to win a game and doing those little things, right? The hustle plays, you mentioned, the taking charges, getting extra possessions, rolling and finishing a, high percentage shot. I think Trayce yesterday was 7 for 8 for a field goal percentage, right? So it's pretty incredible. So these are the small things going to basically build your longevity of in your career, NBA career, and most importantly, going to get you the opportunity right away to play the game.
Talking to Zaza Pachulia here on the UMA guest line. Yesterday we talked to Andrew Bogut, and we were talking about the development.
Oh, wow. You guys had him before me. I should have known that, actually.
Well, we wanted your reaction to the game. We wanted you to actually break it down. We were just getting projection stuff from Bogut, you know what I mean? He's good for like a hot take in there. But in terms of development of a guy like Trayce Jackson-Davis, Tom was saying, I think you were saying this yesterday, Tom, that big men are the toughest to develop. Like, it's the hardest position to learn, you thought, at the NBA level. How much has that changed?
Well, because you got to talk a lot, right on defense. You're kind of the back. You're the back line of the defense, and you got to let everybody know what's coming, what coverages you're in, all that stuff. I mean, there's a lot to think about as a big guy. I don't know if Zaza would agree with that.
I would agree, but also depends on the big guy time, right? Like I say, I think that extra couple of years, in college or, anywhere, like extra time, definitely helpful, right?
Yes.
But I agree with you. Like, a lot of times it takes longer time for a big man to develop, right? But clearly with Trayce, he's way ahead of his time and what the opportunity he got and what we're getting from him. Super happy. First of all, amazing human being, always listening, always curious, asking questions, and he's like a sponge. I mean, I think we use this word a lot of times now, especially with the young players we had, and that's so important, right? So he picks up because you don't have time to waste, and you have to understand. I think one of you guys mentioned like not letting go. Once you get an opportunity. And that's why to stay in this league so difficult, right? It's why you only have between 4 to 5 years of average NBA player career, because to make it is is difficult, but to maintain your spot in the league is even harder. So all these small things matters, and I think we experiencing with our young talent, young players we have, they've done a phenomenal job this year.
How important is it, Zaza? We're talking to Zaza Pachulia here on KNBR, nice enough to join us. How important has it been the last, 2-3 weeks that Klay has kind of embraced the new role? Because with him and Chris Paul coming off the bench, you got 2 Hall of Famers, and they kind of embrace that. And I think it's important for the rest of the team, especially the young guys, to see like, hey, these guys are in it for the team. They're going to do what's best for the team. And Klay had some struggles early in the season, kind of getting adjusted to who he was as a player and his limitations. But it seems like now he's kind of really, like last night, he only took 7 shots last night. He just played within the flow of the offense, wasn't hunting shots. If it came to him and he was open, he shot it. If not, he passed it. And I think that's been really important. Just you can tell his attitude on the floor. He looks like he feels good. He's just enjoying himself, and I just think that's super important.
Yeah, I don't think Klay's not getting. I don't think Klay's getting enough credit that he deserves. Every day is better. And first of all, I can imagine his caliber player, especially doing and playing highest level finals, the championships, the awards he has won, right? Mm-hmm. And after a year, whatever it is for him, and to tell him as I ask him actually, you know what? We think that it's better, for the team, for you to come off the bench, right? So it's better for you, for the team, right? So can you imagine, especially we're talking about this happened in the middle of the season, right? Yeah. So, I mean, he deserves tons of credit, being a team player. And not only thinking about the team, and success, but also being a role model, and then leading by example for the rest of the crew, and hopefully, especially all those young guys, going to be in this. I'm sure they're going to end up. One of them at least going to end up in that similar situation, and hopefully they're going to remember this moment how Klay handled it. And yesterday we were talking about only 10 points, but he was I think plus 17. Yep. That's pretty awesome because. We all know what Klay is about. He's a winner. He's an amazing player, super competitor, one of the greatest shooters in history. So without Klay Thompson, I'm having a hard time imagining winning, right? Because he's so valuable, either starting or coming off the bench. So we need his presence. We need him. And I'm very glad to see Klay again enjoying playing basketball and contributing and helping the team to win.
How smooth do you think the transition? I mean, it feels fairly smooth. How about the transition to Mike Dunleavy as general manager?
Mike is, with the transition, but at the same time, Mike has been around, for some time now. So you're expecting him to do a good job, with this role. And he's very smart. Obviously he played this game, for 13 years, and he's seen the best out of the best. And, nobody had a doubt, I think, in the organization. And especially he's one of the things I love about Mike is, he's always having the conversation about different things with different personnel in the organization, and they're always curious, always asking questions and our opinions about how we feel about certain things. So everybody feels involved and energized, and the power of the communication is so important, especially when the company is growing, right? Where you have so many personalities out there. So you appreciate it, and it's super fun to work with Mike. And it's a teamwork, and that's how we're gonna achieve as a team together, because everybody has a huge piece in this success.
You know, it was interesting, Zaza, just you saying team, and I mentioned last night, I really couldn't pick out a performance that stood way above everybody else. Like, Steph was good, not spectacular as he is wont to be. TJD had the 2-minute burst where he blocked Giannis a couple times, got a finish. He had a nice 3 or 4 minute run there for a second, but it was like everyone pitched in. You know, Moody's coming in off the bench and he's playing better. You know, Pajemski kind of does his thing. Clay is doing his thing. Kuminga is running the court, doing. It's like that was like maybe, I don't know if it was the best win. It was one of them, but it was a win that I can't remember one individual performance leading to the win. It was like one of those total team effort type deals.
Yeah, Tom, you know, that's a good point, and I blame on your boy, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know,
throw some hate on him.
Yes, because, you know, he you know, that's how wants the team to build. Like, you know, the amount of players we've been playing since the beginning of the season, even when I was playing in 17-18, right? So he wants everybody to be in shape and, you know, be motivated and be, you know, part of this. And, you know, it's not only one man show, it's a teamwork. And especially our goal every single season is to have a deep run, right? And a long season. So, you know, playoffs, you know, again, we're not only looking at the, you know, first round, right? So we talking about multiple rounds. That means multiple matchups, and, you know, Steve loves to using different lineups and give a chance to, you know, not 6 or 7 players, but go 9, 10, sometimes, you know, every player, right? So that's why you see a lot of, you know, ups and downs. Kind of, it looks like ups and downs from the player, but again, the idea is like everyone to get opportunity. It's a long season, and especially our goal is always to, you know, be in the finals. So.
Yeah.
I got Zaza Pachulia here on the UMA guest line. Bob Myers returned last night. What'd you think of the reception he got?
That was very cool. Shout out to Raymond Reeder. Seriously, I mean, this guy is amazing. You know, with his creativity, and I know it's, you know, if you ask Raymond, he's gonna mention it was a teamwork, but you know, that's the power of our organization too. Like we made the guy cry. Like, you know, it was so special for him and his family, and, you know, Dub Nation, you know, really, really showed some love. And because, you know, bottom line, you see the players getting all the credit, but, you know, there's so many people behind the scenes working so hard to, you know, get this team to whatever our goal is, right, to win the championship. So Bob has been a huge part of it. Well deserved, you know, welcome with video and love and, you know, cheers for him. And it was pretty awesome actually to see his daughters being there with the trophies and welcoming their dad, and Dub Nation showing love. So well deserved, Bob. He's always going to have a special place in our hearts and in the story for the run that we had.
I gotta ask you then, are you going to put your money where your mouth is, Zaza, and are you going all in on the Washington Commanders?
Yeah, I know it's been wild. I mean, I think we still have time. It's a long off season for them, so let's see how the thing's going to shake up. But, like, you know, I like the move. That was pretty smart. That was pretty smart move by them. And like I say, Bob is very experienced on that field, so I'm pretty sure he's going to have a lot of interesting things to say and recommend.
You sound pretty happy that you guys were able to make Bob cry.
Of course, because you don't see it as much.
How fun has it been for you, not only playing here for a little bit, but being a part of this organization? Because the one thing I know from, you know, being around Steve and knowing Steve as well as I do, that this is kind of a collaborative effort. Like, everyone pitches in, everyone's heard, everyone feels like they have value, not just to the team, but the organization. Like, you might not score a lot of points, but you may help the team win by making winning basketball plays. I don't know as much, but it seems to me like front office, stuff like that, everyone's valued. Everyone, you can have an opinion, and it will be valued. And it seems to me like that's the type of organization you want to be a part of.
Absolutely, especially, Tom, when you're talking about starting your next chapter, you know. Mm-hmm. So that's exactly what went through my mind right away. I mean, that's how you want to start your next chapter, with the right people around you. Spend time, with the right leadership group, and learn from the best. And I've been so lucky. Honestly, this is year number 5 for me, and being around, starting with Joe and Peter, and their leadership skills, and obviously it goes down to I was able to work with Rick Wells and now Brendan Schneider on the business side, and all the amazing leaders we have on the business side, and obviously on the basketball side with Bob and now Mike Dunleavy and Steve. Of course, one of the proudest moments for me that Steve had been my mentor as a player. So I learned so much from those guys, but at the same time, to work alongside with those guys, it's so fun. So I'm very grateful for that.
Very cool. Do you want to be would you like to be a GM someday?
How to say, every soldier is dreaming about to be a commander, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But at the same time, understanding there's only 30 jobs out there, and it's not the easiest thing to achieve. But at the same time, you always build your foundation as strong as possible, and then if the opportunity comes, they'll be amazing. But like I say, at the same time, it's this is type of the job that you don't see as much as frequent changes, right? But bottom line, it's about contributing, right? So right now, I'm in the moment where it's about bringing the value to our organization and represent our organization the best way possible and build the foundation for the moment, if and whenever it comes.
Yeah.
Zaza, we appreciate the time, man. It's great to see them playing their best basketball this time of the year. Another one tonight. Would be nice to get a win over Chicago, who got a win last night out in Utah, but some tough travel. So thanks for the time, man, and we got to do it again soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Zaza. I appreciate it, man.
Zaza Pachulia. You like how he dropped that on you, too, partway through? He's like, yeah, man, it's not an easy job. Nothing's easy.
I think he said that before, didn't he?
Yeah, I was like, I feel like Zaza has said that once or twice before.
Nothing easy.
I gotta love Zaza. Great dude, fun to talk to. Zaza Pachulia, good breakdown on what we saw from Trace Jackson Davis yesterday as well. We'll continue with some of the NBA talk. Marcus Thompson joins us at 3:50, and then Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us at 4:50. We'll get into Matt Chapman's debut in a Giants uniform tonight in the Cactus League, which we'll have for you right here on the Sports Leader. So you'll get the debut and a pretty full-looking lineup. We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. We'll talk. How about this? Bob Myers was honored yesterday. He did cry. I tell you this, in reflecting on that and looking back on that, it is pretty rare. Like what Zaza said, to make a guy cry is one thing, but for an executive to get the reception that he got, how many executives ever come back and get the reception that Bob Myers got? We'll talk about that a bit. I mean, that may be one of the only ones you'll ever see in that capacity. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's sports leader.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he doesn't know if Marco Luciano can play shortstop in the big leagues. That podcast said more trending now on KNBR.com. I was kind of counting on him, by the way. It's on the KNBR app as well.
KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob Myers is back in the building tonight. I know you.
Who's that?
Bob Myers. Remember him? Vaguely familiar?
No, it's next man up in this organization. We're deep. We are deep.
What difference have you seen from him, Bob, since he's come back from suspension?
Well, the best news is if he gets kicked out after another technical, I don't have to go talk to him down at the locker room. Whammy!
There's Steve Kerr after the game last night where Bob Myers returned as a broadcaster for the first time to Chase Center since leaving the organization, and 4 championships later. And again, he should be honored and beloved and respected in the way that he was. It's rare that a guy has that type of run and leaves when it still seems like maybe there was some on the table. And so I think for the fans, this is a very unique situation. Usually in pro sports like pro wrestling, Tom, you go out on your back, right? Like it's you very, very rarely. We talked about this a lot with Brandon Crawford. It's rare for a guy to be able to, and we can all name a dozen of them, coaches and players, but if you name them, they're all guys who are like unique in that organization or Hall of Famers and whatnot. And Bob Myers is probably well on his way as an executive. But for fans to get their opportunity, I thought that was one really cool. He got emotional, obviously. Zaza pointed out to us just a minute ago, it was great to have his daughters out there and cool to have them on the mic and be welcomed back to the organization. I think Steve said after the game, he still sees Bob. He'll be out like walking his dog. They live in the same neighborhood.
Yep.
He runs into Bob, so it's not like he doesn't run into him. But I was trying to think about other executives, and again, you don't usually get send-offs for executives after they leave. It's a weird thing to do. But can you think of one that is anywhere near this? I mean, Belichick will get one when he goes back, like eventually, but that's a coach. That's much different. Can you think of one for an executive?
I don't know. I don't think Jerry West got anything like with the Lakers because there was a lot of bad blood there when he left.
Yeah.
Yeah, because usually guys don't give up those jobs. You know, they just don't. You hold on to them, especially when you're a part of a winning franchise. Like, I can't remember the exact circumstances why Jerry left. It's something with the front out, something with the ownership, I'm sure. And then went to Memphis. And then Memphis here, and then here, Clippers. And yeah, that's a good question. I don't remember somebody that was, that young that just decided that's enough, had enough. I mean, that's so rare. Because guys that are in this, they're like lifers. They're into that's my thing, hoops. I love hoops. I'm going to stick with hoops. And if I have a job and I'm getting paid good money, then I'm going to stick with it. And you see guys bounce around a lot. But, yeah, it'd be even hard to think of guys that just like at the peak just say, I'm good. Maybe after Steph retired, you could say, okay, now the team's going to start. No, he was like, no, I'm good.
Step away.
Team's so good, and I'm good. I got things I want to do, and I'm interested in it. And, even though all the stress that came with it, guys will deal with that. They'll deal with it because, again, they love the grind of the job. There are certain things they don't love. They love the competition, being a part of a team, and everybody trying to, work toward a common goal, winning a championship. But he did that, and he did it for, think about this, he did it for his hometown team, and he left. It wasn't like he was doing it for the Wizards or the Knicks or Dallas or whatever, just somebody far away. I've always wanted to go back home. This is his home. He went to Monte Vista High School, so he's here, and he still said, I'm done. Just too much stress, and I just want to get away from it and do something different. Maybe he wants to do it again at some point, but that's super rare to do that. I think that's why it kind of shocked everybody. But Bob's a different guy. Bob's not really defined just by basketball. There are other things he wants to do, and he knows basketball really well. That's why he's doing studios work and sidelines, not sideline stuff, but color guy. But yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, because as good as you are usually asked to leave before you retire.
Yeah.
Like Bill Walsh retired. He was done. Like, he retired. And I've heard that, a couple years later he wishes he wouldn't have. Like, he wishes he would have stayed. But, the stress of that job and as much pressure as he put on himself to be perfect and win, and that was enough. But he walked away from a really good football team. Doesn't happen a lot. Belichick, one of the greatest ever, maybe the greatest ever, asked to leave. Pete Carroll, the best coach Seattle's ever had, asked to leave. Like, that's the way it goes. At some point, you are asked to leave. Rarely do guys get a chance to leave on their own because they don't want to. They want to keep doing it. And eventually, you're like, oh, man, it's about time, but I'd like to let this guy, leave on his own accord, but we've got to get, we need to move on. This isn't working anymore. Like, they didn't think it was working in Seattle. Didn't think it was working in New England. Now, I would say of all the guys that are coaching now, the one guy that I think is going to get to leave when he wants to leave is Pop. I think Pop will probably say, you know what, I'm gonna leave, and I don't think they would. What he's done for San Antonio, that isn't New York, Chicago, LA. It's San Antonio, and he made them kind of a dynasty there. And for those that are curious, we're gonna have Pop on tomorrow at 3. I believe.
How about that? Greg Popovich, head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, joins us tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Greg Popovich tomorrow at 3 o'clock. That'll be fun.
I tried to nail him down 5 months ago, and he goes, I'm busy right now. Try to nail me down. So I tried him today, and I go, hey, I'm trying to nail you down again 5 months later. Did I give you enough room?
Yeah. How's Friday at 3?
I figured the Spurs are in town, and they're playing Sac tonight. I figured maybe a day off tomorrow, and he goes, yep. He goes, sure, 3 o'clock. So hopefully,
knock off the board.
That all works out. So I love Pop. He was my assistant coach for the Warriors. So hopefully, plan is to have him on at 3. But other than that, I mean, Spoelstra, you could look at him and go, he probably will. But who knows what'll take place in Miami? Like 7 years from now, he's still super young.
He's a coach too. Again, we're talking executives.
Super young.
Like executives you don't see. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's how about this? Like with Giants fans, and you can let us know at 808 KNBR on the text line or the YouTube chat where we were streaming, or on the phone lines as well. With Giants fans, if you brought back Sabian to do it now, he would get one, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think absolutely he would. But he's, you're not going to do that when you're working for another team, probably.
No.
Right? I mean, because Bob's like just doing ESPN stuff, so he's not going to come in here like they're not going to do a cool tribute video. If he's
they didn't
like
plan it. Yeah, he came back as
the
like
GM of the Clippers.
It's like a visiting team coming back, right?
Yeah, Clippers are playing here, and he didn't.
Clippers
this is
Bob
too.
Walk down from the booth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But this is like Bob didn't even want it. Bob's like he told him, "Don't do it. I don't want you to do it." And they did it anyway because they knew Bob wouldn't want him to do it. And that's, Bob doesn't want any of the fanfare. He just wants to do his job. And again, that's pretty amazing stuff when you think about it. He went from Monte Vista, walk-on UCLA, agent, and then took over here after kind of a year under Larry Riley. And 30 miles away, I guess, or so. Maybe not even that, because he won his first championship with Oakland. That's about 15 miles away from Monte Vista. You win a championship. The architect of a team. Now, I always have to point this out because I don't want to be disingenuous. He was the architect of the team, but they did have Steph Curry already. I mean, how we said that about Joe Lacob. Joe's awesome, great owner, but it's easier when Steph Curry's already part of your portfolio. Like, hey, nice, Steph Curry's here, very good. But he still had to go get Draymond and Clay and then Mark Jackson and Steve and trade for Bogut's. I mean, they did a lot of great things. Steph makes it all possible though in doing what he did, doing what he does, and being who he is. Not just about the player he is; it's about the person he is too that makes all this happen. But how cool would that be? Be the architect of a team that you grew up rooting for, going to games, almost like the Brandon Crawford thing, except you're not a player, you're a GM.
It's like the movie Little Big League. The kid gets to run the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah,
he was a manager,
and you win the championship. I mean, and then he wins another one, and then another one, and then another one. He wins 4 championships. I mean, that's like incredible,
unheard of,
incredible stuff. Brandon gets to win he wins 2 championships with the Giants, and you grew up going to games as a little kid. I mean, that kind of stuff is like super. I love that kind of stuff. But it is like, look what happened. We talked to Brandon Crawford yesterday. He didn't want to leave here. He wanted to be back here. They asked him. Nah, I mean, they didn't really say, please leave. but they said leave without telling him to leave with the options they gave him. Bob just said, yeah, I'm good. They wanted him. They wanted to keep him. They were trying to get him to stay. Nah, I'm good. Now, to your point, I can't imagine that happens like hardly ever.
It's rare.
If ever. Because, again, most guys consider themselves like basketball guy. I'm a basketball guy. This is what I do. Of course I'm going to stick around. Why would I quit this job? Get millions of dollars a year. I get to work for a great franchise. And I know like all the stress and Joe can be demanding. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that played a huge, huge part of it. After a while, it's like, I can only take so much of this. But, when you want to win, that's the price you pay. But you're a great organization, near your home, making a ton of money, and he just says, I'm good. I'll continue on. I feel confident enough that if I want to get back into this thing, I can get back into this thing. But you're not going to be doing it for your hometown team anymore. He's a great dude. He really is. He's a great guy. I was happy for him last night. I texted him. I go, your daughters ought to get a game ball. And give your daughters a game ball for the words that they said, and they're the ones that brought him to tears. It was just a really cool moment. I'm happy for him. I love it when good things happen to good people, and he's a good dude.
Yeah, 925 on the text line says he got to play franchise mode in NBA 2K in real life.
Yes,
which is what happened. Which is
exactly what it
pretty
was.
Cool. My favorite part of the cutest part of his daughters was at the end when she said, "Go Commanders." Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. She didn't say that. She said, "Go Warriors." It was pretty funny. It was cute that she did that at the end of her little speech. So we are going to get into. Actually, I told you earlier. I saw the saddle out there. I saw the Chaps. I saw the Spurs. Grab your saddle. Get your horses ready. Let's see where the Warriors stand across the NBA when we do our NBA Roundup. NBA Roundup. Take a look around the league next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We do this periodically, honestly not enough, where Derek brings in the saddle and the assless chaps, and we jump around the NBA with a little NBA Roundup, Tim.
Derek.
Nice always to take a look at where the Warriors stand across the
saloon.
Across the NBA, yeah. A little hoedown here. I like this, yeah.
Give me some sarsaparilla.
Yeah.
Barkeep.
Yeah, dude. You know what I think about? I think about in Django when they walk into that town and it's like the Old West or whatever. And he tells the bartender won't let him come in with Django, and he tells him to go outside. But when Dr. King Schultz pours that beer, maybe no beer's ever looked more delicious, or he pours it into the mug, and then he does that thing where he scrapes the top and he taps the end of it with a little the froth on it.
Yep.
Now I need one. Tim, I need a beer. Let's go. The NBA Roundup. Grab your beer, grab your mugs. Warriors are 9th place right now in the Western Conference. They're a game back of the Mavericks for the number 8 seed. The Mavericks, by the way, play tonight. We'll get into some of the games that go down this evening. The Mavericks play, they are at home tonight against the Miami Heat. They're favored in that game, but that's a fun matchup. That's a good game tonight.
That is a good game. Got some good games
There are some good ones. We'll get into those. So Karl Anthony Towns has been ruled out for the Minnesota Timberwolves indefinitely. He's got a torn meniscus.
Ooh.
Currently, Minnesota's the number 1 seed. You said just a little while ago that Denver has an opportunity, you think, still to make a run at the number 1 seed. That's... To say how big of a loss is that to Minnesota is ridiculous, but
massive.
I don't know how far they could fall. Could they fall to the 3? In which case, that's wildly detrimental to their playoff or to their deep playoff run hopes.
No, absolutely. I mean, they're going nowhere without him. I'm looking at because I think the Nuggets are right on there. Yeah, they're only one game out of first. The Thunder and the T-Wolves are both 43-19. So you could see the T-Wolves drop all the way to maybe even 4, because the Clippers are only 2.5 out of first place right now. So there's a clear line of demarcation here between 4 and 5. Clippers are 2.5 out. Pelicans are 6 out. So 1 through 4, that's pretty much settled, unless something goofy happens. And then 4 through 10's just like Wild West. Who knows where anybody's gonna end up? So yeah, that Karl Anthony Towns is really anybody that follows hoops knows how good that guy is, but he gives them the 1-2 punch. Like if Gobert and Towns, he's the outside guy. He's a skilled guy. He's the guy that can hit the 3 and do get you 30 points in a game and really cause matchup problems. Without him, toast. Absolute toast. I have no idea what the torn meniscus means, like as far as weeks or whatever. But
definitely,
yeah, that ain't good. Hopefully for their sake, he's out, and even if he has to be out for the rest of the regular season, they can hang in there and then get him back for the playoffs. Because without him, that's kind of a bummer.
By the way, falling to number 4 is not out of the question. They are tied in an exact tie with the Oklahoma City Thunder for the 1 seed. They have the tie break, so it's 43-19 is their record. Same as OKC. Denver 42-20, so 1 back. And then you've got the Clippers, who are just 2 back in the loss column, 2.5 back of Minnesota and OKC. That is not going to look the way it looks right now. I don't believe by the end of the season.
I agree.
The way Denver and the Clippers are going, and the way the Timberwolves are going right now with the injury. So the Kings last night beat the Lakers by 10. Kings were big in that game. They beat the Lakers by 10. LeBron left the game last night with about 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, down by 14 with an ankle injury. Not good for the Lakers either, who are well above the Jazz. I mean, none of these teams are at risk in the Western Conference, it looks like, of missing the playoffs, especially after that Jazz loss last night to the Bulls at home. But the Lakers are 5.5 clear right now of the Utah Jazz. What's this do to them? I mean, we don't know the severity of the ankle, but if LeBron's missing any time here, I don't think they're done like the caller we had earlier said, but if he misses any time, it's massive.
Well, LeBron said that he's been dealing with this for a while now, so he didn't sound concerned at all that it was any more severe than it has been. He said it felt great against OKC, didn't feel good against Sacramento. Crazy thing about the Sacramento game, they were up 20 in the first quarter, and then we're down 15 at halftime.
Yeah,
it was like 38-18, and then they reeled them in toward the end of the first quarter, and then outscored them 44-20 in the second. I just remember, because I was doing the Warrior game, obviously, looking over at the score. I was like, oh man, Lakers are killing them. And then kind of lost track and looked over at the score like 20 minutes later. I was like, what happened? What? They were just up 20. They're down 12 right now. Like, they just blitzed them. So, like, the Kings, I mean, the Kings have been kind of scuffling a little bit too. They dropped a bad one against Chicago a couple nights ago that hurt. Like, you start looking at these games now, it's like, ooh, that one hurt. This one, that one, that's going to be a tough one. But yeah, the Lakers are the one team that you just look at and go, it doesn't even really matter where they finish. Like, they're just if AD and LeBron are healthy and D'Lo's playing halfway decent, then they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough, and it probably won't be. They probably won't face the Lakers again, like they did last year in the second round, unless they both pull off upsets in the first round, which is what happened last year. Like, that's the way. There's a couple matchups I don't love for the Warriors. That's one of them, just because of size. Like, Anthony Davis has had monster games against them. Yeah, that's
outside.
Just the size alone is tough. But the Kings. I think we need a Kings-Warriors playoffs like every year. I don't know if we're going to get it, but that was just so much fun last year, and it was so much fun being able to drive to the games. I did enjoy that. But, man, Kings-Warriors, I was like, give me some more of this. I don't know if we're going to get it this year.
You just selfishly want to travel again. You just want to call it.
Yeah, the travel's awesome. Oh, the travel's great. I mean, you just drive there and then drive home. It's awesome. But the brand of basketball is just a fun. You got Fox and Curry and Monk and I guess Clay Pajemski. I mean, and then Draymond trying to kick the crap out of Sabonis. It's a fun matchup. I don't think we'll get it this year because I don't think they're positioned in the right way to where they'll ever play each other in the playoffs.
What about play-in?
Play-in, yes. Now, play-in is absolutely a possibility.
Wild, right?
Come at one game, Kings-Warriors.
So
we had
a
game 7 last year and get a one-game playoff this year. Oof.
Would you tell me this, as a guy who loves the play-in?
A big fan.
Would you make the trip to SAC for that game?
Yes.
But it won't. Would you?
Yeah.
If you make the trip for a game that doesn't exist, you still have to pay the gas on that?
Yeah, I do.
For the stats.
The gas does exist.
Everything's real but the game itself, yeah.
Yes, but I will absolutely be there. Yes.
Tolbert and Copes with you with the NBA Roundup here. While the Warriors play the lowly Bulls tonight, we do have a much sexier matchup. You pointed out in the Celtics at the Nuggets. I put money on the Nuggets last night. Nuggets, home dogs. I'll take it. I'll take that 8 days a week. Yep. I took them money. I just took a money line. They're getting 1.5 tonight at home against the Celtics, and they were even money on the money line, so I took it.
Yeah, I mean, Nuggets at home. Why not? I could see that. I mean, it's hard to step in front of Boston the way they were playing, but they did lose to Cleveland a couple nights ago, where they had like a 16, 18-point lead, and Cleveland came back and got them. So, I'm with you. That's just one of those ones you look at and go, Nuggets, dogs at home. Like, okay, fine, I'll take it because. Nuggets are really good, and they're at home, and they play really well at home. So, I would do the same thing.
415 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, so Tom will drive to SAC for a play-in game, but he won't drive to the South Bay to pay a future beer drinking bet? That's exactly right.
Suck it, pal.
Yeah, suck it, 415.
That's right. I set the rules here. I'm the captain now.
Captain
is there a team in the... I asked this early in the season. Is there a team in the Western Conference? Nope. I go, is there a team in the Western Conference that's not going to, or the Pacific Division that's not going to make the playoffs? And right now, well, I mean, there might be a couple of them in the play-in, so you got to get to the playoffs, but that's wild. I mean, the Lakers are the worst team in the Pacific at 34.
Talking Pacific Division with me?
30.
What are we doing?
And I wonder if that's the best division ever.
You know what KNBR is the Pacific Division, the best division ever.
Yeah, go look that up.
Who knows? Who cares? Like, we'll get right on that, dude. We'll check right back to you with some classic numbers.
Get back to me on that.
That's too funny. Somebody else, that was pretty good. How about this? One more here from the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
I don't know why I said that. It's NBA Roundup. Tim, hit that. Like, dude, that's the most active. You just hover your finger over that.
NBA grab bag.
It's the NBA Roundup here, and just because Tim made me aware of this, Tom, just a quick basketball note to the college basketball floor here with the Roundup. Anybody who's a Pepperdine grad falling on hard times. Pepperdine is losing.
No. Pacific is losing.
Pacific is losing.
Losing. I don't even know if you could say. There's got to be a different word than losing.
So we're 2.5 minutes into the second half. The current score of the game is the Pepperdine Waves lead the Pacific Tigers 62-13.
My God.
The score at halftime of this game just a little while ago. Tim, did you have it for me? It was like 56 to 9 was the score at halftime.
56 to 9. 9.
The over/under of 71 in the first half did not hit.
Are you kidding me?
The Pacific Tigers, they're shooting in the first half 3 of 28. 3 of 28. They had 9 points. By the way, in WCC play on the year, they are 0-16. So there you go, the Pacific Tigers.
I mean, can you imagine? You know what it was 56 to 9 halftime. What do you think the spread was at half?
Minus 45, minus 38.
No. The halftime, just for the second half.
Oh, second half spread?
Second half spread.
Not the live line. The second half spread, I'd say 22. No, because you think they're going to come back. They think they close the gap. I'm sorry, I'm reversing this. I think it'd probably be something like 8. I still think it'd be like minus 8. I think they expect
Pacific minus 8 or
Pepperdine minus 8.
It was pick.
It was a pick. It was a straight up. I thought they'd go heavy Pepperdine still. Pick. After this team,
I thought they'd have Pepperdine a favorite too. Like I would take at a pick. I'd go. Give me Pepperdine.
Give me Pepperdine.
I know they're already up 49, but go ahead and give me Pepperdine.
Well, they're up 10-4 in the second half.
I mean,
59.
Wow. Like literally, you should get relegated at halftime. They should make you go down to Division 2 at halftime.
You're D2 now, sorry.
Bro, we're done. We're like done here. We really? Nah, we're done.
Pacific fired their coach earlier this week. We didn't get the dead cat bounce we were hoping for after the fire. It didn't ignite the locker room, it doesn't sound like.
No, it did not.
408 on the text says, wait, there's a Pacific division? Yeah, right. It's in the Pacific, to be specific. And then 209 says, Michael Olawan Candy's rolling over in his grave.
Yes, he is. Very good.
That's great knowledge.
Very good.
Great knowledge from the 209.
Oh, the Candy man.
That's hysterical. So 408 says, what was the Warriors-Celtics halftime score? It seems like that's probably on par. Pretty close.
I should have looked at that so I would have known.
Because it was like a 60-something it was terrible. It was off. They went on an insane run at the end of the first half.
Oh, you know what? My buddy told me. I think it was like Warriors minus 4 is what it was.
Yeah.
And he goes, damn, if you'd have told me that none of the Warriors starters were going to play, I would have loaded up on Boston. I go, you know what? You're probably right. And you saw the starting lineup they rolled out there. You're like, ooh, that's not good. I'm laying 4 points and I don't have a starter out there. Yeah, Celtics were plus 6. Yeah, he told me, he goes, if you're going to tell me Steph and Clay weren't going to play in the second half, Celtics plus 6 would have been a gift. And it would have been easy.
82-38, by the way. 82-38 was the Warriors-Celtics halftime score.
You get gifts like that every once in a while. Not very often, but every once in a while.
Yeah, Pacific not feeling like this is a gift right now. We'll keep you apprised of the Pacific and Pepperdine score just because it's funny. They've cut it to 50, 66-16.
Here they come.
In favor of Pepperdine.
Hold that tiger. Hold that.
Let's go Tigers. Go Tigers. All right, when we come on back, we'll be joined by Marcus Thompson. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us. Was it the best Warrior win of the season? That's next with Marcus Thompson on The Sports Leader. Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said Brandon Staley's official title with the 49ers will not be assistant head coach. That podcast and more trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, big win last night. Can do it again tonight against Chicago. Why don't you get in on some of the action yourself, make yourself some money while the Dubs are winning with Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money, and it's legal in California. It's a blast to play. I played it last night and did pretty well for myself. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players from at least 2 different teams. They'll give you a set of stats. You select higher or lower on those stats. And if you win, your picks hit, you can hit up to 100 times your money while watching some hoops. Again, it's an absolute blast, so why don't you sign up? It's easy to do at UnderdogFantasy.com, or you can download the app and sign up there. Go to the easy-to-use mobile app and sign up. And when you do, use the promo code KNBR with your first sign up and deposit. They'll match your first deposit up to $100. Again, it's KNBR, the promo code. That'll match your first deposit of $10 up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special pick to use with your first pick 'em entry. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics, Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. We are going to catch up and making the connection here with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic after the Warriors' 35-point win, 125-90 over the Milwaukee Bucks, who currently 8 games back of the Celtics, but in second place in the Eastern Conference as it stands right now. The way it lines up, Warriors are the 9 seed, and they can have some pretty positive movement. They're a half game back of the Mavericks, who play at home tonight against the Miami Heat. That's one of the other big games on the slate, as well as Celtics and Nuggets. The Kings are 2 games clear of the Warriors, but Warriors really could catch them. The Kings tonight play at home. And we've made the connection here with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. What's going on, Marcus? How are you, man?
What's up, homies? 2 times in 1 week. This is a blessing.
Oh, man. You sound like Zaza. When Zaza came out with us, he's like, finally, I'm good now that I'm on with you guys. I was like, man, it's a rough day for Zaza, I guess.
It's been a rough Thursday, let me tell you.
Oh, man. Well, it was a good Wednesday night for the Warriors. Where do you have that game in terms of – I said I do think it's the best win of the season based on the health of the team, the point in the season in which it's happened. You want to be playing your best basketball now. They beat a quality opponent, and they beat them handily. What's your take on that being the best win of the season?
Yeah, I'm still going with Boston. Wait, did they win that game? They lost that game. Did they lose to Boston early in the year? Remember?
No, they beat Boston. They beat Boston at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with that one. To me.
The one you forgot about. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm going with. That was the best game they played. I remember they played a great game. I feel like Milwaukee without, Chris Middleton is just a different Milwaukee. I mean, there's a lot of Pat Bev, a lot of Pat Connaughton, the type of guys that don't hurt the Warriors. So I do feel like Middleton would have put them in a little bit different challenge. But to me, especially after that 52-point loss, that Boston win looks a little bit bigger now, So, yeah, I'm going with that one. But this was important mostly because they got, absolutely destroyed the last time out. And this one was really about, the new age, right? The new era, the young guys, the different style of play. They were able to win that way. To me, I thought that was pretty important.
Yeah, that Boston game, they won in overtime. I'm just looking it up right now. I thought they won in overtime, but yeah, 132-126. I think they were down 17 in that game. So they did to Boston what they let other teams do to them numerous times this year. But it's interesting, Marcus, because I was saying earlier in the show that was a win last night that was interesting because, a couple things. One, Wiggins didn't play much or well. Clay didn't do a whole heck of a lot, but he was engaged with the offense. He wasn't hunting shots. He just, when it came to him and he was open, he shot it. He only took 7 shots in the game. And Steph was good, but not great. So everyone pitched in. Trace Jackson Davis was the only moment of the game that kind of just popped. Wow, these 3 minutes, he's been electric for 3 minutes. But other than that, it was just everybody kind of pitching in and a lot of guys being able to pitch in, and I think that speaks well for him going down the stretch.
Yeah, to me it was the big deal was how they did it. They sat. I think Kevon Looney matched up with Brook Lopez, who got ran out of the game. So Looney didn't play that much because that was his direct matchup. Sarge was out of the rotation. I don't think Clay. I remember looking at the box score. I don't think Clay played that much. But they went fast and athletic and young. They went, who's going to run? I do think Steph, Clay, and Draymond need that. And they went Chris Paul and Steph together with these young horses. Mm-hmm. And it seemed to bring out the best of them. Their best chance is to be able to, switch matchups, right? They can go, they'll obviously need Looney. Steve said that. You're going to need Looney. You trust him to get some people. But you got to be able to run, you play the Kings, you play the Thunder, even in some ways, the way Minnesota can morph small, you got to be able to shift that gear. And for the longest time, they didn't really, you could see the gear, but hitting it against Milwaukee made it legit. All right, you can really run them guys out there because what Trace did to Giannis, that's just not fluke. That's good sound play against an all-time great. So it's a little bit more meaningful that it wasn't against, a bad team. They didn't just cook Charlotte out here, right? They cooked a team that's really good at defense and that was pretty hot, really needed a win. They really wanted it. So I feel like that they could say, all right, we need to turn it up a bit. We need to turn up. We're going to put on some, what you do when you turn up, Tom? What you put on when you're trying to clean up? You strike me as
when I'm cleaning, when I'm cleaning the house.
Yeah, we need to get some energy. You feel me?
I go
old school Michael Jackson Thriller.
No, I go old school punk.
Old school punk, yeah. So they need the old school punk lineup. It's GP2, it's Kuminga, and it's Trace Jackson Davis. Let's turn this thing up a little bit. That to me, they found that switch last night.
No, not old school Michael Jackson. That's not my jam.
I'm partial to like off the wall. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Just not my jam. So,
like old school punk. Help me out. Give me some better examples of just like this broad.
Old school punk. You got like the Misfits. You got Black Flag in there. You got the Dead Kennedys in there. I mean, there's like a bunch of bands that you'd probably vomit if you heard. I'm pretty sure. You'd probably think, who the hell it is?
Dead Kennedys interest me. I don't know. Just something about Dead Kennedys. Like, hey, I'll listen to that.
What I'll do, Marcus, is I'll roll up a New Edition Essentials. That's what I'll do.
Oh, there you go. Cool it now?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, watch out.
I could clean a counter to Mr. Telephone Man. That's a good cleaning.
What do you do when Can You Stop the Rain on though? Are you like making out with a mop? Like what's happening?
Yeah, that's one where you're like sweat. Yeah, you're like sweeping across the hardwood. That's where you got to do hardwood floors so you can slide and stop and like belt into the air. But you got to get the moves down too. You know what I mean? You got to do the exact snaps at the right time. A little hit me off. That's a good one to clean too.
There you go.
I'm in for that.
You know what, Marcus? Get some Sex Pistols in there and some Clash. You'll be good.
Hey man, Dead Presidents and Sex Pistols. You talk about language.
Yeah, there you go. Let's do it.
Man. ABC, BBD.
Come over. I'll have some Hennessy for you. We could rage.
The Dead Kennedy?
Yeah, some Hennessy and some Dead Kennedys, Marcus. Come on over.
What are you talking about? That's what punk's all about. Things that don't go together, seemingly. No, I'm not gonna drink it. I'll be drinking beer because that's all I drink.
Okay, you say Hennessy, I'm thinking more like Ron Isley in there.
No.
Marcus not liking punk rock. Totally punk rock, by the way.
Isn't it? Yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect. Marcus Thompson on the Uber guest line, dude. What do you make of the return of Bob Myers, man? We were saying, I don't know that you're ever going to get. I said that was so unique because when an executive leaves an organization, like I feel like you go out in sports like you do in pro wrestling. I said you go out on your back. Usually like an era ends, and then maybe they try to keep it together or the team decides they're going to move on. Bob Myers decided to leave while there might have still been gas in the tank, and he comes back in a unique situation. I just don't think you'll ever see or see many other, I can't think of one, executive sort of honorees like that at a game with their former organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear he played it right? You are supposed to kind of get ran out of town. Like, it's supposed to end bad. But, they talked about this before. Like, he just knew when he didn't have it anymore. It's a very difficult thing to do what he did. Just like, I'm Bob Myers. I got 4 chips. A lot of people who doesn't ride that out? Like, literally, who doesn't ride that out? Joe Lacob is offering you a bunch of money. He was just like, I'll do it because I can. And he decided to walk away. And I do think having Mike Dunleavy in place helped him do that because he felt like he wasn't leaving the cupboard bare, and Steph is still pretty good. They got a couple good picks, but it was to me, I feel like this was like a necessary kind of reminder, like a refresher to him. It reminded him that he made the right decision to walk away. It was everything is happy, everything is great. He was hanging out in the locker room afterwards. After the game, he switches out of his Italian suit and throws on like a t-shirt and sweats. He did that again. So he's hanging out downstairs. Like, there's still like a strong relationship there, and I think he appreciates the fact that it didn't get to a point where they're not talking for 5 years, and then we got to wait for the TNT special where they sit down and meet and make up, right? Even though I take those because those are great stories, but he probably prefers it, right? And you know what? I talked to him before the game, and he was kind of talking tough. Man, he broke down like he listened to punk music or something. The way
No. What does that even mean?
I know what you mean, Mark. I'm with you, Marcus. I know.
Marcus was up in the air and like he had nowhere to go with the ball, and he goes, "Where do I throw it to?" And you just airmailed one right into the 7th row, pal.
I threw it. Hey, what I did? I threw it under my own basket. That's what I did.
Right. That was a Steph Curry hook pass that didn't land.
That is the best analogy for exactly what happened.
Exactly what just
jumped in the air. Was like, yeah. All right, my fault. My fault. But like he was talking tough, and then you know, his daughter says 2 words, and he's over there looking, you know, like, get out. Come on, man. What kind of toughness is that? I wish my daughter would say something. I'd be out here like, you didn't even enunciate that right. I'd be hardcore. Who wrote that? It's not even a good sentence.
God, I almost kind of believe you that you'd think about doing that, and then you'd break down too.
Oh yeah, I'm talking a good game. I'll be out there not everything. Oh yeah,
daughter's got to wait.
All on TV.
Yeah, daughter's got to.
Mark's going to write his own obituary. He's going to leave it for her to read. He's like, just make sure you say this exactly. This is the good stuff.
Daughter's got a way of doing
through
that.
Those periods.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an ellipses. Yeah, that's what that is.
So what are you thinking right now? Because here's what I'm thinking with the Warriors. Is that when I look at them, I can make a case they're the second best team in the West the way they're playing right now, other than Denver. Denver's clearly number 1. Brutal cat news that he went down. I feel terrible for the T-Wolves and my guy Jim Peterson, who's been calling games there forever, like their best year ever down the stretch, and then Cat tears his meniscus. That's brutal. OKC's young. Clippers are the Clippers. I mean, Phoenix, who knows if they could ever stay healthy. Pelicans, we'll wait and see. But here's the problem. They could be the second best team. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying I could make an argument. But the path they're going to have to take to get there is going to be so rugged in this Western Conference. Like, I still look at them and I'm like, God, maybe. And then I look at the path and go, man, probably not. How do you look at it?
It has to, like, line up perfectly. It's like a Jenga or something, right? Like, if they get the wrong matchup at the wrong time, like, it might be all bad. Because in the end, you're asking Draymond to play center, right? And maybe TJD gets you something that Steve Kerr's talking about preparing him for the postseason. You're asking Steph to go crazy. And as great as they can look sometimes, they still don't have a guy who you can say, go get me 25 outside of Steph. Like, I need it. I got to have it. And they don't have that. They got guys who can get 25 but not on call in that sense. So, it's kind of got to line up perfectly. They need some good bounces here. We were talking about this last night. You know, obviously Denver is a tough matchup. Like, you got to deal with Jokic. Like, he's kind of the kryptonite to what they don't have. Like, if you got a chance to get 6 and Denver's sitting there at the 3, do you just take the home game at the play-in and say, like, give me OKC or Minnesota, right? And skip that and just, stick with the 7th seed. Like, it'll be a tough call because if you got Denver the first round, like, even if you upset them, it's going to take everything you've got. Yeah. And now what do you have for the second round? So, to me, it's going to come down. They need some lucky bounces. Oddly enough, all of their championships, people figure out a way to, like, diminish them or call it fluky or this person is right. And you could make a very strong argument that they were going to win no matter who was out there. It's like, oh, Mike Conley was hurt in 2015. Mike Conley was not stopping anything, right? Like, he was good, but it's like, oh, you're not winning a championship because of Mike Conley. Kevin Love was hurt. Yeah, okay. But this is when they really need it, right? Like, they need an injury here. They need a good matchup here. And then you get to the West Finals and that's where you just kind of beg, like, all right, Steph, take us home, right? That's their path. It's viable. Like, it's not miraculous, but it's definitely difficult. And if they get the wrong matchup, it's going to be all bad. They need a team they can beat to get hot and move up to 3, like Sacramento or something. Right? That's what they need.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So we're talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. When you look at the standings, like they're in 10th, right? But they're 4 games behind the Pelicans, who are in 5th. So
and 2 losses, I think, right? Just really 2 losses.
And 3 losses off. No,
3 losses.
Sorry, they're 3 losses back. They're actually only 3.5 games back in the Pelicans. Excuse me, the Warriors are 9th. I was looking at the Lakers. They're 9. Excuse me, they're 3.5 back, but 3 back in the loss column. Can they get to 5 after what we saw last night? Do you feel any different?
Yeah, they could get to 5, like, because they're playing well, but also we're watching these teams like they're like a slapstick comedy, right? You'll see a team beat Denver and then lose to Houston. Like, this is the West, right? Like, this is what they do. Like, Sacramento go out and lay an egg against Chicago and then blitz the Lakers. Like, they're all a bunch of, like, teams that have high ceilings and low floors. So, yes, at some point, like, Zion's going to, like, get hurt or Brandon Ingram's going to get hurt and then New Orleans will fall back down, right? Like, this has been what it's been all year. It's it's Oklahoma City, it's Minnesota, and it's Denver. They have like the setup to be consistently good, and we're starting to see the Clippers struggle. We thought they were there, but look at the Clippers now. They barely survived at Houston. So, yeah, I still put them in that top part just because they're so good at the top, but they have some vulnerability. Everybody else can go on a 5-game losing streak just as fast as they go on a 5-game win streak. Yeah. That's just the West. So I don't put faith in Steph Curry over a lot of those teams, but I can also watch the Warriors trick off 5 games too and end up 10. Like, all of it's possible.
I ask you a two-parter in the East. Does anybody beat the Celtics as they head toward the finals? And if no, does anybody even take that team to 7? Because I'm looking at the East and I'm thinking, I don't even know if anybody in the East can hang with this team at all.
Yeah, Miami.
Not Miami.
Again, right?
They don't want to see. They don't want to see Miami.
They don't want to see Miami. They don't want to see Miami. You know the team that I think, and this might be a little recency bias, but Cleveland could be a problem, especially if it's like a East Finals setup. Mm-hmm. Cleveland's really good, man. They've got like 3 good ISO guards. They've got big men who can defend. They got a nicely constructed team. Bickerstaff's got them cooking. Like, they look good. And you saw they beat, Boston beat the Warriors by 50 and then blew a 20-point lead to Cleveland. Cleveland's just sneaky, right? They're sneaky. Something about them I'd be a little nervous about. To me, obviously, if Joel Embiid's healthy, you got to put Philly in there. Yeah. But I don't think those teams are as good as Boston. You kind of relying on Boston to trick it off a bit, right? Not play up to par. And the team that gets them to do that the best is Miami. Like, the team that gets them out of character and Jimmy Butler starts talking and Jason Tatum's got to prove he's the second coming of Kobe, and next thing you know, they're losing the series, right? Like, that's the script that they have. To me, Kristaps Porzingis is the game changer, though. Like, he might be the guy who's like, hey, listen, you little step-back shooters, like, give me the ball at the free throw line and let's figure this out. Like, you know what I'm saying? I've been listening to punk rock my whole life. I'm ready for this.
There he is. Keep throwing it in there.
The hell out of here. Marcus Thompson.
You know the funny thing, though, when I look at Boston, and I didn't even mention this. I talked a little bit about it last night, but I haven't mentioned it today because I was saying, oh, man, if you're in the West, you don't want to play the 2 or the 8 or the 7 or the 8 because those are going to be really, really good teams. How are you feeling if you're the 1 or 2 in the East, and all of a sudden Embiid comes back with a week left to go in the season, and they're the 7? Or the 8, and you got to face that team with him. And if Maxi's healthy, I know he's been dealing with some stuff, but they were one of the top 2 teams, if not the best team for a little bit by the metrics in the Eastern Conference. Like, can you imagine getting through the whole season, getting a 1 or a 2 seed, and here's your reward, playing Joel Embiid in the Philadelphia 76ers? That would be you got to be kidding me.
You know who absolutely deserves that, and we should be, like, wishing for it. We should be praying for it. We should be throwing coins into fountains to make this happen. The Milwaukee Bucks deserve this. Doc Rivers deserves to give Philadelphia
that's a good
in the first round of the playoff. Yeah. Make it happen. Absolutely, make it happen. Boston's over here like, yeah, please go ahead and make that happen. Let's kill each other, right? Like, because it would be poetic, right? This is what I live for, stories. Let's go. Doc playing Philly and Embiid. What? I want that now. I didn't even think of that till you said it. Oh, that's great.
Marcus, before we let you go, I got to ask you something. Tom, before we got you on, Tom asked me this question. I'll ask you this question, too. And I won't even tell you what I said. I just want to get your response to this question. Is the 2023-2024 Pacific Division the best division in NBA history?
No.
I'm just mad you answered it.
Well,
seriously.
he doesn't even know.
Mad you answered it.
How could you know? Nobody could know the answer to that question.
It's such a bad question.
I mean, how could they be is the question. They only have the best team ever.
I want to entertain real breakdowns of this.
But top to bottom, they might have every team in the division make the playoffs.
Yeah, in this era, I don't know if that's great.
But
I don't know.
Okay,
is this what you do? Like, I mean, with your columns, you just kind of throw stuff in there without researching? Or, I mean,
works
we
out.
start with a premise. we start with a premise and then we vet it. You know what I'm saying?
That is definitely punk rock. Just throw stuff against the wall and see what happens.
I'm about to spend the next 5 hours analyzing.
No, please don't.
Don't
do that.
But listen, it's the 2016s. Come on, you don't sleep on the Lakers and the old school Run TMC Warriors in the same, and the Phoenix Suns with Charles Barkley. You better grow up.
Yeah, what was Sacramento like?
Yeah, Sacramento.
Yeah, what were the Clippers? What were the Clippers like?
Clippers weren't good, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's not act like the Warriors and Lakers are like world beaters at the bottom of the conference. Like, come on.
No, I never said they were. I just said I don't know that another team or another division. I mean, because nobody cares about divisions in basketball. I mean, nobody cares about. Nobody could name all the divisions. Forget about putting teams in the divisions.
I can name all the divisions.
No, I know you can. I know you can, but I'm saying, like,
I was looking it up. I was looking it up right now. I was about to go.
You were about to start reading. I was going to read them to you. Yeah, right, cool.
I was like, what?
Like casual basketball fan.
Southeast, Northwest, Pacific, and Southwest. There you go. I'm ready.
Yeah, well done. Put the smartphone away.
The Southeast Conference is just insufferable, by the way. That's an NBA TV conference, dude. That's a whole thing.
I love that.
Historically, too.
Yeah.
Is Pacific the best, Marcus? No, that's not the best.
Like,
not
quickly.
even close.
And then named other conferences and from other years. I think when we're talking divisions and hoops, it's run its course, Marcus. Enjoy the game tonight, man. I hope the Thursday it's probably all downhill from here. But enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll talk to you next week.
Hey, this is the first time you haven't kicked me off, by the way. I'm appreciative of that. Every time you're like, get out of here. Goodbye, we're done.
Dude, if I had a hang up button, I would have hung up on you in mid-sentence there. That would have been the funniest thing. I would really wish I had a button. I would have just hung up on dude mid-sentence, like, sorry, Marcus, no time for you.
It would have been great. You missed the moment.
All right. Now you've worn your welcome. Time to go. We'll talk next week, Marcus. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. And you missed any of that. If Tim were worth his salt, he would have done that himself, but, we digress. When we come on back, how about this? A sound soiree. Got some good sound to get to you. The best sound in sports that you might have missed. Then we got to get into some Giants baseball, who played tonight, by the way, right here on KNBR. We'll get you over to that game at 5:50. We're starting off a little bit earlier tonight.
What?
5:50 tonight. You got Giants and the Dodgers and the debut of Matt Chapman.
I'm with you.
The Giants uniform. And then you'll get Matt Chapman's KNBR debut tomorrow, right here at 9:45 with Murph and Marcus. Matt Chapman tonight. Makes his debut tomorrow on KNBR 9:45, and next we'll do a sound soiree on the sports leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You want more speed? Everybody wants more speed. You're in luck. Xfinity can offer it to you. They just increased their internet speeds. They are faster than ever. Super fast internet. And a reliable connection. Speed doesn't do anything without reliability. You get both so you can do more of what you love to do. What do you love to do? You love to game? You probably don't love to work. You might love to stream, downloading stuff. You do whatever you want because you have the speed and the reliability. And
Better than that, everyone has speed and reliability in the home, so you don't got to worry about anybody. Again, you don't want to upset the gamers. Gamers get a little touchy. You know, we all play my game. I got shot because it wasn't. Save it. I don't care about your game. I don't care that you got shot. Unless you really get shot, then give me a buzz. But if you want to do stuff with speed and with reliability, Xfinity can help you out there. And again, help the whole family out so you don't got to hear any whining or complaining. So get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. Go. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply, taxes and other charges extra after promo. Regular rates apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability, you will love Xfinity.
Throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Tolbert and Copes with you. We got a sound soiree to get to, but a quick update here as it relates to we did our NBA Roundup and talked about Karl Anthony Towns, the meniscus tear, and how he's going to be out indefinitely. More bad news here for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minutes into the game, Anthony Edwards goes down with a sprained ankle. He has exited the game and has not returned. We don't know the severity yet of that ankle injury for Anthony Edwards. So there you go. Anthony Edwards out for this game. At least he was on time today.
That's brutal.
At least he's on time for 10.
Maybe he shouldn't have been.
I love they point out that like minutes into the game, like very early on. So it's like, okay, good, he made the tip. That's good for him. So there you go. Warriors in action tonight against the Bulls. I was looking at that plus 8.5. I told Derek last night I'm going to hammer whoever the Warriors play tonight. As soon as we left, I was like, oh, dude, 2 days off, blowout, nice win over a good team like that. I was like, I kind of like the 8.5 points. So we'll see what happens. Let's get into the Sound Soiree.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Sound Soiree, the best sounds from sports that you may have missed. And it's a little Bay Area focus here. We're going Debo, Trace Jackson Davis, and Draymond Green. Why don't we start with Draymond? Draymond with a great statement on Bob Myers last night. About 5 minutes. We'll give you a little over a minute of it. We're not going to have all 5 minutes here. But here's a little about what Draymond had to say last night on his former general manager, guy he was very close with, I imagine still is, in Bob Myers.
It is a true statement in the character of the man that he is, because it's not easy. What he was able to do, he had to manage me often while doing all this other stuff, you know. And when it went right, he was right there. Like, less there when it went right, though. You know, he spent less time with you when it went right. Spent far more time with me when it was going wrong. And most people are the opposite. Most people want to be there when it's good, be there when the flowers are being thrown, be there when it's Draymond, you're great, you're defensive player of the year. That's when most people are there. But when no one wants you around, when everybody's saying, oh, that guy shouldn't be here anymore, when everybody's saying he's the cause of the demise of this franchise and all these things, that's when he's right there. And I couldn't have asked for a special person to spend my first 11 years with, because if it wasn't for him, I'm not sure where I'd be, where my career would have gone. You know, the things that I've learned from him about being a father, being a husband, being a great person. Like, I'm not sure I'm sitting here talking to you today without that man.
Man, that's deep stuff, dude. Like, I think that's something that a lot of us on the surface might have thought or felt, but you don't want to project that on anybody or know that have any ideas about what their relationship is. We knew they're close, but for him to say that, like, I'm not sitting here right now, and it doesn't shock me, but it also, that's a very honest and raw thing for somebody to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I think probably ties Steve and Bob together is their ability to communicate with the players. And the players feel like they're not just commodities to them. Like, they're people, they understand them, they want to know what's going on in their lives, and they're friends. And look, a lot of guys don't like to do it the way Bob did it. There's the Billy Bean way, where you don't want to have to deal. You don't want to get close to the players because you might have to trade them or cut them or send them down, whatever, and you just don't want to have to do that. You want to treat them like chess pieces, so it's easier for you to do that. That was not Bob's style at all, which probably made it harder in a sense to do some of those things that he, you know, a disciplinary thing here or there. They ended up suspending Draymond for him cursing out KD on the sidelines. And hell, I remember KD and Draymond saying they screwed that up, that they should have just let him figure it out themselves. And I remember him getting on Bob and maybe even Steve for that too. But when you have grown men, that kind of stuff's going to happen, that disagreement. But Bob genuinely cares about the players. Was there for the players. He was there with Draymond Game 6 of the 16 finals, I guess it was, when they lost to Cleveland. He was over at the Oakland Coliseum in one of the suites watching in case they had won that game.
With Marshall.
Yeah. Yep, and they didn't, and they went back and lost, and then came back and lost again. The ironic part about that season, set a record, 73 wins. Also the first team to ever lose a 3-1 lead in the finals. It's like, well, a nice bookend. Woohoo, 73 wins. Damn, we just lost a 3-1 lead.
Happy Father's Day, by the way.
Unbelievable. It was like unbelievable.
This is not good, folks.
So, but he cares about him. Like, he'll be there for him, good or bad. That's just who Bob is. And you can tell Bob wears his emotions on his sleeve. But no. I mean, none of that surprises me. I mean, again, I've been around him for a while now and been around this team, and I kind of know how they operate. And that's one of the strengths of this team is that Bob and Steve are very,
very good communicators.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to hear from Draymond. Also makes you think about this year, first year without Bob. He's like, man, wouldn't be here without him. They're like, damn, think about some of the stuff he did this year. Makes you think a little bit differently about it, maybe. Moving on here to Trace Jackson-Davis. How about this? Had a huge game last night, had 4 blocks in the game. Here's Trace Jackson-Davis on locking up Giannis. Here's the reporter's question is in here as well.
I think 4 blocks on Giannis will help you make a name for yourself. Have you had a chance to check your phone and what kind of text you're getting right now?
Not right now. Just, I don't even know. Just it's a surreal moment, but you just got to build off of it and just keep stacking days, keep stacking games. Credit to coach, just giving me confidence. Credit to the players for giving me confidence, and just glory to God first and foremost.
There you go.
All right.
Credit to the teammates.
Yeah.
There you go. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So there we go. Yeah, right. 707 checks in here. Did Tim send this in, dude? Tim's at 707. I think Tim might have texted this. It says that loss on the NBA Finals, blowing that 3-1 lead, was June 21st. It was Father's Day and my birthday. Woohoo. I asked if it was Tim.
Birthday.
I asked if it was Tim because Tim famously in KNBR lore, Murph had written a book, like an entire book, from Levi to Levi's.
The story is erroneous.
To Levi's. And so Murph writes the entire book. It was on his laptop. And the way Murph tells it, he went to an event up here in North Beach. Laptop was in his trunk or in his back seat. Car gets broken into. Hadn't backed it up anywhere, saved it anywhere. An entire book he'd written, dude.
Wait a minute. What, the car got broken into?
The car got broken into. They stole the laptop, right? And he comes to work and he's telling everybody about it. And Tim goes, I can't believe that happened, dude. Oh, my God. And on my birthday. This is a hilarious detail. Tim had to have said
this
that.
This is lies and fabrication.
No,
this is not real.
Yeah, right, Tim. I have the microphone. Everything I say is real. It's Holbrook and Combs with you on a Thursday. Sound Soiree. One more here for you.
Erroneous.
How about Debo Samuel? Only media Debo does now is the Kay Adams podcast. I don't know if he's paid by them or he's got a show. I don't know, whatever it is. He's always sitting there with like a baby on his lap. Talking to Kay Adams. Here's Debo Samuel talking about how to move on from a Super Bowl loss. And then he was asked also about the trade rumors about him. Here he is.
It's kind of hard because, all we know is basically our job is football. So it's just all right, let's use this motivation when you get back in the lab just to put yourself in a position and try to do your best to, get back. Because people just say, it's always the next year. But I heard that in 2019 and it took 4 more years to get where we at. So, 2 and 5 years, it's pretty rough. Being right there, the 2 that we've been in is just falling short. It's just so heartbreaking, man. But at the end of the day, you got to move on, and it's the next year, and we're just gonna continue to grind and do what we set out to do.
3 of the 4 headlines when you Google your name: why the Niners should trade Debo Samuel before the draft, why Debo Samuel could be traded this offseason, why trading Debo Samuel this offseason is becoming more of a realistic move for the Niners. What is that?
No idea. If I knew, I'd tell you.
You haven't talked to anybody about that, right? This is just yeah.
That was interesting. What is that? Well, I don't know. They sound like questions. I don't know. You tell me, what is that?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is that?
What is
that?
Have they talked to you about it? It's if they talk to him about it, then he's good as gone, right?
Yeah.
Probably a good move if they're going to shop him that they don't talk to him about it. And they're like, oh, dude, you know what we did? We traded you. We did. We got some stuff back. It was good for us. Have a good time, though. Enjoy wherever. Enjoy Jacksonville or wherever the hell they decide to make that move. I'm just saying, I don't think that's not a discussion you have with the player, I don't think, unless it's a mutual thing, I'm looking to move on.
Yeah, sometimes you'll talk to them and say, look, this is what we're thinking. We'd like to, because sometimes you want to send some guy a certain, but that's usually for an older veteran. Yeah, you talk to the agent, though. The player would know. You wouldn't necessarily talk to the player directly. Hey, we're thinking about trading you. What do you think? But you'll talk to the agent and say, look, we're thinking about trading Debo or trading whoever. And just say, do you have any preferred destinations? Is there, places maybe you can facilitate something, and here's what we're looking at getting in return, whatever. My thought is, I'm just guessing, I think they run it back one more time with this crew before they start tearing it down a little bit. And not tearing it down, but maybe saying, okay, Purdy's contract's coming up, now we got to start pairing off some of this a little bit. See what you got to find out what these draft picks are going to be like. I don't know if they're going to take all 11 of them, but you got a chance to really kind of restock the roster a little bit. And if they hit on 3 of them, That'd be massive. They could hit on 3 of those guys. 4 would be incredible. But yeah, and then you kind of know what you have after that, and maybe that helps you with some of your decision making. So I mean, they might do it this offseason, but I'd love to see them kind of run it back with the same guys they have.
Erroneous. Oh, dude.
Wow.
Oh no. Oh no.
Out of the blue.
So did you botch that, dude?
I run it back with my wife every week.
Did you hit the wrong one, man? We set it up. We talked about it behind the scenes here. Well, Tom was like, he even said run it back.
I run it back with my wife every week.
It's not even your birthday, dude. Tim's reeling.
Erroneous!
Tim's reeling, man. Well, if they do trade Debo, so it's not on Tim's birthday. I don't want anything else bad to happen like it usually does.
Erroneous!
Tolbert goes with you on Thursday, March 7th. We are going to catch up with Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports Bay Area to talk some Giants baseball. We'll do that at 4:50 because we got to get you ready for a 5:50 toss out to Scottsdale for the Giants and the Dodgers. The debut in a spring training lineup for Matt Chapman as a San Francisco Giant. And he'll come on KNBR, by the way, tomorrow morning, 9:45 a.m. with Murph and Marcus. Matt Chapman joins the KNBR morning show tomorrow. When we come on back, why do Giants fans, I think Giants fans need to wrap their head around the idea that the rotation might be what they can piece together. And that's not the worst thing ever. We've seen that before. We've seen great teams win before that didn't start the season with a rotation that was perfect or final. I can't even tell you there's very few rotations that have ever gone through an entire season with only using 5 guys. The Giants aren't going to do that. They're not going to patch it together, but they are relying on some guys. I think what they have in-house is what they're going with. We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Erroneous! Erroneous on both counts.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, including Alex Kugelman at sftaxteam.com. Like, life is stressful enough. Taxes just add to it. This time of year, you're thinking, okay, do I have enough? What can my deductions be? How do I get the most out of my tax return without screwing this up? And if you're running into problems or you have problems, whether late filings the year before, even criminal stuff, I mean, cryptocurrency, all kinds of things. Like, tax law is brutal. Well, all law for me is kind of brutal. It'd be hard to understand any of it, but you're not supposed to understand tax law. They are. They're professionals. That's what you pay them to do. You want Uncle Sammy happy. I love you, Uncle Sammy. I don't need you calling the house, knocking at the door, or dropping me a postcard. Dear Tom, from Uncle Sammy, your taxes are don't want it, don't need it. So I'd let Alex Kugelman handle it. Done. Boom. It's all transparent, too. He'll let you know if you have issues, what the game plan is to get out of those issues. And if not, he'll just let you know what the price is and what you can expect from the team over at Kugelman Law getting your taxes done. That's all you want when it comes to your taxes. Quick, easy, and right. So if you got to face the IRS, you don't want to do it alone. You want to do it with these guys. How about this? How about not facing the IRS? How about not having to deal with Uncle Sammy? You're not going to sing for us, are you, Sammy? No, I'm not. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyway, flesh reference. So you let him handle it, and you're good to go. So don't let the stress and fear of the unknown control you. Tax season can be kind of scary. Don't let it be. Set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team. That's sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto and estate planning attorney. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Open wide. It's time for Mr. T.
Alex Pavlovic going to join us at 4:50 in about 15 minutes here. We'll talk to him about the Giants lineup, which looks pretty good. Looks almost like a complete, not almost. It looks like if it was like the opening day lineup, you might feel pretty good about it. We'll get that to you in just a bit when we talk to Alex, and we'll talk more about Matt Chapman's debut tonight in a Giants uniform for the first time in spring training. He is going to play this evening, and he's going to join the morning show tomorrow at 9:45. So set your clocks, your watches, your timers, your phones, whatever you got to do. Matt Chapman tomorrow, 9:45 with Murph and Marcus. And then, by the way, tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we're going to catch up with the head coach of the Spurs and Tom's former assistant coach with the Warriors, Greg Popovich. Matt Chapman tomorrow at 9:45. Greg Popovich at 3 o'clock. How about that? Two pretty good guests there. So we'll catch up with Pavlovic in about 15 minutes here. But I think Giants fans are still, and I see it a lot on social media. I'm seeing a lot on the text line. Sign Snell, sign Snell. And again, we joked with I was joking with somebody last night. Two different, I guess it was two buddies came up last night. We went to the Warriors game, and we were out there, Derek and Walter and Marcus and I, and we were at Harmonic afterwards where JD was doing the Warriors, the Dubs OT show after the Warriors game last night. And two fans come up, and they're saying they love the show. They listen to the show a lot. They go, dude, we got to sign Snell or Montgomery. And I think all of us were kind of like, I don't think that's happening, man. I don't think it. But first, Susan Slusser tells us that Montgomery is more than likely going to the East Coast. His wife's, I guess, a medical student in Boston. That's where he wants to be, at least closer to her. Kind of like Sacramento and Utah, Tom. That close.
Right next door.
Just hop right over, dude. Yeah, just drive right over.
I think they have a shuttle.
Exactly. Dude. Yeah, just go back and forth.
Yep.
It's a real convenient to have a AAA team, actually. If you had a pro team out in Sac, you could have one in Utah. It'd be perfect. I'm of the mindset that, and by the way, John Morosi does not think they're going to be in on Blake Snell, and Susan Slusser thought they probably are. She's like, I don't know why they wouldn't be. They should be. They got to be. I'm of the mind that the Giants are probably still best served seeing what they have in-house to start the year, because at some point, these guys you got to get a look at. At some point, you had to bring up Madison Bumgarner, who was a top prospect. And I think people feel okay about that with Kyle Harrison. I don't think they feel good about it with where the rest of the guys were. But if Harrison was your 4 and Tristan Beck was your 5 prior to his injury, I felt not bad about that based on what we saw from Beck last year. When you look at the other guys, they just seem unstable. And it's the instability that I understand, the uncomfortability with the rotation. That's where I'm most uncomfortable. That said, Blake Snell, when healthy, has had, many people have pointed this out, a couple of good seasons. Farhan has proven to be a pretty good evaluator when it comes to pitching talent and longevity with that talent. One, long-term pitching and investing in it in one guy is usually never a good investment in baseball. Have you seen what happened to Carlos Rodon?
I want to say he struggled a little bit with the Yankees.
Yeah, he barely pitched last year because he was hurt. And
when he did, he was brutal.
Yeah, he was brutal. He also, remember last year that he had a thing where he said he turned his back on the pitching coach in New York. That was at the end of the season. He had to apologize for all this stuff. So the attitude stuff wasn't good with him. And then, by the way,
great hair though.
Great hair,
incredible hair.
Other day he got ripped, and his velocity's down. He's had one full healthy season. I guess the year before he came to the Giants, and he was pretty healthy as a Giant. Good move to not re-sign him. People were saying Kevin Gausman, got to bring him back. It was a good deal. I agree. Wasn't that expensive? That said, they had found Gausman in the middle of the Reds bullpen by a metric and said, you got to use this split finger fastball. That's where we're going to find the most success. That's where the most is going to come out of. If you use this at a higher rate than you had been using it, you're going to find more success, and it could be the best pitch in baseball. And they did. People are saying here on the text line already, 510 says he screwed Gausman. You see what happened to Gausman? Gausman's having shoulder injuries or shoulder problems. People say frequently, if you're a split-finger guy, that's a tough pitch on the arm. And if you're throwing it at the rate that he's throwing it, it's just a matter of time before you start to have some arm problems. So that's what's made him successful. He got the contract. But if he was getting hurt right now, people would be upset about the Gausman deal. Now, they could have made the playoffs potentially with him last year. Maybe things are different 2 years ago. But in terms of his evaluation of pitching, I think Farhan's done a pretty nice job with that. Minaya and Stripling, not great, but they had 1 year of Minaya, and Stripling's gone. You got something back for it. So I'm of the mind that they're probably and most likely going to stick with what's in-house. If they get something on the free agent market or in a trade, and again, Morosi doesn't think, and I would agree, that they'd get much for J.D. Davis. I don't know that they're shopping him, but I imagine that the value of Davis comes a little bit later. You want to make sure that your backup to Matt Chapman is not just Casey Schmidt or for shortstop. Now, Schmidt can make the lineup and make the roster. Maybe they go Nick Ahmed and he makes the roster and he can back up both short and third. That would be a positive if you have J.D. Davis there as well to play a little of that. But I don't think a third baseman who's a DH / maybe some first, I don't remember him playing much of that. I don't think he's going to net you much. Pitching is what people want, and you may as well see what you have because you got to get a look at him.
Yeah, look, I mean, I get it. Those were the two big fish in the pitching market, and you want to upgrade your pitching. But, I mean, yeah, would I like Snell? Yeah. I've said why I wouldn't want him at a premium price, though. The innings, the 2 Cy Young years are great. Everything else that's not terrible, but it's not what you're going to be paying for. And then Montgomery, you're going to have to play. You're going to have to pay him too. And I mean,
you're going to overpay Montgomery.
Yeah, he's good. He's nothing special.
He's whatever.
To me, he's like a 2, maybe even 3, maybe a 2, I guess. So you're like, okay, let's get these guys because they're the only guys left. I mean, that's not a great way to go about business. And contracts for pitchers, if they don't work out, it's just brutal. And there just wasn't much out there. It wasn't like they had like 4 guys to choose from. And it sounded like Yamamoto was never coming here. Like he was just going to go to the Dodgers. He wanted to play with Ohtani and wanted to play with the Dodgers, and that just is what it is. Again, you can offer a guy money, but they have to want to be there. If they don't want to be there, there's nothing you can do about it. So you start looking around and thinking, oh my gosh, the free agent, what do we get for pitching? You might have to do what a lot of teams do. Just try, like I would have loved, like I thought a great deal by the Rangers last year was Eovaldi. And I would have loved to have them sign Eovaldi, but I don't even know if he wanted to come here. Maybe he wanted to go there. No taxes. Texas, I have no idea. But then, what if you got DeGrom? Oh, we got Jacob DeGrom. This is incredible. Oh, damn, he's hurt again. Like, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you have to deal with. So, again, I hate to say it. It's redundant. I know people get tired of it. But it's about what you have in your system. It's about those guys and supplementing those guys. So, we're going to find out. Is Harrison a guy? Like, we go like, oh, they got Webb. Where'd he come from? System. Lincecum, I can go over all those. System. So the one guy they went out and signed big for was Zito. How'd that work out? Well, pretty good. They got a couple World Series.
Yeah.
But he didn't pitch well. So you just have to hope that you can develop. You can develop guys, and Harrison ends up being a legit number 2. If he's a legit number 2, then you're in good shape.
That horses see they locked up Logan Webb also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if Wynn comes back, he's healthy, he's okay. And then you have a guy like Beck, and you're like, he's a good 5. I have no problems with him at 5. Cobb was kind of I wouldn't even say a reclamation project, 'cause he was pretty good with the Angels. Yeah, I've said it many times again.
He's a 2. He's a 2-3, right?
Yeah, he's a 2-3. But I'd say he's more of a 3 if Ray is ready to go.
Sure.
Like, because Ray's definitely, he's a top of the order guy. Like, he's a 1, maybe 2. But still, you got to have the guys coming from the system. You just do. And I know it's fun signing guys. It's fun winning the off season. Winning the off season, winning the draft, winning all that. That doesn't win on the field. You got to be able to win on the field. And I know it's boring, but if the young guys hit this year, the Giants are going to be fine. They'll make the playoffs this year if enough young guys hit. Period. Veterans ain't taking them there. The young guys are going to have to carry a bigger load this year, no doubt about it.
Well, the other guys are looking at former Oakland Dalton Jeffries is a guy that is getting some innings here and maybe competing.
Jeffries?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nearly, no.
No, that one didn't work.
No, it didn't at all. That's why it's fun. That's why I threw it in there, because it didn't work.
How about last name Howard, first name Spencer? Spencer really killed her. Spencer Howard, the other guy was a former top pick, first rounder, I think, or a high draft pick, and they're looking at him as well. So we can talk more about this and what the rotation could look like when they break camp for opening day, which is less than a month away now. I believe it's 3 weeks from today, I think, is opening day. Could be tomorrow. I got to get that date right. We'll talk to Alex Pavlovic, NBC Sports Bay Area. The Giants play tonight. It'll be right here on KNBR against the Dodgers at 5:50. We'll throw it out to that game for the debut of Matt Chapman. Pavs is next right here on the Sports Leader. Bob Myers returned to Chase last night as a broadcaster, and he was honored by the Warriors organization and the fans. There's more on that story trending now, KNBR.com and the app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, it is getting into tax season. Just started getting my documents. I imagine everybody else is as well. What happens if you file, you start getting through stuff, you go, oh, man, I got a bill, and I don't know how to pay it?
And the bottom line is, this is a situation that affects an awful lot of people. You're not a bad person. You're not an axe murderer. You just can't pay your taxes. But don't make the basic mistakes of ignoring it, sticking your head in the sand, because the IRS hired all these new agents, and you don't want one of these agents coming in and ruining your life, your business, your marriage. And you don't want to be on the other extreme. The IRS sends you a bill, and you feel, well, they're the IRS. They must be right. And you write them a check. Just last week on your air, I was talking about a client that came in with a 6-figure tax bill, and all he wanted me to do was get a monthly payment. So I said, no. After talking to you, I've determined you don't owe these taxes. We're going to go to the IRS and explain to them why you don't owe, and you'll owe them zero. The bottom line is we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all of your options, all of your rights, and you have a lot of rights. You just have to know about them. And then we'll ask you to let us do everything for you. And we ask you to hand us your tax problem, and we want to hand you back a normal life.
See, that's why Steve's the man. He can take care of it. He'll clear your name just like he cleared mine. I am not an axe murderer, just like he said. I swear. I swear to God I'm not. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Coates back with you Thursday afternoon, and in about an hour, we'll be throwing you out to the Giants and the Dodgers for the debut of Matt Chapman, the spring debut in a Giants uniform, and here to talk about some of that, Alex Pavlovic, who joins us, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area, and he's here on the UMA guest line. What's going on, Alex? How are you, man?
I'm cold. I'm surprisingly cold in Scottsdale. So good luck to Matt Chapman and all the guys playing tonight.
Well, Matt Chapman's used to it, having played here in the Bay Area already with the A's for many years. So it definitely feels like, at least to Giants fans and what we've heard from and what we've read on social media and what people have texted into us, that there's a different vibe around the team. How much changed you feel like with Matt Chapman showing up?
Yeah, I think even before he got here, I mean, you could just kind of feel it early in camp. It's definitely different just because year after year, I mean, Buster's gone, Belt's gone, Crawford's gone. So it was going to be a different vibe anyway. But John Lee, I think, has brought a lot of energy. And then just the clubhouse is just full of young guys who are trying to break through. And not just position players, but there's like 10 or 12 young pitchers in there who are trying to, be part of the mix this year. And then Solera arrives pretty early in camp. Pablo is here. So I think the vibe has been different basically since the start. And then you throw in somebody like Matt Chapman, who's obviously very established in this game. And I think it's a pretty excited group right now.
Is there a pitcher that maybe we don't know about that his stuff is just a little bit different than everybody else's?
Yeah, we're going to see a guy tonight for the first time, Landon Root, who, Bob Melvin said this afternoon he has a chance just to be special. Like, they think he can be really good. He had like a 1.7 ERA in AA last year. So he's had some injuries. I'm excited to see him. And then there's a decent chance Mason Black is the number 5 starter. And he's somebody that we haven't seen really. He was in AAA at the end of last year, but he has a chance to break through. So those are the two. And beyond that, I mean, there's a lot of guys, Wisenhunt, Birdsong, guys like that. But I think those are the two that early on, and especially Black, I think really has a chance to break with this team. So I'm excited to see him tomorrow.
Alex Pavlovic, the voice you hear. Are you, like, if you were to rank the depth chart right now or the battle for shortstop for opening day, where does it stand? Is Nick Ahmed up at the top?
There was an off day yesterday, and today I think you can see in the lineup, like, pretty close to a regular season lineup. So it does certainly stand out that Nick is the shortstop tonight. And look, he hit the ground running here, and Marco Luciano had the injury, and he has struggled at the plate since he came back. And I think it's a new staff, it's a new coaching staff, and they've talked a lot about defense and supporting the pitchers. And you know what Matt Chapman can do, and we've seen what Nick Ahmed can do. So if you ask me right now who's going to be the opening day shortstop, I would say it's going to be Nick. Now, there's a lot that can change, but I think he's basically done everything he needed to in the first week or two here that has been here to go out and win that job.
I'm a big believer in you got to earn playing time. You got to earn at-bats, earn all those things. So if Ahmed is better than Luciano, then, look, he's the one that should play. The only thing I wonder about, Alex, and curious to get your thoughts on this, is do they have the upside with him at shortstop that they might have with Luciano if Luciano does become what they hoped he'd become?
No, I mean, the best case for this franchise is Marco becoming a shortstop for the next 3, 4, 5 years, however long until he fully outgrows the position. But again, like to your point, you have to go out and earn it. And you can say what you want about the X's velocities last year. Like, there's a lot when you look under the hood where you go, he actually made pretty good contact when he was up last year, but he didn't play a whole lot in the minor leagues. He's had some injuries down there. He's had some slow starts there, and they called him up last year, and I think he played 14 games in the big leagues last year. So it's one thing to say, like, at the beginning of October, which Farhan did, we want to give this guy a chance, but you hire a new staff, you hire a new manager, there's new infield coaches here, and they look around and kind of go like, what's the best way to support Logan Webb on opening day? And that's going to be the discussion.
Talking to Alex Pavlovic here on the UMA guest line. I'm wondering, where are they in the bullpen? Because they lost some pieces. John Brebbia gone. He's a veteran. Luke Jackson, a guy we've seen a little bit of. I know they've got a couple of vets. Amir Garrett's come in. And there's some other names. But Sean Jelly got hurt the other day. What are we looking at in terms of how they get. I'm sure there's some set pieces there, but Jordan Hicks, are we set on the starter at the beginning of the year? Does he end up in the pen? Where does that all stand?
Yeah, they need him to start for now, just out of lack of other options. I think by the second half it might be a little bit different with Cobb and Ray back, and maybe they'll, especially if you start to get down to the stretch and if they do make the postseason, like you throw Hicks back there with Doval, it's pretty intriguing. But I think they're actually going to be fine in the bullpen. And a lot of those young guys I think can fill innings, and then they do have Camilo, they have the Rogers twins, Ryan Walker, you mentioned Jackson. Like they have enough guys down there who can start the year and they can feel comfortable if they have a lead in the sixth inning. And then some of these guys are hoping break through. Some of the younger guys are going to end up in the bullpen. And part of that is just like a lot of these guys are not capable this year of throwing 140, 160 innings. So some of them are going to have to be in the bullpen.
Please tell me Ryan Walker is not going to start 35 games this year.
He will not start 35, but, I do think when you start looking at, obviously they're short on starting options. Like, it wouldn't shock me if early in the year we see him go back to that a little bit, but it's going to be like maybe one time through or once every couple of weeks.
Not back-to-back games?
It might have been back-to-back-to-back.
You're right. It might have been.
At one point, Alex, he started
tedious.
5 of 10. He started 5 of 10 games at one point. We were like, "You kidding me? Like, what the hell is this? That's 2 times through."
I mean, Brebbia did the same. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that was something. So is it going to look? It'll look different from that standpoint, I'm sure. Will it also look different because maybe they have some better players? Like Lee's going to play against lefties. Chapman's going to play against righties. They have more guys that are going to face, lefty on lefty, righty on righty. Will we see less of that where guys are getting taken out in the 5th and 6th inning for matchups?
Yeah, I would even go to like the 3rd inning sometimes. I think we saw I think we're going to see a lot less of that. There are still going to be like Wade and Flores make a lot of sense as a platoon at first.
Sure.
And we'll still see like Slater and Yaz. But, they want Lee to play every day. They want him to hit leadoff every single day. They want Soler to play every day. Chapman, we know, answers the bell every single day. So there's going to be more guys this year who do that. And I do think like part of it, to your point, it wasn't just platooning game by game. It was platooning in game. Yeah. And I think Melvin is going to be a little bit more willing to if a right-hander comes in, Wilmer, you can stay in the game. You don't have to come out in the 5th inning. So I think we're going to see more normalcy in that regard.
Wilmer's going to have to build his stamina back up, play 9. It's like, damn, dude, I'm in here again against a righty, and I'm playing in the 7th. What's going on? What about, so you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee. So, I'm really, really excited about this guy. I was when they signed him, and now it looks like he is having a great spring. He's hitting .462. He's got 6 hits in 13 at-bats. He had a nice home run. The exit velocity was good. After there was talk of his average exit velo not being great in his final year in Korea. What do you think about him? What have you seen from him? Is he as advertised? Is he great contact? What do the at-bats look like? I'm excited to see him in person.
Yeah, he's as advertised. I mean, I really think this guy, if he does what they think he can do at the plate, I think he's pretty quickly going to be a star in the Bay Area. I mean, there's just a kind of star quality to him. He carries himself like he's the superstar out there, and certainly he has been his whole life just overseas. So I think he has that going for him. And, you guys remember his press conference. He's just an extremely likable guy.
Yeah.
So I think he has all that. And then it's just the bat-to-ball skills. It should translate. They're going to give him every opportunity. So the one thing we don't know is, playing center field at Oracle Park, how that will be on a nightly basis. But everything else I've seen from him is as advertised. And I think, his teammates just absolutely love the guy. So they're pretty thrilled so far with that investment.
Are there any guys, or who's the most likely guy, I should say, outside of Luciano that we saw last year? Because we saw a bunch of them last year. It was like every other game. It was like, dude, another new guy? I was like, geez, you're emptying out the mic system this year. I was asking for it for years and years. Like, whoa, let me catch up here. I'm just getting used to this guy. Yeah. You're bringing up a new guy. Who are the guys who you think are most likely to have, an impact on the season that maybe we saw the last 2 months last year?
Well, an easy one is Kyle Harrison, who we'll see tonight. I just think he's poised for a huge year. And, likely going to get the ball in the second game of the year. So they have really high hopes for him, and he's worked really hard in the offseason to put himself in that position. But the guy I think we're going to see a lot of is Tyler Fitzgerald. And you look at the roster, and the way it shapes up. And, some of these guys are not like Soler, Flores. They're not the speediest guys out there. And if they keep J.D. Davis, like the bench really does not have a whole lot of versatility. So they're going to need someone who can move around, and they're going to need someone who can run. And I think he fits that perfectly.
Got it.
Alex Pavlovic, the voice you hear, a few more minutes here on the Urban Guest Line. What about Luis Matos? Where does he fit in? I know he had a hot start to the spring. How's he been hitting of late? And is there a spot for him on the roster? I feel like he's a guy you want to play every day.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot because I think you could pretty easily make the case to throw him ahead of one of the veterans and just say go out there and do what you've done in spring. And he put on about 14 pounds in the offseason, which he needed to do. And you can just see it. You can see it during batting practice. You can see it. And it's not like he's young enough that it's good weight. Like it's all necessary weight that he just had to put on. So, it's tough for him just roster-wise with how many veterans there are and the guys that they've added. And, somebody like Fitzgerald who can also play short and third ends up getting that spot. It just makes it really tough for him to make the team initially. But I think we're going to see a lot of him this year because we know guys in the corners are going to get hurt, and he can also play center. So if they need help there, again, like that's the guy I would put pretty high on the list of people to get excited about. He's 22 years old, and we saw what he did last year in AAA. And it's tough when you make that adjustment to the big leagues, but he's kind of done everything they've asked 2 years in a row to become a better baseball player, and I think they're pretty anxious to get him out there.
Did Bailey talk about maybe what he did or didn't do during the offseason to help get him ready for 162? Now, he's not going to catch 162, but I remember last year he said that mentally and physically he was kind of wearing out toward the end of the season, that it was a lot. And I'm wondering, did he talk about doing anything during the offseason to kind of get himself ready for that?
Yeah, he came in, is on the list of guys who came in kind of bulked up. And I think he put on close to 20 pounds.
Wow.
He lost, I think, 16 or 17 during the year last year. So it's tough. I mean, it was the longest year of his life. I asked him, like, what can you lose during a game? And he's like, some of those games you lose 6 pounds. And it's hard to, as a catcher, and it's hard to put it back on. Yeah. So he's bulked up a little bit, and I think he just has a better idea. He was pretty open late in the year about just how worn down he was, and you can see the numbers in September. You can see the at-bats. Like, he was just tired. That was not expected of him last year. So I think he's in a much better spot. And then the other thing that helps is like Tom Murphy's a pretty good backup. So they have a guy they can throw out there and give Patrick, some real time off this year and feel comfortable about it.
This would be a new diet for everybody out there. Hey, just put on the gear, get a squat for a couple hours, watch the game, and drop some weight. Fantastic.
Just go to St. Louis and catch 9 innings. You're skinny.
I was going the other way. I was going to say it's a new Ozempic slogan. Ozempic, at least you're not in the squat. You know what I mean? Just go with that one. It's Holbert and Copes, joined here by Alex Pavlovic. I wanted to ask you about what's the timeline, just real quick, on Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. When are they expected back?
Yeah, Ray's still probably second half. I think, sometime right around the All-Star break. Cobb's interesting because he has not wanted to give a timeline at all, and he's a really smart guy. And we gave him our Good Guy Award last year because he's a great talker, and he's like, I know what happens when I give you guys a timeline. You start circling it, and if I miss it by a few days, then there's a setback.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
But you can kind of read the tea leaves here. They have not put him on the 60-day, and just from talking to people who have played catch with him, people who have been around his bullpen sessions, he apparently looks great. So I think he's a little bit ahead of schedule. I wouldn't be surprised to see him at some point in May. You can kind of do the math on if they did want a 60-day in, like that does put him out for 2 months, and there's been no talk of that yet. So I think they're pretty optimistic that he's going to beat whatever internal timeline they have that they don't want to give us.
Have you seen anything? I know you talked about Kyle Harrison a little earlier on. I was going to ask you, did you see anything in watching him pitch this spring? And I don't even know if he has or not. I'm just assuming he has. Maybe he hasn't, but that he's able to locate a little bit better than he did last year, because the stuff's apparent.
Yeah.
It's just keeping it in the strike zone and putting it where you want in the strike zone, so you don't have 5 innings and 100 pitches already.
Yeah, I've seen him once. I saw him against the Rangers his first time out in 2 really sharp innings. And he was just around the zone a lot, which if he does that, he's going to dominate. Because it's, like you mentioned, the stuff's great. So for him, it's just being in the zone and being around the zone. And, you don't have to be pinpoint with stuff like that. You just have to be pretty close. And I think he's done that. And I just think, he spent the offseason working out with Logan, and he's doing everything Logan did and following his lead. And if you ask Logan Webb who's going to have a huge year, he tells you Kyle Harrison's going to have a huge year. So I think those two guys are ready to try to, they've been thinking about this for a couple of years, being the guys at the top of the rotation. It's not a great test for him tonight because the Dodgers left everybody at home, but, certainly still some good guys in that lineup that he'll face.
What about you mentioned J.D. Davis before, just the trade of J.D. Davis. I was saying to Tom earlier, I kind of think that his value is maybe a little bit later. Like there's maybe some value in still keeping him as a backup or a DH, because then you would have to be really, really young behind shortstop and third base. I think you can find value later if a contender or a team loses somebody. But J.D. Davis and Joey Bart, what are your feelings on them and the value? And you think I don't think Joey Bart will be here, but your feelings on Davis on opening day roster?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if JD's here. I mean, it's a pretty good bench, a pretty good bat to have on your bench, and certainly, Solaire's missed a lot of games in his career. Wilmer's up there in age. Chapman answers the bell all the time, but you just never know. So if you are able to have him on the bench, I think that's a pretty nice piece. If they start to get a little bit non-flexible, and I think they would like to be able to make more moves, and they start to get pretty similar when you look at how many kind of power right-handed bats they have who don't necessarily do 8 other things. So, but they're not just going to give them away at the same time. So I wouldn't be shocked. I feel for him just because he did do everything they asked last year in the first half, and probably is deserving of being a starting third baseman somewhere in this league. And so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Joey is just again, they're not going to give him away either. And I think there wasn't the interest that they wanted in the offseason after they signed Murphy. And it's one of those weird things where, you never root for injury, but if you're the Giants, you're looking around the league trying to see who loses their backup catcher or who loses their starting catcher, who loses their third baseman. So, I think right now they're kind of scouring the league and seeing who needs somebody in the next 3 weeks.
I'm curious. We talked to Brandon Crawford yesterday, and I'm curious to get your point of view, and maybe if Logan Webb said anything. But it feels like the end of an era, even though Pablo's in camp. I mean, I don't expect him to be a part of the team. Who knows? But that was the end of the championship era. Posey retires, then Belt goes to Toronto, and now Brandon goes to St. Louis, and it's like it just seems like it's over. And I'm wondering if maybe Webb was really the only one that kind of had those ties to it. Again, Pablo's in camp, but you were through a lot of it too, and you've seen all that. How weird is it to kind of see him not in camp with the Giants and realize that was kind of it, the last ties to it?
I texted him the first day, and I texted him a photo of the mound and said, "This is the first time in my career that I haven't, been waiting." He would always hop on there and throw a couple pitches the first day of camp just to be like, "Hey, Boach, hey, Gabe, I can pitch." So he was just always that guy, and it was weird the first few days. You'd watch guys come out to take batting practice, and he was always at the front of the line of that first group. So it's different. It is. I think they haven't fully established that next group yet, and certainly a lot of these guys came from the outside as well. So it is different. I think it's going to be really weird to see him in Alabama and see him in St. Louis. And I think in June is when they see him. So it is going to be strange. But we watched Bumgarner in Arizona. We watched Belt in Toronto. I think this one's going to be up there with how weird it looks. But it is definitely a different feel to camp here. And I think the other thing I felt the first few days is this is Logan's franchise. So it was. Even last year when it was mostly his and he was the guy on the entrance at third and King, Crawford was still there. So, but I think this is fully Logan's franchise now, and he's the leader, and that's pretty undisputed.
Alex Pavlovic, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. Alex, great to catch up with you, man. Should be a fun one tonight. We'll have it for everybody right here on KNBR as the debut of Matt Chapman starts at 6:05 tonight. We'll get you over there at 5:50. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Thanks, Alex.
Good deal there. Alex Pavlovic, great update. Wide-ranging. Gave us stuff from all over the roster, shortstop, relievers, the bullpen situation, who could be competing for that fifth starter spot. He was saying Mason Black. How about that? Mason Black could be the guy. So there you go, a little update there on the Giants. We will get a little bit deeper into the Giants. Their lineup, he mentioned it tonight. Their lineup tonight looks pretty damn good. It looks like I think people are going to be more happy with this lineup than we've seen in a number of years. I mean, the last time they were successful, 2021, they had to prove it a bit. So we'll take a look at this lineup and ask you, the listeners, if you had this lineup opening day, how would you feel about it and the chances the Giants have in 2024? That's next, 5:50. Giants and the Dodgers. Will throw it over to Scottsdale right here on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Antioch Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he doesn't know if Marco Luciano can play shortstop in the big leagues. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com. I was kind of counting on him, by the way. It's on the KNBR app as well. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Tell you about it all the time because every day we are getting closer to retirement. I don't know if you're planning. Maybe you started. Maybe you're thinking about it. But retirement planning's tough. You might not know all the rules. It's like knowing the rules of a game. If you don't know them, you might screw it up and there's no do-overs, especially in life and even in retirement. So don't you want to know if somebody's got information for you, somebody who can help you out, get you to the right place you need to be? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. If you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 30 years, he's been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself and everybody around you, but definitely yourself, to know if you're setting yourself up to live that life you've been working towards in retirement. That's what you dream of. That's why you call Greg O'Donnell today, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
We just spoke to Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports Bay Area about this Giants roster, which got a lot better with Matt Chapman's addition, and he'll debut tonight. And we'll have the game for you. We'll throw it over there in about a half hour at 5:50 for Giants and the Dodgers right here on KNBR. Then Matt Chapman is going to join the morning show tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. We're going to be joined by Spurs head coach Greg Popovich. How about that? He's going to join us at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So make sure you stop by for that. So the Giants lineup for tonight looks pretty damn good. Have you seen it yet, Tom?
That would be a big no.
A big no.
Spring training, that'd be a big I don't care.
Well, they put it out only because it's they put it out because it's the most it's probably the best looking lineup the Giants have since 2021 when they went to the playoffs. Obviously, they win 107 and Buster's there, but it's the best looking on paper for one that we have not seen in some time because the lineup that year, like Don Solano had to be proven. Lamont Wade kind of came out of nowhere. Mike Yastrzemski still had to continue to prove that he was capable of what he was doing. I'm trying to pull the lineup up here. Give me just 1 second. Jung Ho Lee is leading off for the Giants tonight, which you'd expect. I'm really excited about his ability, by the way. Center field at Oracle Park, having a guy who can do that, play defense the way he has, and have the bat-to-ball skills that he has. I would kill for a leadoff hitter hitting 300. That would be fantastic. Jung Ho Lee leads off in center field. Wilmer Flores bats second at first base. Conforto hits third in left field. Jorge Soler fourth at DH. So far, that's like a classic Major League lineup. All you need is a second baseman hitting second and you're set. But we'll settle for Wilmer at first. Matt Chapman hits fifth. It's fifth at third base.
Okay.
Yastrzemski sixth and right. Tyro seventh at second. Bailey eighth catching. And Ahmed hits ninth at shortstop. If that's your opening day lineup, how you feeling about that? 808 KNBR. You can hit us on the text line or give us a call at 808 KNBR. Jung Ho Lee, Wilmer Flores, Conforto, Soler, Chapman, Yaz, Estrada, Bailey, Ahmed. Kyle Harrison starting tonight. That's a pretty damn good-looking lineup for opening day.
Meh.
Meh.
I mean, it's okay. I mean,
relative to where it was last year.
I mean, what?
That's a big jump from where they were last year.
No, but I'm not. I'm talking in terms of like the rest of the league and like other teams that are going to be in the playoff hunt. Like, yeah, compared to last year, of course, that's a 27 Yankees compared to last year. Last year was brutal.
I'm looking for 5 wins better than they were last year.
No, I know, but no, it's a like. Let's put it this way. It's a major league lineup. It's like a legit major league lineup. Is it like a top quality? No, it's not a top quality. It's I mean, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll get more excited about it a week. You're catching me at a bad time. It's spring training, okay? I don't get excited over anything come spring training.
But I said, remember, we can't talk about the past, so I was trying to put you in the future at opening day.
But now it's already the past.
By the way, what happened to Roberto Perez? He almost threw that ball one time, and we never heard from him again. I remember when I was hyped that Roberto Perez was going to be behind the plate last year. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. It's that's where we got to a point last year where I was like, damn, dude, they can't remember how bad it was before Bailey got here?
It was wrong.
It was just get Sable's bat in the lineup.
It was bad.
Hoping he was all right. It was going okay. It was tough.
Oh man! But here's what I'll say about the lineup. No, it is. It's a major league lineup, and they have guys in there you can expect to see in there every single day, which it does put it a step above where it was. It's like you don't have to worry about half of your lineup missing the next day because a lefty or a righty is starting. That guy's not going to be playing next day. So from that standpoint, you look at it and you're like, okay, top of the order, Chapman's going to be in there every day. Lee's going to be in there every day. Soler's going to be in there every day. Bailey will be in there most days. Conforto, I don't know. I'm guessing Conforto will be in there a lot of the days. I don't know if all of them, but so from that standpoint, yeah, I am happy to see that because last year it didn't matter. It didn't matter whether you batted first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way down to ninth. You could be coming out the next day depending on who was pitching.
Yeah,
I mean, Jock Peterson was the guy they signed last year because he was so good the year before, and he would come out in the fifth inning. That's just, to me, that was what are we doing here? This guy is supposed to be one of your middle of the order bats, and he's not playing tomorrow because a left-handed pitcher is pitching. And they talked about it. He was good with it because that's what they talked about before he signed. But to me, it's the middle of the order should be guys that play every day, pretty much. If you're starting to if you're starting to platoon guys in the 3-4-5 spot, that just tells me all I need to know about your lineup. And don't tell me about, well, yeah, but the right the curve of the bat, the swings, and it hits right here. Shut up. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear a guy that can can he hit righties and lefties? Yeah, put him in there. Good, we're good to go. I don't want to hear about that crap.
Nerds!
So yes. To answer your question, yes, that lineup's a major league lineup.
808 KNBR is the number to call. 707 says, I think Tom needs a Red Bull. I'm pumped over this lineup on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text
It's spring. Line. Give me some time, okay? Don't judge
415,
me.
that text line's talking a lot about it. It says 415 says, I'll take that lineup, especially if those guys play every day for the first 40 or so games. No injuries, new guys, known guys, and I think that's what he's saying. If there's no injuries, and there are some new guys, there's some known guys. Yep. And some maybe injury-prone misfits in Yaz, which is true. Yaz does get banged up, but I'm excited about Matos for the spring he's had. He's cooled off a bit.
Yeah, I want to see him.
He does look bulkier. He does look stronger, but he's got to play. He's not a guy you want backing up coming off the bench. 408 says, wow, the bar for the Giants has fallen so much. We're excited for having everyday players. What, am I supposed to love Farhan? No, dude, we can't buy away now. Now they can't improve. Now they're not allowed to get any better. I'm not allowed to be excited that they're any better than last year. What? That's the bar? Dude, the bar is make the playoffs. That's the bar. That's the only bar that matters. Make the playoffs. And then when you get there, you see what kind of team you have and who you match up against. In playoff baseball is wild. 808 KNBR, if you had this lineup, and again, the lineup we're going to see tonight or that you'll hear tonight right here on KNBR, Giants and the Dodgers, we'll throw it over there at 5:50. Lineup you're going to get is Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Wilmer Flores at first, Conforto in left, Soler DHing, Chapman at third, Yaz in right, Estrada. You keep hitting that. You keep hitting it because it's Chapman's first game. Estrada at second, Bailey catching, and Ahmed shortstop. Yeah, I don't get it either. If this is your lineup opening day, how you feeling, Giants fans? Timmy is in San Francisco. Timmy, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
I'm loving the lineup. I've had faith in Farhan and the Giants front office all offseason. I think we're in a really good situation with our everyday regulars, but also I expect to see a lot of platooning this year in the kind of way that made 2021 a really good year. I think we have some people who are finally filling the middle of the order, that the vacuum left by Buster Posey leaving, when we have Soler now slotting in there. And I think with our platoons, especially Wade and Wilmer at first, I think there's a decent shot at having 800 OPS at most of our positions this year. Especially if you do Matos and Yaz in the outfield and bringing back Slater, who's due to have a better year. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think we have some decent 800 OPS potential, 1 through 7, 1 through 8 even.
I appreciate the call, Timmy. 1 through 8, again, 770 solid. 800 to call that for the whole lineup. He's saying I think all these guys have the potential. I think what he's saying, I think a better way to phrase it is each one of these guys in the past has been good enough and had the potential to reach that level of OPS. That's believable.
Yes.
If for it all to happen in the same year is probably unheard, is not likely, I don't think. But you don't need that. And Lee is an unproven player still at the top, and you're counting on him. But so far, so good. But again, it's spring. I don't put much into the numbers or anything. But what people have seen in the reports on him are that he's, as Pavlovic said, as advertised. 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says last year's lineup was garbage. This year's lineup is only slightly better. This is smoke and mirrors again. Will not even sniff the playoffs. By the way, again, they sniffed the playoff like they were close last year. The team that won the National League pennant 408 had 5 more wins than the Giants. And, by the way, that was tied with the Miami Marlins, who made the playoffs last year. The Giants were 20 games better than the Rockies. Was it 2 or 3 games worse than the Padres? This lineup on paper is better. And, again, the Padres subtract Blake Snell. They add Xander Bogaerts, right? But the Padres aren't bulletproof. And the Dodgers, by the way, we talked to John Morosi the other day. He said that rotation is not it's not necessarily as advertised. Glasnow consistently is an injured player. And Yamamoto yesterday had a lot of problems with control. Who knows about the adaptation to the bigs?
Read that lineup. I'll tell you what I think of that lineup.
I don't want to read that lineup. I don't have it in front of me. It's not.
Oh, I can give it to you, in maybe in no particular order.
Screw you, Tom, and screw that lineup. Screw you. What's the matter with you? I'd say the Giants. Nobody, never once putting words in my mouth. Nobody said that the Giants were better than the Dodgers. I didn't even mention them in this sentence. Said the Padres. I meant to the Padres.
That's
was crapping on the little brother. Screw you. Jordy's in Nevada. Jordy, how you feeling about this lineup, man?
Hey, Cubs, it's Jordy from Clear Lake.
What's up, brother?
And I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot.
You like it a lot. I don't like a lot that Derek doesn't know how to spell Novato, but Jordy, I appreciate the call, man. Navato. Oh, man. Now I'm just pissed at everybody, especially Tom. Lee, Flores, Conforto, Soler, Chapman, Yaz, Estrada, Bailey, and Ahmed. Tom thinks they're better than the Dodgers. I don't know. Or thinks that nobody said they're competing with the Dodgers. I didn't say that. We said that, dude. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous.
I'm just enjoying myself right now.
Tom's a bully, man. You're bullying me. Here we go. 503 says, it's a bad take. Tom's going to be asking for diplomatic immunity once Muniga wins the Triple Crown. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, 503.
Diplomatic immunity.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Here we go. There we go. I'm just avoiding all the bad text. That's all. One person says, is Harrison the opener? Actually, Pav said probably the number 2 starter. He said likely opening as the number 2. All right, when we come on back, let's get into a little bit of soup du jour. We got about 20 minutes until we got to throw it to the Giants and the Dodgers, who Tom is apparently endorsing now. Soup du jour.
I'm endorsing the
Tom's
lineup is good.
Give me that lineup. I like that lineup. Sound ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
I will endorse that lineup as a good lineup. Tom Tolbert approves that message.
And when we come on back as part of the soup du jour, we told you earlier, the Pacific Tigers basketball team was playing against Pepperdine Waves. It was 56-9 at half. When we come on back, we'll tell you what the final score was where we left our heroes. It was 56-9. They were 3 of 28 was Pacific from the field the first half.
Okay.
I'll tell you this, they made it a game in the second half. That's next, as well as the soup du jour on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You want more speed? Everybody wants more speed. You're in luck. Xfinity can offer it to you. They just increased their internet speeds. They are faster than ever. Super fast internet. And a reliable connection. Speed doesn't do anything without reliability. You get both so you can do more of what you love to do. What do you love to do? You love to game? You probably don't love to work. You might love to stream, downloading stuff. You do whatever you want because you have the speed and the reliability. And better than that, everyone has speed and reliability in the home, so you don't got to worry about anybody. Again, you don't want to upset the gamers. Gamers get a little touchy. You know, I don't play my game. I got shot because it wasn't. Save it. I don't care about your game. I don't care that you got shot. Unless you really get shot, then give me a buzz. But if you want to do stuff with speed and with reliability, Xfinity can help you out there. And again, help the whole family out so you don't got to hear any whining or complaining. So, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. Go. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply, taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability, you will love Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day. What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, this is a first. I got some regular soup for you, but this is a special pot.
Like cream chowder? Like corn
that
chowder?
I've never served before. And it's not even a story, it's just a headline. But the only reason that this soup is different than the other soup I've been feeding you is this one comes from the New York Times. I've never had a soup story from the New York Times. Why? Well, because the New York Times is serious journalism, and this isn't supposed to be a soup story.
Not so fast.
But I read the headline,
so fast.
and I go, wow. Now, I don't pay for the New York Times, so I didn't get the whole story, unfortunately. But I do support journalism. A woman, it's so good. A woman who can't stand children. She must know Ray or Fleming, one or the other.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Nice.
So a woman who can't stand children asked, does she have to cave to family pressure to be closer to her nephew? The other headline's even better. She hates kids. Is Aunt Duty still mandatory?
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Look, I hate kids. I'm going to hate your nephew. I know, you're my sister and or brother, and it's your kid, and you love him, but I hate kids. Like, I hate him. I don't want to be around your stupid kid. Like, get your kid out of here.
I know what you mean.
Little poopy diapers and drool coming down his cheek, and he wants a certain food, he's going to cry. Like, get your ass out of here. I don't want to deal with you. Go play in the street. Get out of here. Like, that just seems so foreign to me, like so weird. But I guess if you hate people, which is kind of a weird way to go through. I always say I hate people, but I don't really hate people. I just hate people.
They're the worst. Yeah, people.
They're the worst. People are the worst. It doesn't mean I hate them. But if you really do, like, I don't know. I guess you just tell, like, let's say my brother. I knew my brother hated people in general. Why would I want him to be around my kid? Like, why would I do? You want to babysit? Like, I'd feel good going to a movie or something, leaving my son or daughter with my brother, who I know can't stand people, and specifically doesn't like kids. Why would I do that?
Is this true? Your brother hates kids?
I haven't asked him. I don't know.
Do you think he does?
No, he doesn't.
How was it with your kids?
I don't know anybody that hates kids except for Fleming and Ratto. I mean, those are two people I know that hate kids. And how do I know it? We have the proof that they hate kids. So I don't know. I'm just thinking, if I know someone that hates kids, why would I want to leave them with my kid? I wouldn't, would I?
No, I think it's probably a bad move. I think the kid would probably not fare well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do I do with it? Is usually what do I do with this thing? Do I have to feed it?
Yeah, what's it going to do? Just like hang them on a hook for a couple hours? You hate children.
As a concept, and in most executions, yes, I hate children.
This man raised kids too, by the way, right? This man raised children.
Put the kid on the hook, and he's all like he's flopping around and spinning around. You're just like, kid, stop, okay?
I mean, worst place a kid on a plane, like, that's a bad one. A baby,
as a concept.
What about it? What about it as a concept? What? You hate them?
And in most executions, yes, I hate
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you were getting back to that. Right?
All right, now I'll get to the real soup. So I had to read that just because I thought the headline was funny, and New York Times.
That's like the crouton on top of the soup. We're kind of getting into it, yeah.
This one kind of hits home a little bit. Now, if I were younger, I'd be more worried. I'm not as worried now. Man accidentally gets vasectomy after going in for gallbladder surgery.
We got a bleeder! Kind of like we got a theme to our hating kids vasectomy. All right, we're working a theme here in the soup.
I mean, that's rough. You want your gallbladder removed, and then you can't have kids.
Snip, snap. Yeah,
that is not good. Now, for me, it would be going for gallbladder surgery, which I will be doing in a couple weeks, and they reverse the vasectomy.
Sorry, sir, you're open again. You're open for business.
Yeah, not tell me. Wow, how'd that happen?
Oh, man.
Triplets. What?
Yeah, he's like, sir, you're not going to believe this. You're more potent than ever. Right.
Oh, the potency right now?
Oh, man.
Ooh, off the charts.
That's hysterical.
So I don't need that.
He goes, and what? I had it done. No, sorry, actually, I undid the I don't know what they use, zip ties or whatever they clip you off.
I think
with
like super glue, gorilla glue, whatever. Whatever it is. I mean, all right. This one's just, and this is another one. Yeah, we are kind of on a theme today. We're on hating kids. We're on like having kids, and then this one is for kids. Kids love Willy Wonka. The chocolate factory, the Oompa Loompas, I mean, all the tasty treats that are edible as you're walking through there. Well, in Glasgow, they actually recreated the Willy Wonka experience. And they bring you in there, and they got the chocolate river, and they got the big candies and the huge mushrooms and little Oompa Loompas running around.
Yeah.
And look, everybody signed a waiver, so it's all good. It's not like Wolf of Wall Street.
It was supposed to be kind of like when they did like the ice cream, the factory of ice cream, whatever that thing was, the world of ice cream here. It's like Instagram photo stuff, but it was supposed to be interactive. Like it was like a kid's. It's supposed to be an actual like chocolate Willy Wonka chocolate factory. To say recreated, I think, Tom.
Well,
loosely.
I could recreate what they recreated in my garage.
That's about what they did. It's a tough look.
Brutal.
It's really bad.
Like, I would be so embarrassed if I were to, because there was somebody that, they're dressing up and working characters and stuff, and they showed up, they're just like, are you kidding me? This is it? Like, it's embarrassing. We got to be here for this. And sure enough, parents showed up, kids cried, and then refunds happened a few days later. This looks like if anybody's ever been to a craft brewery, like they have in a lot of warehouses.
Yeah.
This is it. This is like a warehouse. They have steps. It looks like they have some sort of wall that I'm not even sure what the hell. I don't even know what that is.
It's so bad. It's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Steps that lead up to it. They have like little candy cane railing on the steps, and that looks like phony grass is what they have there. Like the grass they have in a putting green in the backyard. They have a gummy bear that doesn't even look like it's made out of any sort of gummy material.
It's like it's bad. They were giving out snacks that were just like bad, like meat on plate. It was like Fire Festival of Willy Wonka.
Oh.
Now, to be fair, I'd say this one ended better than the original Willy Wonka did. And no kid died. You know what I mean?
No kid died.
Gloop got sucked up that thing.
Yeah.
Augustus Gloop. You didn't have Slugworth chasing kids in the streets. You know what I mean? That was that freak running after
those kids.
You didn't have those old people sleeping in the same bed, head to foot. That was a weird deal, man. Grandpa,
we have audio?
We have audio from the story.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
It's like somebody came out and did a somersault as soon as they came out to let me in. I'd be good. I'd be set. Gene Wilder comes out and does a somersault on the fall. That's going to do it for the Soup du Jour today.
Good day, sir.
We got to take a break so we can get back and get you over to the Giants and the Dodgers. Tom's new lineup favorite, only here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Mayoco joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said Brandon Staley's official title with the 49ers will not be assistant head coach. That podcast and more trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Good day, sir.
We're about ready to roll on out of here. Get you ready for Giants baseball. Man. How many weeks were we away from opening day? 5, maybe?
It's the
3?
I want to say the 28th is like the official opening day. But I don't know if
gosh.
We're getting close.
That's wild.
Before we get out of here, though, and we throw you to the Giants and the Dodgers for the debut of Matt Chapman in the Giants lineup. My God. Don't forget, that was because Debo said they would have blown out the Eagles.
God.
3 weeks exactly. 3 weeks from today is opening day. How about that? 28th. 3 weeks from today, Giants at the Padres, I believe is where they open this year. So, but before we get out, Tom, I promised the update on the Pacific Tigers. 6-26 on the season. They were 6-10 going into conference play, so 0-16 in conference. They trailed the Pepperdine Waves at halftime, 56-9.
Okay.
They were 3 of 28. Pacific was from the field. The over/under was 71 for the first half. It didn't hit. It's only 65 points. In the second half, they played it a lot closer. 46-34 in the second half, so a final of 102-43.
Wow.
102-43. Pacific went 5 of 23 from the field. That's a 21.5% three-point percentage. They shot 25% overall from the field. It's a tough deal. They kind of rebounded.
Stealing, getting Pepperdine at a pick for the second half. Went by 12.
They got rebounded 50-26.
Ouch.
It's a tough deal.
How many shots they damn missed? I mean, Pepperdine was it's like raining out here, raining basketballs.
It's raining boards.
That's just, I mean, come on. It was by 50. What was the final?
102-43.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God.
60-59?
Yeah.
Oh.
50 points in the
59.
Just ended.
Their largest lead got to 60. That's what they led by the most. So
just that's a damn shame. Jen Violet, I'm sorry that your school did that to you. Michael Ola Candy, I'm sorry your school did that to you. Awful. All right, let's get out of here. Let's thank everybody. Let's see. We had Marcus Thompson, Alex Pavlovich, and
nothing easy.
Oh, Zaza. Yeah, there you go. Very good. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. Copes, I will talk to you tomorrow.
It's a Friday, Ska Friday. Bring the heat,
Ska Friday. Pop loves ska. All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and who the hell are they playing at the spring? Dodgers? Is that what you said? Okay.